former NFL quarterback, and we know he does all types of great work over the NFL draft. Gentlemen, Kurt, I'm starting with you. I
Let's
talk to
get
Jay
it.
Rich all the time. How are you doing, my man?
I'm great, man. I'm ready to get this thing rolling, man. I'm excited to see what happens and where these players go. So it's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, man. Jay Rich, we got
Yes.
James Palmer on. He's going to have all kinds of buzz, rumors, news, and notes. How you feeling so far throughout this early free agent process?
I'm loving it, man. This is probably one of the best free agencies it feels like we've had in a couple of years, and it's just getting started. We already had some big deals. We got X, Twitter is down, so the people are starting for the content, Ray. I'm so excited, and I'm here to deliver it for the people.
Well, let's talk a little bit, man. Kurt, I'm going to kick it to you first, man. We saw Khalil Mack
Yeah.
just get signed a couple of minutes ago. So Jim Harbaugh bringing back one of his guys, helping that defensive front out. How you feeling about Khalil Mack and LAC?
Yeah, I think that look, when you look at their defense was a problem all year long. And I think the more that you can keep those guys together, the better. That's one thing that like how that team is built. They're ground and pound. They stop the run on defense, but also they can get after it with bringing four guys. And I think in this day and age in the NFL, you've got to have two guys off the edge that can get pressure without having to bring 5, 6, or 7 people. So they saw the Eagles do it. That was their formula. Bring four, let everybody else play coverage, and their jobs are a lot easier. I think this is a great get, and I really actually like the deal. I don't think that it's overpaying. I think it's right in that sweet spot. And seeing what the Chargers are doing, man, I don't know. I like it. I think they could potentially flip that AFC West.
I mean,
Oh,
this was a team that I don't think a lot of people had high expectations last year with the first year Harbaugh coming in from Michigan. We know that they still needed some pieces, but that was a
yeah.
playoff team. And you look at what they've done throughout the offseason, bringing in Khalil Mack after losing Joey Bosa. Jay Rich, this is a nice move. And as Kurt said, 1 year, $18 million, fully guaranteed, should get the best out of Khalil Mack this season in LA.
Yeah, we can only hope, right? And I think the funny thing about what you mentioned, Ray, is last year there was no expectations. But it's very different coming into this season. Coming off the season they had this year, how competitive they were, and especially in the division, the Raiders trading for a quarterback. Denver, we know is going to be making even further strides next season, so it's going to be very competitive. But bring Khalil Mack after losing Bosa and getting rid of him is definitely takes the sting out of what could have been for their pass rush heading into the season. It's good to get him back on $18 million. I think it's a good deal for both sides, and it's great for Khalil Mack to stay in LA.
All right, we're still waiting on James, man. James is busy on the phone right now getting all the news and the rumors. We can't do this. The people are here. They want to know. They're starved for information. We got a damn quarterback on the show, Jay Rich. We can't. We're talking about DNs and edge rushers. We got to talk some QBs. So, Kurt, I'm going to kick it to you because the biggest dog, the reigning NFL MVP, signed a $330 million deal with $250 million guaranteed. Kurt, talk to us, baby. Josh Allen, record deal. I mean, what is there to say? This is deserving, right?
Oh, there we go. This is very, very well deserving. And I think the thing with Josh is he's one of those guys that makes everybody on the team better. Every single person that suits up next to him is now getting paid because they're better because he's on the field. And this is a guy, I believe they have him tied up through what, 2030 now? Like he's their guy.
So yeah.
He is their franchise guy for the long haul, and as he should be. But like you see in the NFL, the cap keeps going up and they want to keep winning. Pay him early, pay him often, and try to stretch that out as long as possible because 2-3 years from now, that deal is not going to look too crazy. And even right now, I mean, they're still able to pay their guys. The cap increased. This is a guy that, in my opinion, you get that done. And now what other pieces can you bring to the table to make a run? Because the AFC, as we all know it, in my opinion, is the most competitive conference in football. So you're not just competing with your division every year. You're competing with Lamar Jackson. You're competing with Joe Burrow. You're competing with Pat Mahomes. So lock up your guy and now go figure out the rest of it because you got that part figured out.
Jay Rich, I asked you earlier today on our show, how does this impact the other quarterbacks? Quickly, Brock Purdy is also looking for a new deal. Rumors are the Niners started out about $45 million. How do you think this will impact what Brock Purdy wants, demands, or is going to receive?
I think for me, that's probably the most intriguing part about this free agency. It's not necessarily what's happening at the top, even though the tide is going to raise all ships like Josh Allen has, but how is it going to affect the other players? We saw DK Metcalf's contract seemed a little bit crazy a few days ago, but in the coming days, maybe it won't seem so bad. So Purdy at 45, we've discussed 50. We've heard, upwards of 60. I don't think it'll get that high, but when Josh Allen's being paid $55 million, the same range as Jordan Love, Trevor Lawrence, Joe Burrow, maybe Purdy's going to look to kind of find his way into that as well. Maybe not with 250 guaranteed, but maybe in the 150 range. How would you feel about that, Kurt? And how do you think that, the Niners plan to approach this with Brock Purdy? Because it is kind of their biggest need, and everything they've sort of done indicates they're probably going to bring Purdy back.
This is a really tough spot because I think a few years ago, people overreached. You have look at Tua's contract, you look at Trevor Lawrence's contract. And if I'm Brock Purdy, I'm like, well, dang, dude, like these dudes got paid and I outplayed them like head over heels, right? And I think when you look at this though, now Josh Allen, he's got that like $55 million sweet spot or whatever it is. I think that the market's actually coming slightly down with quarterbacks, and you're showing that you can win. Like you need a team to win. And all these guys that got really, really paid, those teams aren't winning. And even Jalen Hurts' contract, like the way that his was structured was very future-based. So they were able to get the other guys around him. I think that 45 is the sweet spot, and I think he's got to take it because I think that it is coming down a little bit. And I think that if he wants to win and have a long career, you take what they're going to give you right now and let them go get guys around you because you might have 1 or 2 more years left of Christian McCaffrey. Like he's not as healthy as he used to be. And you need some receivers. You saw it last year. If you don't have dogs at receiver, Brock Purdy looks pedestrian. So I just think he's a smart kid, and he knows that he needs guys around him, and he should take the Tom Brady type of path and just give a little hometown discount.
Yep. Well, we've got one of the best in the business ready to join us with all things happening across the NFL. Y'all know who it is. This man needs no introduction, but we're going to do it anyway. James Palmer at James Palmer TV is ready with the latest happening in the NFL. James, how you doing?
What's going on? Good to join you guys again. What's happening?
Man, just shaking and waiting for all the NFL stuff to happen. So tell us, James, we were just talking about some quarterbacks, Brock Purdy potentially being impacted with the mega deal from Josh Allen. What are you hearing about Sam Darnold and his potential landing spot this free agent period?
Yeah, things have really shaken, right, guys? The Geno Smith deal obviously moves things. It goes all the way back to the Matthew Stafford deal impacting Sam Darnold and others. Stafford staying eliminates a spot for Aaron Rodgers, and now Aaron Rodgers is shifting, and the Steelers are having conversations with him. It all is moving around, right, with what's going on. And now there's really, because of the Geno Smith deal, a team that wasn't really interested in Sam Darnold and the Raiders, to my understanding, now opens up a team in Seattle that is interested in Sam Darnold. But to me, there has to be a lot of conversations by John Schneider to Sam Darnold and his representation about what they want to do and build in Seattle right now. This is an offensive line that wasn't very good last year. Geno Smith sacked 50 times. Sam Darnold's not known to be a great quarterback under pressure. You have Jackson Smith-Njigba, who's a very good target right now, but you're lacking weapons. What are you going to build? What we are curious in finding out is, and this seems to be the direction it's headed, is Sam Darnold wants some security in terms of, can I be a starter for multiple years? Can I get those multiple years guaranteed? Right now, Seattle still seems like the main landing spot. I know Pittsburgh has some interest, but I don't know if they want to do it in terms of the money and the years that Sam Darnold might be looking for. So this all is going to play out. The quarterbacks really today, guys, is going to be the biggest aspect we're looking at, because as one thing falls, it eliminates something for somebody else, and it moves and shifts for this guy over here. And then where does Russell Wilson fit into all of it? It's wild. I would say Seattle's still the main spot for Sam Darnold right now.
And James, just to follow up on that, just take us inside of what Seattle was thinking. Geno Smith, you're talking about a former Pro Bowl quarterback. They ship him off for a 3rd-round pick. A reset with Darnold? What's going on inside of Seattle's locker room?
Yeah, they didn't want it to play out this way. I'll say that. Like, they wanted to bring Geno Smith back. The numbers were pretty far apart, to my understanding, between the two sides. I would also add this. I don't think we ever heard John Schneider speak as glowingly about Geno Smith the way we did Pete Carroll and the way we did with Mike McDonald. I wouldn't say he disliked Geno by any stretch, but if anybody knows John, even when Russell Wilson was in the height of his powers, if you want to call it that, John Schneider was still going to every quarterback pro day, always had an eye for every other quarterback that was out there. That's just the way John operates. And so once they were a little further apart on the numbers than they wanted, the idea of starting to reset this thing to an extent started to become a reality, specifically also with the DK situation that they were dealing with. That got frustrating a little bit because they were different in terms of numbers and the way that he probably deserved their numbers in their mind. And so John does have the ability, and we've seen it now with this draft capital, to turn it over. I mean, Russ was a 3rd-round pick. And then when they let Russ leave in his prime, they pivoted to Geno, and it was very successful. I think there's some arrogance that we can do it again. So I think that's where things stand in Seattle right now. And remember, this is, multiple offensive coordinators over the last couple of years. Now you bring in Clint Kubiak, who has some ties to some of these guys that are available, whether it be Kirk Cousins, Sam Darnold. He knows some of these guys. I think they have other options, they think, offensively, and they want to go back to running the football a little bit more. And I think that's something that they got away with, and something that we know from Clint, from his dad, from that system. Running the football is extremely important.
All right, James. So I got you next because while everyone's talking about the quarterbacks, and I totally agree, I like that I don't know these, by the way, guys. I like that we don't. I like that I don't know what's coming. I'm so excited for Aaron Rodgers because you talked about like how all the different spots he's been linked to. But there's one player that I just can't figure out right now, and it's Chris Godwin. Coming off of injury, the way that he played in Tampa Bay the past few seasons, I wanted them in New England long before that. But the reports that he's going to get upwards of 28, 29, 30 million at his age coming off injury, my Patriots, I would love it if they overpaid. But please tell me what you're hearing with Chris Godwin.
First, with the Patriots, I think they may have to overpay. There's kind of I don't know what language we're allowed to use on here, guys. Can I say it's a suck tax? Because they got it. They got it right now in Foxborough. And you might have to overpay. But I agree with you. I know that they're interested. I know that they'd have to overpay. And that number you mentioned might be the number, honestly, for New England and not everybody else. I don't think he's at that number across the board. Now, if New England wants to make this happen, they may need to pay more than somebody else. Jason Light is very good at bringing his players back. I know Jason well, and this is something that he'd like to have happen. Because of what Chris Godwin brings to that locker room, what he brings to the culture there, what he had going with Baker Mayfield this past year. I don't know if people know this. When he went down in week 7 with the ankle injury, he was leading the NFL in catches. He was second behind only Jamar Chase in yards. He was second in the NFL in touchdown catches. This is a guy that can play inside, can play outside. He can do a lot of different things for you. I agree with you bringing up New England, and I'll mention it in this vein because I know they're interested in Godwin, and it's really Chris Godwin in free agency and a massive gap in everybody else. That's kind of where it stands right now at the receiver spot. That's not very deep and talented. If you look at what Mike Vrabel's looking to build in New England, this is about as tough a receiver as you can get, as physical as a receiver you can get in terms of blocking, can play inside and outside, like I said, yards after the catch. He's a yak monster. The locker room type of person he is and the human being he is. I know Chris. He's outstanding. And he played with Brady. He won a Super Bowl with Brady. I think I'm just checking every box, guys, that Mike Vrabel would want and bringing a new target for Drake May. And so we'll see if they can find a way to make something happen. But I know Tampa wants to bring him back.
This is something for me that when you look at Chris Godwin, it's like, what does he want? Does he want to go and chase a ring, or does he want to go get his money and be a part of like rebuilding a team? And I don't know if you know that answer, but that's kind of something I'm curious to see. I guess we'll see where he goes, and that'll answer a lot of that question. But for me, I look at these injuries and it's like everybody pretty much bounces back from these. And yeah, he might decline a little bit, but it was early enough in the season that he'll still have an impact this year.
True.
I'm just like, man, what does he want? Because he can get paid or he can go chase a ring, but I guess we'll find out really soon.
Yeah, and probably his last opportunity, guys, to really get paid. And I think he knows the market that I described. Let's take a look at it, right? We know the free agency class that he's a part of. He knows that it's him and this gap. And then you have the older group, which it's Keenan Allen at 33 and DeAndre Hopkins at 33, which, by the way, will somebody just put Hop in the slot and just let him work and be that big body guy with great hands in the slot? Just somebody do it and let him thrive in this latter part of his career, because I think he would be great in that. I think a team should just be smart enough to understand that. And then I believe who else is in that group? You got somebody else at 31. I'm trying to remember, but Godwin is younger than that whole group. And then there's a lack of flyers in this group, guys that can really fly and stretch the field. I think you look at the deal Tutu Atwell got, and you look at what Hollywood Brown got, 10 million and 11 million respectively. What does that show you? Like that those players really aren't available. So those teams made those players come back to them on a re-signed contract for a reason. That's why I'm keeping an eye on Darius Slayton right now. There's teams that really think he's underrated because of the quarterback play he's played with, and he's the guy that can kind of stretch the field in that sense. So with Godwin, he understands this market. He understands that the draft class is really void of top tier X wide receivers or number ones. It's not a great receiver class. He knows all this. We know all of it. So obviously his reps do. And this is our last opportunity to really kind of cash in. Does he want to play in Tampa? He does. But does he want to make sure he can get the most out of himself in terms of financial compensation? Of course, but all of these things are weighed on a scale, and which ones matter more than the others. And I think that's what Chris is kind of trying to figure out, and that's what Jason Light's trying to figure out.
James, appreciate your time. We shall see you at the top of the hour. We know you got to run. Yeah. We will hold down the fort as we start off free agency. We appreciate you. We'll hold it down, James. For James Palmer, we'll see you soon. Kurt, Jay Rich, and I will stay here, and we're talking through all things free agency. See you in a little bit, James.
Sounds good, guys. Take it easy.
All right, Kurt, let's get right back to it, man. That was good insight, and I really want you to touch on the Godwin thing, because a lot of people see those injuries and they think these players are done for. Like, they've got the best medical care, they've got the nutrition. Like, God, you don't have any concerns long-term about what Chris Godwin's going to be able to do for whatever team he's playing on this year, right?
Yeah, I mean, you look at it, it's the timing of the injury. It happened early in the season, so when you have a guy that gets hurt late, especially when it's a lower body injury, that can kind of impact, okay, is he going to need to be on like PUP for the first 4 weeks? Like, what does that look like? But for him, week 7, I think he's going to be okay. And to James's point, if you look at some of these other receivers, you have Stephon Diggs, who's going to be, he's 31 now, creeping up to 32. You have Keenan Allen, who's 33. Amari Cooper's 31. Brandon Cooks is going to be 32. Like, it's just slim pickings. And I think, to the point, if you're Chris Godwin and you're under the age of 30 right now, this is probably your last chance to get a bag before you're then just chasing the ring. And I'm like, I think that could heavily influence his decision. I also think that when you look at the AFC East, if you're talking about a team like the Patriots, they had a good defense for the most part the last few years. They just need a little help on offense. Drake May needs help. And the rest of the division, the Jets are a dumpster fire. The Dolphins are looking like they're sliding. The Patriots just are young and inexperienced. I think a guy like this could go in and elevate everybody else, and then their offense all of a sudden doesn't look so bad. So he can get paid. They can at least chase a wild card spot. Like, it's not the end of the world. And I think, I don't know, if you're looking at him, is he going to get 20, 25 million maybe? Maybe not. But does he get 20 million there or 12 million somewhere else? Like, I mean, we just saw somebody get paid 10 million on a year deal that like did not produce. So it's right. That's what we're looking at here. So if I'm him, I'm thinking, you know what? Let me go grab a little 2-year deal, get 20 million a year or so, and then just go see what we can do. Because just like the Commanders, when you have a young quarterback, if you start bringing in vet guys that have something to them that elevates everybody else around them, it's like Bobby Wagner, like Zach Ertz, all of a sudden you're a wild card team, and then you're making a run and you're 1 game away from a Super Bowl. So anything can happen. I think the NFL is wild now. But yeah, I think that's what he's going to end up doing.
Well, let's talk wild, because I didn't see this coming. Jay Rich, maybe you saw it. Kurt, maybe you saw it coming, but I didn't see it coming. I know a lot of people in the chat didn't see it either. DK Metcalf leaves Seattle, traded to the Pittsburgh Steelers for a second-round pick. Now, listen, Jay, when I'm looking at DK and George Pickens, they feel like similar archetype receivers, downfield threats, big-bodied wide receivers, not the best in the short and intermediate game. How the hell does this work in Pittsburgh? How does this work with these 2 wide receivers? And right now, we don't have a quarterback in Pittsburgh. Jay, I'm going to start with you, and then I'm going to kick it to the QB, because I got to get y'all's thoughts on this trade. And not only was it a trade, they gave DK $150 million. They gave DK $150. So if I'm GP, I'm sitting back thinking, I'm on the last year of my rookie deal. I'm probably wanting a similar contract as what DK Metcalf just got. Is this a message to Pickens, and how does this play out, Jay?
I mean, I think how it's going to play out is still up for grabs, right? Because one of the biggest topics of discussion is who's going to wear number 14 in Pittsburgh next season. Because you got one guy making 150, and you got George Pickens, who probably won't shallow down from a fight. But overall, when you talk about this team and kind of what happened, DK going to Pittsburgh makes a lot of sense, because it's been almost a year now we've seen them try and find that X receiver. They have Pickens. We know what Pickens can do. He has those type of skills that can operate as an X, but they've still been looking into Brandon Ayuk. They were obviously looking to DK Metcalf and made the move. They got Mike Williams and brought him in the building. There's a lot of reasons to believe that they were always searching for that X receiver. But as you mentioned, George Pickens, final year of his deal, probably wants an extension. I don't think he's getting $150 million, but he is going to be looking to get his money as well, and is absolutely a message to him to say, hey, you better get right, be on the same page with the offense, stop causing things and drama either on the field or off the field, which Pickens has done a bit of both. So I do think there's a world where they can play together in the same team, but it wouldn't shock me either if they decided to move on from Pickens and go another direction heading into the season.
Kurt, what are your thoughts on this one, man?
I'm looking at this from like a schematical viewpoint, and if I'm Pickens, I'm actually happy because one, I'm not getting paid anyways this year. Two, teams can't double me anymore. So one way or another, I'm going to get more single coverage, which Pickens thrive. I think Pickens is, no lie, might be the best one-on-one receiver catch radius wise in the NFL. He doesn't have the same juice that Jamar Chase has, doesn't have the same like wiggle that Justin Jefferson has, but if the ball is in his vicinity, George Pickens' contested catch rate is outstanding. And I think he's the best in class at that. So now, if you're looking at the course of the year, okay, Pickens probably is going to play better this year knowing that DK is on the other side. So he's either end up getting paid by Pittsburgh to keep him around, or someone else is going to pay him a super bag next year, because I think that Pickens is more talented than DK. He's just not as big and he doesn't have like the same skill set. So let DK play X. If I'm the OC, let DK play X, move Pickens at Z. And if you look at like West Coast schematics, the Z receiver plays outside sometimes, short motion sometimes, plays slot sometimes. That's where Pickens can eat. He's more versatile than DK. So let DK get on that island and stay there all game long and hunt up safeties and block in the run game to the weak side. Let him do all that stuff. And finally, we get to potentially see DK playing legitimate receiver with his skill set and his body type. So I hope that's why they're doing this. And I also think that this is where a guy like Aaron Rodgers could absolutely thrive. When you have a receiver like DK that's bigger than every single DB that he'll play against, and that just is what it is. You got your one-on-one. And then you have George Pickens, whose catch radius is insane. So the back shoulders that Aaron's really good at throwing, the off-place throws in the slot, like all those things that we didn't see out of Russell Wilson this past year. Russell Wilson, he could throw a moon ball, but he's not throwing across the middle of the field, and he's not throwing seams back shoulder. I think that they're actually scheming this up to potentially make a move at Aaron Rodgers. And this would be the best defense that Aaron has ever played with in his entire career. So if you're looking at a team that likes controlling the football, running the football, hitting play action, playing stingy defense, that's the Aaron Rodgers type of archetype where he's efficient, doesn't turn the ball over, and has guys around him. So if he's going to make one more last run at anything, I think he's the guy there. I do love Justin Fields, however, to come back and play. I just don't think they're going to maximize the receiver room in the same way. I don't know if you're going to pay DK $150 million to have Justin Fields as your quarterback. That's my first cut. And so I think you're doing that to get a guy like Aaron on a cheap ass deal. Sorry about the language, on a cheap deal to go and make a run at it while you figure out your answer in the next year or two at quarterback. Because if you look at everything across the board, I wouldn't pay top dollar for Sam Darnold. He had a career year, but he crumbled in a lot of different ways. And his career year came with Justin Jefferson just eating. And then you look at Russell Wilson, you already know what you got there. I don't think you can go very far with him. You had to bring in Justin Fields to win games for you, even when Russell Wilson was the quarterback on fourth downs, third downs, and all that. You look at Justin Fields, I don't think you're going to pay DK $150 million and then get Justin as your quarterback. So I'm like, I don't know what they're doing, but if I was them, I would be looking to get somebody like Aaron, who's a one-year deal type of guy, and then we're going to figure out our quarterback of the future. Like, I'm looking at this draft board right now, and I'm like, I think that's where they're going to go. And I think it's a great buffer that you can compete right now with a really good defense, good offensive scheme, and Aaron at quarterback. But then, like, let's go figure out what it is for the future. And that's kind of where I think they're laying all this out to be. We'll see.
Well, Kurt, you brought it up, not me. You're talking future plans, draft board. There's a name that we've got to talk about because there was one of the biggest signings so far. It's crazy how some zeros at the end of that check will give you a change of heart. Myles Garrett had that change of heart, or Haslam had the change of heart. Whatever it was in Cleveland, Myles Garrett looks like he's going to be a Brown for life. Kurt, I'm going right back to you. There's a lot of speculation about what Cleveland was going to do at the top of the draft. Do you think the fact that they brought back Myles Garrett, does this make them more of a contender for taking a quarterback at the top of the draft, whether that be Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders, knowing that Garrett wants to compete, knowing they don't have a quarterback on the roster right now? Do you think this impacts their draft plans at all, or is it still Abdul Carter, Travis Hunter for Cleveland?
If I'm them, the only person that I'm taking at number 2, if he falls to me, is Cam Ward. If he doesn't fall to me, I'm either taking Travis Hunter or I'm trading the hell back, like all the way back. Gonna get a haul because, in my opinion, there's not really a free agent quarterback this year that could get them winning football games in their style besides Justin Fields. I think he's the only one that could get them like some grimy, weird Cleveland Brown wins, to be honest.
Yeah.
Besides that, I think you got to build up for the next few years. And the only way you do that, in my opinion, is by trading back. And I think that, to be honest, when you look at the Bears last year, I had the same philosophy. It was Jaden Daniels or trade back. And they went Caleb Williams. And it looked just honestly worse than when Justin Fields was there. And I'm not saying Caleb's not the future there, but they weren't really ready. And I'm looking at the Browns and I'm like, man, if you have a top 5 pick, that top 5 pick is worth so much more in the future than it is once you take that one player. And the only 2 people, in my opinion, that are worth it are Cam Ward or Travis Hunter. And Travis Hunter, we're not going to be able to see exactly who he is unless he has a quarterback that's an elite guy throwing to him. He's going to be stuck in a Malik Neighbors type of role that's like, he's going to have a bunch of catches, but like they're not doing anything, and it's kind of a waste of a year. So I don't know. If I'm them, I'm probably trying to go and building that defensive front and getting a rushing dual threat quarterback that can do something. And maybe even looking at someone like Jalen Milroe in the mid rounds. That's like, it might not be pretty, but we can go play a different style of football that's hard to prepare for and at least squeak out some wins while we're building the rest of our roster for the next 3 to 4 years. Because at the end of the day, if you don't win this year, a lot of those dudes are getting fired. So, or you're going to deliberately say, I'm rebuilding. Because if you halfway rebuild, you're going to get fired anyways. So the NFL is really tricky with that stuff, but that's kind of how I'm looking at the Browns. It's one of those 2 guys or get out.
Jay, I'm going to ask you, how do you think this impacts other players signing, aka Ja'Marr Chase? A lot of people have said this is going to hurt Cincinnati in the pocket. Ja'Marr Chase wants to be the highest non-paid quarterback in NFL history. I believe that's Myles Garrett right now after this deal. How is this going to impact Ja'Marr Chase? And I'm gonna point to my Dallas Cowboys, Micah Parsons, what he's going to command on the open market.
Yeah, I mean, it's bad on both fronts, whether you're a Cincinnati Bengals fan or you are a Cowboys fan. It is not good. And Kurt, I have to just point out that you were absolutely breaking Ray's heart talking about Shador Sanders, or the lack thereof.
Stop.
He loves Shador Sanders. And
Kurt and I are going to talk about this after the show. I'm going to step you in the dime lab. We'll talk about this after the show.
Let me say one thing.
I'm just giving you a fair warning.
I like Shador. I think that Shador needs to be in a good situation to have success. I don't think he's a guy that physically, talented-wise, can go and elevate a team. I think if you throw him in a Brock Purdy situation where there's guys around him, he can look really dang good. And that's why I'm like, man, if he somehow falls in the draft, I wouldn't be shocked to see the Steelers take Shador later if he does fall, but he's got to fall. Get a guy like Aaron Rodgers for a year, have Shador get a little year or 2 under his belt, and then take over that role. But Shador's a guy, like, in my opinion, if you take Ja'Marr Chase out of the equation for the Bengals, Joe Burrow is not Joe Burrow, and he never was. I don't care what anybody says. If Joe Burrow does not have Ja'Marr Chase on the field, look at the numbers. Over the course of time, it's not the same. And that, for me, is something that I'm like, if I'm Joe Burrow, do whatever you can to keep Ja'Marr, because every quarterback in the league knows you need guys. I don't care who it is. There's a reason why these guys travel with their guys, why they're always looking to go with elite quarterbacks. Look at Davante Adams, vice versa. He's never not played with an elite quarterback. He's played with Aaron Rodgers forever. He went to Derek Carr for a little bit, who wasn't elite, and then he got out of there real quick. And then now he's Aaron and then Matthew Stafford. And on the flip side, I think that Joe Burrow is one of those guys. And opposite of him, guys like Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, those guys don't necessarily need a Ja'Marr Chase to be successful. Joe just does. He's got an athletic ceiling limit. Doesn't mean he can't be a Phillip Rivers, but Joe Burrow is more like Phillip Rivers if he doesn't have Ja'Marr Chase than he is in that top whatever. So I think Shador is one of those guys. There's nothing wrong with it.
All right. We've got the man, the myth, the legend coming back. James Palmer TV on X. He's back. James, what you've been gone for 15 minutes. It feels like much longer than that. Please tell us, you've got some good news for us. Any new signings, any buzz? What are you hearing right now, James, in the streets?
First, I'm listening to this Joe Burrow blasphemy.
Right?
This hate on Joe Burrow.
Man.
Joe Burrow, system quarterback.
I'm not saying he's a system quarterback. I'm not saying he's a system quarterback.
The best processor of information in the league, and it may not be close. That's usually the take on Burrow. Just the ability to process.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Outstanding.
But you have to have guys that get open, right? If you're going to process.
Oh, 100%. 100%. I think Joe Burrow would have been better better than Brock Purdy last year in San Francisco, with everything
I
that
agree with
Purdy
you
was
there.
dealing with.
I agree with you there.
Okay.
I agree with you there.
Now, what's happening right now, guys, honestly, is everything is going truly through Pittsburgh. Like, that is what's happening right now, because they are sitting there waiting. They've had an offer out, to my understanding, to Justin Fields for some time. Maybe this is my Ohio State degree up there and being a Buckeye, but he's taking his time, and I think rightfully so. I mean, you bench him after he goes 4-2, and he's trying to see what the best situation is for himself.
This.
We just had a conversation about Chris Godwin weighing all of these things, right? Justin Fields is trying to weigh all of them as well. He's looking to see, am I a long-term starter? How many years would the Jets be interested in possibly bringing me in? I know I'm a stopgap there, but could I find more success towards my next landing spot, or do I find success with the Jets long-term? How badly do the Steelers really, really want me to come in and be their quarterback? I know who does want him to be there, and let's say Arthur Smith wants him there.
Yeah.
Arthur Smith thinks he can do a lot of good things with Justin Fields. And there are people in that building that I've spoken to that believe he should have never been benched in the first place. And if people in the building believe that, what do you think Justin believes? Right?
Totally.
So I think right now all eyes are on Pittsburgh, because that's the linchpin for what happens with the rest of these quarterbacks. Yes, there's a lot of other deals that are getting discussed right now. The safety market's going to be very interesting to watch with Cam Bynum and Javon Holland. I think Moore is going to get way more money than people think he is. Justin Reed's still out there. You got talent there. The tackle market is one that we're going to keep an eye on after Ronnie Stanley returned, and that really screwed the plans of teams like the Patriots or the Chiefs, to my understanding, or the Commanders. But really, quarterback is what drives this league, and you have to find your quarterback. So right now, with Justin Fields kind of mulling this over, my understanding is that time has allowed the Steelers to have conversations with themselves about Aaron Rodgers. It's allowed them to have conversations with Aaron Rodgers' representation. It's allowed them, they like Sam Darnold, but I don't think that's really their play. But who knows? It doesn't seem that's the case right now. And now what they do at the quarterback spot changes the course for everything. Because Russell Wilson doesn't have a lot of spots, guys, right? He's not going back to Seattle. He's not going, I don't think he's going to the Jets. I believe Darren Muji's their general manager. He was the assistant GM in Denver. I don't think that's happening, right? So like what's happening in Pittsburgh is really holding all of this together right now in what's going on in the quarterback market.
And James, if you had to guess, which one, Fields or Wilson? Who do the Steelers want back? If they can have it their way in one of those, or I'll throw a third out there, Aaron Rodgers, which one do you think is the priority for Pittsburgh? Is it bringing Fields back? Is it retaining Russ, or is it signing Aaron Rodgers?
Here's what their thinking is. I would say Russ is a distant third. I think they know, and I was at that playoff game in Baltimore, they know what Russ brings them. They know the deficiencies. They know the lack of the ability to get the football to the middle of the field. I do know, though, that he talks to DK on a daily basis, so I wouldn't rule him out entirely. He might be your plan down the line, right? But you got to have multiple options, like I said, with things maybe being, up in the air. They like Justin Fields. Arthur likes Justin Fields. Arthur thinks he can do the exact same thing he did with Ryan Tannehill in Tennessee with Justin Fields, and maybe even take it a step further. And I believe, because I was at the game, that they got to an AFC title game with Ryan Tannehill and company. And now that you added another weapon in DK Metcalf and George Pickens, and you have both of them, it senses right now that Pickens is going to stay. I don't want to write that in stone, because it has been a difficult 2024 between the Steelers and George Pickens. I'll just put it that way. But with both of those guys, it's going to stretch defenses and help the run game and open things up for Justin running the football. They see a formula, guys, for success with Justin Fields, and also the number's not real high. Now, the reason they're having the conversations about Aaron, to my understanding, is this. Like, I mentioned both those receivers. There's a lot that comes with both those guys. And if you're not getting targets, there's a lot to come with both those guys. I believe they think Aaron can handle both of them. I believe Aaron can get him the football. And I've talked to enough people around the league that believe Aaron Rodgers still has the decision-making, still has the arm, and will be healthier a year removed, again, from the Achilles. I would say Fields was kind of their first, 1A, as they still looked around. But the commitment might be the thing that's holding this up. What is their commitment? What are the years? What are the terms? We don't know that yet. And so I think that's allowed their eyes to wander a little bit. So I would say Aaron Rodgers is gaining steam in Pittsburgh, and Russ is still a very distant third.
James, we got breaking news. We've got breaking news. Hassan Reddick is on a new team, has agreed to terms on a 1-year deal, $14 million, 12 guaranteed to Tampa Bay. And we know they need pass rush help. James, talk about this one.
Yeah, the pass rush market has been a fascinating one, right? And we saw that Khalil Mack ends up staying with the Chargers, which is something that they've been working on for some time to make sure that happened. They let Joey Bosa leave. They like the way he plays against the run, obviously, with the Chargers, and that he brings a couple of different things to that Jesse Minter defense. And that was a plan for a lot of teams, hoping that Khalil Mack would become available. Then you go out and you find a way to get a player in Hassan Reddick, who obviously we know the way the past year went. It didn't deter people in terms of his playing ability, to my understanding, but it's a market that we know that has some talent, but all of them have question marks. And Hassan is part of that. And that's what every team was doing in this group, like whether it's Hassan Reddick and what went on this last year, and we're curious what happens there, whether it's Josh Sweat and the knee issue that when he was coming out in 2018 hasn't really been an issue, but some teams are always wondering, whether it's Joey Bosa and his inability to stay healthy. Like this class, everybody has something that's available. And so that's why each one of these guys and where they land and the numbers they land with is fascinating to me. And here's one off the board when you kind of can jump and they check the boxes that you're looking for and don't have the issues that you have problems with, you make a move. And that's what Tampa Bay ends up going and doing.
All right, James, I like that, and I like your analysis there. If there was one more player you wanted to talk about before we get you out, I'm looking at Milton Williams, Josh Sweat. You already kind of touched on Sam Darnold. We've been talking a lot of offense, a lot of quarterbacks. Can you give me a defender that you have your eyes on? Maybe Milton Williams to the Patriots? You know I'm a Pats fan. I'd love it, but who are some of the defenders you got your eyes on beyond Hassan Reddick, who's now off the market?
I think Milton, I want to look at my notes here because there's a couple teams I wrote down. Milton is like the D-tackle side of things. I mean, it's Milton, and it's everybody's down there, 25, 26 years old. I mean, what he can do, he is outstanding. And that was long before the Super Bowl. I mean, if you talk to people in Philadelphia, they were like, you know, Vic and company used to always tell me, like, why does nobody talk about Milton Williams? I'm like, well, I don't know. Maybe because you guys have Josh Sweat and you have Jalen Carter and you have Jordan Davis and you have Zach Bond and you have Quinyon Mitchell and, you have Slay. Maybe that's why nobody's talking about him. But he's a really, really good player. And the age is a big part of it. And people like like you mentioned, the Patriots are interested. Texans would be an awesome spot for him with the edge rushers that they have. They don't really have anybody like him in the middle of their defense. I know he has a connection, obviously, to Jonathan Gannon, and JG really likes him a lot, so Arizona could be in play. I know Washington's interested. So there's definitely a market for Milton Williams. Where the number lands will be kind of the interesting part about it, because he really does only play 40 to 50% of the snaps, right? And he's always had Fletcher Cox next to him, or Jordan Davis, or Jalen Carter, all these players I mentioned. Some teams, because he's not for everybody with his size. He's not for everybody. But the teams that like him love him, and specifically with the age. That's one that's kind of like the guy on defense. And then the other position I would talk about was, I mentioned it to you guys earlier, safety. Like the safety market, this is a position that, usually with the way the salary cap has gone and the way it's skyrocketed these last couple of years, you hang on to your core players at premium positions. But for some reason, the value of safeties always changes, and these guys become available. Like, there's not great players available at every position in free agency, but safety is one of those where you can find players, and there's like 4 that are good. I think Trayvon Moehrig is going to be the one that's going to surprise people on what he gets in terms of compensation. I think the safety market's the one that we really have our eye on, because you have your pick of a couple of guys, and they're going to get paid. And I think Moehrig's going to get paid more than a lot of people think. Found a home closer to the line of scrimmage that was really, really fitting for him.
Well, James, I was going to kick you. Kurt, we got breaking news. James was going to leave, but this is a player that everybody wants to talk about. So, James, Chris Godwin has signed. Jay Rich, cover your ears. It's not to your team. Go ahead, James. Chris Godwin back to the Bucs. Talk about this one.
Yeah, when I was on with you earlier, what I say, Jason really likes to bring his guys home. They know the way he played with Baker Mayfield. I mentioned the stats before the injury. I think there's a part of this at play as well that maybe I haven't heard talked about a whole lot of places. Who probably understands his rehab and recovery better than anybody? Tampa Bay. Like they know where he stands in terms of this recovery. They have a really good gauge of where he is in terms of his health. They know him so well from everything he's been through. They've watched him bounce back from a previous injury as well with the MCL and the ACL. They know where they were rolling in terms of how this offense was going. And it was always the case that they were going to try to bring him back, and that was always the most likely outcome. It's just Jason finding a way to make it happen, and Jason Light does. He finds a way to keep this core together. Hell, Lavonte David's back for year number 39, I believe, with the Bucs. So this is the way Tampa amazing. Operates, and they do it again.
All right. Well, James, we appreciate you being on. Thank you for all the great work, and I'm sure we'll be talking to you soon. There's a lot of news still left to break. Stay locked in. Follow James at James Palmer TV on X if and when it's back up. We appreciate it, James.
If and when it's back up. Hey, I'm on Blue Sky too, I guess.
There you go. There you go. If you got that, do that as well. Appreciate it, James.
Yep. Take it easy.
All right. Kurt, we got to get your opinion, man. I know you were trying to jump in a couple of times. We had breaking news. Milton talked through some Milton Williams news, but Baker Mayfield gets his guy, Chris Godwin, back. The floor is yours, QB. Talk about it.
Man, if you look at their offense, what did it look like when Godwin was on the field versus what he was off the field? And even guys like Mike Evans had to really step up and take some more targets, take some more things that normally weren't forced his way. When you got a guy like Baker Mayfield who's ascending every year just a little bit more, you want a piece like Godwin to be back in the puzzle where you don't have to have that like 6-week learning curve with a new receiver that plays slot, goes outside. And I think part of Godwin's versatility is what makes him so valuable for them. They know he can play in the slot. They know he can play outside. They know he knows everything. So it's just like part of just bringing a guy back, especially when, to James' point, they know his rehab. They know how long it's going to be. There's just a consistency there that you can count on, that when you look at it, their window was right now. The NFC South is really in shambles. The only other team that looks to be any bit of a competitor is the Falcons, and they just continually shoot themselves in the foot. So you've got a chance to keep a guy and now go figure out what the rest of everything looks like. And they just got Reddick too. So like they're trying to make a run here. They're trying to beef everything up, and they're trying to go pull together an entire piece, all these pieces of the puzzle, so that they can get a home playoff game and then maybe squeak out 2 home playoff games. Like that's what they're looking at. And they think that Chris Godwin's a big piece of this. So I love it. I think it's the smart move. Did we get any contract details on what they paid him?
I didn't see. Jay, did you see anything? Yeah, I haven't seen it.
I'm sure that'll come out soon.
Yeah.
Okay. We got more.
We got more. Kurt, Kansas City is upgrading their offensive line. A new blindside protector for Patrick Mahomes. 49ers offensive tackle Jaylon Moore reached an agreement today on a 2-year, $30 million deal, $21.24 million, fully guaranteed by the Chiefs. Kurt, I'm going to you because I'm just going to tell you right now, Jay Rich doesn't know who the hell Jaylon Moore is. I've heard the name, but talk about the Chiefs getting offensive line help, and we know they need it in the worst way. How about this signing?
This is, in my opinion, if you're going to get a starting tackle for $30 million over 2 years, you look at the tackle market right now, people are getting really paid. The Chiefs must have saw something on film that showed them that he was worth, one, being the guy at the left tackle to protect Patrick Mahomes of all people. And 2, when you look at the 49ers, a lot of these guys up front get overshadowed by Trent Williams. So they've played him before. They know what he looks like. They know what he brings to the table. And this is the thing for me. I'm never going to question anything the Chiefs do because Andy Reid, when it comes to scheme-wise, is going to make sure his guys are okay. And I think that this is a bargain deal for a starting left tackle in the league. When you look at some of these guys, I think, who do we have? Jake Matthews. What did he just sign? Jake Matthews contract. I think it was like 40,
it was two for 48, I think.
Million?
Yeah, it was a lot.
Yeah, so look, you got Jake Matthews, who's getting older, 2 years, $45 million, 38 guaranteed. I mean, that's a lot more than what this deal is. And the Chiefs are a team right now that they need to reload, and they are going to be losing guys. Even their guys that are on higher contracts are getting older, not really performing at the contracts level. So they've got to have guys like this. I think it's a good signing.
Yeah, this one is definitely interesting. And I think the bigger thing that I want to point out, and Ray, we have to kick it to you for this part. This times into not just what they do with the offensive line right now, but even going beyond this, because as soon as they brought back Trey Smith, who did sign his tender, and they traded away their guard to Chicago, they still had a whole offensive line. This fills in one of those holes, but how do you think this impacts them coming draft day? Because there's still an opportunity for them to look at guard or tackle in the draft to then solidify this offensive line fully. Ray, let's start with you. Do you think they would attempt to do that, or do you think they could maybe open things up for them to be a little bit less selective and go with the offensive line in the draft when April comes around?
Yeah, I think, it's I want to be very careful how I say this. We appreciate everybody watching that. I know a lot of Chiefs fans are here. It's hard to be critical of a team that's made 7 straight AFC title games, a team that just they were in the Super Bowl. Their final game was the last game of the season, but there were a lot of holes up front. You saw that pass rush just neutralize that offense and the greatness of Patrick Mahomes. To Kurt's point, some of these offensive linemen in San Francisco get overshadowed by Trent Williams. If they saw something on tape that they can work around that, more credit and kudos to them. They need as much offensive line help as they can get. Will it impact what they do at pick 31? I believe so, to a degree. I mean, if they still want to prioritize the trenches, it's a great draft class to do that. But we've got to go back to Godwin. The people want more Chris Godwin takes. And Kurt, I'm going to tell you, this was a team, when you look at Tampa Bay, back-to-back years, playoff team, little something missing to make a deep run, but another year for Baker Mayfield. In your opinion, how much of the loss of Liam Cohen is going to impact Baker in this offense, or are those guys vets enough to where whomever comes in, they're going to mold that offense around what Evans and Jalen McMillan and Bucky Irving and now Chris Godwin, what they do? How does this work? Give the people some insight as to what the new offensive coordinator is going to do with this offense.
Yeah, so when a new offensive coordinator comes in, especially when you don't have a rookie quarterback or a young quarterback, Baker's a vet. He's been in 7 years at this point, something like that. When you have him, Evans, Godwin, that's your core on your offense. And then you got Bucky Irving, who's a young stud running back. You still got Rachaad White. Like, you have all these pieces. When a new offensive coordinator comes in, a lot of times they will install their terminology and they'll install their core plays, but this is going to be a collaborative effort. Their offense was really, really good. So it's not like a new guy's coming in and it's all different. It's just the blending of the two. With having these guys like Chris Godwin, all them coming back, it's going to be like Baker Mayfield will be leading the charge with the OC. They're not going to have him doing things that he's not comfortable doing. And their core of their offense is going to look very similar, the types of things they run. However, the different flavors and the variations, that typically comes from the OC. So I think this piece, like we said, it's very important to know that they're going to be slinging the pigskin around. They're going to be throwing it. It's like no matter who comes in, Baker Mayfield is going to play Baker Mayfield football, and their receivers are going to look very similar. I think you might get a little bit more creativity. I know that people love Liam Cohen and all that, but they did it before him. They're going to do it after him. Their division is still weak. They're going to be better, in my opinion. And now that they're going to have a defense to match with it, hopefully, as they bolster things up a little bit more. Because when you look at Tom Brady didn't go and acquire an elite offense. He went somewhere with a monster defense to go win a Super Bowl that he could just elevate the offense slightly and go take care of business. They held the Chiefs to like 9 points in that Super Bowl, I believe it was, when they won it. That's like, this offense is going to be, in my opinion, better than what they were last year. And hopefully they can also nail the draft. We didn't know that Bucky Irving was going to have the impact that he did. And you don't know who's next, but you cannot deny that the Bucs have been building it the right way for a while now. And I wouldn't question anything that they're doing at this point.
Jay, how does this impact your Patriots? This was a player linked to New England. Listen, so far off the market, and we haven't even talked about him yet, and we will. Davante Adams, DK Metcalf, Christian Kirk gone, and now Chris Godwin re-signing with Tampa Bay. And a lot of people were not even predicting him to go back. Where do your Patriots go from here? No Chris Godwin.
I think they're in trouble, but I had that feeling kind of coming in today. It didn't seem like there was a lot of positive momentum. All the reports, and it's funny because, you're talking about Liam Cohen, who's now the head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and it feels like the Patriots are in that Jacksonville Jaguars paradox that they've been in for years before they had Trevor Lawrence, where it's like, okay, we want to add players, but players still have to want to come and play for you. And yes, they got Mike Vrabel, and yes, they have all this cap space, but that hasn't seemed to move the needle enough. And it's funny, talking about the Bucs even, at no point did anyone bring up Jalen McMillan and how good he was filling in for Chris Godwin and like what his experience could mean coming into year 2 for Baker Mayfield, having Evans and Godwin and a McMillan, hopefully even better in year 2 with Bucky Irving. Like, this offense honestly could be top 7, top 8, maybe even higher than that with the way that Baker played. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just could be very balanced, very strong, passing and running the football. But yeah, the Patriots, I don't think we'll be talking about them much today on this show, unfortunately. I don't think we will.
Like to that point, it's when you look at the structure of an NFL season, it's a long season. There's 17 games now, maybe 18 games in the future. Mm-hmm. Can you win heavily in the first 8 games? A lot of that comes down to who did you have last year that can just hit the ground running out of training camp. And in September and October, like a lot of these teams that make these late pushes, they figured out in the second half of the year, but the Bucs with all their re-signings have a really good chance to start 6-2, 7-3. Like, and then you're pretty much like, you just got to scratch and claw to make the playoffs. And in my opinion, when you have a team like that, that's just trying to bring as many guys back to build on the momentum, like they were 10-8 last year, I would be really shocked if the Bucs did not start at least 5-3. And that's like what happens when you have a bunch of vet players. And now you got Bucky Irvin, who you already know who's who. Like, you can really take that next step next year. And that's what when you see all these teams re-signing guys, that's really what it's about. So I don't know. And then you look at the Rams, same thing. The Rams sucked at the beginning of the year. They had all these young guys figuring things out. They had some injuries, this and that. They're re-signing everybody. And now they're adding in a little more talent. So like the Rams, in my opinion, are going to flip that division upside down and probably start at least 5-3, 6-2. That's how the NFL works. So I just love this from the Bucs. If it's not broke, don't fix it and just build with the draft.
Well, Kurt, you brought it up. And we have not mentioned his name one time yet. I didn't hear any smoke, no rumors about Sean McVay and the shenanigans he was up to behind the scenes yesterday. But they signed Davante Adams, 2 years, $46 million. You bring him on a team, and we can talk about Cooper Kupp and where you think he might go. But, Kurt, talk about this one. Davante Adams dropping into this offense with Puka Nacua, with Kyren Williams, Sean McVay, Matthew Stafford is back. How big of an upgrade is this for the Rams getting Davante Adams?
I'm going to tell you right now, they are a piece or two on their O-line away from not even having to worry about anything offensively ever again. They can just flip all the attention to the defense, which is already becoming a problem late in the year. They were one play away from going to an NFC Championship game, and they were the better matched team to beat the Commanders. People forget, but the Eagles had to stop them on the 15-yard line, and the Eagles were only up by 6 in that game, in a snow game that Stafford was still dealing in, and they were this close. You add Davante Adams to this. I mean, look at what Cooper Kupp has done in his career. If Cooper Kupp did not have Matthew Stafford dealing to him, he would never have been a Triple Crown. He wouldn't have the stats he is. We wouldn't even look at him in the same light. And that's not to diminish who he is as a receiver, but he would have been more on the Chris Godwin trajectory, on the maybe even less than like a Keenan Allen, like career-wise. But Matthew Stafford came in and started dealing. What has Matthew Stafford done his entire career? Dealt to everyone and got receivers paid. Now you're getting him one of the best receivers in NFL history when it comes to craftiness, late hands, early separation. It's a toy. Davante Adams is going to be a nice, shiny new toy for Matt Stafford to deal his no-look passes to. And I would be shocked to see the Rams not make it to an NFC Conference Championship game. I would be absolutely shocked. Their defense is only going to get better and they're young. So this for me is McVay saying, everyone wanted me to retire. How much do I care about football? Screw that. We're going all in again. We've rebuilt again, and they're going to go make a run. So this is a home run hit. I think it changes everything. And Puka Nacua couldn't be happier because he's also going to get paid from not having to get double covered all game. Like it's whatever they're cooking with in LA, they got the right formula.
Well, we've got more breaking news, and I mean, we're excited for Davante Adams, but God. Caleb Williams is going crazy right now because the Bears just got more offensive line help. Center of the former Falcons center, Drew Dahlman, reached an agreement today, 3-year, $42 million deal, $28 million guaranteed with the Chicago Bears. This deal makes Dahlman the NFL's second highest paid center. Ryan Poles is investing up front. Jay Rich, Talk about how Caleb Williams might be feeling today with all the additions of offensive line talent. And then, Kurt, I'm going to go to you because I want to talk about what the Bears might do in the draft now at pick 10. Talk about this signing, Jay Rich, for Caleb and Chicago.
Yeah, this is massive, right? It's massive for what they want to do going forward. It's massive for what we've seen even from their new head coach. He wants to run the football, and that's always going to be kind of the main staple of this offense under Ben Johnson. But now you're bringing in a center with tons of experience that can add even more to this offensive line that Chicago's desperately needed. And I know Kurt's going to want to talk about Justin Fields, and it's like, where has this been? We've been asking for it, and all of a sudden you got Caleb Williams, you got Ben Johnson. Oh, sure, we'll go get a center. We'll trade for guards. They'll bring in some tackles. And as you mentioned, Ray, they still have the 10th overall pick where maybe they do decide to go offensive tackle, which the way things are trending right now, there could be some pretty good ones available even for them at that spot. But I know that's not where you want them to go in the draft at number 10. It's a great signing. I think the money's good. I think it fits the system in the offense. It's great for Caleb Williams. And hopefully it can finally solidify what will be a good offensive line in Chicago. And hopefully Caleb can stand back there and deal instead of running around, running for his life.
Kurt, give us your opinion, man. I mean, as a quarterback, when you're sitting back and you're watching your team bring in offensive linemen and you've gotten beat to holy hell the year before. I mean, how is Caleb feeling? How do you like this signing? And your thoughts on what the Bears are doing this offseason to make this environment as conducive as possible for Caleb to succeed?
If Caleb doesn't have success at this point, I don't know what to tell anybody. He is set up for success this year. And I think when you look across the board, even looking at this draft slot, they're in the 10th pick. It is money. They're either going to get a need at 10 that has value, or someone from the top part is going to fall to them, and then they might be able to take a swing on somebody like Ashton Genty. Who knows? Like, you truly don't know, but I would love to be in that 8 through 12 slot, which they're in. And I'm looking at this across the board. Is Caleb Williams more talented than Jared Goff? Yes. And if you swap Jared Goff out of that situation and put a couple other quarterbacks around the league in that situation, would they not be in MVP considerations? Yeah,
absolutely.
They would. So you have your new head coach who that's the thing. What did Tom Brady say about Bill Belichick? They always felt like they had the advantage from how prepared they were. That was like his number one thing. We knew exactly what the other team was going to do before they did it, and we felt prepared. So we didn't have to play with that anxiety of, if that, whatever. That is what Ben Johnson does. Every single week, the Lions on offense, I would say 95% of the time, look like the more prepared team by leaps and bounds compared to what the defense is doing. You're going to tell me that you're going to get a talented Caleb Williams with a stout O-line, which, by the way, if Ryan Poles didn't see anything, he saw how the Detroit Lions flipped everything by building upfront offensive line and then now D-line. That's what they're doing. So you got a signal caller that's going to be there for a long time. You have DJ Moore who's locked up. And I think DJ Moore is like a solid role player as a receiver. Who knows what's going to happen with Keenan Allen? Roma Dunze, I was high on coming out of the draft, and they didn't know how to use him at all last year. And you have a competent offensive coordinator. I would not be shocked to see them take either Ashton Genty if he falls to them, a receiver if he falls to them at 10, or what's the worst that happens? You get a top 5 offensive tackle that's going to be a cornerstone of your team that falls to you. Like, they're in a great spot where they have a few different needs that aren't like pressing or dire that they've been able to fill up with free agency. And I think that, again, everybody sips the Bears juice every offseason and says this is the year, but I'm like actually concerned. I think that they could be really good this year, and mainly because they have a competent guy at the top that's going to be signal calling and putting them in good situations. So their defense was never a problem. They always had one of the top defenses in the league. Get this offensive line right, and who knows?
Jay, any other thoughts about Chicago's offensive situation? Again, they're doing everything possible. And let's not forget that a couple of years ago, they invested in offensive line with Darnell Wright out of Tennessee early in the NFL draft. So you're talking about a unit that they have improved this offseason. And if I'm Caleb Williams, Jay, you got to feel really good about what Poles, Ben Johnson, and company are at least trying to do and accomplish this offseason.
Yeah, like Kirk kind of said, we can talk about how great it was. We can talk about the number one rookie, like the number one receiving corpus for a rookie ever, right? And bringing in Ben Johnson, one of the most touted coaches in recent memory, and all these things. And hopefully the defense has improved. I definitely have some concerns about the defense. They did bring in Dennis Allen, and hopefully he can kind of have that all running and doing well. But I think overall, it's just like, once again, we're going to put these massive expectations on Caleb Williams' shoulders because he's got the offensive line. Kurt says no more excuses for Caleb. Deliver?
Nope.
or you're just not that guy, right? And so I think it's going to be really interesting because there's so much that Caleb has to figure out in this short amount of time. And I think this offseason will be
massive expectations. He's the first overall pick, Kurt. I mean, should the expectation not be massive? You were the number 1 overall pick who said going into the season, we ain't even going to punt the ball. We're not even going to need the punt.
And he definitely set that up for himself.
Be so good.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, he did.
All right,
I don't blame him though either, because you didn't. If you're him, you're like, dang, I got Keenan Allen, I got all these receivers. We're gonna be good. But then the play calling was just terrible, and the offensive line wasn't good. So I get why he was excited, but I hope that he can, like, Men in Black flash reset his mind to just have a new fresh start and not have some of that scar tissue carry over.
Well, let's get a fresh start with James Palmer. Let's bring James back up. James, how's it going? You're listening to us talk about this signing. Chicago investing in their offensive line. What are your thoughts on that one, James?
Yeah, drastic measures after getting sacked 68 times are probably appropriate. And listen, we saw one hometown discount given by Chris Godwin, and we talked about how happy he was. And I think I've talked to you guys about his love of Baker and Mike Evans, and him and Mike have a great relationship and they wanted to play together. Drew Dahlman was contemplating taking a hometown discount to stay in Atlanta. They were trying to work that pretty hard. But then the number got to a point to where it's like, I got to take this. And we understood the center market. We understood he was at the top of it. And the money just got too great, to my understanding, for Atlanta to find a way to hold on to him. But they thought for a second that he was going to take less to stay, but ends up going to a team in Chicago that I make the comparison to this. I remember standing on the sideline of training camp in Denver with my good buddy Pep Hamilton, who's been an offensive coordinator in this league and a lot of places. And I was like, what's the most important thing with this rookie quarterback in Bo Nix? Is it weapons or is it offensive line? Because the Broncos went with offensive line. The Bears went with weapons. And what did we see in Bo Nix with not a really great group of skill guys, right? Go out there and have an outstanding rookie season because he was protected and he wasn't sacked and he wasn't running for his life. And now you go and look at this shift that's happening in Chicago with a brand new interior of their offensive line to go out there and protect Khalil Williams. He does have to play in a different manner. And I think Ben Johnson obviously will play a big part in that, in changing how he plays. And so this correction needed to happen. If you look at the way the two other guys played in Jaden Daniels and Bo Nix in the situations that they were in compared to what Caleb Williams was in. The other note I would make is this, and I heard this in Chicago, and I would assume Ben Johnson knows this. Keenan Allen was essentially blocking Rome Odunze from being the player that he can be, because Keenan couldn't play really anywhere else other than in the slot with where he's at in his career. And a lot of people in that building thought that. What's that?
I said, this is music to my ears, by the way. Big Odunze guy.
Yeah, I could sing it if you want to. Like, and
please do.
Yeah, so
whisper sweet nothings.
Keenan Allen ruined the slot for Rome Odunze is going to be a better player now in the way Ben Johnson's going to use him, and he's no longer blocked from being the best player he can be. And if he can, the way he can operate in space and manipulate things, playing out of the slot's going to improve it as well. So now the pieces are starting to come together here in Chicago. Drew's a big part of it. The moves they made at both guard spot are a big part of it. I can't, and I know I'm going on and on here, guys, but I have to tell you, like,
please do.
Joe Thuney was the heart and soul of the Kansas City Chiefs offense. Yep. Literally the most important person outside of Patrick Mahomes. You could even say above Travis Kelce to that offense. What he did to develop Creed Humphrey and Trey Smith was outstanding. If you talk to anybody in that building, they may tell you he's the biggest free agent signing in the history of the organization. You bring that type of player to the Chicago Bears, and that's added why Chicago gave up what they got for it. Ryan Poles was there that first year when Joe Thuney was brought in free agency in 21, I think it was. And he watched for a year what Thuney was able to do. He saved the season last year by sliding out to left tackle. That type of presence with the play that he still has, this is a potential Hall of Famer, honestly, in Joe Thuney. And so I like what the Bears are doing to be aggressive towards needs that will make hopefully, our most talented player on offense play at a higher level.
James, we've got more breaking news. Javon Kinlaw. We've got a defensive lineman moving teams. Javon Kinlaw has signed. Where can we get that up on the screen? Javon Kinlaw has signed. Breaking news alert with the Washington Commanders, who released Jonathan Allen a couple of days ago, joins Dan Quinn. James, talk about the Commanders upgrading that defensive front with Kinlaw.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear us say Washington is doing good business, because that's something that doesn't happen very often, right? Like the Jonathan Allen situation was handled like a grown-up, right? Let's see if you can find a trade partner. You can't. Let's release you beforehand so you can maybe get a jump on this. Like Adam Peters is a really good general manager, and he is a really good evaluator of talent. And we saw the move for Debo, which I think, by the way they play offense, is really smart. They knew how bad they were against the run. They knew that they needed to change things up front. To my understanding, I don't think this is it for what they want to do up front, and making some moves and changing some things. They were one of the teams that was very interested in bothering Andrew Berry's cell phone, and to see if Myles Garrett was ever going to become available. And so they were very aggressive on how they were going to build things in the trenches. Because there's another added part of Andrew Berry, of Adam Peters that doesn't get talked about enough, is he's very good at finding talent at the skill positions within a variety of spots in the draft. And so they know they needed to increase the way they played on the defensive line. I don't think they're done with this move. They've been looking at pretty much everything, I'm told, so including Myles. So yeah, it's. I think this is smart, and you spend money when you have a rookie quarterback contract. We're seeing it, right? We're seeing teams try to take advantage of it. Houston did it a year ago, and they're going to continue to try to do it. Now we're seeing, another team with the number 2 overall pick go out and do it.
Would you say that amount of money is like a safe buffer zone? The $30 million guaranteed, $15 million a year, it looks like. Would you see this as a bargain to get somebody like Kinlaw, or do you think they overspent? From my perspective, I think Kinlaw, he's 6'5", 320. He's a guy that he's not going to blow anything up, but he does warrant attention up front. And so I just wanted to get your perspective on the money and with that.
Yeah, I think you look at the way the DJ Jones deal went down yesterday, right? And we're kind of looking at these guys that are they change the way you play defense. And you're right, there may not be numbers that go with it, right? There may not be, earth-shattering, type of play. But to have grown men, I heard this, it's funny I brought up DJ Jones. I had this brought up to me in Denver. To have grown men play in your defensive line, what changed really from 2 years ago to this past year in Denver, and that defense skyrocketed? You bring in Jonathan Franklin Myers, DJ Jones plays the way he plays, just to have just big dudes that just can eat up in the middle of the defensive line changes the rest of your defense, and it changes the way you can play, and it changed the way Zach Allen played right on the edge, and he was able to go out and make plays. So I think this is the range. I don't think they overpaid, but I think they're seeing that it's a copycat league. You sometimes see what happens somewhere else and go, all right, well then that worked, and now this guy can go play, and this guy can go play, and that's why I don't think they're done.
Yeah. I've been a really big believer in the 4-3 defense, and I was in San Francisco with Kinlaw, with Peters, and just being next to that guy in the locker room, he's a massive guy. And it's just, I've also been on teams where the D tackles are smaller, more quick guys, kind of like Grady Jarrett. Grady Jarrett's not a big guy, and he's hitting the open market. And I've always been keen to the 6'5", 320 guy just takes up space, and it makes the guys on the outside their job a lot easier. When they can two gap and all of that on the interior. So yeah, to your point, I think the NFL is realizing up front, the best you can do is have big 4-down guys, and the rest will handle itself. You don't need as much money spent in the back end.
Yeah, great point. Yeah. That's why Milton's not for everybody. Like we said it earlier. That's why we said Milton Williams isn't for everyone, but a lot of talent there. But that's a perfect example of it right there.
James, we appreciate you. We know you got to get out of here, get back on the phone, get back on the horn, and we'll see you at the top of the hour. Thank you so much for your time.
This is fun, guys. Don't say it like it's a goodbye every time. I'm coming back.
Well, you never know. You never know. That phone might stay blown up. Me, Kurt, and Jay Rich, we got it down here. If and when you want to come back.
I know you do, but this is better than talking on the phone. Yeah.
Let's go.
Baby.
See you guys
We'll
soon.
see you at 1. All right. Kurt, get into that real quick, man. Trenches versus the skill. It's an interesting philosophy, because me as a fan, right? As a fan and watching the game, I was excited about the Bears last year. There's no way Caleb's going to fail with that weaponry. And then you see teams like the Eagles, teams investing up front, just what you've seen in your knowledge. Like, is it really this trenches versus skill position, and that's how you win in the NFL today?
Yeah, it's really hard from the outside to see, but like the gap in talent typically from a guy to like a dude is not that much. And a lot of times if you don't have the time up front, that gap you're never going to be able to see. And I've been a part of so many different teams that play football different ways. So when we had Davante Adams, if they wanted to get him out of the game, they were going to play cover 2 to his side the whole game. And then you just have to hope that everybody else can get open. And if they're playing cover 2, but they also have a defensive line that can get pressure with 4, your answers just drastically diminish. And you can't get the quick game out because there's less space. There's more guys in coverage. And I think that's to the point. The Eagles were so good in the Super Bowl, and I'm going to use them as the gold standard now, because they did not have to blitz to create pressure. And if you think about it, guys like Cooper DeJean, why was he so good? This is nothing to diminish him as a player. But if you just do the math game, there's X amount of yards on a field horizontally and X amount vertically. If you have 7 people playing coverage in zone every single play, if you're one of those zone players underneath, you have a couple less yards you have to cover horizontally on every single play. All of a sudden, if you have 6 people playing zone, that space is a lot bigger. So if you can get pressure with 4 guys and also stop the run with 4 guys because they're bigger, then your DBs don't have to be as elite. And I'm not saying DeJean is not elite, because I also think he is. But he was better this year because the Eagles didn't need to blitz an extra linebacker, and DeJean didn't have to cover as much space. He's just my one example. Don't want to beat a dead horse with it. So my philosophy is, when the 49ers were at that peak on defense, they had 4 down linemen, and they were rushing the quarterback with those 4. And Fred Warner was playing across the middle like a predator alien. And he could cover so much ground, but he also didn't have to cover as much ground because there were 7 guys in coverage. Yep. And so the whole premise of defense from an offense's perspective, how many guys are they bringing? That's the number one thing. Are they bringing 4? Are they bringing 5? Oh my God, are they bringing 6? If they're bringing 4, then my quick passes might not be there because the space is smaller. So we have to check it down to running backs in the flat, and then they rally to them. So in all reality, football is a game of 3D chess that moves in real time. And just like anything else, if you have more people playing defensive coverage, it's harder to pass the ball. And so then you're like, okay, I got to run the ball. But if you can't run the ball versus a 4-down defense, good luck. It's why there was a team last year that could not run the ball. Who was it? Was it the Bengals? The Bengals had a terrible run game.
I mean, the Bengals until they put in Chase Brown full time.
Yeah.
Like, and that's the thing. Teams started playing like they didn't have heavy boxes, and they still couldn't run the ball. So then just your answers get more diminished. So that's kind of the whole X's and O's behind why a guy like Kinlaw is a little bit more valued maybe than the guy that's coming out of Philly, because he's 6'5", 320. He just takes up space no matter what it is. He may not create sacks, may not create pressures, but he's 2-gapping in the run game, and you need one less guy in the run game now because that guy's so big and can cover space to stop the run. So you can play different defenses. So I think to James's point, some of these guys you're finding value in, just like on offense. Chris Godwin, he's like a gadget. He can play Z, he can play X, he can play F. They're looking for guys on defense that don't have to come off the field in certain packages, and that's Kinlaw.
Yeah, no, I like everything you said there. And I think to your point, the biggest thing is just having a player that can just eat up space in the middle. And a lot of teams need that because, as you mentioned, you want those edge rushers to fly off the edge, and you need big guys to take up space. That way you're not leaving big gaps in the middle of the field. But I did want to talk about a cornerback because, you talk about being able to get after the quarterback with 4 players. And that takes me to the New York Jets, a team that is in turmoil, but they've always had a good defense, at least under Robert Saleh. Ray, do you have anything for me over there?
I'm going to cut you off here. I'm going to cut you off. Hold that Jets point. I'm going to let you break this news.
Let's go.
This is breaking my heart a little bit. Jacksonville has signed a defensive back. We're talking corners. They're taking my guy, Jordan Lewis. Jordan Lewis is going to the Jacksonville Jaguars. He becomes the NFL's highest paid nickel cornerback. So Jordan Lewis taking his talents from Dallas. He's going to Jacksonville, going to Duval County, playing for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Jay Rich, I'll let you take this one first. Talk about Jordan Lewis going to Jacksonville. And we know the Jags need defensive back help opposite Tyson Campbell. This is not a number 2 outside lockdown cornerback, but a defense that needs a defensive back help in the worst way, Jordan Lewis is a strong signing.
Yeah, I mean, this is a player that the Jacksonville Jaguars could use in a multitude of ways, and they desperately need, because their pass defense has been abysmal for not just the past last season, but even years prior to that as well. So I really like this signing because the way that the Cowboys were able to utilize him to shut down players in the middle of the field was actually one of the stronger parts of their defense. Now he's going over to Jacksonville to get paid. And I think as much as, you look to who they've released over the past few days, and they're probably looking to offense a little bit, this is a signing that they actually need, because if they want Trevor Lawrence to be good and they want the passing game to be good, they want the run game to be strong, like, you still need to have a defense that can get teams off the field. And I think that's the biggest problem, is when you're a team that is consistently losing the field position game, that becomes a problem. And when you have a stronger defense, you're going to be playing better overall. And I think you're putting your quarterback in more advantageous situations. So I think Jordan Lewis is a great signing for the Jags. They still need to add a lot more, in my opinion. I wouldn't be surprised if they went after a high-end safety that we know that James been talking about is on the market. But adding a big nickel corner like this that can help them in a multitude of ways, I think is a great signing for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Kurt, what do you think? What do you think? Jordan Lewis, man,
Yeah.
he's got that dog mentality too. I've heard a lot of good things about his just leadership and veteran presence. What are your thoughts on this one, man?
They need something, right? Like, when you watch their defense, I did a lot of film breakdowns this year, and especially early on, those guys look lost across the board. Like, worse than some college defenses. It was really bad. Guys playing man and dropping people off, like guys just running wide open. It's when I believe they played the Saints early on, and Derek Carr threw for a bunch of yards. I think
Blow
that
them
was one
up.
of the teams. It was a team like that. Anyways, this to me seems like a signing that is, in their hopes, a direct counter to Nico Collins. They've got a problem on their hands. And Nico Collins across the middle of the field twice a year. And now look, in the NFL, when you're trying to build your team, you have to build your team to beat your division first. And then after that, that's where you build to beat the rest of the league. But if you're not winning your division, you're not going to make runs anyways, for the most part. So what are they going to do? They're going to start building their team to counter the top dog in the division right now, which is the Houston Texans. And I think you need a guy like Jordan Lewis that's versatile, a guy that can be that dog in the middle of the field where, all these other teams are trying to eat on you. Even the Colts in that offense, a lot of RPOs, a lot of things. It's like all interior. So maybe having a number one DB on the outside that shutdown isn't even worth it. It's a guy on the inside that can get his hands dirty, be a part of the run game and the RPOs, but also make plays on the ball across the middle. This is a chess piece type of signing, in my opinion. And I think they need something like this. And they need more help, but this is how the dominoes start to fall for a team like that.
All right, Jay Rich, you had some breaking news a couple of minutes ago. Let's get to that. The Bengals going defensive line.
Yeah, the Bengals are bringing back BJ Hill. Looks like 3 years, $33 million, $16 million guaranteed. They desperately needed to bring this guy back because of what this defense is. I mean, Trey Hendrickson, guys, we haven't talked about him yet, but it doesn't seem like he's going to be playing for the Bengals this coming season. So at least doing something to solidify that defense, make it a little bit better if they can. I mean, it can't get much worse than it was last season, but BJ Hill is a big signing for them. They do need that interior presence on the defensive line to stop the run a little bit, but they do need to add a lot more overall. I think this is a good signing. I think the money looks good. Basically a year and a half guaranteed or so. So if he really doesn't perform at the level they need him to, they can probably cut him going into next season. We know the Bengals are historically quite cheap, but this is a good signing for them and an upgrade for their defense to bring him back, as crazy as that sounds right now.
Kurt, what are your thoughts here, man?
Man.
BJ Hill, you talked about big space-eating defensive tackles, 6'3", 311. I'm looking at his stats. I saw a season he had 4.5 sacks and 2 damn interceptions, and I was thinking, man, it's a hell of a season for some defensive back there, right? No, it's BJ Hill, defensive tackle. So talk about Cincinnati, whose defense not very good in 2024.
Yeah, it wasn't BJ Hill the guy with the pick, and he almost cribbed it and looked like a former running back because he was. That was him, right?
That's him, yeah.
He's honestly, I love his aura. I think I like how he played. Besides all of that stuff, I do like how he played, and I think that at that rate, we just saw Kinlaw go $45 million over 3 years. This is a discount, hometown discount. Look, anytime you have Joe Burrow at quarterback, and I know I talked about him in a certain light earlier, but I don't want to diminish the fact that he can lead them to a Super Bowl. He just does need his pieces around him. But I think that's the type of thing that on defense, you're willing to take a deal like that to think to stay with a team that you think can go any single year and make a run at it. And that's what having Joe Burrow around does. So I think that this is a hometown discount. I think there's other teams that would have probably paid him more, but the Bengals need to find a few more pieces. And losing Hendrickson, man, that's a whole nother ball game. I don't think he's going to come back. I think that there's some other better fits for him, and I think he's also going to get paid. And like you said, the Bengals being a historically cheap franchise, well, they got a historically expensive player that's about to come up that needs to be signed. So they need to get as many of these out of the way as possible. And they're just going to be in a bunch of shootouts this year. That's just is what it is.
Yeah, they got a bunch of players they need to sign. You talk about one historically great, T. Higgins, still on the franchise tag. But, guys, we do have some breaking news, and it is none other than my New England Patriots. So the producers gave it to me to share with you all. Okay. But Robert Spillane, the linebacker from the Las Vegas Raiders, is going to New England. Again, not a signing that I was expecting, but, Vrabel, he wants to have a great linebacking core. He already brought in Harold Landry. We know they need to improve the offensive line, but Spillane could be the guy that helps make this defense even better, because while they did struggle at times last season, I think that Vrabel knows what he wants. And that's the biggest thing for me with bringing in Spillane, is that when you talk about a team like the Patriots coming off this year when they had Mayo as their DC and head coach, the pieces were always there. They just never really clicked. And now Vrabel's bringing in some of his guys to integrate into his culture and what he's going to do. I just think this is a great signing overall for the Pats. They need to solidify this defense. Kurt's talked about it. We heard James talk about it. Sometimes with these younger quarterbacks, defense first is the right approach, and then you can get to the offensive side. As much as I want them to have Chris Godwin, it's not going to happen this year, but Spillane adds a different element to their defense they could definitely use. I'm not going to let Kurt respond to this now, because he's got to talk through a QB free agent signing. Kurt, this is on you, my friend. Did you see it yet, Kurt, or am I breaking it for you?
No, I haven't seen it. What do we got?
Here it is. Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy Garoppolo, 1-year deal. He's going back to the Rams. Talk about this one, Kurt.
All I have to say is I cannot wait to see what Jimmy Garoppolo and Davante Adams have to say to each other when they reunite. If you guys don't recall, they were together in Vegas, and I'm pretty sure that Davante was heavily beating on the table for him to get benched and let them roll with Aiden O'Connell at that point in time. So maybe a little awkward. What's up, dude? Like walking by in the building, but I'm going to be honest, guys. This is just, I don't know. I think Jimmy's a great person. I spent time with him in San Francisco. I just don't think he's a great football player anymore. And this is what it is. But it's familiarity. Yeah.
Yes. And can you talk about Robert Spillane? Let's talk Spillane real quick, because this is a player who was tied for third in the NFL in tackles. So you're talking about a really good linebacker that's about to land with Vrabel. And, for everything that New England's not doing on the offensive side of the ball, you've got an all-pro at corner in Christian Gonzalez. You've got Spillane now. You bring in Harold Landry. They've got pieces up front. Just talk about there's a lot of devaluation for the off-ball linebacker in the NFL going on. But, man, I look at his last game that he played against the Chargers, 16 damn tackles. Give me a linebacker that can fly over the field like that. Talk about this one, Kurt.
Yeah, I honestly love this signing. First off, Spillane spent time in 2018 with the Titans. That's, I think, where they go back with Vrabel. I think he was there at the time. Mm-hmm. He was with the Steelers for a few years and then popped off last year. You see he's got that C on his chest, captain. That holds weight. And I think that that's something that when he gets to this team, he's going to, again, be one of those guys that elevates everybody else around him, gets them on the same page. Because when you look at the defense of the Patriots the past few years, they were close. Like, they played really stingy, but, like, they just didn't quite have it. Guys like this sometimes can come in and elevate everyone, increase communication, and not to mention, he's just going to fly around and hit people. Like, that's what you want. And I think that's old school New England football. And I think they're trying to bring that back some. And I think, look, everything is like a pendulum in the NFL. Super fast linebackers that do this and that, or like guys that are just going to be all over the field and tackle a bunch of people, maybe not so much in coverage. But I think that the way that football is played in the AFC East, he's that type of guy. And I really like this signing. I mean, every time you turn on the tape, his presence was felt. In my opinion, he was kind of like a great value Fred Warner last year, and nothing against him, but Fred Warner's in a class of his own. But you feel his presence. You feel Fred's presence, and you always know where he is. And Spillane kind of had that. So I'm excited to see what he can do with this young team, this defense that needs a little bit of help. I just think the Patriots are going to be a well-coached team. I think they're going to play hard, and I think that they're going to get back to the old school way of doing things that, quite frankly, they'll be able to get some wins against teams doing that this way, because all the flashy stuff that all these other teams are doing doesn't always hold up in the long run.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I'm with it for sure.
Jay Rich, we've got to get back. I know Kurt didn't want to talk a lot about it, but we do need to go back to LA. The Rams are making moves. They bring in Adams. They bring back Stafford. This Garoppolo signing, Kurt, we're both excited about this team and what they can do and how they can progress this season. To me, this feels like we need to have a backup quarterback, right? We need to make sure that if something happens to Stafford, who as great as he is, he's been banged up the past couple of seasons. Like, we need to have somebody there that can just execute the offense, the X's and O's, if something were to happen to Stafford. Is that what this signing was about? That somebody can come in, if Stafford goes down for a week or two, we've got a quarterback that can operate the offense.
So 100%. And it's a don't F this up. If Stafford rolls his ankle, if he has a bum shoulder for a few weeks, can Jimmy go in and get them into the right play call with the right protection, flip things, get it going the right way, and complete everything under 20 yards? Yes, he can do that. And McVay might just have to work a little harder those weeks to get guys open. And that just might be what it is. But also, I think there's a lot of guys on the street right now that could go operate in an offense with Puka Nacua, Davante Adams, Kyron Williams, and the defense that I think they're going to have. So this is a nice, Jimmy likes living in LA. He's going to be fine. He's going to do his LA things. He's going to show up, give some insight throughout the week in the game plan, and watch from the sidelines. That's what this is about.
Can we have some fun real quick? Can we have a little fun? Can we have a little fun with these offenses? Neither of you have seen this on the show sheet. Producers don't know I'm doing this, but I want some rapid fire from you two. Jay Rich, I'm going to start with you first. Which offense are you liking better today in the NFC? This new look Rams offense or Tampa Bay?
The Rams, for sure, for me. The Rams. But I'm a Stafford guy. I love me some Stafford, and I'll take Stafford over Baker all day. But it's very close. Plenty of weapons, but I'll take the Rams.
Kurt, what about you?
I'm going Rams. Rams. You can't count out McVay and Stafford. Yeah.
It's
okay.
Yep. Just a little different.
Let me give you another one.
Exactly.
Kurt, we're going to a team that you got some familiarity with. The Green Bay Packers offense with Jordan Love, Josh Jacobs, and their receiving core, or Tampa Bay?
Give me Tampa Bay. I'm taking Tampa Bay as well. And we're going to have to figure out who their offensive coordinator is and all, and what it looks like. We know who it is, but we got to figure out what the scheme looks like and how it comes to life early in the year. But I think I trust their play style more than I trust Green Bay's.
Jay Rich?
Yeah, no, I'm with Kurt 100% of the way. He talked about the veteran leadership they have offensively, and regardless of who the OC is, I think that Baker, Mike Evans, and Chris Godwin can go out there and win a game on their own, calling the plays and no huddle. So I would take that over. Unfortunately, what we've seen from Jordan Love and this, as much as I love LaFleur, I think they have some things to figure out in Green Bay, and I think Tampa's in a better spot right now, regardless of who the OC is.
Okay, and then the final one, and we didn't talk about this signing, and we're going to get some of our favorite signings after this. Minnesota, where they currently sit today with J.J. McCarthy at quarterback. They re-signed Aaron Jones. Would you take this Minnesota Vikings offense or what Sean McVay has right now in L.A.? Kurt, Minnesota or L.A.?
Oh, give me L.A. Give me L.A. every day of the week. The Rams are going to be the Rams are going to be on Super Bowl watch this year.
They're going to be a
very
problem.
Transparently. Like the whole NFC might run through L.A.
Are you with Kurt too? Are you with Kurt too? LA Rams over Minnesota, what they've been able to do through free agency, and Vikings got Justin Jefferson, right? Like we know
I love me some Jefferson.
Right, Kurt,
I know.
They got Jefferson and Hawkinson and Addison, every sin you can think of, they got it, and we're still going
every
with
son
LA.
under the sun.
Sin City.
Yeah, we're going LA, 100%.
Right.
It's just different, man. You don't set aside McVay and Stafford, the veterans who've been there, done that, great things. Everyone loves McVay when things are cooking, going well. You have to just take that offense, because Adams could be like, we may see some vintage Javonte Adams this season with Stafford, and I don't think we're going to see that with JJ McCarthy and Jordan Addison as the wide receiver in Minnesota.
Davante didn't lose a step last year either. If you watched him play, he looked like vintage Davante. Where Cooper Kupp, he looked like he'd had a lot of miles on the tires, right? And I think when you look at this Rams team, they might be like vintage Golden State Warriors looking, where anybody can get the ball, anybody can make a play. Plays are dialed up, but also they're taking shots. Like, And again, I just think the NFC this year, it's going to be the Eagles, the Rams, and then I think the sneaky Commanders are going to find a way again. But I think that's what we're going to be looking at.
All right, let's bring James Palmer back in. James, get back on the screen. We got to talk to you, my friend. We need you.
Get back on the screen.
We'll get you on the screen. We need you to grade some of our favorite signings. So Kurt, Jay Rich, and I are going to give you some of the players that we absolutely love, their landing spots, what these teams have done. And then you got to grade them. You are the principal, the lead educator here, giving out those grades for signings. I'm going to start this thing off. A player that we have yet to talk about yet, but I'm very glad that this happened. I think Lamar Jackson is extremely excited. Ronnie Stanley. Can you grade that signing for Baltimore, bringing Ronnie Stanley back for Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson?
Well, I will say this. I have an education degree. So I am completely equipped to grade these things.
Let's go.
I'm going to give it a B. I'm going to give it a B plus. I think they paid a lot for a guy who's had a lot of injuries. He came back and played 17 games this past year. Oftentimes with injuries, though, and things like that, I do know, and we saw this with Godwin, too, like we mentioned it, they do have a better idea of it probably than anybody else outside the building. But it was a thin tackle market. Like, these next group of guys were definitely not in Ronnie Stanley territory. You saw what they paid, which showed you, usually, what they feel about the market. Continuity is extremely important, specifically playing with Lamar and company. I think that's a bigger deal. Changing tackles is hard. Go ask Patrick Mahomes what that's been like over the last several years. I think this is a B-plus type of signing because also there's no Tristan Wirfs, Joe Alt in this draft. So the tackle market's rather interesting. And so I think this is a really good signing with Ronnie Stanley coming back because of your options and because of what's on the horizon and the way you play offensive football in Baltimore.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I did want to ask you, James, about Jaylon Moore, because you brought up Patrick Mahomes. You brought up the tackle market, and I want to know what you think about him signing in Kansas City. Do you think it even takes tackle off the board for them come the draft? And how do you feel about that 2-year, $30 million deal they gave to Jaylon Moore in Kansas City?
I think it's appropriate. I think it's where the market was for sure. Like I mentioned, with everybody kind of saw what Ronnie Stanley got. The Chiefs were in on Ronnie Stanley if he was going to become available, to my understanding. They were going to make a push for that. I think Washington was in that group. I think New England was in that group, probably others. So I think they had to drop down. I'd say Dan Moore Jr. is probably in that group too, that you were dropping down to. I don't think they had a whole lot of interest in Cam Robinson, to my understanding. Does it take them out of the running for anything else? No. If you've seen in the past with Brett Veach, if there's a problem, he throws like all his resources at that problem, right? Like when something goes wrong in Kansas City, they usually double down and try to fix it in a variety of ways. And they do a couple of different things to go after it. I'll also throw this out there. I'll butcher his last name, but Kingsley, was it Samotoya?
Yeah, we know.
Look for him to slide into guard next year in 2025. Because they did lose Joe Thuney. I think that's a move that they want to make, to my understanding. So this is an out of necessity. And what ended up happening in the Super Bowl the first time around against Tampa, what'd they do? Now they go and probably will double down again after what happened against an Eagles defensive front. I'd say this is a B- type of signing. I mean, you're limited in what you can do, but it seems like that's about where it sits.
I have one more that I think we haven't really talked about here. Marquise Brown, 1 year, $11 million. Going back to the Chiefs. He's one that I was super high on last year. Obviously, he got injured. But before he got injured, he was lighting things up. In training camp, there were high raves about him. Early in the season, I thought Hollywood Brown could have been one of the better receivers statistically last year if he had had a full season. Want to know what you think about 1 year, $11 million, and kind of where he fits back into the mold with Xavier Worthy kind of coming on the scene.
And Rashee Rice coming back, right? And so
exactly.
I went to camp and I talked to a bunch of people, and man, they were like, we're going to be flying. And Hollywood Brown was the big part of that. It took a minute, and this is a rookie thing too, but it took a minute for Xavier Worthy to start learning Patrick Mahomes, to learn how to practice with Patrick Mahomes. You got to go 100 miles an hour every time. He was going about 80, and that's why you saw that slow start for Worthy. Now he was thrust into a different position once Hollywood Brown went down. But I bring that up because Hollywood figured it out pretty quickly in the eyes of the Chiefs. And him and Pat had a chemistry that was going. And they were really excited to get that thing going throughout the course of the season. And obviously, you're right. The injury happens, and it's almost like they wanted to run it back because they were like, we loved what we saw the previous year. What I think also this deal tells us, I'll give this one like a B plus, honestly, because Pat can be hard to play with sometimes. So I think bringing somebody back definitely helps. Yeah, he just is.
We got breaking news, James, and you're gonna love it.
Yep.
We got breaking news, James. Breaking news. Milton Williams finalizing a deal to become a Carolina Panther. Historically bad defense in 2024. They traded Brian Burns. You've got Derek Brown returning from injury. James, take it away. Milton Williams is going to be a Panther.
Like, I think he's a really good defensive coordinator. I think he's been in a really difficult spot for the last couple of seasons. And I think Milton took the money. I think that's also part of it. But you're going to have to overpay if you're in a position like the Panthers. You're going to have to overpay in a position like the Patriots. We kind of talked about it earlier. We mentioned that he's not for everybody in terms of his build. You're banking on the fact that you're going to increase the snaps and the efficiency and the production is going to correlate with the increase in snaps. That doesn't happen every time. It happens a lot when we see wide receivers, right? Where it's like, he's a great 2, we're going to make him our 1, and he doesn't become your 1. Now, there's a lot to love about Milton. There's a lot to love about the age, the production, the way he's played. He deserved more attention. Obviously, there were bigger stars around him. But you have to do your due diligence with a player that plays like 40-some-odd% of the snaps that you're going to now lean on as your big day one opening hours of free agency type of signing. And I think he had a pretty good market, like a really good market. But I think that drove his price up when I talked to a couple of different teams. And so we'll see what the numbers finally come out to because I'm talking to you guys. But yeah, it was one of the biggest dominoes we knew were going to fall on day one because it was Milton Williams, a massive gap that Keanu Reeves has to jump over in a bus than the rest of the defensive tackles in this free agency market. So that's the Milton Williams thing. But I wanted to get back real quick on the Hollywood thing because I did want to say this. I found it very interesting, the Tutu Atwell deal for 1 year, $10 million, and the Hollywood Brown deal for 1 year, $11 million. What does that tell me?
Hollywood better in that.
I like Hollywood a little bit better for sure. I like Hollywood's deal a little bit better. And I think the fit's a little bit better and the player's better. But I think that also shows me like we're lacking this type of receiver in free agency. Let's lock it up before we get to free agency. And now my mind's going, what is Darius Slayton thinking? Like, what is Slayton thinking my market is with these two guys having these deals? Because if you ask around, underrated in a lot of circles, bad quarterback play has impacted the way he's probably been productive. And I think those two deals are indications that Slayton might get more than we originally expected because that
15,
type of receiver
18?
is lacking. What's that?
Yeah. Like 15, 18-ish. Kind of a little more than maybe Darnell Mooney. Like Darnell Mooney is in this kind of similar thing from last year.
Yeah. And that was a really good signing. And it's funny you brought him up because Kansas City was down to Mooney or Hollywood Brown a year ago on what they liked. Yeah, and those were the two that they were really interested in. And you saw the way Mooney played with Cousins, and then Cousins plane crashed into a mountain. But they were really happy with Mooney as a player for sure. And Kansas City liked him a lot as well.
James, we appreciate you having you on this segment. Go hit the phone, and we'll talk to you soon. Appreciate it, baby.
Yeah. All right, guys.
All right, we got some more breaking news. The Giants have made a move. It is not to go to number 1 overall to select Cam Ward, but they are signing a 6'1", 195-pound corner, Paulson Adebo from the Saints. He had 43 tackles last year, 3 interceptions, and 10 passes defended. So I'm going to conspiracy theory a little bit. Kurt, can you rock with me a little bit? Jay Rich has to deal with this 5 days a week. So just vibe with me for a minute. The Giants, they did a great job last year. They got Andrew Phillips and Tyler Newman, 2 rookie defensive backs that played exceptionally well. We know that their defensive front with Brian Burns and Dexter Lawrence is good. They're going out to get a corner now. There's a lot of rumors about the Giants potentially taking a Travis Hunter. What side of the ball would he play? Do you think this would impact Hunter at all, playing defense or offense, if he were selected by the Giants, by them going out and signing a cornerback today?
I'm going to be honest. I love Travis Hunter to the Giants. If you look at the Giants defense last year and even the year prior, they have been a unit. They've been really tough to score points on, and it's just been their offense. Now, if you get a guy that can lock down one side of the field, again, a 6'1" DB, you're looking for him to play typically one side of the ball. This can kind of help that workload management with Travis Hunter. And we talked about this, or I talked about this the other day. Travis Hunter's workload in college, even if he played every single snap in the NFL on offense and defense, the amount of plays in college versus plays in the NFL on every single game on average is drastically different. In college, you might have an offense that runs 90 to 100 plays a game, maybe sometimes 110, 120. In the NFL, you run 55 to like 70 plays a game, sometimes less, sometimes slightly more. So if you just do the math and you have let's just say 120 total plays in a game in the NFL, in college, there's like 220 sometimes, like 180, 200. I just think having guys like this make that Travis Hunter going both ways scenario realistic, especially if you look at like offenses around the league, like Houston Texans and how they use Nico Collins. I did some research the other night. I believe he was on the field like 75 to 82% of the snaps. So it's like receivers aren't playing every single down, but when do you want Travis Hunter on the field on offense if you're using him at receiver? You want him on second and long, third downs in general, and you don't really want him on and in red zone. Like that's really where you want him. You want him to be that kind of guy. And besides that, let other receivers do the run game blocking. Let them do all the other stuff on like 1st and 10 or like goal line situations. But these types of signings, they don't just happen. And I think that, man, if they can get Travis Hunter to fall to him, I'm honestly going to be shocked if the Browns don't take Travis Hunter if he's there. But if he falls to them, I think they got to be licking their chops, because if you have Travis Hunter and Malik Neighbors on the field at the same time, so help me God, I could go out there right now. Give me a week to get ready, put the cleats back on. I can give you 250.
Kurt said, give me the pads. I'm back, baby. Kurt said he's available.
Yep.
Well, we got some more breaking news. And I mean, this also impacts potential Travis Hunter landing spot. Carlton Davis has agreed to a 3-year, $60 million deal with the New England Patriots, $34.5 million guaranteed. I was listening to a Jamar Chase interview the other day, and they asked him what was his toughest cover that he's faced in the NFL. Jamar Chase said this dude right here, Carlton Davis. He said the arm length, how he jams. He said he's been the toughest cover he's faced in the NFL. So, Jay Rich, I'm going to go to you. You got Christian Gonzalez on one side. You get Carlton Davis on the other side. I mean, Mike Vrabel has stepped in the building, and he said, I'm cooking, damn it. I'm cooking. We're going to go get my guys that I want. Carlton Davis to the New England Patriots. Jay Rich, talk about it.
I honestly love this because there was already talks of Jonathan Jones being on the way out anyways, but now you bring in a player like Carlton Davis, who's a veteran presence, very talented corner, doesn't need to be the number one guy, but can help groom Christian Gonzalez and hopefully Travis Hunter when he's finally drafted by the Patriots at 4th overall. It's like you said, Vrabel is just bringing in guys that he trusts, can work within his system, and effectively run the defense. As much as we want the offense to get better, he says he wants number one wide receiver. He says he needs to add playmakers for Drake May. What's easier to go out and get is talented, strong playmakers for your defense. He's doing just that. I love the fit of Davis. I think him and Gonzalez work very, very well together. Hopefully, it will be strong man defense, play them on islands, and just cook in the AFC East. We need the offense to be better, but Carlton Davis is a great signing for the Pats. And I even think the money, 3 years, basically 2.5 or 1.5 guaranteed, it's not too bad at all with how much money they have right now. And so I do really like this signing.
Kurt, 2 6'1" corners for New England now, man. 2 big boys on the outside.
They are building it. They're building it the right way. Now, look, if you got to think of everything that goes into the Patriots situation. They play a lot of games outdoors. A lot of their games are really cold. What do you want on the outside? Well, late in the year, you want to be able to play more man coverage because it's harder for the quarterback to throw the ball. I don't care what anybody says. No quarterback is as accurate in December and January as they are in August, September, October. It's just facts. It's real life. So get guys that disrupt timing, get guys that don't necessarily need you to have 2 safeties deep to protect them the whole game. And now you get guys in the box a little bit more. So in my opinion, if I'm building a team, I'm starting D-line and I'm going 2 DBs. They've got the 2 DBs now. And your safeties don't need to be as good when they're just covering space. Some teams build their team opposite where their safeties got to be dogs and like they're really responsible in the pass game playing man. That's not going to be the case here. I think they're building this defense structure the right way. I wouldn't be shocked to see them trying to build this like the old school Seattle Seahawks. Big DBs, cold weather games. Like, let's see what's what. That's kind of what I'm seeing this start to formulate like. They got their linebacker in Spillane, right? He just went there. Yep. They got their 2 DBs. He could be their old school Bobby Wagner.
Harold Landry brought in,
that's what I'm
right?
seeing right now. Harold Landry, dog, by the way. Absolute dog. Yep. So you already see it. They've got 4 pieces that change the entire trajectory of the defense. And now what? Okay, Drake May. You don't have to be a superhero because they're not going to score more than 24 points a game on us. Just be efficient, move the ball down the field, don't turn the ball over, and just operating an offense will get us 21 to 24 points a game. An offense will win more games than 4. That they're building it that way. It's clear as day. I love these signings. I think the Patriots, again, they see an opportunity though. The Dolphins, downslide. Jets, downslide. All right, let's go get it.
Let's go get it. Absolutely. And the Tennessee Titans went out and got an offensive lineman themselves. We had some breaking news drop. Dan Moore headed to the Tennessee Titans, and this is a monster deal.
Big deal.
4 years, $82 million, $50 million guaranteed, $30 million in year 1, and $50 million within the first 2 years. Tennessee now has a new left tackle to protect the blind side of, and I'm going to read this, whoever plays quarterback in 2025. Kurt, I'm going to start with you. This signing of Dan Moore, and who is playing quarterback for Tennessee this fall?
You know who it is. You know who it is. Cam Ward, come on down. You're not paying your left tackle $50 million guaranteed to protect Will Levis. You're paying this dude $50 million guaranteed because you got a 5-year investment that has to go right when you take Cam Ward, number 1 overall, and you're going to do it the exact opposite way that the Bears did it. You're going to build it up front. You're going to play good defense, and you're going to get your playmakers on the back end later. I love this. This tells me everything that I need to know for my Cam Ward number 1 overall pick projection to play right into how I need it to go. So I love this right now.
Jay Rich, do you agree? I honestly, and this is why we got the NFL mind on the show. I wasn't even thinking that, but I mean, dude, this makes too much sense. You're not paying $50 million to go protect Mason Rudolph, Will Levis. Jay, do you think this sort of is signaling their probable desire to go quarterback early in the draft?
I think so. I mean, you even look to what they did last draft when they drafted J.C. Latham because they knew they needed to improve their protection. Now they're just doing that once again, right? Because as bad as Will Levis was, it was also because teams were able to get after the quarterback as well. And so as the tweet kind of laid out, whether it's Cam Ward or it's somebody else, they do need to protect the quarterback no matter what. And I think Brian Callahan and that entire front office knew that coming into free agency anyways. But as Kurt said, it's a lot of money to not go out and draft the top quarterback off the board who we all expect it to be Cam Ward. But maybe there is a world where they feel a need to trade with the Giants. The Giants take Cam Ward, but they still have Shedeur Sanders waiting for them at pick number 3. We'll see how it shakes out. But this is a much bigger signal that Cam Ward is headed to Tennessee, in my opinion.
Kurt, I'm going to throw you one because I know you've done work and you've looked at all these quarterbacks from the 25 class. Can I interest you in maybe a Travis Hunter for the Tennessee Titans, Abdul Carter, and then maybe a Jackson Dart in round 2? Do you think this is a situation where they take BPA, whether that's Hunter or Abdul Carter, pass on Ward? What about Jackson Dart for Tennessee in round 2?
I absolutely love Jackson Dart. I'm going to be very honest. I'm going to be shocked if he gets out of the first round, mainly because quarterbacks get reached for because of that 5th year of the deal in the first round. That's kind of the big why teams are willing to give a quarterback an extra year to develop. If Jackson Dart goes in the 2nd round, he's a steal there. So I would love that, but I don't think you can bank on it. And I don't think that you can play with hopes and dreams at the quarterback position of what you hope other teams do. Now, what I will say is I do think that when you're just talking about overall football player, Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, best 2 available, but Cam Ward, in my opinion, is worth the number 1 overall pick because he has some abilities that just don't come out every year. And early on in the season, watching his UF tape and some of the early games that he had, I was like, dang, like, why haven't I heard about this guy? And I knew that he came from like Washington and had some decent play time, but I saw things on tape that just stood out to me. And I think how he can manipulate his throws and his arm angles is different. It's in that Stafford level of different. And he is so comfortable changing his trajectory and putting the ball right in this point up, through, around. Like, he can change the trajectory of the throw. And that's like a talent that not many guys have. And so that's why I think that he is worth that number 1 overall pick. He's special there. And also, if you look at him, he looks kind of small in pads, but it's actually, he's big. Like, he's just built wide. So it makes him look shorter than he is, but he's a big dude. He shrugs people off. He's an asset in the scramble game. And I just think, man, if you don't take him number 1 overall, you're probably not going to win more than 5 games this year anyways. You're probably going to be fired. You're probably going to be in another rebuild. I think you've got to take him. And I don't think that either of the other 2 players get you to the playoffs. I think Cam Ward gives you the chance to, just like a CJ Stroud, just like a Jaden Daniels. I think you've got to go get him this year.
Well, can we stick with the AFC South since we're here? We didn't talk about what CJ Stroud got to upgrade that offensive situation in Houston. We know the offensive line is a problem. They let go of Shaq Mason. But you tell me they go out and get Christian Kirk for a 2026 7th-round pick. No Stephon Diggs under contract. Tank Dell's not going to play in 2025 due to that very bad leg and knee injury. Talk about the Houston Texans going out and getting what I think is still a very, very good slot wide receiver in Christian Kirk, paying him $18 million this year. Kirk, what are your thoughts on that for CJ Stroud?
You know, I actually like Christian Kirk. Christian Kirk for me is in the DJ Moore category, where I think the Bears overpaid for DJ Moore, and I think now the Texans are getting Christian Kirk. The Texans are getting Christian Kirk for a steal. When you watch how he plays, dude, he was open a lot last year. He just had air mails thrown his way, bad timing, sacks. Like, Christian Kirk was not the problem. And I think that if you put him into an offense that relies on decision-making, timing, accuracy, balls coming out on time, CJ Stroud is historically accurate. He's in a whole different ball game. And I think we could see Christian Kirk revitalize his career here in Texas, here with the Texans. And I just think one of those things, like, if you look at how CJ Stroud plays, he is a point guard playing quarterback. And I don't think that Christian Kirk has ever played with a guy like this. I think that Trevor Lawrence has never been that guy. I think Trevor Lawrence is a boomer bust kind of player, and he lives off of big plays and makes terrible plays on the next drive. Like, that's what he's been. Christian Kirk, in my opinion, is a consistent player. He's in the right place, right time, catch, pluck, get upfield. Like, he's just doing the same thing over and over. I think this is a really good fit, and I love where he ended up here.
Appreciate that. Kurt Benkert, Ray Garvin, and Jordan Richards here on Bleacher Report. We got over 3,000 people watching this stream. Smash that like button. Subscribe if you're not watching. But we got to talk winners. Jay Rich, I want to start with you. A lot of moves happening today, moves happening yesterday, day before. Your biggest winner so far, day 1 of free agency, is whom? And Kirk gets to cheat a little bit because he gets to think about this, even though I got a feeling where he's going to go. This should be easy for you, man. Patriots fan, you shouldn't look any further than your damn team. Who do you got as the biggest winner so far?
I think the biggest winner is actually Tampa Bay. When you look at the 2 big players that they brought in, bringing back Chris Godwin when people thought maybe he'd be on the way out, and bringing in another talented edge rusher in Hassan Reddick, I find very difficult reason to believe they're not one of the better teams right now when it comes to free agency. They didn't have a lot of holes. They're already very strong, both offensively and defensively, but they brought back a key player on offense when they're transitioning to another OC yet again, and they brought in a great edge rusher as well. So I just think the players they brought in really complement what they need and what they do well to make their team even better. And in a lot of ways, I think they're probably the biggest winners. I'd love to say the Patriots, but they have a lot of work to do, and they kind of addressed areas where they're already strong instead of addressing areas of need, kind of like the Tampa Bay Bucs did, in my opinion.
All right, Kurt, for you, who's the biggest winner so far through this early free agency period?
And, I'm scanning some of these teams right now, and I think as of today, it's got to be the Patriots. I mean, at the end of the day, if you look at their secondary, I don't think that the Bills have someone that truly can dominate those DBs, and they're going to play them twice a year. They're going to have to win in the slot underneath. And I just think that in the modern day NFL, if your defense is stopping teams from scoring, your offense is going to have time to figure it out. And I think that a guy like Drake May, even though he will turn the ball over, he's young, he's inconsistent, he's going to have time to figure it out now because he's not going to be in shootouts, presumably. So I love what the Patriots are doing. I think they needed this type of free agency to even be worth talking about this year, to be honest. And now I'm like, all right, let's talk about the Patriots, because things are going to change, and they're going to change fast. And I don't think you're going to see them really be flirting with 500. I think they're going to be easily a 7-8 win team, but I think they could win 9-10 games if things line up. Just because, man, the weather matters. The way your team is built matters. And they're building it to win in December and late January to potentially be a wild card team. I just watch them flip it. Last year, my team was the Commanders that I picked to flip it. The year before that, like we had the Texans. I think the Patriots are seeing this as an opportunity to take 2 steps forward. So watch out.
It's hard to argue either of those picks. I think what Tampa Bay did absolutely was incredible. Bringing Godwin back, getting Hassan, Reddick. New England, signing after signing after signing, from Harold Landry to Spillane to Carlton Davis. Incredible. I'm going to give an underrated winner, and there aren't players that people are overly excited about, but I think it helps the maturation of their young quarterback. Give me the Washington Commanders, the ability to bring in Deebo Samuel, and then the 1-year re-signing of Zach Ertz. I know it's not Brock Bowers, he's not Travis Kelce, but the comfortability that Jaden Daniels had with Zach Ertz towards the end of the season, it looked like it allowed him to play better. He knew he had that security blanket underneath. This is a team whose offense was already one of the best offenses in the NFL. I don't think they're done offensively. This is a team that I could see investing in a spark plug at the running back position in the draft. This frees up some of the stuff that they need to do offensively, but getting Deebo Samuel, bringing back Zach Ertz, I think if you're Jaden Daniels today, and Kurt, you might chime in on this, you got to feel pretty damn happy that your team brought back your security blanket and another weapon, which Deebo should be motivated here in Washington as well.
And this one thing with Ertz, third down machine, red zone machine, critical high stress situations, they weren't going to Scary Terry. That ball was going to Zach Ertz in a mismatch on an undersized backer or an undersized safety where he could wall him off, play basketball, and pluck it. That's what they were doing. And now if you look at the flip side, one thing I absolutely hated about being in San Francisco with the 49ers is all of their condensed splits and how everything was tight and inside the hashes. That is miserable for a guy like Deebo Samuel, who spread everything out and give him a bunch of space. He's going to either run you over, make you miss, or make the first 2 miss and take it the distance. So I think that a guy like Deebo Samuel, when everything's condensed in that offense, that's not his scheme fit. And now I think he's going to be able to be a gadget guy in Washington with the Commanders. I think they're going to use him the right way. And if you watch the Commanders tape, it's a lot of 5 wide with chips off the tight end and potential running back. Debo is going to have room to cook. And I'm really excited to see what Cliff Kingsbury does with these new gadgets, with these new guys. I don't know. The Commanders are a team that I love watching play, and I'm a big fan of Dan Quinn. I played with him for 3 years with the Falcons, so love everything about what he does, and I'm excited to see what they do this year.
All right, Kurt, let's stick with you before we wrap up. We're about to get out of here. Give us one player who has not signed yet that you are looking forward to signing, and maybe some predictions on where he goes. There's still quite a few players that are still left out there, hanging out there. So who's still hanging out, not signed, that you're excited to see?
I want to see where Justin Fields goes. And I think early on, I thought Justin Fields was a great fit for Pittsburgh, but I truthfully think that he'd be great somewhere like Cleveland as well. And I just want to see, where does Aaron Rodgers or where does Justin Fields go? One of them's got to be Pittsburgh. And in my opinion, Pittsburgh's going to be a problem either way. I think when you look at both these guys last year, Justin Fields should have never been benched. Like on that camp from day one, yes, did Russell Wilson come in and throw some moon balls? But I think that Justin Fields probably learned how to throw some moon balls through a few weeks of being behind Russell Wilson. I think it's going to look a little different when he passes downfield next year if he's there. If not, and Aaron Rodgers with that defense and with that offense and how efficient he played, if you watch like the actual games last year with the Jets, it was not good. Nobody around him really played well. There were a lot of drops, tips, fumbles, and they lost 4 games by missed chip shot field goals. So it wasn't as bad as people said. So these are the 2 guys that I'm looking at. Justin Fields in specific, first domino to go. That's what I got.
All right, Jay Rich, quickly, who are you waiting to see sign?
Easy. Aaron Rodgers, because he is the ultimate QB domino to fall. And once he falls, I think everything will just fall into place. But yeah, Aaron Rodgers, hopefully in Pittsburgh, because I think it makes what happens with the Giants very, very interesting at pick 3. And what they choose to do at quarterback, because it puts them in a really bad spot, because Rodgers has been kind of the guy pegged to go there. But I think if you're Aaron Rodgers, you're probably looking at Pittsburgh and saying, yeah, I'd rather go there in this one.
All right. We appreciate everybody being in on this stream. And, I got to give my guy, It's Rico Dowdle. I'm a Cowboys fan. I want to see where Rico Dowdle ends up this free agency period. Man, I appreciate all 3,000 people on the stream. Make sure you follow Kurt and everything that he's doing with the Dime Lab at Kurt Benker on X. Follow us at Ray GQ and at your boy Jay Rich. We do NFL draft content. Ray Garvin, NFL Draft. We're kicking it over to the next crew to take over on this free agency mega stream. So we appreciate you all. We'll see you soon. We are out of here. Jay Rich, Kurt Benker, Ray Garvin, Bleacher Report. Hit that subscribe button. See y'all soon, baby.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you, fellas. You did a great job. We will continue the free agency frenzy right here on Bleacher Report. Thank you all for tuning in. We got a lot of people watching. You know why? Because free agency has kicked off and it is doing I don't even know how to describe it. I'm going to be honest with you. This is wild, man. This is the most exciting free agency has been in a long time. A lot of teams making moves, a lot of teams making the type of moves that can make a difference for their season. Listen, I am Tony Dow, and we will be with you for over the next 3 hours, joined as well by James Palmer himself. Make sure that you all hit that fire button. Man, this is our crew. We are back. What's up, Richie? How you feeling, man?
It feels good to have the crew back for a free agency mega stream here on Bleacher Report. This is going to be fun. Like you said, Tony, it has been signing after signing, trade after trade. The craziest part of this whole free agency process has been Twitter, X being down. I mean, I'm on there refreshing every second. It's done, but it seems like it's back right now, which is big plus. But luckily, Bleacher Report got you covered right here because we're going to break down every single reaction to all the free agency news around the NFL. It's good to have all three of you guys back here on Bleacher Report. Troy, how you doing today, bro?
Man, I'm excited, man. We look good too. We all bright and stuff. I feel like the sun's right on me. Look, hey, look, I think free agency is super interesting this year. You guys hit on how much energy there is early. I think there's so many positional groups where there's gaps, where there's like, okay, there's a couple standouts here, and then it falls flat. This is a weird free agency group. So I'm just really looking at how much money certain guys are getting paid and how it's setting the rest of the market as we roll forward. And I think trades are going to be a huge part of this, especially when you look at positions like receiver, and we're already seeing that take over.
I'll tell you what, Twitter was down, but Facebook was getting all of my attention. I ran over there to see what was going on, to see all the little money moving around. And, you know, offensive line getting a little love here, D-line getting a little love over there. I don't know if this is going to be one of those superstar, transaction periods, or if the big boys get a little bit of love. Let's see where the new trends lie. Are we, trying to run the ball, stop the run? Where's the money going to be this year? And we got 3 hours to kind of break that down and talk about it.
Well, let's go ahead and start breaking it down because we have breaking news. It's coming from a team who's been very active and, in my opinion, winning free agency right now. The New England Patriots are signing veteran right tackle Morgan Moses on a 3-year, $24 million deal with $11 million guaranteed. This is massive. Look at what the Patriots are doing, fellas. Voch, man, let's go to you on this one. Talk to me. How do you feel about this move and how the Patriots are moving?
Patriots are making it rain, and I think that we have to pay attention to these teams that got a lot of money, that kind of want to throw this money around because, if you're a team that's not contending necessarily, do you try to sit on that money? Like, how do you try to move it around a little bit, right? But what I think that we learned is that Drake May is that somebody that we could get behind, right? If, let's just say they would have missed and they would have got another Mac Jones type deal going on, we don't know what they'd be doing with this money right now. But it seems like they want to make a run at it, and some of these moves are to help young quarterbacks. So shouts out to the Patriots for not sitting on their hands and making things happen.
Well, Dion, I wanted to talk to you about this because when you look at what the Patriots are doing, they've solidified the defense, a lot of great moves, and now they're starting on the offensive line. How important is that, and how do you see this working out for them?
Yeah, I think Voch hit on it. It feels like they're accelerating the process because they have that money. And this is dangerous. It's a dangerous game to play when you start giving out those guarantees to contracts that you're trying to find core pieces through free agency. But also when you have Mike Vrabel, this guy's trying to win. And I think what Vosh said is right. They do know that they have their quarterback, and they earlier just kind of doubled up on cornerback, so they know they're good there. They already know that they're good at that position, so they're leaning into what their strength is. And we all know offensive line was a disaster for this team. I mean, they didn't really have any tackles that are under contract outside of Ardarian Lowe, who's a late round pick out of Illinois. So this is something that they had to do. And offensive tackle, just like offensive line in general, is another one of those weird spots in free agency where offensive tackle is pretty diminished at the top. So jumping on it early is going to be necessary.
Well, Richie, you're a Jets fan. I'm a Dolphins fan. We're in the AFC East with the New England Patriots. We know Buffalo's going to do their thing. But when you look at it, the Patriots, Carlton Davis at the cornerback position. You also have on the other side Gonzo locking things down. They add Harold Landry, outside linebacker, coming at the quarterback. Robert Spillane at the linebacker position, and now Morgan. What are we going to do? I mean, is this a big concern in the AFC East now with the Patriots?
I mean, of course, Mike Vrabel being the head coach, he's going to bring in a lot of players like Morgan Moses and all the players that you listed there, especially with the cap space. But I just want to focus quickly on Morgan Moses. I'm a Jets fan, and I was really holding out hope that he's going to come back with the Jets. Morgan Moses is your pro's pro. He plays through every single injury. He is tough as nails. He had a sprained knee last year, still went out there and played football. He is exactly what you want for a young team like the New England Patriots to help protect Drake May. And for Mike Vrabel to land Morgan Moses, that tells you all you need to know about the culture he's trying to build with the New England Patriots, of course. Morgan Moses met with the Jets last week to go over a physical. He has a clean bill of health. He was checked off. The Jets tried to bring him back. The Jets are like, hey, we want you here. And Morgan Moses is like, yeah, I'm interested, but I want to test out the open market first. And he tested it out, and the Patriots came out there and offered him that contract. He did not look back. So that's a big signing by the Patriots. And the Patriots are active right now, which we all expected since they had the most cap space in the NFL.
Man, oh man, it's definitely heating up. They get them a left tackle. There aren't many out there to be gotten. But let's go to James Palmer, our NFL insider, on more with these moves.
How you guys doing? Good to join you. You're talking tackles. I want to keep that going because this dates all the way back to Ronnie Stanley and this weekend and him landing back with the Ravens. That was kind of the top of the group. And then you saw the money that he got, which I have to look at it again because everything's throwing out 3 years, $60 million, 44 guaranteed. That's a lot for a guy that's had a lot of injury issues. But what did it show us before we got to today? It showed us what the market was going to be, right? And it showed us how these numbers were going to increase after he signed because the desperation and lack of market plays a part in that as well. There were teams like Kansas City, Washington, New England, all interested in Ronnie Stanley. There were multiple teams that I was told were willing to go over 24 a year for Ronnie Stanley, which was up there, right? And so now we're seeing these deals that are just flying off the table. For what reason? Because Stanley was gone, and the draft doesn't have franchise left tackles. It really doesn't. The franchise, the tackles itself are not great in this draft as well. So you see teams going out and guys getting paid. The Dan Moore Jr. deal with the Titans, it's a ton of money. That's way more than anybody thought he was going to get. People thought he'd be in like 15 to 17 range. And then the Morgan Moses deal shows us what Mike Vrabel's trying to build. I heard you guys talking about it, right? Like the character he has, the locker room he has. There's different things that Mike Vrabel's looking for, as well as bringing more talent in. Carlton Davis has that dog to him as well. That's what Mike Vrabel's trying to build. That's why he wanted to go after Chris Godwin as hard as he did. And they were going to offer a lot more. And they did offer a lot more than what Tampa locked him up with. Those type of traits were important in New England. The tackle spot, obviously protecting a young quarterback, and we're seeing all the protection that's been put in front of Caleb Williams over the last couple of days as well. You're seeing guys going out and trying to find ways to protect their young quarterback. You saw what Bo Nix was able to go out and do with a really good offensive line in front of him, was able to make plays with a lackluster skill group of guys in Denver, because he was protected. And now we go and see what's happening with some of these other guys going into their next year at quarterback, starting to get some new protection up front.
Well, thanks so much, James. We actually have breaking news hot off the press right now. I'm hearing DJ Reed just got signed by the Detroit Lions. Wow. That is massive. That is massive. Richie.
Did he?
No. Palmer, talk to me, man.
Yeah,
What's
Bleacher,
your
bro,
thoughts
we ain't
on
playing,
this?
man. It's for real, Dion. Come on, man.
This is what Didi does. Didi does.
This is a really good player. I mean, there are enough people. I'll say this. There's a lot of people around the league I've talked to that are like, DJ Reed, Sauce Gardner. DJ Reed, better player than Sauce Gardner. There are definitely that belief around the league. Now, you have to remember, too, like, they don't change sides, right? You guys know this, right? They play their sides with the Jets. And so it's not like, you know, he hasn't faced talent. It's not like he hasn't gone out there and faced top receivers. Like, he's a really, really good player. And now we're starting to see kind of the corner market move a little bit, which we were kind of waiting for a moment, right? And there's some guys in that market that are good. I mentioned Carlton Davis. DJ Reed's a really good player. And this was a guy that was going to be sought after by a lot of different teams. And I think this is a big move considering what you have defensively in terms of what Detroit works with. They weren't alone in going after him. I know that.
This is massive. This is definitely a massive move. Thank you so much, James. Richie, I guess I want to go to you and Dion. Richie, you're losing the top corner. Dion, being a Lions fan, how does this make you feel?
I mean, I'll start off
so
with
happy,
this.
TD.
Congratulations, dose of Dion, because I know you're a Lions fan. DJ Reed is a fantastic player. I knew heading into this season, this was DJ Reed's last year as a New York Jet. This does not shock me. He's not coming back. It was expected. But what you're getting is a dog that does not take one snap off. He is sticky in coverage. He can tackle like the best of them, and he can absolutely match up with the league's best receivers. And I'm telling you that right now with firsthand experience. When the Jets signed him on a 3-year contract 3 years ago, he was out there playing just as good, if not better than Sauce at times, like James said. And I felt like he was one of the most underrated cornerbacks in the entire NFL. So the Detroit Lions, they lost Carlton Davis, but then you replaced Carlton Davis with DJ Reed, who, in my opinion, may be better than Carlton Davis right now. So I think this is a really good signing for the Detroit Lions. The New York Jets have a giant hole at CB2, and I wanted Carlton Davis to replace DJ, but now he's with the Patriots. That's a whole other conversation. So Dose of Dion, what's your thoughts, man? DJ Reed coming to the Detroit Lions.
Man, I'm so happy right now. But you know what, TD, probably after doubting you. You know, you put some bad thoughts in my mind that he's lying to me on Bleacher Report. That's crazy. No, this is fantastic. I mean, so the Carlton Davis thing, we had heard the quotes that this guy was looking to get paid. And he gets $20 million from the Patriots. And we know that he's basically going to miss about 5 games a season. That's kind of how I chalk it up to. He's a great player, but he's going to miss some games. So it's a weird price point to get to. But DJ Reed does fit the Lions from this fact. I think he was the one guy I could have made the case that was an upgrade from Carlton Davis in free agency because of how he fits our defense, to what you guys just pointed out. He's an undersized corner, but we deal with that. We deal with undersized corners that thrive in man coverage, that are tough players, that like to press. We saw it, and here's the biggest thing I'd point out for any Lions fan out there. Watch him against Minnesota. Watch him against Justin Jefferson. We know that Richie saw this firsthand. I mean, they about beat the Minnesota Vikings. And DJ Reed was a huge reason for that. He played maybe his best game, one of his best games of the season, matching up with Justin Jefferson and that receiving core. So every time I look at someone on the Lions side, I always look at him facing that NFC North. And I think that's where he thrived. And that's why it makes a lot of sense here.
Man, it's definitely a big move. When you think about the Lions and, you know, what they're trying to accomplish, they lost both coordinators, so you don't need to skip out on talent. I think that this is a huge steal, knowing that what you lost went for more money, and this guy could arguably actually be better, which a lot of people would debate. So huge move for the Detroit Lions. Will it get them over the hump? How do you feel about that, Vach, knowing that, you know, this is an NFC team that's at the top of the mountain? Can a move like this help them get over the hump?
Well, in my mind, the league is all about trends and, you know, copying off of you. You know, if you do something well, I'm going to take this answer from you, right? And I think we just saw the Eagles win because they played some fantastic defense and they ran the football all year. So just offensive line going, defensive guys kind of flying off the board this year. I would assume that has something to do with it. And, you know, wide receivers are going to have their time. I'm sure running backs going to make their little money this year too. But I would just imagine, like, if I had to guess, that's the side of the ball that you kind of want to bolster because we just saw somebody do it. That's been going on for years. Oh, the Patriots do things this way. Let's do it like them. Or if, you know, you win by all offense, we're going to go all offense this year. So I would just imagine if the Eagles are setting some trends here.
Awesome, man. Listen, there's a lot of moves that's been going down today. Congratulations to the Lions on this one. Huge pickup for them. I wanted to go to each of you guys. Can you talk to me about a move that has shocked you? Has there been a move today that has actually shocked you? I'm gonna give you mine. I think it's the Commanders, Javon Kinlaw. The
So
amount
good.
of money that he received, I stole yours, Richie.
Yeah.
The amount of money that he received actually shocked me. That's my shocker of the day. Again, I think he has something to provide for the Commanders. It makes me feel like that was a position of need that they wanted to attack and not miss out on and get someone. What about you, Richie?
I mean, I'm just going to add on to that. He was a Jet last year. The Jets signed Javon Kinlaw on a 1-year deal. It's like, okay, this is your chance to prove yourself for a big contract. He did not prove himself for a big contract, but he got a big contract. That's what I'm scratching my head. I mean, we watched Javon Kinlaw next to Quinnen Williams. We thought he was going to be able to eat next to a guy like Quinnen, and he was a penalty merchant, did not plug up the holes, had no really motor. He's a former first-round pick for San Francisco. I'm not going to say he's going to be a bust for Washington. I think he's a solid player, but at that price, 3 years, $45 million, that came in as a shock. Not that they got signed by the Washington Commanders on a 3-year deal, just the amount of money and the amount of guaranteed money was definitely a big shocker for me.
What about you, Dion?
I mean, I think that tells a story of defensive tackle this year. I think defensive tackle it's very small, and I think Botch already hit on this. There's not a lot of guys that are young, but also coming off of strong seasons that are in line to get a big deal. Yesterday, we had a couple. Christian Wilkins kind of led the market last year, and he got a massive contract. But those guys aren't really available this season. So I think a guy like Kinlaw gets pushed up for that reason because teams need to find those, and they're so hard to find. They're hard in the draft. You have to get into the first round to find those pieces. The one that surprises me probably the most is the Kansas City Chiefs sliding in, grabbing Jaylon Moore at offensive tackle, who is the backup. You put him in, this guy can play. And it's just that he's sitting behind, Trent Williams this whole time, and he's able to just step in and get a very reasonable contract. Who knows if he starts next season, but he looks like a guy that has starting capabilities, but he wasn't in a spot to actually start. And I think Kansas City may have just made it an outstanding signing for a very reasonable price. We're seeing all these guys. We just talked about Dan Moore getting $20+ million a year to be their tackle. And the Kansas City Chiefs may have slid in there and took a guy that's played about 300 snaps a season and found their future starting left tackle for $15 a year.
I'm just curious about. I'm just curious about the urgency of wide receiver from one, Pittsburgh for sure. Pittsburgh, they've made the biggest move so far. They've gone to go get DK Metcalf, and they don't even have a quarterback right now. So I would love to see how that kind of plays out. Do they go with Russell, the kind of proven old dude, or do they go with Justin, the young guy with the upside there? But also just going back like last week or the week before, Deebo Samuel kind of going to the Washington Football Wizards, right? Of course, shouts out to Washington. They're going to crank this thing up and they're going to be aggressive and make their moves. But San Francisco just wanted everybody to know, like, hey, it ain't just Deebo, y'all. Y'all can get Brandon Ayuk too after just signing him to brand new money. So I just kind of know, I want to know what's going on with San Francisco, man. It's a lot of little small storylines going on. Aaron Rodgers, what you doing, sir? I'm just curious what his next move is going to be. And I think once Aaron Rodgers makes his move, it could be Pittsburgh, it could be the New York Giants, who knows? But once he moves, and I think the other quarterback moves are kind of going to make their moves. Sam Darnold is somehow at the top of the quarterback market. I never thought I'd live to see that day. So there's a lot of stuff I'm just waiting on, man, just to see how it goes,
Well, listen, before we get into some of the trades, guys, I did want to get your take on the Chicago Bears. What I've been noticing that they've been doing over the last couple of days is building the trenches, building that O-line for Caleb Williams. Here in free agency, they get Drew Dahlman from Atlanta. What's your thoughts on that? That was a pretty big deal. What are your thoughts really more so on the Chicago Bears and what they're building? And is this going to help them become a real true threat in the NFC North? I want to start with you on this one, Dion, because you're familiar with the division.
I think this was the only option for Chicago. And them making the trades early was super smart because, we keep talking about offensive line and how much they're getting paid. Them jumping the direction they did make sense. Obviously, Jonah had connections. I thought he was a little overpaid, but this was the direction they had to go. It was like there was the one thing that was going to make it not work with Ben Johnson was clear. The offensive line was going to be atrocious. If there was one thing that was going to make this plan that they have not work, it was going to be the offensive line not connecting, and they have held nothing back to go make the trades. Now signing who a lot of people thought was the top center, I think he's going to excel for run blocking for them. And the other key to that would be they're going to come back around in the first round and likely take a tackle. My sense would be they take a left tackle right away. So, and I think they should. I think they need to continue doing this. They have the pieces. We saw weapons. They just couldn't get to those guys. And the one thing that Ben Johnson knows is, and I got to believe, he understands that I got the passing game background. I'm going to get guys open, but can I have time so that he can get the ball to them? That's the one thing I really can't control is how those guys are up front. So I think he's taking a lot of variables out of it by saying I'm getting offensive line that are proven, and I'm not taking just swings on draft picks here and hoping that it connects year one.
And Vach, the same team. I mean, is Ben Johnson creating something over there that can actually potentially make the playoffs in year one?
Tell you what, man, Ben's going to have this period of acclimation to where he's going from a team that got 2 fantastic running backs and all the great offensive linemen in the world and a gang of wide receivers that you feel great about to, okay, you got some good receivers here, a really good one and a really old one. You know, we got to work on the offensive line. They're not going to be ready right now. You know, because even if you look at Detroit's offensive line, there's a lot of them, but there's not a lot of new guys there. Like they're seasoned offensive linemen that have been playing together for a little bit, you know, so he's got some work to do there. You know, he's got this young quarterback to where even if you look at, you know, Jared Goff versus Caleb, you know, Jared is more of the, I have the, you know, system. Like I understand the system and I'm on time. Caleb Williams is a big ball of talent and he's not system guy just yet. So I think there's a lot of hoping that this goes right with Ben Johnson. So just like Dion said, you're going to have to draft some guys and hope that they're ready to go right now. But I don't think they're going to be contending like that year one. I think Detroit's way too powerful. I think Minnesota's way too powerful, and Green Bay is going to be too powerful for them. So I'll catch y'all in 2027 with that one, Bears fans. Sorry.
Well, what's your thoughts on the Bears so far, Richie, before we go to some of the trade talk conversations?
Yeah, it's exactly what Chicago needs. You look at the Chicago Bears, what don't they have and what do the Lions have? And that's a beefed up offensive line. And you can argue a big reason for the Lions' success is the trenches. It's the ability to protect Jared Goff, open up the running holes for Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery. You look at the Bears, they got the weapons, they got playmakers, they got their quarterback in place. But what they do not have is the offensive line. I mean, they go after Joe Thuney, then they make this move. The fact that Ben Johnson comes here and makes 3 gigantic swings at the offensive line, by the way, at veterans, not just rookies, which I'm sure we're going to talk about as well in the NFL draft with the Chicago Bears. This is how you got to be able to beef up your offensive line to contend within that NFC North division, which is arguably the best division of football. Ben Johnson understands why he had so much success in Detroit. It was not just because of Jared Goff and Amon-Ra St. Brown and all the playmakers around the quarterback. It was up front, and he's trying his best to emulate that here in Chicago.
All right. Well, hey, man, the NFC is trying to just load up. It looks like it's becoming
not my
a
Cowboys
tough division. Hey, you're still living off of that high at the trade deadline with the wide receivers. So let's not forget about that. All right, man. Listen. All right. Listen, let's talk about a free agent acquisition in the NFC. I'm going to stay over here. The Rams. They haven't traded Cooper Kupp yet, but they bring in Davante Adams. Is there a world where they just keep all 3? What's your thoughts on that, Richie?
Yeah, I mean, listen, Cooper Kupp is probably still going to get traded. I mean, the Rams went out there and told them that, but we've also seen the Rams say, all right, Matthew Stafford, you're done. And then they bring him back. You know, Jimmy Garoppolo, yeah, no, we're going to bring you back too. So maybe, I don't know. I mean, Davante Adams going to LA is a big time get. Puka Nacua and Davante Adams is a phenomenal 1-2 punch. If you keep Cooper Kupp, that's a crazy trio. Matthew Stafford's there. They're a team that's built to win now. They won the division last year, and I think they're expected to go out there and do their thing. And as a Jets fan, I watched Davante Adams last season. He still got it. I mean, he's still that dude, as you can see the highlights on your screen. He's still got everything you need to go out there and execute at a high level. He is still one of the best receivers in football. Not the best, because guys like Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson and CeeDee Lamb kind of took over that role, but I still think he's top 5, top 7 in the NFL today. And now you match him in with Matthew Stafford, the savvy veteran that he is at the quarterback spot. Watch out for Davante Adams to go nuclear this season with the Rams next to Puka Nacua.
Dion, are the Rams going to be a problem with this addition of Davante Adams?
Well, absolutely, because I would pick up on what Richie said to this. Think about the first year Stafford connected with Kupp. I mean, he had his best season, the Triple Crown year. So the connection is going to be built really quickly, and that's what Davante Adams always had with Rodgers. But I think the idea of him getting away from that is way smarter for him. This is a win-now situation. Now, on Cooper Kupp, I expect him to be released at some point, but there's no rush to do it. You might as well hold on to him and see if someone gets to a point where they're desperate, they need a receiver, they make the trade. But ultimately, Davante Adams and Puka Nacua is fantastic. If both of them are on the field, that's a fantastic 1-2, and they have a guy that can deliver it everywhere. So I think that connection will build a lot faster than most will expect.
Well, Vach, as a Cowboys fan, listen, the NFC is becoming loaded. Do the Rams, do they like really make you concerned for your Cowboys and other teams?
My Cowboys are terrible, so everybody makes me concerned. Tampa Bay makes me concerned. The Carolina Panthers make me concerned.
Woo.
So I'm just gonna humbly not even get on anybody's soapbox here. But as far as the Rams go and Adams, I think one day we're gonna figure this out. Was it Aaron Rodgers being bad, or was it the Jets and the things around going on that was kind of messed up a little bit? That's kind of what I want to know, because Adams, just like Richie said, Adams is still fantastic. So if he goes out there and he's even more fantasticer, just made up a word right now, Bleacher Report, my bad. If he's even more fantasticer than he was last year, then I think that'll say something to you. As far as Cooper Kupp go, if I'm Matthew Stafford, I'm on the phone right now with Cooper Kupp. Be like, hey, I don't know what the situation is. You may not like what's going on here, but let me just talk to you, man. How about you be the third guy amongst all of this, and let's go be great together. Let's go get one last run. Let's go and get, let's go and be fantastic one last time. It ain't like Cooper Kupp, he's not gonna miss out on any money here, right? Whether he gets traded or whether he stays, he's still gonna get his bread. So like, let's go and do this. Because if you Cooper Kupp, the one thing you don't want to do is you don't want to end up in like Carolina or something and all your dreams just don't even come true. These teams will facilitate a trade for you, and they'll be nice, and they'll, put their arm around you and not send you to Hades, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? But it's good here. Life is great here. That the Rams contend. Just like I said, TD, my Cowboys should be worried about them. I was worried about them last year. Now you add Davante Adams to it, you should be twice and triple as worried about it. And the Rams draft now. The Rams are good because they draft. They don't just F them picks anymore. So now you're drafting and you're adding dudes in free agency like that, and the Rams could win this thing next year.
Woo,
Stafford got his money. He feel good.
He
feel good. What you mean? Stafford making it rain out here. What you mean? It'll be a great time for Cooper Kupp.
Man, Vaught said they could win it all. Now that's an interesting take. Wow. Hey, listen,
They have
the
before.
biggest
It's not that
deals.
big of a take.
Yeah, but the NFC hasn't looked like this in a while. I mean, are we forgetting about the Philadelphia Eagles here?
But what about?
Are we forgetting the team that's at the top of the mountain? I don't know. But time always tells. And listen, the biggest deal so far in free agency has been Dan Moore leaving Pittsburgh, going to the Tennessee Titans. James talked about this earlier. Listen, I wanted to talk about this because is this a sign of what Tennessee is going to do with the number 1 overall pick? Because earlier I heard the gentleman making a great point that you don't sign a left tackle for over $80 million unless you really love the quarterback you have and going to protect him. And I'm not sure that that's Will Levis. Is this a sign that Cam Ward is a shoo-in at the number 1 overall pick? Richie, talk to me.
I mean, it should be. If you're Tennessee and you're contemplating to go after an edge rusher like Abdul Carter, who I absolutely love Abdul Carter. He's a fantastic talent. But you need the quarterback spot. You're going to tell me that you believe in Will Levis to be your franchise quarterback? It's rare in this league you get the first overall pick, and they have it right now. And I know that this year's quarterback class is not lucrative, and people are hyping up next year's class already. I love Cam Ward as a prospect, and I know that the Titans are also open to trading back, not saying they're going to do it, but they took calls from the New York Giants. They took calls from the New York Jets. So that is definitely something to keep in mind here. But you need your left tackle for the future, no matter who your quarterback is. And I think this move definitely tells me getting Dan Moore for that lucrative contract, they're going to invest in the trenches for their upcoming rookie quarterback in Cam Ward. So if I'm a betting man, I'm predicting Cam Ward is your first overall pick to the Tennessee Titans. They got to get that position corrected, and I expect them to in this year's draft.
Dion, what's your thoughts on that? Or are you buying into the hype of a potential Abdul Carter pick at number 1?
Yeah, I buy into the fact that they may not go quarterback 1. I think that's a very real possibility still. But I think when you look at Tennessee, like I don't think they're in a great spot roster-wise. But the one thing that they have invested in over the last few years, while some of them may not all have connected, it's been offensive line. And if they do believe that this is their future left tackle, which clearly they do based on the money here, you could argue that's their strength of their team now. Like, offensive line is where they thrive. So regardless of who that quarterback is, that's not a bad place to start, right? We know what that is. And I think Vosh talked about earlier trends in the NFL. This is where you start. So whether that's Will Levis, if you think that Will Levis has something that hasn't got there, that'd be because of the offensive line. And they've had to invest in that the last few years. And it'll be the same thing for Cam Ward. I mean, they're spending the kind of money where it feels like, yeah, take the rookie quarterback because then we don't have to pay him. That feels like the right move. But I think it's definitely on the table. They still go elsewhere. But offensive line, it's not a bad place to take a swing.
Well, Vach, I want to hear from you on this, but I also wanted to ask you: is there a world where the Tennessee Titans still believe in Will Levis and think that the issue's just been the O-line?
Listen, man, quarterback is different. Quarterback is different than anything else, and we don't really know how to evaluate quarterback. We can act like we know how to evaluate quarterback, but, you can get lucky with a Brock Purdy or something. If you knew Brock Purdy was Brock Purdy, you would have drafted him in the first round, So sometimes you just got to throw your darts and land on the guy, and that'll change your franchise, right? Good players are cool. If you're a GM, like, good players get you pats on the back, right? But if you hit on a quarterback, you get a raise. Your kids get to go to private school. You get to get brand new cars, and it changes the fortune of who you are. The Washington football team are a brand new franchise than how we was talking about it 2 years ago. When we were doing our weekly panel show, we was pointing and laughing at the Washington football Wizards. And you know what they were saying? Oh, Sam Howell. Man, we love Sam Howell. Boy, you can build a team around Sam Howell. Pay big money for an offensive lineman around Sam Howell, and we'll be straight. Jaden Daniels comes in, and you a whole new franchise. You are a playoff contender now. You are a team worth building around now. If you are the daggum Titans, it would behoove you to go and get the daggum. Take the quarterback. Don't overthink this. I heard the GM coming out talking, or is the owner or something. Oh yeah, we'll never pass on a generational type player. Yes, you would. If the quarterback is there and you love him, you will pass on that generational player every time. That's the Giants. The Giants love Malik Neighbors. Malik Neighbors is going to be one of the best quarterbacks, the best wide receivers in this league. But if you tap the Giants on the shoulder and say, hey, the year before that, would you rather lose one game and just go and get Jaden Daniels? They're going to lose that game, get Jaden Daniels, and change their franchise. That's how life works. So if the Tennessee Titans want to overthink this thing and get Abdul Carter, cool, he'll be fantastic. Khalil Mack didn't win the Raiders any games by himself. Myles Garrett ain't winning Cleveland games by himself. Get the quarterback. Take the quarterback and don't even overthink it.
Well, it's still a lot of rumblings that they can
Will
go multiple
Levis
directions.
is not an offensive line away, sir. No, sir.
Oh, man. Well, time
Cam
always
Ward is
tells the
offensive
draft.
line away.
The draft is going to be huge. But listen, let's go to our NFL insider, James Palmer, with more news.
How you guys doing? I like this argument. I almost feel like I'm interrupting it right now.
You agree, though, James?
Like...
You agree with me, though, James? Take the quarterback?
Not entirely.
Okay, well, please.
I mean, well, listen, it depends on the quarterback you're passing up. Well, hell yeah, you'd take Jaden Daniels. The Giants had Jaden Daniels above Malik Neighbors on their board. So, and it's the most important position in sports. So, yeah, they would have went Jaden Daniels. But, the generational thing that Mike Borgonzi's saying, and we can talk about the Titans right now as you see them go make a monster move on their offensive line, is if you went and got Abdul Carter, and that's the play you wanted to make, or Travis Hunter, the only two blue chip players in this entire draft, if you ask around. I would say probably Genty's probably the next one down. And you want generational talent that's going to stay and change the culture of a locker room that you're trying to completely flip. Yeah, you get that player if there's not a quarterback worth taking. And some teams have the philosophy you keep taking. Some teams have the philosophy of being patient. Mike Borgonzi, I'm not saying he will do this, but comes from an organization that was patient in the past, and it paid off, right? They made a trade for Alex Smith. Alex Smith played well for them, and he went out and bought them time till they went out and really found a player in Patrick Mahomes that they were unbelievably aggressive at going and inquiring, and then they moved on from Alex Smith. There's some teams that think you keep taking the darts. I don't know at number one, you're going to get too many shots as a general manager if you miss on the quarterback. So you better be certain that that's the guy. And right now, guys coming out of the combine, I'll say this with the Titans and I guess the league, there's really only one quarterback, and it's Cam Ward. And then there's a pretty big gap, and it's the rest of the group. And I wouldn't say Shedor's falling. I would say Jackson Dart is gaining in a lot of teams' minds on Shedeur Sanders. I would say Shedeur talking to some QB-needy teams in the top half of the draft. I wouldn't say he's not for everyone, but I would say a lot of those teams want to check a lot of boxes because a lot comes with Shedeur, right? And that's just not knocking him. I think some of the personality things have been a little aggressive in terms of knocking Shedeur. I think that's inappropriate, but I do think it is realistic to say He's Deion's son, the camera crew, the YouTube channel, the media that he brings. There's a lot that comes with Shedeur. You just want to make sure that that's the right pick for your organization. But yeah, it's the quarterback spot is why, in the draft is why we're talking about the quarterback spot right now in free agency. And if you guys want to talk about that, we can do it because some of things are kind of shaken out a little bit. It's looking more and more like Aaron Rodgers to Pittsburgh right now, if you ask around. Nothing's done. Nothing's been offered, but that's the direction it looks like it's heading. It looks like Sam Darnold's still the front runner in Seattle, but to me, that's a tough sell for John Schneider right now to Sam Darnold. You're trying to sell him on an offensive line that allowed Geno Smith to be sacked 50 times last year, and Sam's not the greatest quarterback under pressure. You have Jackson Smith-Njigba, who's a really, really good player. That's it. You got a lot of picks that you can continue to mold this offense with Clint Kubiak in. I think their selling point right now, if you ask around, is guaranteed years. Sam's looking for some longevity, and why not? And he's just – do you ever guys think about this? Sam Darnold's 27 years old. Doesn't he feel like he's like 33? Wow. Like you feel like he's been in the league for forever. The guy's still just 27. And he hasn't really been on the Steelers' radar at all, which I find a little bit interesting. They've thought about it, but I don't see a whole lot of interest there. And these teams are kind of trying to figure out what they're doing quarterback-wise because of the draft quarterbacks we just talked about.
Well, James, I have a question about that because I know this is tentative. This is what you're hearing, and things can change instantly. But if Aaron Rodgers was to go to the Pittsburgh Steelers, what do you think that means for Justin Fields? Is he a Jet then?
I think so. I think that's the most likely landing spot. I think Justin has taken his time with this. There's been kind of an offer there. Now, we don't know. Nobody does, actually. He's in Dubai. Nobody really knows what the offer fully, it was just wild, fully is. The biggest decision of his life. And he's like, I'll be on vacation in Dubai, but my agent will take care of it. They've made that offer. And my understanding is as he's mulled that over the last couple of days, and I think, honestly, everything Justin Fields has been through in Chicago, getting benched in Pittsburgh when people in that building, there were a number of them, didn't want him to be benched, has every right to see what's out there for him and not just jump at going back at Pittsburgh. I think he has his right to do that. But while that's happened, the Steelers started having internal discussions like, what about Aaron Rodgers? And then they started having conversations with his reps. What do you think about landing spot? So that kind of happened as Justin's kind of weighed this. But we don't know what they were looking to do with Justin Fields in terms of a contract. Maybe he believes he goes to the Jets and he can turn his career and the Jets around in a sense. The vibe around the league, I will tell you this, if you ask around, it's the Jets, I don't want to say are punting on quarterback this year, but they're not going to overly be aggressive in terms of how they go about it. Because I don't think they see the real fix in what's available right now. So do you go and get a player that, let's be honest, Justin Fields he's a good player, and he's also like, there's been a lot of opportunities he's going to be a malcontent type of player, right? What he's been through. And he never says really like the wrong thing. Maybe there's a couple instances where he got twisted in Chicago, but he handled everything in Pittsburgh really, really well. I think that's the type of player that you would want to be the stopgap for you. It looks like Jets for Justin Fields if the Steelers don't bring him back. And I will say this, the Steelers made that offer because they did have a specific plan for Justin Fields. Arthur Smith has a specific plan to win a lot of games in his mind with Justin Fields, but things might change.
And James, if you don't mind, I want to ask you one quick question about Justin Fields. I know you said you don't know what the offer is, but if you had to predict what Justin Fields' market value is, what type of money is Justin Fields going to be looking for from the New York Jets?
I'm not entirely sure. I think what he's looking at a little bit more is like, what are the years? What are the guarantees? There's a part of that. They're not going to overpay, obviously. I think it'd be in the 20s. I mean, honestly. He also doesn't have a whole lot of landing spots. That's the other part. So this is like a chicken or egg situation that's going on with these organizations and these players. Like the organizations know that there's limited landing spots and the players know that they have limited landing spots, and then they try to negotiate as much as possible out of it. But he only really has, if you ask around, two options. And so the Jets probably know that. And the Jets don't want to splurge on quarterback either. I think they'd be fine with somebody like Tyrod Taylor. Like I honestly do. Like just for a year, I don't think the Jets are opposed to resetting and looking at 2026.
James, before you go, I think we have breaking news. If I'm not mistaken here, Trayvon Moehrig is a Panther right now. What's your thoughts on this one?
This is more. I've been saying this today when I was on with the group earlier. There is going to be a player, and his name's going to be Trayvon Moehrig, that's going to get way more money than you think he's going to get. And that is more money than we thought he was going to get. This is a kid that really found his stride last year in Patrick Graham's defense. And if you talk to anybody in Vegas, they'll tell you he started getting closer to the line of scrimmage. He started making plays. He is a really good player. I had a DB coach from another team text me just going, I'm so interested to see where and how much Trayvon Moehrig gets. Like, that was kind of the league on him, because the safety market's pretty interesting, right? Like, Holland's still there, Cam Bynum's still there, like, and Moehrig's right there with him. I think this is an indication of what those other two are going to get. They're expected to be over 15 a year. Holland specifically, he's a really good player, and I think if they end up landing Milton Williams, which I believe they are going to, they're starting to change things on that side of the ball a little bit. And this is now getting thumpers at different levels. This is a big deal. Obviously, it's a really good player.
Dion, you had a question?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to take it off topic, but I was just about the quarterback position. I mean, we're looking at the quarterbacks, and it's super light for free agency. So I think you brought up Seattle, but they weren't maybe sold on the whole Sam Darnold idea. If it's not Sam Darnold, what do we see for Seattle? Like, could there be a path where they rock with Sam Howell this season? Or is there like a quarterback that we're not thinking of that could be traded, that we're just maybe not on the radar, that's maybe somebody's backup that they like more than everybody else?
Yeah, I think, well, we do have to go back and go, this isn't the position they thought they were going to be in. They thought they were going to keep Geno. Then the numbers just started to get really, really far apart, and they weren't going to pay 40 to 45 million for Geno Smith. And that kind of took them aback by a sense. So then when they started realizing that the market on Sam Darnold wasn't probably as robust as a lot of people thought. See, the interesting part about Geno Smith going to the Raiders was Geno goes to a team that was not really that interested in Sam Darnold. And probably the Seahawks saw that, right? The Giants weren't super high on Sam Darnold. Okay, these are really quarterback needy teams. These are really, guys, the two teams that have done more research and more work, I'm told, than any other two organizations on the quarterback position over the last couple of months, whether it's draft, whether it's free agency. So if they've put in that amount of work, are you going like, well, why aren't they super interested on Sam Darnold? Not that they're not, but like not super high that they're going to pay big bucks. John Snyder starts thinking, if I do this deal, then maybe I can get Sam at a lower price than what I was going to pay Geno. And it's probably a very similar player, right? Couldn't you say they're pretty comparable players in a sense? Yes, he's 27 compared to Geno's 34. But I think you could go, okay, well then in the $10 million a year we're saving, what can we do to build this roster out a little bit further, or more than 10 million what we're saving? And also, you do have a general manager that found Russell Wilson in the third round and made that play. In the middle of Russell Wilson and playing really, really well, he was always looking at quarterbacks, and he moves Russ and goes and gets Geno. My point is, I think John Schneider's sitting here going like, well, I fixed this problem before when I've been against the wall. They have all these picks now. You have 2 2s, 2 3s. Do they make a move in the draft? Is that the move at quarterback? I think they have a couple of options. I think we're all just wondering, none of them are like really secure. And that's your question, right? Like, do you just end up, because it fell that way, with Sam Howell as your quarterback? Obviously, they don't want that to be the case. But I think John's been doing this long enough. He's got a little bit of a plan. And he wouldn't have made the Geno move if he didn't think he had a very, very realistic shot at landing Sam.
Wow, I think we might have more breaking news. Ian Rappaport is reporting that the Patriots are taking the biggest defender off the market. Eagles defensive tackle Milton Williams lands in New England, $26 million per year. Oh, the Patriots. James, you want to add to this before you go?
Let's talk about New England. So they were they were going to make big splashes. We knew the amount of money they had, and we knew that they were going to go out there. Oh, Ian even put splash. We knew they were going to try to really throw some money around, because Mike Vrabel has one big goal he had in this offseason. That was change the perception and change the opinion about the New England Patriots to the rest of the league because it's been tarnished, right, over the last couple of years. And they knew they were going to have to pay a suck tax to some capacity. And this is it specifically. You got to get some of these guys to come to Foxborough. And they were really, really high on Milton Williams. That was one of their main targets. They were super high on Chris Godwin and were willing to pay above and beyond what he went back to Tampa for. And what I look at is, what are the type of guys that Mike Vrabel's going out and getting? Morgan Moses, what type of locker room guy is that, right? Outstanding. You look at Carlton Davis, dog, like 100%. You go and look at Landry, who he knows well from the Titans, and you go and look at the culture of the trenches in Philadelphia, specifically on the defensive line. I think there's a lot of off-the-field boxes that Vrabel's looking for to go along with the on-the-field boxes as he tries to change a culture in the building, and he's trying to change the perception of the organization within the league. Him and Drake May were a good starting point, and they knew they'd have to overpay. We knew Milton was the cream of the crop at the defensive tackle group, clearly, but I don't think people thought it'd be 26. I'll just say that.
26. And it's being reported now that another team had him, and at the last minute, he spurned away. The Panthers were right there in getting him, and they lost out on Milton. This is massive for the Patriots. Thank you so much, James. We'll see you in a little bit. Guys, I guess we got to talk about this because the Patriots trying to take over the AFC East. I'm just gonna keep it a buck. They've signed in free agency half of their defense, and all of them are great players. Like Vach, how do you feel about a team being this aggressive, knowing what they want to do, and they still got a lot of money?
Man, it is some overpaying going on. I think James said it perfectly. The suck tax is what it is. You know what I mean? Like, if you're a bad team, I got to pay you to come out here. You know, I just can't be some franchise that you just, you know, if you're the Eagles, you have this belief that's established that it'll be okay once I get there, right? But it's like, I'm going to charge you an extra $5 million a year to help you build this team. So if you're the Raiders and you pay big money for safety, or if you're the Patriots and you pay big money for everybody, you know, if you're one of our teams and we going, damn boy, 26 for Milton Williams is a lot. Also, Digizua just got like 21, 22. I think he's a better player than Milton Williams, just objectively. I'm just saying, not as a Cowboy guy, but just objectively. But hey, this might be what you have to do. I wanted to ask James, but he gone. So I just asked y'all. I wonder, is this going to be a theme for everybody the year? You know, this year, the overpay type of thing, or is that just the sucky teams, or is that just the Patriots?
Me personally, I think it has something to do with the teams that have excess of money. They've been preparing for this offseason. They've lined everything up. I mean, I think they had like $130 million in cap space, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere, give or take, in that range. And they're just basically going out and saying, hey, let me allow my new head coach and my new general manager to build a team the way they want to build it. And we have the money to do it. We took 2-3 years off of just losing for this moment. And here you have it. But we'll see. What about you, Dion? What's your thoughts on it?
Real quick. I mean, the Cowboys did just sign a long snapper, Vach, so we do have some breaking news. But before we get to that, they do. 3-year deal, 3-year contract. Shout out to Siege. I don't know how to pronounce his name, but
see, he was already on the team. They don't count.
Okay. No, I think that defensive tackle is just like I think it's just really weak this year. So I think Milton Williams was the prize of free agency for defensive tackle after a breakout season. He was always a good player, but isn't it even like he was playing a majority of the snaps with Philadelphia last season? He was playing less than half of their snaps. And now that concerns me as a Lions fan. I think Rich can get on board with this. I think of a guy like Levi Onwuzurike. He might have a massive market because defensive tackle just doesn't have those guys in there this season. And what we're seeing is these guys that are considered like, oh, there's might be some upside. He's pretty young and he showed some things. Javon, Kinlaw, and now Milton Williams, they are jumping on it. And keep in mind, when the Tennessee Titans were at their best with Vrabel, you could argue it was through that defense. And there's one thing, they doubled down on strength and that defensive front that was really just lacking a ton of talent. They've now jumped on it, and they traded away one of their older defensive tackles. I think that was this morning. So they're trying to seemingly get back to what is just a top-tier defense with veterans.
Richie.
Yeah, listen, I mean, the New England Patriots, they have the most cap space in the NFL, and you can also argue they have the least talented roster in the NFL. Of course, they're going to be making splashes. Am I the only one not surprised by this? Why are we making it seem like, oh, the Patriots are back? They could be, but there's a long way to go before I'm going to start hyping up the New England Patriots, me personally. I mean, I love Mike Vrabel as a head coach. Drake May showed a lot of upside as a rookie, but let's slow down the brakes over here now that the Patriots are going to be competitive in the AFC East, because even as a Jets fan, I know this division runs through Buffalo, and they have made a lot of moves this weekend just by taking care of their own. But this is what you have to do when you have so much cap space and the NFL salary cap increases every single year. You got to overpay. $26 million per year for Milton Williams is a grossly overpay, in my opinion. But if you're a team like the Patriots, you're going to have to overpay for talent. That's what you have to do. You heard the Carolina Panthers were close on getting Milton Williams. The Patriots came in and they're like, you know what? We really desperately need a defensive tackle, so we're going to overpay for you. We're going to pay our own version of a tax and bring you into New England. And this is what Mike Vrabel wants to do. I don't think Mike Vrabel wants to kick the can down the road and start winning in 2 and 3 years. He wants to win right now, and he's taking a lot of swings at a lot of veterans like Morgan Moses, Milton Williams, Carlton Davis. He's not going young. He's getting old players in the veteran market, which is smart. And then the key for the New England Patriots' success will be the NFL draft.
Breaking news.
Well, I may be on a
Jordan Schultz, Puna Ford is signed with the Rams, 3 years, $30 million. My bad. Go ahead.
Ooh, 3 years, $30 million. What's your thoughts on that, Vach?
Hey, shouts out to Puna Ford for getting 3 years, $30 million from the Rams, dog. I didn't know that Puna Ford was still in the $10 million a year market. Shouts out to him. Go get you a car, player. But go ahead.
Yeah, I think a lot of the defense. Yeah,
I was just gonna say, keep in mind their nose tackle Bobby Brown this offseason is a free agent. He might be one of those other guys that gets his price way higher. He's only 25 years old, but like there was some like buzz, like, oh, he might not want to come back. And look, everybody with LA was better last season. So Puna Ford was actually pretty good for him last year. But I think that, so 30 million, I mean, that's a lot, but it's a guy that's been productive, and he was productive in that defense last season. They need a nose tackle, but that tells me that they might have another guy that's going to get paid a lot of money this offseason, and Bobby Brown III, that feels like he's flying a little bit under the radar now.
Yeah, something crazy is happening with the defensive tackles, because there's a report just now that another big-time defensive tackle hits the market. Steelers have released Larry Ogunjobi. So something's going on with the defensive tackles. It looks like they're set to get paid. Steelers release them. They couldn't come up with a deal that can keep him there. And he's going to try to test this market, especially after seeing what's happening right now with the tackles. Oh, man, these are huge things. But back to the Patriots real quick. I might be on an island, but I'm buying into what they're doing. I know that they're overpaying and they're spending their money, but I'm buying into it, because the one thing that I'm not going to forget is the fact that even with one of the weakest rosters in the NFL last year, they were competitive. They were competitive. You know, they had a lot of games that went down to the wire and lost due to their youth and lack of talent. You add Mike Vrabel at the coaching position, he comes in and builds this defense to compete day one. And I can tell you, Mike Vrabel, I'm going to go out on a limb and say this year he's going to have a top 10 defense. The moves they made today, he should have a top 10 defense. And because it's Mike Vrabel. And as they work on that offense and continues to improve it, I can see him building exactly what he built in Tennessee if he can get the right weapons. So I'm actually buying into what the Patriots are doing right now, and I think that this could be a problem for the league to where they can have a Charger-esque type season. Let's not forget the Chargers won, 12 games last year? Don't look up, and the Patriots are doing something just as impressive. So the AFC East has a lot of concern with these moves. But let's switch gears here, because a lot of trades happened over the weekend and are continuing to happen. Have you guys thought about some potential trades? Whoa, is that more breaking news? Sam Darnold?
Yep, hit the button.
Oh, boy, man, that just shifted gears.
3 years, $100
Sam
million.
Darnold.
Seattle.
3 years, $110 million contract, $55 million guarantee with the Seattle Seahawks. That's a huge domino off the board, guys. Vach, man. Well, let's start with Richie. This is his guy.
Yeah,
Talk to me. How do you feel? How do you feel about this move with Sam Darnold?
Well, wait till we get to the segment later on where we had to send in to the producers of the Hear Me Out, because it's exactly this, baby. Sam Darnold lands with the Seattle Seahawks. Exactly what I expected, which everybody expected. But I'm here to tell you guys, Sam is going to prove the world wrong, because I can guarantee you everybody right now thinks to themselves, oh, Seattle's getting Sam Darnold. He was a product of Kevin O'Connell, a product of the phenomenal surrounding cast around him in Minnesota with Justin Jefferson, which of course you got to add to it. But I think Sam Darnold is going to prove to be a franchise quarterback in Seattle. It's not going to be perfect. It's not going to be pretty. I'm not going to say he's going to be top 5, top 7, but I love this move for the Seattle Seahawks because he still has a lot of upside in this league. If he could slow things down, and let's not forget that Sam just looked bad in 2 games last season, and those are the highest pressured moments. So that's what you have to look at with Sam Darnold. Can he level up his game in the high pressured moments late in the season when the playoffs are on the line? Is he going to be able to elevate his game? And he showed that he's not able to do that. So now he gets an opportunity to go to a team that's telling him, you are our franchise quarterback. Because when the Minnesota Vikings brought him in last year, it was a 1-year deal. They drafted JJ McCarthy in the first round, and then JJ gets hurt. So then all of a sudden the keys were handed to Sam right before the season. He's like, all right, Sam, this is your team now. And then he took it and ran with it. Won 14, 15 games with Minnesota. Now the Seattle Seahawks giving him a $110.5 million contract with $55 million guaranteed. I got to see the details of it because I'm sure it's not going to be fully upfront where he's locked up long term. But I think this is a good move for Seattle, going from Geno to Sam Darnold. And in my opinion, Sam Darnold is a better quarterback than Geno Smith. So I think this is an upgrade from the Seattle Seahawks.
I don't know about that one, but before I go to Dion, I will say this: I'm proud of Sam Darnold. I am actually happy for him, genuinely happy, because I'll never forget. I was live streaming the Jets game where he quote unquote saw ghosts, and I just said his career is effectively over. It is officially over. And to climb from that moment to get to this point, to have, life-changing financial stability for your family, this is a massive deal. And congratulations to Sam Darnold. And this is proof. Don't give up. You keep fighting. You keep pushing forward. Man, this is well-deserved. And he balled out last year. It got tough in some tough moments, but overall, he led that team to its success. So well-deserved. Congratulations to Sam. Dion, what do you have on this?
Well, I think me and Richie might be on some similar paths here because, look, here's the thing. I don't think Seattle has to be terrible this season, but I think what they're doing, moving off so many of their veterans, it seems like they're definitely just trying to get younger. They're just trying to get younger across the board. And Sam Darnold, as it was just brought up, he's only 27 years old. So timeline-wise, he was a quarterback that actually did make sense because you could give him a long-term contract and still kind of continue going young as a team rather than having you trying to plug in an old quarterback to a young team that's just not on the same timeline. I would also say that price point's going to be interesting because like $35 million a year, somewhere in that range, he's down in the middle of the pack. I mean, he's like right in the middle of the pack with that kind of number. So that could turn out to be a very, fair contract. I mean, Baker's making 33 a year, so it's not too far off from what that would be on a per year basis. So I think the number makes sense here.
Well, let's bring in our NFL insider. We're going to come to you in a moment, Vach. James, man, breaking news, Sam Darnold off the board. What's your take?
Well, we were just talking about this. I think the numbers are pretty similar to what we talked about, aren't they? Like we said, they were kind of going to be in that mid to low 30s range per year. The Baker Mayfield contract, I think you guys mentioned that, was one that had been kind of thrown around quite a bit in terms of what Sam Darnold would maybe be fetching. The interesting part is it's a little less than, say, like Geno. I think Geno really wanted to play for Pete Carroll. I do think there's some connections here. Clint Kubiak does know Sam Darnold quite a bit. They definitely spent time in San Francisco together. He knows the system. It's all kind of part of that similar tree. So he's not changing offensive systems all that much, to some degree, for sure, but not all that much. And this was what we were discussing in terms of John Schneider wasn't going to go in completely blind. He's been doing this 16 years in Seattle. I think he had an idea when he moved on from Geno Smith. Oh my God, guys, are we going to talk about how these teams talk to each other before the tampering window opens? Yeah, they do. And so he had an idea that he was going to be able to potentially do this. And now with the extra money, they're able to kind of change some things. And I mentioned the deals being somewhat similar. It's definitely a little less, but he adds a 3rd round pick to it too. What he got for Geno Smith. So it's Sam Darnold coming in and probably taking a little bit of leap of faith, because we will say this. Nothing against Clint Kubiak. Is he a better play caller and designer than Kevin O'Connell, who just won Coach of the Year? Probably not. Does he have weapons like Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison? No. Does he have an offensive line like the Vikings have? No. Does he have a defense? I think he does have that. I think he does have a defense, and they've done a good job on that side of the ball. And obviously that Mike's expertise. So there are probably some things that they can do with these 5 picks in the top 92 they have now, where you can get one of these tight ends. You can definitely get another back, right? You can definitely find some pieces that you can go out and help Sam Darnold in time to reestablish this offense. I would say this, if you want to be a glasses half full type of guy, which I think I am most of the time, guys. We don't know each other that well personally, but I am. Clint Kubiak now has the ability to put more of his fingerprints on this offense, right? Like, he can be there for these picks, be there for how they put this together. Sometimes that's good, because I remember covering Clint's dad when I was covering the Houston Texans, and Gary Kubiak was the head coach there. And he had to flip that roster to what they run as an offense, right? Offensive linemen change. You want more athletic offensive linemen in that wide zone system. You want guys that can play out in space in the way that they run the football. And Gary had to take a minute before he changed that offensive line to be more into the vein of the way they run this. So maybe with the picks, and now that Kubiak's in the building, you do have the ability to mold it to what works for you and your quarterback.
Well, question, James. Is this going to be an Atlanta Falcons situation where Seattle still drafts a quarterback potentially?
Well, the money's nowhere near the difficulties of Atlanta, but yeah, I still think they're in the running if they want to draft a quarterback. I think if the Browns land somebody, they could still draft a quarterback. I think if things don't work out, and like in the direction we're hearing they're heading, and Aaron Rodgers ends up going to the Giants, which is a lot of people obviously have made that connection, I don't think that would rule out the Giants taking a quarterback near the top of the draft. I don't think this deal changes the fact of them going and getting a quarterback. And Sam just operated with it, right? He just operated in really beating out J.J. McCarthy. He had him beat out before the injury in Minnesota. But I do think not having somebody looking over your shoulder while you're playing is something kind of nice. Maybe Sam has to do it again. We'll see. But I don't think it rules it out with like what we talked about earlier, the way John Schneider looks at quarterbacks consistently and is always looking to improve the room. I don't think it's going to deter him from taking one. Is he less likely? Probably.
Well, we haven't talked about this much. No one's really talking about it much. But now what does Minnesota do, though?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think Daniel Jones is certainly in play. The difficult spot that they put themselves in was, we're not going to tag Sam Darnold because we don't think he's worth $40 million a year. I think they were accurate in that, right? And we saw that on the open market. And now they have to pivot in a sense. They were hoping that Sam would come back for 1 year, give a larger sample size, and be like, hey, guess what? I did this for 2 seasons. I can go out and get more money. That was kind of their pitch. You're not going to find a better situation than this one. That was their pitch. And Sam goes, and I want some guaranteed years to maybe be a starter, move forward. The hard part about this is they're in uncharted territory. You're right. We've never seen, like, really, J.J. McCarthy missed this entire year. Then he gets a second procedure done. And there's been talk about his weight loss with that, and coming back from it, and coming back from the rehab, and missing all of those reps. Do you just throw him out there week 1? I don't think, with the way that they were talking to Sam Darnold, they wanted to do that. So Daniel Jones has been in that building. To all accounts that I've been told, Daniel Jones has enjoyed his time there. And obviously he has. Anybody who's around Kevin O'Connell just has a delightful time. He's wonderful. And so that would be kind of the pivot move right now with Daniel Jones. And you could say, honestly, if DJ wants to rebuild himself, you use the previous guy who was there as the model, right, with Sam Darnold, and he just did it. And where else would Sam go? He's not going back to the Giants. And if Fields goes to the Jets and Rodgers goes to the Steelers, I think Daniel Jones maybe, though, has an option in Indianapolis. Now, if you're Daniel Jones, I'll throw this to you guys. Like, if you're Daniel Jones, where do I have a greater chance of winning the job, and maybe winning the job for more than 1 year? Probably Indy, right? Like, you don't have J.J. McCarthy behind you in Indianapolis. You have Anthony Richardson, who has struggled and has been benched. And so I think your difficult spot you're in right now, if you're Minnesota, is, oh no, we need somebody to help us until our top 10 pick plays. It's not the worst situation, but you'd like to have somebody.
Man, this quarterback carousel is one to behold this year. Well, thank you so much, James. We're definitely going to come back to you as we get more breaking news. We'll see you soon. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to transition into free agent destinations. A lot of these players are still available out here, and we want to talk about it. Before we do, I do want to get Vach's, because we skipped it, your take on the Sam Darnold move, and then we're going to get into some of the free agents and where they're headed.
I don't really have nothing super important. You guys kind of touched on everything, so that's all right. But yeah. You just have to carry that over into the next situation. And shouts out to Sam Darnold. Go out there and buy yourself a house and a bunch of new TVs and stuff. Shouts out to you. Let's go.
All right. Well, there's still some interesting players that's available in free agency, waiting to determine what team.
The Pittsburgh Steelers per Jordan Schultz. Per Jordan Schultz, Darius Slay is signing with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Cornerback.
You said Slay, not Slayton. Yeah.
Former
from the Eagles, right?
Former Eagle cornerback Darius Slay is signing with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Oh, I heard.
Per Jordan Schultz.
Man. But that's massive for Pittsburgh. I mean, is Pittsburgh low-key winning right now as well, with the exception of figuring out the quarterback position? I mean, what's your thoughts on that, Dion, what Pittsburgh's been able to do so far?
I think, well, it always comes back to the same conversation with Pittsburgh, and we get to that later. But I think what Pittsburgh's doing, we know they have a great defense. I mean, they feel like this is a piece to win now. I mean, Darius Slay's a piece to win now, and Darius Slay can still play. And I actually think he fits really well for who they are defensively. Like, cause he's a take away the ball kind of guy. Like, that's what he is, and that's what he still brings. And he still shows tons of athleticism. He's not a guy that's like not ready to play or not able to play corner anymore. You don't have to push him to safety. He had a good season this past year. He's one of the more flexible corners, and he thrives when he's able to kind of back up and play off of guys a little bit more. So I think to pair him with Joey Porter Jr., you kind of get a little bit of two different styles there. And you get a guy that's going to take the football away. I think this team isn't that far away, and especially on the defensive side of the ball, we know that they are pretty loaded on that side. This is a sneaky move, because we look around the entire conference. We talk about their quarterbacks. If they can hit something, they feel like they could be a threat. It always feels that way, but Darius Slay can still play.
You know what I love about Darius Slay, though, is more so his pedigree. When you really think about it, he's one of those guys you would consider a dog. He doesn't back down to the competition. He's outspoken. I got a chance to interview him at the Super Bowl, and I the first thing I said, hey Slay, Darius, he corrected me. And those are the type of guys that's a little bit outspoken, that can come in that locker room and not back down. And he also has championship pedigree, so he sets the tone of an expectation. And that's Mike Tomlin all day. He matches that same type of energy, and I feel like it's a more of a culture fit. And that can serve to be huge for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Richie, what do you have on this move?
I think it's a great move for Pittsburgh. They're really loading up and getting veterans. And the Pittsburgh Steelers are a perfect team to get a guy like Darius Slay, coming off a Super Bowl champion. You also trading for DK Metcalf. Now you bring in Darius Slay. I think this is a no-brainer for Pittsburgh. Now the big question is the quarterback spot for Pittsburgh. And I think that's a big point that you have to realize when it comes to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Will it be Aaron Rodgers? Will it be Russell Wilson coming back? Are they going to bring back Justin Fields? That's the next domino to fall for Pittsburgh, which is an exciting thing. But the Pittsburgh Steelers signing Darius Slay is a big-time get. But I want to just quickly say this. We got almost 5,000 people live watching on YouTube, and not even 1,000 like buttons smashed. So everyone that's watching us live on YouTube, on Bleacher Report's YouTube channel, hit the like button. Let's get this well over 1,000 likes for us here at Bleacher Report. The production quality is fantastic. We got James Palmer. We got the four Stooges here that were live for the Bleacher Report weekly prediction. So smash the thumbs up button if you guys are enjoying the show here on Bleacher Report. We're excited to keep up the mega show, the NFL free agency show, because there's going to be more breaking news coming.
Yes, Vach, what do you have on the Slay deal? And hit that like button, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey man, we're just adding more to it, and I think it's important to kind of understand, Richie said it or Dion said it. One of y'all said it. But they're trying to win right now. Like Darius is like, what, 34 or something like that? And I hate that he didn't let you call him Slay. Just call him. Come on, man. Let me just call you Slay. Whatever. But yeah, he's a 34-year-old character. So if I had to guess, this might be like a 1-year deal, like 1 year decent money type deal that won't be on your books too long. I think Pittsburgh's trying to win right now. And if they're doing all of this, Pittsburgh, right? You get Slay, he's not going to be cheap. You get DK, you're giving up draft capital. I think they have to have a plan for, quarterback right now. They have to have something in mind. I don't think that Pittsburgh is waiting on dominoes to fall. I think something big is probably going to come out in the next 30 or 40 minutes or so. So we should just stay tapped into that. Because it don't make no sense to do all this if you don't have a plan for quarterback. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, that's the interesting piece. What is Pittsburgh going to do at the quarterback position? Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, a trade maybe of a current quarterback on a team in the league. You just don't know. It's going to be interesting to see how, Justin Fields. Where is he going?
He's going
Justin Fields,
Green.
Is that the
what's Gang Green? Just say what the team is. What is Gang Green? What's that? That's the Jets? That's the Jets. Okay, cool. The Jets are signing quarterback Justin Fields per Tom Pelissero as Gang Green gets the new starter. Fields says goodbye to Pittsburgh after 1 year. 2 years, $20 million, 30 guaranteed,
Richie,
hey, let's go.
I told you the money, Richie. $40 million.
Woo!
Wow.
Oh, my goodness. Justin Fields, welcome to the New York Jets. TD, take it away, bro. Take it away. Take it away.
No, it's for you to take away. This is your team.
Hey,
tell me what this means.
This means a lot for the New York Jets. Justin Fields is coming to the New York Jets on a $40 million contract. There was a debate amongst Jets fans for so long heading into the draft where we drafted Zach Wilson instead of Justin Fields, by the way. That was the moment when the Jets could have drafted Justin Fields. It comes full circle. He comes to the New York Jets now in free agency on a 2-year, $40 million contract. This is a massive move. Now, I don't think this is the future of the New York Jets. He has to prove it to me. I'm not going to sit here and think he's the franchise quarterback for the next 10+ seasons. He has to go out there on the football field and prove he can play at the next level and, of course, be consistent in a full season. We have not seen Justin Fields play 17 games in a successful season yet, but I think he has all the upside in the world for the New York Jets to bring in. This is a massive deal for the New York Jets post Aaron Rodgers. You're bringing in a guy that has so much upside in this league from a mobility standpoint, his athleticism, his ability to throw the ball down the field. But the negatives, of course, that's really holding back is his ability to process the field, his accuracy, and the turnovers. So those are the things he needs to work at in the NFL in order to succeed. And now he's coming to the New York Jets with a brand new head coach, Aaron Glenn, brand new GM and Darren Muji. And he's also reunited with Garrett Wilson back in their Ohio State days. I can tell you this, Jets fans are pumped up about this one.
Listen, this is a great move for the New York Jets. I feel like he has an opportunity to make right his ship. I think that team is going to be led by defense, and all he has to do is make sure he protects the football and be a playmaker. And I think with Aaron Glenn there, with the culture, I think it's a perfect fit. The Jets get their guy. And, I wasn't shocked. There was a lot of conversation on the value of Justin Fields. Many said it'll be like a 2-year, $20 million, 2-year, $25. But this goes to show you, because Justin Fields hasn't proven anything in the NFL and hasn't even played many games. And a lot of people say, what is he proven to get over $20 million a year? But this is the market now. A guy that you believe in that has upside, the market is 15 plus. And Justin Fields lands $20 million a year, $30 million guaranteed. That's about a year and a half worth of guarantees. This is a good prove-it deal while the Jets continue to figure out how they want to proceed as an organization. Talk to me, Dion. What's your thoughts on this big deal for the Jets?
TD, I agree with you. I think it's the right move. I think ultimately they didn't want to have a position where they had to force a quarterback, and we'll see how that plays out. but I think it's the right move to add a baseline to your offense, and I think that's what he is. Look, Aaron Glenn has dealt with this guy, and I think, again, when we played him defensively, it wasn't ever the most exotic things that you would see offensively, but you knew what it was going to look like, and you knew just the stress that he was going to constantly put on multiple players. He's one of the best runners with the football still in the NFL for the quarterback position. So I think it doesn't have to be overly complex, but when you're getting something started, you're trying to evaluate what everything is around. So you want some stability. And I think what Justin Fields is going to bring is immediate stability of like, all right, we know exactly what his strengths are. Let's just lean into those. And that way we can figure out what everything else is around him in the meantime. And that'll help us kind of figure out the future quarterback position and really figure out what we need. So I think it's the right move ultimately for the Jets to add the piece.
Vach, what's your take on this move? There was a lot of talk about Tyrod Taylor maybe taking the reins, but with this type of money, Fields has to be the starter. What's your thoughts on this one?
Let me just say it like this, and I'll ask Richie. Richie, do you think that the offense is going to walk into this with a breath of fresh air, not having to deal with such a big name or such a big aura of Aaron Rodgers? Like if Aaron Rodgers walk in the door, he has this aura that I get to change the plays if I want to. I get to do this if I would like, to where if Justin Fields is there, all right, this is what we're going to do, and we're going to play by our book, and we're not going to change any plays. You're going to do what I see. You know what I'm saying? Like, do you think that having less, I would say, superstar quarterback aura energy would be better, for the Jets, with Fields than Rodgers would be?
Absolutely. You're onto something right there, Vach. And that's a big reason why the New York Jets got rid of Aaron Rodgers, for that exact reason. And Aaron Glenn is the reason for that. He went out there and said at the podium, we're not here to make people happy. We're here to make moves to help this team win. And Garrett Wilson is going to be happy about this because of that exact reason. There was a lot of rumblings that Garrett Wilson, Aaron Rodgers were not on the same page. They did not see the football field the same way, which led to the Jets want to get rid of Aaron Rodgers. That was one of the reasons, of course. And I think that the presence of Aaron Rodgers and his overall, it's got to be my way. It's got to be my offense. I got to make all the plays. And listen, he's a future Hall of Famer, first ballot. I got nothing but respect for Aaron Rodgers, but the reality is the Jets just were not situated for him to go in there and figure it out. We did not have a culture built. He tried to build his own culture and it failed. And now with Aaron Glenn in charge, a guy like Justin Fields, it is 100% a breath of fresh air, because this is somebody that's a former first-round pick that has all the tools to be a franchise quarterback, but he hasn't really had a supporting cast to kind of give him that. In Chicago, the coaching staff was a mess. When he was with Pittsburgh, he had to worry about Russell Wilson there, and he's getting benched. The Pittsburgh never really opened their arms to Fields and say, hey, we're going to invest in you to be our guy. Now he's coming to the New York Jets that are entering a brand new era of football. They're going to open their arms, and they're going to put every single resource into making Justin Fields a successful quarterback. And I'm not going to sit here and say I'm expecting him to be the franchise quarterback yet. I'm not going there. But hey, you never know.
Well, this is definitely a free agent frenzy out here right now. And let's bring in NFL insider James Palmer on the breaking news of Justin Fields.
Well, we just talked about it, guys. And what did I say? I think I said
we own it.
I think I said what I think I'm not. I'm going to do this real quick, but you were like, what do you think the numbers are? I was like, 20.
Yeah,
it's 2 for 40, and so we were right in that same wheelhouse. I love what you guys are talking about. You're spot on, honestly. I think this is an opportunity, and Justin Fields knew it, and I think he was kind of sending the Steelers that message of, I know you want me back, and I told you that Arthur Smith had a plan, and I think Arthur likes Fields. I think he likes him more than Russell Wilson, in all honesty. If you asked him to take a truth serum and it was Mission Impossible and you injected him and he had to say the real belief, I think Arthur Smith would say, I'll take Justin Fields over Russell Wilson. But I also think Pittsburgh was kind of hedging their bets with Justin Fields a little bit. Like, we want you to come in. We want you to come back. We've enjoyed our time with you. And I think that's all accurate and true. But we're not fully committing to you. Do you know what I'm saying? We're not fully giving you our team. We'd like you to come back, but we're still going to poke around at, quarterbacks. I think this is an opportunity after what happened in Pittsburgh for Justin Fields to go out and say, let me go try to win over an organization. Let me go take the reins. I got this deal. I'm the quarterback of the Jets, and let's see what I can do with it. And let's see if I can have a real opportunity in a building that I believe is, it can't go the other direction. A building I believe has much more functionality to it than it's had in the past, and maybe more functionality for sure than what went on with him in Chicago. And now I have an opportunity to come in as the guy from the start of camp. I think this is a really good move by Justin Fields to go out and be with an organization that's looking to turn things over quickly, looking to find ways to, when I say turn things over quickly, I mean like culturally and how they operate, and the way Aaron Glenn is wired, I think fits Justin Fields. And your good buddy Garrett Wilson is there, who's been upset and probably will be a little happier now. I just think there's a lot that checks the boxes for Justin Fields to go here, which is why he was kind of slow playing the Steelers' offer, because he wanted to see what was going to be offered to him elsewhere. And David Mulligana is very good at these things. He's really good at them. And I think he got his client a pretty good deal after getting benched after 4 games.
So what's the top priority now for Pittsburgh?
I think we know, don't we?
I got a question on that, actually, with Pittsburgh, with Aaron Rodgers, James, real quick. Everyone's saying that it could be close, but from my understanding, Aaron Rodgers is still under contract with the Jets. He hasn't been released, technically. So, how does that work? Because there hasn't been an official release. They want to do post-June 1st. Why don't you break that down for us?
Yeah, so, the first part of it is he's been officially granted permission to speak with all these other teams. So, that doesn't get in the way of, talking to anything. It's, similar to these guys who are allowed to go out and talk and have trades, say a Trey Hendrickson or whatever it is. So that's not an issue at all. They are going to have to officially release him before the start of the new league year. That's going to have to happen before Wednesday, because he can't sit here and not sign a contract with the Steelers, because both teams need to be in compliance in terms of their numbers when Wednesday hits. So it's something's going to happen, and they can still give him the post-June one. But yeah, I think this guy's is a move that a lot of people, specifically in Pittsburgh, that cover the Steelers, were like, there's no way this happens. And I think the reason this does happen is for a couple of reasons. Are we sensing pressure in Pittsburgh maybe for the first time in Mike Tomlin's kind of tenure? Where it's we're kind of stuck in this. My buddy Dan Hanzus says this from Heed the Call. He's like, they're stuck in elite mediocrity, which is kind of true. And there's finally some pressure. The defense is getting a little older with Minka Fitzpatrick and TJ Watt. And there's finally a little bit of pressure. I was at that game in Baltimore where they lose in the playoffs in the first round in embarrassing fashion again, where you're just not there. And when that pressure starts to shift for Mike Tomlin a little bit, and the landscape for Aaron Rodgers has dramatically shifted post-Jets to where, what's my best chance to win? I want to go out. I don't know if it's possible, but I want to go out the way Peyton Manning did and the way Tom Brady did. What's my chances of that happening? I think he swallowed a little pride, and I believe, talking to people in New York, that they thought if they went and got Aaron Rodgers, which I'm not saying that's out of the question either, but their thought would be it'd be different than what happened with the Jets, strictly because of the my way, highway type of thing would maybe change a little bit because of where everybody's at. And I do know Aaron Rodgers has a tremendous amount of respect for Mike Tomlin. And I think they also had to look at it and go, we just paid all this money to DK Metcalf. We're hanging on to George Pickens for right now. We need somebody to get them the football. And so once Aaron Rodgers couldn't land with the Rams, which is where he really, really wanted to go if Matthew Stafford was going to go elsewhere. And there was a moment, honestly, guys, I don't know how much this has been talked about. There was a specific moment where the Raiders really thought they were getting Matthew Stafford. That moment did exist, which is really kind of fascinating. And so Rodgers probably would have went to the Rams. And now he ends up, most likely, it's pointing in that direction towards Pittsburgh. We'll see what happens. Anything can happen. But if he wants those things that I listed, you have a greater chance of that happening in Pittsburgh than New York.
Well, is Russell Wilson still in play?
In Pittsburgh?
In Pittsburgh, yeah. Is he still in play to be brought back?
Yeah, I haven't figured it out entirely, but I would say this, that it's not going to be ruled out. Like I mentioned, he still talks to DK on a daily basis. Those two still discuss, I don't know what they talk about. I don't know where I was going with that. I don't know what they say on the phone, but they talk every day, and they still have a relationship. So I wouldn't say Pittsburgh would rule that out entirely, because with Aaron, you never know what's going to happen. He could pivot the last minute, or all of a sudden he does a ayahuasca and they say, he says, no, now I need to go here. And so I don't think they've ruled it out entirely, but I will say this. There were enough people in the building that understood at the end of the year, that is the best we're going to get from Russell Wilson, right? We know we can't throw over the middle of the field. I talked to a number of defensive coordinators that went against them in the back end of the season. It was touchdown, check down. That's all we got to worry about. There's no intermediate passing game. There's nothing over the middle we have to worry about. That's Russ's game, and it's been figured out by a lot of people in this league. I think he still can play, but I think Pittsburgh knew where it was, and that's why they offered. I mean, they didn't make an offer to Russ, right? They made the offer to Justin Fields. They didn't make the offer to Russ. I think it's still there if Russ is out of options. Hey, come on back. But I don't think that's their move right now.
Well, James, we have some breaking news, quite a few moves happening right now, but one fresh off the press. The Bears are giving Edge Dayu Adiyu. Hey, maybe you could pronounce it better than me. But he's getting he's getting over $40 million of a deal, $48 million, $16 million per year with 32 guaranteed. What's your thoughts on this move?
Wow. So Dio is one of those players like I had with Morig that were like, this is going to be more money than people expect. This is a swing. I'll say that. And teams were willing to swing. And there were a variety of teams that were in on him because of the age. He's younger. I think he's only like 25. And he doesn't have sack numbers. But if you asked around, teams were like, well, that's not really on him. That's on the Colts defensive backs because guys got open pretty quickly. And so it's hard to get sacks, right? If your secondary is not making, receivers work to get open. He was getting pressure. He was getting there. And that's what teams were reading into. The ceiling's really, really high on him. And I think that's part of the reason why you give him the money, because of the age and the ceiling. I mean, the dude's got like 35-inch arms. He's long. He's got multiple moves already, if you ask around. Mm-hmm. And so this was one of the players in free agency that everybody's like, there hasn't been a ton of production, but somebody's going to swing big and pay him. And we knew that, Chicago was looking at edge guys, and yeah, they land Dio. It's like, if you really trust your position coach, this is the type of player you want to go out and get. If you think molding that player, you got Dennis Allen. If you feel like molding that player is going to come to fruition, there was a lot of people that says once we get our hands on him, and we'll see if they do it.
Well, they've gotten their guy. Thank you so much, James. I know we'll be seeing you soon with all this breaking news. Thanks for coming through.
For sure.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's shift gears real quick here. We still have a lot of free agents available that are going to be going to multiple places. This one that I want to talk about in particular. He's a great player, but injuries have they've been the issue for him. Joey Bosa. What are your thoughts on him, where he could be landing? And the price tag potentially, given the injury history. I want to start with Dion here on this one. What's your thoughts of Joey?
Yeah, I mean, my guess is he's going to San Francisco. I just think that they're absolutely going to do that. I know we heard recently that the whole J.J. Watt and T.J. Watt would have teamed up. If it would have worked out, it would have been possible. And I think for Joey Bosa, this is what it's been. It's been the fact that he's missed time, right? And I think for who they are defensively, it might be a little bit weird putting those two together, but they're both just pure pass rushers. That's what they do at a very high level. Specifically, Joey Bosa at this stage, that's where he thrives. He still has it as a pass rusher. And they tried the Hargrave thing. They moved off him this offseason, opened a lot of cap there. The whole defensive line felt like it's never really come together outside of Nick Bosa, and they've invested heavily. So I think now they're going to take their swing on the brother who has missed a lot of time, thinking that, hey, we put the two brothers together, this guy's going to be on the field because he wants to play with his brother. So I think they're going to take this opportunity to jump on something that could be unique and special. And I think Joey Bosa is ultimately going to be in San Fran.
Interesting. Richie, what's your thoughts on it?
I agree. I think him going to San Francisco makes a lot of sense, and it's a cap casualty for the Chargers. And I feel like him reuniting with his brother, I mean, that would be fun. That would be fun to get Joey Bosa over there to the San Francisco 49ers. There's a lot of options out there for where these guys are going to go, but I think Joey Bosa to San Francisco makes a lot of sense.
Interesting. Vach, how about you? Where do you think Joey ends up?
Everybody pretty much saying it. Go and play with your brother. You know what I mean? I'm sure that Joey's gonna have to, kind of take it easy on the money to make it make sense. There's not room for two overpaid Bosas in San Fran. And me saying overpaid, like sure, Nick has earned his money by being fantastic and great. But when I say overpay, I mean getting as much money as Joey probably think he'll get. I don't think that'll be the case there. But hey, I mean, whoever wants Joey, but whoever needs edge help, whoever probably wants a rundown guy. But Joey hadn't played a bunch of football in the last couple years. So is anybody willing to gamble on the name and the injury history? Then I think you'll have to roll with that. But I don't know how robust the market is going to be outside of San Francisco for Joey Bosa. So we'll see.
Well, there was reports this morning that the Miami Dolphins were heavily pursuing Joey Bosa. We'll see how that works out. I don't know if I like it because the Dolphins have a history of getting players fresh off of injury so they can save money, but then we cry about being hurt at the end of the year and why we can't make a real playoff run. So I'm not in the business of continuing to go that route. I want to get someone who's solidified, who's not prone to injury. So I'm not a big fan of it. I think San Francisco is the best landing spot, something that for his career and his legacy, he can say he was able to do with his brother. And, that frees your mind. That's, allows him to have fun, and maybe he can stay healthy and be, a contributor to what they're trying to do. All right. But next free agent, that's potential landing spot for Charvarius Ward. I mean, we're talking about a guy who's about to turn 30 years old at the cornerback position. Where do you see him landing, Dion? What's your thoughts on him in his landing spot?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of teams that are interesting here. First off, I think Arizona's in an interesting spot. I like what they have with the youth at cornerback there, but I could see them feeling like they're in a spot now where they could take a jump forward. And he's coming off kind of a down season, so I think it's an opportunity to go get a guy that's pushing 29 years old. But as they kind of try to bring back that defense, bring it back to life, and they're trying to build up the front, and they've done that with young players, they could go the veteran route where they're very young in the secondary as well. So I kind of like the idea of them going the young route, or going an older route to add to a young defense, and adding Ward to a team like Arizona.
Interesting. Richie, your take on that?
Yeah, I'm actually going to throw out my New York Jets. I think that there's an option there. The Jets need a cornerback to replace DJ Reed, and they were interested in Carlton Davis. They were not going to pay Davis the amount of money that he got with New England. And I think Charvarius Ward coming to the New York Jets, I think it makes sense. I think that's to be a good partnership. The Jets still have some cap space to work with. I don't know if Aaron Glenn wants to go into the draft to replace DJ Reed or get a veteran in the building. And I think Ward, opposite side of Sauce Gardner, would make a ton of sense for that New York Jets defense. I mean, Dosa Dion will be the first to tell you that Aaron Glenn relies on the secondary, relies on them a lot in the back end. And he had Carlton Davis, Brian Branch, Kirby Joseph. You need the secondary in order to succeed with an Aaron Glenn style defense, and then throw in Steve Wilks as a guy who has a lot of exotic blitzes. Steve Wilks was the defensive coordinator for the San Francisco 49ers. So there is a connection between our defensive coordinator Wilks and Ward. They crossed paths a few years ago. So I think the Jets are a legit landing spot for Charvarius Ward as well.
All right. What about you, Vach?
I would love to see him in Dallas, but I know better than that. But Diggs is hurt for the next season, and we just lost Jordan Lewis to the Jags this morning. There, 3 years, $30 million. Shouts out to Jordan Lewis getting his money and all that. So outside of Deron Bland, the Cowboys looking around asking where all the corners at. So it'll be nice to see him there. But I know better than that. TD, the Cowboys ain't finna sign nobody. Not till like Friday or next week or something like that. So.
Well, you'll hear me say it, and I called it first. Ward will end up in Miami. I think this is where they'll put a little bit of their very little money towards, because they want to pair Jalen Ramsey up with another good corner. They released Kendall Fuller. You can't regress at the position. I don't think you're going to take a corner at 13 in a draft. And in a year where you got to win now, you need to go address that position. Our former first-round pick in Cam Smith just is not working out so far. He's not ready to be a starter full-time in this league, at least in my opinion. So look for Miami to actually go after Ward and make a little splash to pair up with Ramsey and give Anthony Weaver a nice combination on the back end, because we're going to struggle at the safety position. Losing Javon Holland, and it's interesting to see where he ends up, but losing him, and that was our free safety. We don't even have a strong safety. So you need some pieces in that secondary, and this is a nice one to make a bold move. All right. Let's move forward to Amari Cooper. We know his situation coming from the Browns, being traded to the Buffalo Bills. Really flew under the radar if we're going to be honest. And he was one of the players in the NFL that had one of the highest drop rates. What's your thoughts on his destination, Richie, going into this free agency? Does he still have the value of what he had before?
I do not think he has the same value as he does before. That's for sure. I could see a team like the Raiders with Geno Smith go out there. They need some receiver help. A nice veteran for Las Vegas would be a big get. I think the Green Bay Packers are always going to be in the receiver market until they can actually find out who's going to fill in there. Dare I say Dallas, a reunion? Probably not. Botch would not welcome that, right? Maybe Buffalo would want to bring it back. Who knows? But at the end of the day, I think the two most likely landing spots for me is Green Bay and Las Vegas, because I don't know if Buffalo wants to bring him back. He had a lot of drop issues. His time in Cleveland was successful, but when he went to Buffalo, he really did not have any positive impact with that football team. So if I got to think of two teams that make sense in my mind, it's those two, in the Packers and the Raiders.
Dion, what's your take on it? Amari Cooper.
I'll be honest. The first, I'm like, it's Dallas. It makes a ton of sense. You bring him back to Dallas, and he's number 3. I mean, it makes a ton of sense. What are we doing? This is a good time. Right? You know, you buy low. You know what he is. All right, I'll go a different route, though, because Botch is going to speak on Dallas a little bit more, I'm sure. Houston Texans, with the injury that they have, Houston Texans would make sense. They tried to do it last year. Now they're moving off a guy that had an injury last year, so missed the majority of the season. They could go that route, kind of replace Stephon Diggs. And I would say a team like the Denver Broncos, right? There's a lot of talk about them trying to get a weapon in the first round. The Denver Broncos could also consider doing this as well, because Denver's pretty young at receiver, but this would add – I mean, you think you'd have him and Cortland Sutton. It'd be a little bit of an overlap, but you have a lot of vertical threats. Amari Cooper is a heck of a route runner, and they're moving off Josh Reynolds. This is an opportunity to kind of go get that opposite piece that's a veteran to that room. So I like Denver, Dallas, or Houston.
Wow, Botch, talk to me, man. What about you, Amari Cooper, an old friend of the Cowboys?
I was actually going to say Cowboys here because, just being around the team, close to the team, we just learned this year, when people get fired, people start to talk a little bit. But the reason that Cooper was moved on from was because of Mike McCarthy. Mike McCarthy wasn't the biggest fan of Amari Cooper there. Cooper's one of those smart, like to know why we're doing things. And Mike McCarthy just kind of wants you to be, just to shut up and do it a little bit. But Dak still loves Amari, and CD loves Amari, and I think it'll be a great change of scenery for Amari to not have to be a wide receiver one in Cleveland or even with the Bills or whatnot, right? He gets to come in and play with a CD Lamb that's the guy here. Like, Lamb is the guy here, and Cooper gets to be like wide receiver 2 to him. That'll be fantastic. But come on, man, y'all know Amari Cooper. Y'all know Dallas not finna sign Amari Cooper, man. So we probably go and draft somebody. But according to Mike Garafolo, De'Ami Brown just signed for 1 year, $10 million to Jaguars. I don't know if that's enough to stop us from talking about Aaron Rodgers there, but there you go.
I thought you were about to say Jets.
Amari Cooper to the Jets. That would probably be a Jet move. But yeah, Amari Cooper, I'm going to be honest, he's the type of player right now in his career that he could go to over 20 teams because he's not going to be brought in to be a primary guy anymore. He's going to be brought in to be a really nice number 3 where a team can feel that he's reliable to make some catches and some plays. So I really don't have a specific destination because he's coming to that part of his career, in my opinion, where 20 teams could take him for the right price. He's no longer
per Jordan Schultz, the Broncos are finalizing an agreement with former All-Pro safety Talanoa Hufanga, the former Niners safety or whatnot. So what this means to me is that San Francisco is getting a bunch of guys out of there to pay somebody. But Hufanga has always been a really good, like a really good guy for them, and he's going to the Broncos right now. No numbers yet.
Man, oh man, a big move for the Broncos per Jordan Schultz. Here you have it. They are finalizing that agreement, All-Pro safety. And listen, you're right. You're onto something, Vach. The 49ers are doing something funny. It doesn't look like they're gearing up. It looks like they've been gearing down. A lot of players exiting the 49ers, and this is a big one to be gone in free agency. What's your thoughts on this one, Dion?
Well, I look at what they did defensively. They had a fantastic secondary last season. But if you look at who was playing safety for them this past year, these were guys like we didn't know who these people were, and they were playing fantastic. They were having
Mm-hmm.
career seasons this past year, specifically, Brandon Jones from Miami, as TD knows. They were great last season.
Yeah.
So Hufanga, with the talent that he brings, with what they had in that secondary, they have a young coach that looks like he's going to be in for defensive coordinator positions going forward. That defensive backroom has been their strength. And I think we're going to see what the contract is. It's going to be really interesting because you see it by the grade there. Like the last few seasons, he's kind of
3
fallen under
years,
the radar. The
45
games
million.
played. I'm sorry, what is it?
3 years, $45 million. Looks like the safeties are going for about 15 per.
Okay, so that is pretty expensive. But I mean, look, we know what he's been at the ceiling. As the ceiling is, he could be the best safety in football. So I just think getting him with that defensive mind, again, kind of doubling down on strength. We're seeing teams value secondary. We're seeing that early.
Man, it's interesting. Richie, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, I think this is a good move for Denver. They've been looking for their next safety after Justin Simmons walked a few years back. And I feel like Hufanga is a player that's going to plug into arguably one of the better defenses in the NFL with arguably the best corner in the league in Pat Surtain. So this is a no-brainer, all-pro player. This is a guy I wanted my Jets to target in free agency. I think it's going to come in here and be an absolute dog for this Denver Broncos secondary. I mean, you talk about a team that has Vance Joseph, has that team playing phenomenal football. Sean Payton went there and he elevated Bo Nix to the level that he was at as a rookie. So they're loading up on defense, and I think that they're ready to go out there and be a big competitor for the AFC West division next year. I know that's a bold take, but they're going to be a really fun team. Everyone's forgetting about the Broncos, I feel like, because now the Raiders, they got Geno, and of course the Chiefs are still in there. The Chargers are out there with Harbaugh, but don't sleep on the Denver Broncos who made the playoffs last year with the rookie quarterback. I like this move for them a lot.
Yeah, this is huge. Already having Brandon Jones, bringing in a new guy. This is going to be a nice tandem in that secondary, as Vach alluded to. But we just talked about Amari Cooper and where his landing spot is because he's leaving the Bills. But now we have a new addition to the Buffalo Bills. Chargers former wide receiver Josh Palmer is signing a 3-year deal worth $36 million, $18 million guaranteed with the Buffalo Bills. Josh Allen gets a big guy. Josh Allen gets a big guy. Richie, the Jets got Fields. The Patriots loading up. Josh Allen getting more. Where are the Dolphins?
Well, you got Josh Palmer, boy.
Oh, who cares about the Dolphins? Don't you dare bring them up right now and ruin this. Congratulations to our Bleacher Report insider for this breaking news. Josh Palmer, James Palmer. Congrats, James Palmer. Oh, no, all jokes aside, our insider who's been on the show, we mixed up the names early on. I'm sure he's backstage laughing too. But congrats to Josh Palmer for getting the bag with Buffalo. This is a big deal. I think this is a big, big signing for the Buffalo Bills. Josh Allen reset the NFL market at the quarterback spot. And now this is a move to go in there. And this shows you right now, they struck out with that Amari Cooper trade. I think it was a good trade at the time, but they'd rather go with a guy that's younger, 25 years old, I believe, with a ton of upside. And I think Josh Allen has proven now what he did last year, that he's able to elevate the guys around him. So now you got Khalil Shakir in the slot, locked down long-term. You drafted Keon Coleman last season, and now add in Palmer. Their receiving room is pretty much set right now for the Buffalo Bills. I think it's a great move for them.
We just got even more breaking news. Man. Big time free agent off the board. Josh Sweat is gone. He is now with the Arizona Cardinals on a 4-year deal worth $76.4 million and $41 million guaranteed. Josh Sweat is off the board. Wow, the Arizona Cardinals getting the big fish here. This is huge. Dion, let's go to Vach because I don't know if Dion heard it, but Vach, what's your thoughts on Josh Sweat being a Cardinal now with big money?
Big money for Josh Sweat, man. I didn't expect this, and when we talked to James, I mean that's something that he's been saying all day. I wasn't expecting that dollar amount, but day one they are throwing this money around. But Josh Sweat is still a top tier pass rusher in this league, man. That's a big loss for the Eagles, but I mean they'll be fine. They'll find a way to get somebody up in here. But hey, you just add more pass rush help to the Arizona Cardinals. Shouts out to them.
Man, oh man, Dion, talk to me, man. What's your thoughts on this one? Because the Eagles losing some big time players too.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, look, Arizona needed this like massively. I mean, it's like such a big hole on their defense, and we just touched on this team, but they've tried to go young there. They added a former first-round pick just a year ago, and this is a team that just needed edge rusher really bad. So getting a proven player is very understandable to me. Their entire defensive front, they were just missing. It was like, we're going to take one in the first round. We have to move up. Like, we have to lock that spot in specifically. So I think this is a really good spot for them, because if you look at their front, they're losing Baron Browning. They're losing Gardeck this offseason. They traded for Browning last year because they were trying to find some help through the season, because they thought they were going to be the spot to win the division. If we remember, they were at first at one point. So it makes sense to go spend big money. You got to pay for these guys, and there's not a lot of them available.
Jonathan Gannon knows
Man, Richie,
There you go.
$19.1 million AAV. What's your thoughts on this?
Big move. Absolutely massive. I think this is a no-brainer. I mean, you turn on the Super Bowl. Did you watch what this man did? He could have won MVP. If you really, some people were saying he should have won MVP, but no, Jalen Hurts deserved it 110%. I think that was just how much of an impact he had in that game. And he did not get this contract just because of the Super Bowl. He was an impactful piece for the Philadelphia Eagles all season long, 11 total sacks for them. And Arizona needs this help, man. This is a big, big plus from them. The Arizona Cardinals is such a mystery team. Like, where are they? They're in the middle of the road. Where do they stand with Kyler Murray? They have some cap space to work with, and this is their big splash signing. I think this is an absolute no-brainer. And if the Philadelphia Eagles taught us one thing, the way that you can shut down a great quarterback is by getting to them with pressure, relentless pressure. And Josh Sweat was a big reason for that, and that's what they're going to try to build here with the Arizona Cardinals. So big-time move for them. You see the team needs right there, edge, and they just got their edge in Josh Sweat. And congrats to Josh Sweat for cashing out.
This is a very interesting move here. They definitely want to be more competitive. I just feel like, the Arizona Cardinals has been one of those teams that's been in no man's land. They just can't find the perfect blend of having success for one reason or another. But this is definitely a move that can move the needle. We shall see how that impacts them. But more so with the Eagles, they brought back a lot of good players, but they're losing some of their Super Bowl talent. They lose Sweat, they lose Slay, they lose Milton. They're losing some of these guys. What's your thoughts, Vach, on the Eagles? Are they going to be able to maintain dominance at the top of the NFC?
If there's anybody that I refuse to lose faith in, I'm wearing this Cowboy star on me right now, so this is going to hurt to say, but Howie Roseman ain't no scrub. Howie Roseman heart don't pump no kind of Kool-Aid at all. Like, he will flip this damn roster and he'll bring 6-7 more people in. He was probably on the phone with Myles Garrett and them. He was on the phone about all these guys, man. When you have an aggressive general manager and he got some kind of, like, he has something to prove, you know what I'm saying? He's always playing general manager with this chip on the shoulder. Unlike Jerry Jones, right? Jerry Jones is the general manager. Nobody's going to fire Jerry Jones, you know what I'm saying? And Howie Roseman has lost his job before. Chip Kelly came in and technically took over player acquisition. Ever since then, Howie Roseman has been super aggressive in maintaining his roster, flipping his roster. So you may lose somebody, but there's 3, 4, 5 guys coming. So he's going to go heavy in the draft. He's going to go heavy in free agency. We're going to trade. We're like, damn, boy, where's Philly get all this money to sign these guys from? We always say this every single year. So, no, I have no fear that Roseman's going to be able to, get the Eagles back on track or whatever, right? But I was going to ask you, though, and we can ask the panel this. We got like another half hour to go here, hour and a half to do this. Do you think the Cardinals are going to turn up a little bit because they see a little bit of weakness in San Fran? Like, San Fran doesn't seem to be one of these superpowers that's looming over you anymore. Do you think that the Cardinals are going to try to close that gap? I mean, the West was close last year, right? Relatively close. Like, early, like the first 8 or 9 weeks, it was really close. And then, teams kind of went away with it. But, Seahawks kind of falling off a little bit. Niners are kind of falling off a little bit. Do you think that this is time for the Cardinals to kind of close that gap a little bit and step up?
Well, I guess I'll go first in this. I like to always start with the quarterbacks. Where would you rank Kyler Murray in that division when it comes to the quarterbacks? That's where I like to start. And I think that's where the issue comes a lot of times. Kyler Murray, in my opinion, and I know Cardinals fans, they're not going to like me for this, but he's good enough not to be good enough. I feel like he's so talented, but he's not good enough to get you over the hump. I feel like he can win you some games, but not the most important ones. And that's what's going to need to be improved upon. They're right on the cusp. Like you see it right here, points per game, 23.5, 11th in the NFL. You got to get in the top 10. You got to get in the top 10. Now, the opponent's points per game, 22.3, that's unacceptable if you're going to be a real contending team at 16th in the middle of the pack. But this Josh Sweat move moves the needle. This will definitely help them improve in that area. So I just think that Arizona, they still have a few moves they need to make to solidify things to be a real contender in that division. I just feel like it's a division of a whole bunch of middle of the road, beating up on each other. Who does it the best by the end of the season? What say you about this one, Richie?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think that you look at the NFC West as a division, it's definitely one of those that you go into last season as really competitive, one of the most competitive divisions in the league. And then Arizona fell off, San Francisco fell off, who went to the Super Bowl a year before. So I think what they're doing right now is smart. They got to load up the pass rusher position. And you got a good point, the quarterback spot. You look at the quarterbacks in that division now, it's very different. Now Sam Darnold, add him to the mix. Kyler Murray, Matthew Stafford is definitely the best quarterback in that division still, in my opinion. And they just won the division. So I think it's going to be very interesting to see, because who saw Geno Smith getting traded to the Raiders? I mean, I'll put my hand up. I didn't see it. Could Kyler Murray be the next guy to get traded away out of nowhere? I mean, that's what the NFL is. I'm not going to go out there and say I'm predicting it, but you never know in this league.
And Dion, your thoughts on it?
Yeah, look, if you look at the Cardinals roster, they're a weird spot because they won 8 games. And I thought they were going to make the playoffs last year coming into the season. They've gotten, I think, more out of not really spending big money than you would expect, offensively and defensively. Like they're re-signing their offensive linemen. They're kind of these under the radar deals, and they've kind of just put a good collective group, but they haven't really put like big money into certain spots. I think Arizona is super interesting because this is a huge splash, and they haven't made a ton of these recently. I think they've taken the right approach because their coaching has been really good, and they've got a lot more out of what is actually there. They have an opportunity to jump and grab some names, I think, especially as these days go along and you got players that are kind of just still available, but they're not the biggest. I got to be honest, I think Arizona's building this the right way. I think you look at Arizona long-term, the question at quarterback is massive, but as a roster, the way that they built this, they feel like they're building this for really consistent success because offense and defense, they've gotten more out of what you would expect for the names.
And they have money right now. They have $77 million in cap space. That's money to do some things in this free agency. And I guess the first domino comes off the board. All right, we have more breaking news. We missed this one earlier. Former Viking safety Cam Bynum did get signed by the Colts, okay? So safeties are coming off the board. This was a 4-year, $60 million deal. It looks like everybody's signing safeties at $15 million. I think Javon Holland might get into the $18 to $20 million range. What do you all think about Javon Holland and his landing spot with the Colts signing Cameron Bynum to this massive deal?
Well, first and foremost, congrats to the
Richie.
Colts. Yeah, I mean, Cameron Bynum going to the Colts, starting off with that one. I mean, the safety market is huge, and you just got to keep reminding yourself, if you're wondering, oh my God, all these guys are getting overpaid. The NFL salary cap keeps going up. That's what happens when you look at the NFL salary cap increasing, every single position levels up, right? In terms of how much money they're going to be getting made. And 4 years, $60 million for Cameron Bynum is definitely a big contract. Indy needs some safety help. They got it. And, Javon Holland is definitely going to top this. I think he's smart, to sit back and be patient, to let all these other safeties get signed and be like, okay, now look where Morig got, look where Bynum got. Now I want a little bit more on top of that because I think Javon Holland deserves that. But this is a big-time signing for the Indianapolis Colts, a big loss to the Minnesota Vikings as well. So big-time numbers from him. And what he did in Minnesota with that Brian Flores defense, I'm excited to see how he can plug in and help out that Indianapolis secondary.
Dion, your thoughts?
Well, first, he's going to come in as the best dancer on the team immediately. So that's one of those things that everybody's looking for, but they don't say it. No, I'll say these two things. Number one, Indianapolis is a super young secondary. That's another one of those teams that feels like they've gotten a lot out of their secondary, but at some point you're like, are they going to put a big investment here? This is their first big investment. He's going to take the football away. They've gotten a lot of their cornerback play. I think he fits well stylistically. As for Javon Holland and the price point going up, I'd go right back to the Arizona Cardinals, right? That's a team that has Budda Baker, that we've had questions that they can move off. They have the money to go spend it. They have the money to put that tandem together where they can add vets right now to go win. So I'd keep an eye on a team like that. But I think for the Indianapolis Colts, their secondary, they've got Jaylon Jones playing well. They got Womack playing well. Now you go to the safety room, and that's the area where, again, you just want to put some money there, it feels like. Just throw something at this. Their defensive front keeps getting investments. They're moving off guys, and they still got defensive linemen. Let's add a safety to this group. So I like the addition. I think the Indianapolis Colts defensively are finally investing in the right spot.
And what say you, Vach?
Yeah, just to add to what everybody was saying, I always look at safety like a luxury thing. You know, I don't really see teams, get safeties if they don't have everything else. So maybe the Colts defense feels like, hey, they're on the right track with a lot of things. Let's just get a safety that can get you turnovers and let's add them to the pot. Shouts out to Bynum going buy yourself a house, buy your mama a car.
Yes. He definitely has the financial stability now. Aaron Rodgers, ladies and gentlemen. He is, y'all looked at me like, where is he going? Nowhere. Where is he going to go is the question. That is the question. Where is Aaron Rodgers going to end up now? Let me say this before we start picking landing spots. I kind of feel like Aaron Rodgers has a chip on his shoulder. Low key, he's not happy with how things ended. Low key, I feel like he might be a little bit on the bitter side, and he has something to prove. And I think that that's what's motivating him right now. He wants to be on a team, and he wants to try to do something special. So with that being said, Richie, where do you see Aaron Rodgers signing with?
I'm on record on my YouTube channel right when the whole Aaron Rodgers and Jets fallout was happening. I said he's going to the Steelers, bro. Like, I had a feeling it was going to be Pittsburgh. It makes way too much sense. The Pittsburgh Steelers know how to get a quarterback in their building and go to the playoffs with guys like Kenny Pickett, Mason Rudolph, a washed Russell Wilson. Imagine what Aaron Rodgers can do with that. And listen, Aaron Rodgers is obviously not his MVP form. We know that. But he's also a year removed from Achilles. He had that season with the New York Jets of playing fully healthy. Wasn't fully healthy. He was playing through some knick-knack injuries, but he played all 17 games. It's a no-brainer. Because for the people that say the Giants as an option, okay, let's talk about that. Why would Aaron Rodgers at this stage of his career go to the New York Giants? What do the Giants have? They're desperate for a quarterback, absolutely, but they got nothing around Aaron Rodgers besides Malik Neighbors. All right, at least the Pittsburgh Steelers, they have a head coach, they have a foundation. They've never not had a losing season under Mike Tomlin. They have Super Bowl aspirations, in my opinion, with Aaron Rodgers. It makes so much sense in the world that Pittsburgh is going to land Aaron Rodgers. And then if that does hypothetically happen, watch out for a Jets and Steelers primetime matchup. Aaron Rodgers versus Justin Fields. That will be primetime right there. But I think Pittsburgh is a no-brainer. They should absolutely do everything in their power to bring in Aaron Rodgers. And I agree, he is pissed off, and he wants to prove the world that he still got it because he wanted to go to the Jets and elevate the Jets to stardom. He felt like he was the missing piece, and he failed, okay? And he went to the Jets and said, I want to be here. And the Jets said, no, we're going in another direction. So knowing the competitor that Aaron Rodgers is, he is going to go somewhere that he wants to win and not really spite the Jets. I don't think he has any animosity against the New York Jets organization. I think it's just proving the doubters wrong because people feel like he's washed up and he does not have any juice left in the tank. He played very good football the last 6 weeks of the season when it was already over for the Jets. So if he goes to Pittsburgh, watch out.
Dion, what do you have on the Aaron Rodgers saga?
Yeah, I'm going to go the opposite end. I think it's I think it's more likely he doesn't play for a team next season, if I was to guess. I don't think a team wants to. I think there's a lot of teams that are in a spot where they're trying to build who they are offensively and they're trying to do that their coach's vision. And I don't think Aaron Rodgers invites that from what we know of Rodgers. I think it becomes his offense, and it just doesn't take you forward. You're just kind of what it is with Aaron Rodgers. So if I was guessing, I don't think he ends up on a team. But I would look at some of those other, because I think Richie lays out, it makes a ton of sense, Richie. But I would look at some of those, maybe those other teams like the Indianapolis Colts with Anthony Richardson, and we're not sure what they're going to do, but they still have Richardson. Or a Tennessee Titans who do pick at one. If they're sold, we're not taking a quarterback. Do you bring in Aaron Rodgers and just see him? And they made some win now moves. I've heard TD thought they were going to win a Super Bowl last year. So I think that maybe teams like that are potentially on the radar as well.
Your take on it?
I'm with Dion, man. I think teams followed what was kind of going on, and I think it just feels like a great big mess to deal with Aaron Rodgers, right? Like if I'm a GM and I feel like my team is cool and we're ready to go, and I'm looking at Aaron Rodgers and how that Jets breakup thing went, I'm like, damn, dog, you got two great receivers over there at the Jets, you got two good running backs over there at the Jets. You know what I mean? Your defense is the Jets defense, and what do I think is going to happen if you come to my team that may not have all that? You know, like what's going to happen if I bring Aaron Rodgers to this? Or, you know, like what if I'm, let's just say, for example, we were talking about Minnesota earlier, right? To where they may want to sit, JJ McCarthy one more year, right? Do I really want to bring Aaron in and pollute my young quarterback situations like that? I don't think teams are really beating down the door just to go bring Aaron Rodgers back in here. I thought Sam Darnold was the best kind of free agent quarterback that we could be looking at or whatnot. So I'm leaning towards Dion here.
Well, we got some breaking news. The Jacksonville Jaguars are out here making some moves right now. They made multiple. One of them is tight end Hunter Long on a 2-year deal, $5 million. And they just secured Patrick Mcari from the Baltimore Ravens guard. So the Jags looking to really bolster up the pass protection and try to get Trevor some help, man. This is huge for the Jags because they've been falling behind, in my opinion, behind the Houston Texans. I love this move for them. Even more so, Hunter Long making his rounds around the league, starting to make a name for himself as well, was a part of the Jalen Ramsey trade to Miami not too long ago. Jags making moves on the O-line. What's your thoughts on this one, Dion? O-line help for the Jags.
I like what Jacksonville's doing. I'm really interested in how this is going to play out long term because none of these moves are that flashy, right? They brought in a couple tight ends. They're making some under the radar moves. De'Ami Brown, he's going to add a vertical threat that didn't produce a ton but showed real upside last year. And they're trying to get Trevor Lawrence right. You look at their offensive line. This is a guy that plays everywhere. He played left guard, but he's played both tackle positions. He's played everywhere across the line. I think he excels more in pass pro with his background, especially from the inside. But with guys like Walker Little at left tackle, you're not really sure who the future actually is at tackle for that team. Brandon Sheriff, he's a free agent this offseason. So the flexibility gives you options, and he's young enough that once you find a spot to plug him in, you can just leave him there. I think that this team is potentially doing this the right way. It just may not be that exciting right now, and it may take some time because they're trying to build up Trevor Lawrence while at the same time not investing too heavily and then getting stuck and then having to reset because that's going to hurt their coaching staff. So I think they're being very patient about this, TD.
Per Adam Schefter, former Falcons D tackle Grady Jarrett is signed with the Bears now. 3 years, $43.5 million.
Bears loading up. The Bears are making moves.
Watch out, Dion.
Listen,
Ben Johnson.
Ben Johnson is not playing. Ben Johnson already identified that Caleb Williams is a real quarterback compared to Jared Goff. Man, Dion, well, actually, you know what's best? Let's go ahead and bring in our NFL insider, James Palmer, on this one. I want to hear what he has to say because this is some huge news.
Yeah, this is moving and shaking, guys, with Ben Johnson right here. And this is interesting because if you asked around, and I did for the couple of weeks leading into free agency, it was essentially the same thing. Like, kind of take a look at what the Vikings did a year ago, right? Kind of take a look at what Washington has done, like the middle of the road. And that was a great conversation you guys were having a little bit ago, a couple minutes ago, like with Jacksonville, like these kind of middle of the road type of signings in a free agent class like they have right now is sometimes always the smarter way to go. The Bears are like, let's see if these guys can all play together, and they're swinging big. And sometimes you do that when you have obviously a rookie quarterback contract. I think protecting them on the inside were the really, really smart moves, maybe the more measured moves with what they did with Joe Thuney and company and changing that group up front. They go and get Drew to be fill that center spot, which Atlanta thought there was a second there. He was going to take a hometown discount. They're probably looking at Chris Godwin going, wow, Drew, why couldn't you do that, Dalvin, and stay with us? But Atlanta thought he'd stay. They go and do really measured, smart moves, in my opinion, on the offensive side of the ball. On the defensive side of the ball, it's like, let's see if we can find some guys with some high ceilings like Deo, and then we find, Grady Jarrett kind of changes things on the inside. I think opposite of Montez Sweat, like you're going to have pass rushing ability, opposite of it. They're just kind of really just trying to change this thing quickly. And some people around the league think that's because Ryan Poles is like we got to do something quick. My seat might be get a little warm. And they're trying to make it work in the first wave of free agency.
Well, we actually have even more breaking news right now. I know that all the defensive tackles are going off the board. Sebastian Joseph-Day just went to the Titans. But even bigger, Jordan Love gets some help on the offensive line. The top guard just came off the board. Aaron Banks signing with the Packers. What's your thoughts on that? Because the guards haven't really been going, and now is this the start of it?
Yeah, I think they are. You know, you saw one go to Jacksonville, right? And you saw another guard here. And so we this isn't the trenches side of the ball that a lot of people thought the Packers would be looking like. People thought Packers would be going edge. You've seen Gutekunst be a little more aggressive. They had a little money to spend. People are curious if they're going to go to number one wide receiver. But, you know, Jordan Love, when protected, is a different quarterback. And I think going out there and trying to find a way to make sure that he can play at that level at the line of scrimmage that they want him to do. You know, they've been trying to, LaFleur, get him to kind of run this offense more of his own, and kind of take this offense to a whole nother level. Like, it's been a process, like the way they had Aaron doing it. And I mean, obviously, I don't know if he gets to that level, but finding ways to make Jordan Love more successful has always been a big part of this offseason. But we also thought bolstering a defense to where you didn't have to bring anybody extra was going to be a part of it as well. Maybe they do that. They're not done. But I think when you pay that much for a quarterback, you guys were just talking about Trevor Lawrence, you go out there and you try to protect them. And if you can land a guard in free agency, that's kind of the spot that a lot of teams were looking, because the lack of options and potential, you had to overpay at the tackle spot.
Well, right now the numbers are coming out. It's a 4-year, $77 million deal, just under $19 million a year. That's massive. The Packers spending some heavy money on that, putting some emphasis. Are they going to still invest in the opposite trenches, given that type of contract?
We'll see. You know, the top pass rushers have kind of gone off the board already. A number of them. You know, there is a lot of interest from Joey Bosa, I would say, around the league. And a lot of people would say, with the injury history and the age, that maybe his number's not super high. And would he like to try to chase a championship? Maybe that's a name that's out there. But I also heard, like with Joey, there's a lot of interest in the teams that are connected to him. And he has a lot of teams that, you know, he's kind of connected to through whether it's coaching or relationships. I think there's one pretty close relationship in San Francisco. I'm not sure. That's close. Brothers as close as you can get, right? And I don't know if that exactly happens, but yeah, I think the edge market is going to probably start going down right now. But they would like to get home with 4. Like, I think, and I mentioned this before, like as we copy around the league, you see what Washington's doing, and I look at what Denver did on their defensive line and just got some monsters up front to kind of hold things steady in the middle of the defensive line. Then you go and look at what Philly did to the Chiefs, and it was like, we get home with 4. You don't blitz in an entire Super Bowl. Like, teams want to do that. I know the Packers are definitely one that wants to do that. Can they find an edge rusher out there that can go and help that? We'll see, but the price of it has gone down a little bit, though.
James, okay. Pardon me, TD. You know, this news about Banks and all that coming off, right? That's another Niner, like another important 49er coming off the board there. Like, are they trying to save some money, or do they just don't value these guys in the same way? Are they trying to get younger? What seems to be the mindset with those guys? Or are they just trying to save some money to give it all to Purdy?
Give it all to Purdy, yeah. Give him back up the truck. You know, get a Jalen Ramsey Brinks truck involved, maybe. Listen, like. That was remember that happened? That was wild.
Crazy.
They've kind of been in this mindset, like it's from Brandon Ayuk to guys on this offensive line leaving in free agency. Like, they've listened. Like, I'm not saying they're shopping players. Obviously, they move on from Debo. That was a player that was shopped, but they've been kind of like open to making changes on this roster as a whole. There's obviously some guys that they need to re-sign too. They'd like to get Kittle back on a new deal. Obviously, this Brock Purdy contract is a big part of it. From my understanding is this: the Niners would like that contract to start with a 4 in front of it. Brock Purdy would like that contract to start with a 5 in front of it. Nothing completely out of the question here, right? And differences between a player and a team. But they're preparing for a massive quarterback contract, which is going to change, the landscape of how they're going about their team building. And so they've learned from some of the big swings that they've made, and I think they're not going to really maybe go down that route again. And yeah, this roster is getting turned over. It's an expensive roster. I will say this, Jed York, he ponies up dollars. Like he does. He definitely spends dollars when his general manager and head coach ask him to do so. But there are going to be some changes, because what happens is when you hang on to a window longer than you have to, usually things fall apart, and they're a little bit behind it in their mindset, if you ask them, in making some of these changes. And yeah, it's just what ends up happening when you build up a roster the way they've had, and then you got to eventually start making those changes and making those moves. And so you hope somebody like Ricky Pearsall that you draft, and obviously you didn't expect that to happen in his rookie year, and that he can contribute in year two better. So there's some deals they got to worry about, specifically the quarterback. But if they can keep that with a 4 in front of it, that would be their goal. I don't know if that's going to be possible, though.
Interesting. There's been a lot of moves at the safety position, and a lot of them have come off the board. A lot of people are still asking, where do you think the destination for Javon Holland is going to be at this point? Who are real buyers in that market for him?
Man, I don't know off the top of my head. It's been interesting because I kind of, when you were asking the question, honestly, I was going down this route. People think the number is going to be higher than they want to pay the safety spot. So they were looking at, all right, what's the next thing down? Whether it's Trayvon Moore or just was on the phone with Denver, and they're going after, and they go and land Talanoa Hufanga, who's had some injury issues, but still just 25 and has played at an all-pro level. Like, it almost seems like there's a reason why these safeties hit the market, because oftentimes they don't get re-signed. And for some reason, it's just not a valued position in terms of rebuilding your roster, right? Those are tackles, those are edge rushers, those are receivers. That's the quarterback spot, usually corners. And then like linebacker and safety, like decent players hit free agency. And you're seeing pretty good players hit free agency right now, specifically at the safety spot. And so and this is just a guess. I think some of the teams took an educated guess that the safety spot with Holland would be above 15 a year. And it'd be a little richer than they wanted to spend at the position. And that happens. You still have Justin Reed out there too, right? Like, who hasn't had a spot yet. And he actually just does not know where he's going at all. So if that tells you that there's still some teams that are just kind of poking around and haven't really inquired about these top safeties, this is an interesting market to watch for sure.
Wow. I wonder if guys can actually price themselves out.
TD, I had a question about one player, because you brought up edge rusher, and I just want to know, is Malcolm Kuntz, is he looked at as one of the bigger edge rushers in this year's class? Because I know he didn't play last season, but it felt like there was a lot of interest there was going to be for free agency. So I just wonder where he was kind of falling in all of this.
Yeah, there was going to be, right? And there was such high expectations for him this past, heading into this past year. And it didn't really obviously go that direction. I think he's still in that mindset that people still have expectations for him. There's still a lot of people in Las Vegas that really, really, really like him. And so they were an interesting defense to watch, right? They weren't going to be able to keep all these guys, all these free agents that they had. And so maybe he returns. I think there is interest in him for sure. I just think some of these other things had to be taken care of before probably people got to him, because a lot of these guys obviously have questions, whether it's age, whether it's injury. And I don't think he was extremely high on a list or two when you're trying to strike big first and then you move down.
Gotcha.
Last question here, James, real quick. There's a team that no one is talking about because they haven't done much, even though they've just made a deal for a defensive tackle in Roy Robertson Harris, the Giants. What's going on in New York with the Giants? It's quarterback questions. What's the direction of the team? There's a report that comes back saying players see a potential sinking ship. They don't really want to go there. What's your thoughts with what's going on?
Oftentimes it's not an appealing destination when you know that the general manager and the head coach are hanging on for dear life, no matter how good of a coach you think the head coach is. I think Brian Daboll's an outstanding coach, but it's hard to lure people in. I mean, we were talking about New England earlier. You have to have, sometimes when you're in this position, the money to throw at players. And that's what New England has the ability to do. The Giants don't have that type of money to go and do that. You could say oh man, look at the Patriots making all these moves. The Patriots are overpaying for everybody. and they have to because of this position that they're in right now. And that to get people to come. The Giants don't have that money to do that. There's no quarterback in place unless you're just like you're Tommy DeVito's cousin and you're just super excited to play with Tommy. He's the only quarterback on the roster. And so, like, there's a lot of unknowns with the Giants, which is why they've been quiet. And I think they also need to try to figure out this quarterback spot. The one thing that I would say is there appears to be a slight difference in thought process between John Mara and Joe Schoen and Brian Daboll. And it's Mara's like, how do we find the quarterback of the future? And these two guys are, no. We need the quarterback for 2025, the best one possible, because I'd like to keep my job. And so that makes a building a little bit more difficult to figure out what you're walking into. And most of these guys in free agency, they're getting to pick their destination, right? So they want a lot of these boxes checked, whether it's location, whether it's facilities, whether it's coaching staff. You're tying yourself. It's not like when you were drafted and you were picked and you have to go. You have a say. And so that's why sometimes you see things happen like with the Giants right now.
Man, well, thank you so much, James. Always great information. We'll see you in a little bit because I know that more is going to be coming through. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to move forward we're going to have some fun now. Let's have some fun. Y'all ready? Let's have some fun. Hear me out segment. All right. We're going to start out with Vach Lombardi, ladies and gentlemen. What do we need to hear you out with, Vach?
I was talking to my guy Ryan backstage about this, and I was like, hear me out, right? If Aaron Rodgers goes to the New York Giants, okay, the Giants still gonna suck anyway, and Aaron Rodgers might be worse. You know what I'm saying? Think about how good of this situation. I've been hinting towards this all day. I couldn't wait to get this one out. Think about how good life has been for Aaron Rodgers roster-wise, right? His whole life. And the fact that there is even a rumor, the fact that there's even a possibility, right, that there's interest of Aaron Rodgers possibly going to the New York Giants, I think that'll be a total disaster, sir. It'll be the worst roster he's ever played with. And I don't think it'll probably be worse for Neighbors because Neighbors doesn't have a solid leader to lean on. Aaron Rodgers ain't that guy. Aaron Rodgers comes in and just tears up everything. So now Dayball getting fired, Neighbors is worse, and the Giants just waste another 2 or 3 years. I don't care because I'm a Cowboys fan. Y'all can suck if you ask me. I don't care. But Giants fans, y'all better not let us get Aaron Rodgers. Get him. Knock yourself out, player.
Oh, man. Dion, what do we need to hear you out about?
Didi, I'm excited for this one. Now this one involves the draft too, so I got to read it off to make it make sense. Okay, so watch this, right? We were talking about Pittsburgh, and we're talking about them going after a quarterback. So here's how they're going to do it. Pittsburgh is going to trade George Pickens. All right, they don't want 2 of those receivers in the building. There's a reason they paid DK Metcalf. So what they're going to do is they're going to say, here you go, George Pickens. You know who needs a receiver for a young quarterback that was playing real well last season? Bryce Young. We're going to give him to Carolina. Carolina's going to be like, thank you for that. Let's pick swap. 8-21. Now we move up to 8. Pittsburgh's chilling there. They get out of their spot that they're always stuck in. They take Shedeur Sanders. They take Shedeur Sanders at 8, and they win the AFC North. What do we think?
George Pickens ain't worth no 8th overall pick, bro.
No, we're swapping. Right? He's worth 13. You can throw a little more in if you got to, Richie. We're going from 8 to 21. We're pick swapping, and you're gonna get George Pickens.
This is what happens when the news gets slow. We ain't got nothing to talk about. Yeah,
no. Carolina wants an edge rusher. They can wait. They can wait. You know what I mean? They can wait. They don't need to take
you let us know what's your thoughts.
And they get the receiver.
It's a hear me out. It's a hear me out. I mean,
I do not want to see what the chat got to say about that. Dion, don't read that. Dion, please don't read it.
Didi loves that.
That's an interesting one, man.
I'm shocked. I thought Dion's would have included Gardner Minshew, but it didn't. So, listen, that's a shocker there, man. Richie, what about you? What do we need to hear out?
I can definitely tell you this. My take, no one's going to agree with, and that's okay. That's why it's a hear me out. And Chad, I hear you. You're probably going to disagree with me. And I said it earlier when the news happened. My hear me out is if the Seattle Seahawks land Sam Darnold, he will prove to be a franchise quarterback in this league. And I expect him to get a second contract with Seattle. That's my bold prediction. Okay. I think that Sam Darnold proved to the NFL world last year that he has all the upside in the world to prove why he was drafted so high with the New York Jets. And I think that there's a big narrative around him. Of course, the situation around him, we talked about having Justin Fields, having Kevin O'Connell, and he's not going to have nearly the same situation in Seattle, which is why I think it's a really great opportunity for Sam Darnold to learn from his experience in Minnesota, go there. He has a number one receiver with JSN, his offensive coordinator, Clint Kubiak. They have a connection. They've worked with each other in the past. I'm here to tell you guys, my bold prediction is that Sam Darnold will go over to Seattle and be very successful and be their long-term answer at the quarterback, not just this year's little quarterback, this contract just for 3 years. Could they go out there and draft the QB this year, like a Jackson Dart or someone like that? Maybe they could, but I think Sam is going to go out there and ball in Seattle more than some people think. Hear me out. Hear me out, man.
That's not crazy. You know,
That's definitely a hear me out one. Well, I have one, okay? I need everybody to hear me out very well. Clean your ears on this one, because this one's realistic, though. This one's actually realistic.
Coming from you, no, it ain't.
Hear me out, Richie. Hear me out, okay? There's 2 moves. The Miami Dolphins trade the Miami Dolphins trade Tua Tagovailoa for Justin Herbert straight up. That's number 1.
Right, so
number 2, you trade for T. Higgins with the Bengals, and the Dolphins win a Super Bowl. 40 points a game. Defense doesn't matter. We putting up 40 a game. Tyreek, Waddle, T. Higgins, Herbert, A-Chain, Jonnu. You'll never see. Oh, man. You're talking about a Super Bowl dynasty?
Tony,
this doesn't even have to be heard out. This is a great idea. Well, why are you hating?
First of all, how did Bleacher Report approve this? Do you notice that Vach's had nothing to do with the Cowboys? Dion's had nothing to do with the Lions. Mine had nothing to do with the Jets. Why you don't bring your Dolphins up into this? This is not Madden. What kind of nonsense is this?
But you don't think if they made those moves, the Dolphins would automatically 40 points a game, Super Bowl, dynasty is
You're
born?
still sitting there crying at the Dolphins drafted Tua over Herbert. What is this? What are we even talking about? This is some most unrealistic thing I've ever heard.
Oh, come on. Well, hold on. Is that a forced trade? Isn't that kind of fair right now? Herbert for Tua.
The Chargers would never do that.
Both of them can't win.
Man,
Both of them
please,
can't
Ian
win a
Rappaport,
playoff
have
game.
some news for us to talk about, please, Ian Rappaport.
Yeah, we need breaking news. We got to get off this topic.
Oh, man. Y'all hating on my hear me out. That's why it's called hear me out. See, y'all scared of that. I think y'all scared of that movie. Like, all right, okay, before we move on, I just want you to think about it. Tyreek, Waddle, T. Higgins, Jonnu Smith, Devin A-Chain, Herbert. Come on, man.
Man wouldn't even let you do that,
said
bro.
40.
That's not even
Why
possible.
wouldn't they? It is possible. Tua and Herbert make similar money. They both can't win a playoff game. Nice little swap. Take a second-round pick. Go get T. Higgins.
They're going to cancel our
Super
show.
Bowl.
They're going to cancel our show.
All right, man. Oh,
Former
my gosh,
Cowboy
y'all
Chuma Adoga signs with Jacksonville. So, yeah, Jacksonville's feeling that depth per Jordan Schultz. Yeah, shouts out to Chuma Adoga. What y'all think about Chuma Adoga going to Jacksonville, boy? Yeah.
Hey, he was drafted by the Jets. You know, he's a good player in Dallas. Jacksonville beefing up the offensive line.
Dion. They hating hard, Dion. But
we got to move on to the breaking news, man.
Let's switch gears. Real quick, who's winning today's free agency? We'll go down the line. Who's winning and who's losing today? I want to start with Richie on this one. Give me your team who you feel like is winning and who's losing.
I think the Chicago Bears are winning. I think that they're prioritizing what needs to be prioritized in the trenches. I think the easy answer would be, the Patriots are winning. Yeah, they have the most money. Of course, they're going to win. Okay, I'm not going to go the easy route and say the Patriots. I think that Chicago Bears being very creative with their trades and their signings. Getting 3 new offensive linemen was massive, coming from 5 wins. And they have a quarterback to be excited about, Caleb Williams. And I think you just got to beef up the offensive line. I love the move on the defensive line as well. I think they have absolutely won free agency. And who's losing? Has Miami made a move? Are the Dolphins even still in the NFL? I mean, the Dolphins are losing. They're sitting there. They didn't make any changes at their head coach position, no change at the quarterback position. They're sitting on their hands thinking that they're fine. I mean, what happened to their GM being on the hot seat? So he's going to go out there and make all these moves and, try to save his job. He has made no signings. Am I missing something? Bleacher Report producers, did we see all the notable signings that the Dolphins have made? Have they made a move? Chat, help me out here. What are the Miami Dolphins up to? And we had to hear that nonsense take that they're going to trade for Justin Herbert. That's where your mind is for the Dolphins. So they're the losers of free agency for sure.
We're working on something big, Richie. Mind your business. Oh, man. Dion, you're winners and you're losers right now. Talk to me.
I think my losers, I got two of them. First off, Tennessee, because they did add an offensive lineman. We could say he was overpaid. But I also don't understand the timeline of the team at all, right? TD said they brought back Sebastian Joseph. I don't really know what they're going for. I can't tell if they're trying to get younger, if they're trying to improve the team. Like, they let Landry go. I don't know what they're going for here. Maybe they're just trying to strictly do it through the draft. They have the one pick. I don't even know if they're going to take a quarterback. I just don't know what their plan is. It doesn't feel like there's a path that they're really following here. So first off, it would be Tennessee. And I'm going to throw Philadelphia, because Philadelphia is a little bit to be determined for me. So they lose Josh Sweat. They lose Milton Williams. And I'm not saying they should have paid him that money, but I do think that they were really in the Myles Garrett world because they wanted to add Myles Garrett and they knew that money was going to be open. And I think once he comes off the market, as it was already pointed out, the edge defender position is a lot lighter now. There's not that many guys out there anymore. So if they want to go add someone to that group, who's available for them? Right. So that's the question for me. It's a little bit too determined. I think there's a couple of options, but I want to see how they strike and kind of figure that out. And then in terms of my winners here, I like Jacksonville because I feel like it's been patient. I don't think like they pressed anything. And I think you have a coach that's comfortable with what he's doing. He's comfortable with the way that he's building out this team. He's comfortable with his approach, and he's not rushing towards anything here. He's just trying to find the right fits for him offensively. And I think that usually bodes well. And I'd throw Arizona too, just because I think they have the money to turn this thing up really quickly.
Well,
Vaj, talk to me.
Sure. Well, first of all, I'm not going to, punish the Patriots because they were a bad team and they got a lot of money. If you got a whole bunch of money, spend it. So I'm going to pat them on the back for at least making the attempt, bringing in guys trying to change your culture a little bit and just not get laughed at next year. So I think they're looking at the Dolphins and how bad the Dolphins might possibly be, and they're going to try to overtake them in the rankings there. So shouts out to them. And if there's a loser, I've been saying San Fran all day, every day. Like every post I've been looking at, there's a brand new Niner that's going to another team. And, Greenlaw is coming up next and Ward is coming up next. That's even more Niners that are just flying off the board. Now, me as a Cowboy fan, if the Niners want to go out there and get rid of everybody and not bring anybody back, then perfectly fine with me. Knock yourself out, player. But I just can't help but notice that all these players from San Fran that I watched film on that have beaten the hell out of my Cowboys are not coming back.
Interesting. I gotta agree with Vach on this. The winners are the New England Patriots, in my opinion. Immediately transforming that team, especially on the defensive side of the football. They're already solidified. When you think about Carlton Davis being paired up with Gonzo, cornerback room is solidified. In my opinion, they get the trenches locked down with Milton in the middle, and I think he'll have more playing time in New England, more of a rotation when he was in Philly. But then you add Harold Landry coming off of the edge at the linebacker position, and you solidify the middle with Robert. Listen, Vrabel is putting his stamp on free agency right now. So overpaying is irrelevant in my opinion. Their defense is already solidified. I feel like they already got it locked down because Vrabel also has the ability to develop young players. He usually takes guys in a draft and make them something. A lot of these guys that he actually drafted. So when you look at it, they're winning free agency. They've gotten themselves a offensive tackle in Morgan Moses to help Drake May taking that next step. And I just can't wait to see what they do on the offensive side of the football for the rest of free agency and what they do in the draft. But don't sleep on them making a move for T. Higgins still in a trade. I just feel like that might be a nice move. The losers in free agency so far for me has to be the New York Giants. It has to be the New York Giants. James Palmer said it best. They're in a somewhat of a civil war in the organization right now. where the front office may want to go a little bit more long-term and developmental, but you got a head coach that can't afford to do that because it could get him fired. They need a quarterback. Do you want to go with a young one who can get you fired, or do you want to go with a solidified veteran? They have to figure out which direction they're headed. And right now, I feel like they're asleep at the wheel, especially for a team that has about $50 million from last I saw. So you can't be asleep at the wheel when you have money and guys are flying off the board. You need to be decisive, offer some cash, and get players in the building that's going to help you win now. But I do have a bold take that I will share for the Giants. I think that they are going to trade for an active quarterback in the NFL that's a starter. And I think that quarterback could be Kyler Murray. I think if I were the Giants,
this should have been you hear me out, by the way. This is what it should have been.
No. The Dolphins is to hear me out because we need that to happen. But the Kyler Murray move would be huge. Why? Because Arizona would be able to potentially be right back in the market for a new quarterback to build around their young receiver and start building that team. Again, I know Arizona's loading up and they have money and they want to get better. It's okay if you want to win a division, but I don't think Arizona is anywhere near winning the conference. And I think they need to reset at the quarterback position and save money in that area in order to do so. And Kyler Murray would be the perfect option sent to New York. It gives Dable some time to try to work something out and figure out how to build that team. And maybe it'll buy him an extra year to see how it'll work. Just keep your eyes open for a Kyler Murray potential move. All right. So switching gears real quick because we're going to get ready to go back to James Palmer in just a moment. But I do want to ask you fellas, so far in free agency, what's one move that you want to see done? A move that you want to see done. I didn't prep you for this question, so I'll start out right now. I would like to see the Pittsburgh Steelers bring in Aaron Rodgers. I actually want to see that. I feel like that's a good competitive football, and it'll help just the league in general because Aaron Rodgers don't need to go to a team wasting the talent that he does have on a team like the Giants.
Via Ian Rappaport, the Texans are finalizing a trade of 5-time Pro Bowl left tackle Laramie Tunsil to the Washington Football Commanders. Damn.
Why did he say the Commanders, Vaj?
Well, let's bring on James Palmer. Breaking news.
Try to be a pro,
Talk to us. This is massive for the Titans and the Commanders. The Texans.
We're a long way from a gas mask, guys.
Wow.
Anybody? No. Okay. Listen. We've all forgotten about it, haven't we? Listen, Washington has been Washington has been looking and searching for tackles. They were in, if he was going to become available, on Ronnie Stanley. They've been looking at the other tackles that were available. And we see Adam Peters go out there and make a big move. He did it at the trade deadline. There was very few moves at the deadline, but he makes one for Marshawn Lattimore, right, on the defensive side of the ball. And now he's going to go and get, when he's playing well, Laramie Tunsil is one of the best left tackles in football. I do think there was an overarching issue as a group in front of CJ Stroud. And I'm kind of curious what Tunsil's role in that was. He definitely was having issues with penalties quite a bit in Houston. I do know there was a little bit of frustration there in Houston. But the talent is still outstanding, right? And you're looking to protect your asset in Jaden Daniels. It's interesting because he's the number 2 overall pick, and the number 2 overall pick from the year before is CJ Stroud, and was having issues getting protected in his sophomore year. And now Laramie Tunsil gets a chance to get a mulligan, right? Now he gets to go out there and try to protect another guy picked 2nd overall in their 2nd season. And find a way to keep Jaden Daniels upright. But there were issues across the board in Houston on that offensive line. And this is, though, a big move for both parties because it's moving on revamping everything up front that we kind of thought maybe they're a guard or an interior guy away from what was going on with that offensive line in Houston. And it's a big, big swing as we've been waiting for Washington, who has money, a lot of it, and has been in on a lot of these guys, make a move for a tackle. I'll say this, talking to people in Houston during the season, it was there wasn't a weak link on that offensive line. It was, we have an issue here, and then tomorrow we have an issue there, and then later in the game we have an issue here. It was just all over in terms of communication, in terms of cohesion, in terms of just overall play. I mentioned the penalties, and this is a full, to my understanding, reset for the Houston Texans in protecting their quarterback.
Wow, this is a second rounder and a fourth rounder to the Texans, plus a third rounder this year. Houston gets back a fourth in Laramie Tunsil. This is massive. When you think about the Commanders and how far they went in the moves that they made so far, have they elevated to maybe actually beat an Eagles team who are losing players?
All right. Well, we'll say this. Philadelphia, for some time now, was 100% prepared and aware they were not going to keep Josh Sweat and they were not going to keep Milton Williams. They wanted to keep Zach Bond, and they extended Saquon, right? Those are the two players that they had their full eye on. Slay was, we all kind of knew this was going to come to a head with Slay. And so Zach Bond was the linchpin of the defense. I would say with the additions that the Commanders have made, and the subtractions that the Eagles have had, the Eagles still have a superior roster, I would say. Because I wouldn't put Josh Sweat or Milton Williams even in the top 5 best players on their defense. Would any of you? I'll fire back to you guys. Would you guys put Josh Sweat or Milton Williams in the top 5 defensive players on that Eagles defense?
Oh, they're loaded.
Yeah, I mean, maybe like you got what, Jalen Carter, who's going to maybe be a defensive player of the year. Quinyon Mitchell, who's already one of the best corners in the league. You got Cooper DeJean, who's probably one of the best nickels in football already. Nolan Smith took a monster jump this past year. Zach Bond's a first-team All-Pro at the middle linebacker spot. I would say probably they're both better than C.J. Gardner-Johnson, maybe, right? But man, that's a stacked group. Now I will keep
James,
an eye on
can
Philly.
I add?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to add real quick. How impressive is it too that they paid Bryce Huff last year, the contract, and the guy didn't even do anything, and he was inactive, and it didn't even matter. They still win the Super Bowl. Like, how unreal was that?
That shows like how deep they were, right? And because it was a whiff on Bryce Huff. And I remember talking to people there in the beginning of the season. It was like, or a few weeks in, it was like he just can't play. Like, he's falling down every play. Like, what's happening? And then all of a sudden, what happens? Like, Hunt comes in, and he's like this odd-looking like edge rusher that hasn't played a whole ton of football, and he starts making an impact and helping their edge rushing game. I would say with Philly, keep an eye on Dallas Goedert. He might be the odd man out in Philadelphia. I could see maybe them moving him for like a 4th-round pick. Goddard's a really good tight end, has had some injury issues, but also has no more guaranteed money left on his contract. And I could see them maybe getting younger at the tight end spot, specifically the way this draft is built at the tight ends position. But I think Washington has realized we just played them in the NFC Championship game. How close are we? Well, we had a chance on the biggest stage to find out how close we are. I think Debo was a smart move, considering Adam Peters was part of drafting him. Is he the same player he was? No, I don't think anybody in the league thought he was the same player he was. But you essentially 1 year rented him for a 5th-round pick, and who throws more screens and plays in space better than the way the Commanders spread you out? I think it's a pretty good scheme fit. And I think Adam Peters has been smart. Maybe he's reached a little bit. But also when you have a lot of money in your pocket, sometimes you do reach if you felt like you were right there, and the team in your division is probably the one that you have to overtake.
Wow, let's switch on the other side of this. What does Houston do from here?
Yeah. It's a big move, considering we talked about it. Like, I've asked enough people after the combine. There is no Joe Alt in this draft. There's no Tristan Wirfs in this draft at the tackle position. You're not getting one of those guys. Obviously, Houston's not picking at the top of the draft anyways, but you're going to have to get a little bit probably more creative. You're going to have to figure out what you're going to do in terms of protecting CJ Stroud. And I would say this, like we were talking about Banks a little bit ago. Like my buddy Albert Breer probably put it best. I saw him put this out, and it's a really, really good point. He's kind of the Robert Hunt of this year, where you're a good player and you get really good money, right? And that's just the lack of talent on the offensive line. Like, these teams are so thin. Health in your offensive line is huge. That was big for Denver. I think their whole group played most of the season together in protecting Bo Nix. Like, guys go down on that line and you lack depth and you lack players. And so people overpay for these offensive linemen. Now it's like a full reset, but you have a different offensive philosophy there now, right? So possibly Cali's looking at something differently with Nick Caserio in terms of how they want to build this. I will say this, Nick, and again, I asked you, I think Nick Caserio has been one of the better GMs over the last 2 years in terms of the moves he's made. So we'll see what he ends up doing. But this is a massive reset when you just trade away a cornerstone like Laramie Tunsil.
I just feel like this move right here makes both divisions unpredictable. I mean, the AFC South, it seems like wide open. And I was just thinking, James, I don't even know if I can say who's the best quarterback in the NFC East now.
Well, that's pretty tough. I mean, I think Jaden Daniels is the best quarterback, honestly, in the NFC East. I really do. But the hard part about it is, anytime you've said something like that or put Jalen Hurts in a box and tried to back him up against the wall, he plays his best football. Like, on the biggest stage, it's like, I've outplayed, like, who can say this? I've outplayed Patrick Mahomes now twice on the biggest stage. He lost the first one, but he outplayed Mahomes clearly. Yeah. And so Jalen's just a really interesting player to debate. I think you got to put in the fact that he's like 10 offensive coordinators in the last 10 years of his football career, which is insane. He plays the position differently. His strengths are different than some of the other guys' strengths, like, he plays it to win. I do think he has a little bit of that Brady to him, where it's like, what do I need to do to win? I don't care if my stats stink. Like, what do I need to do to win? Is it not throw the ball for a stretch during the season, which they did, and they still won? I mean, I do think there's value in understanding what wins football games. And I think he did do that. And I'm not throwing any shade at Jalen Hurts by any stretch. The guy just wins everywhere he goes, whatever he does. But in terms of playing the position and checking all of the boxes, I mean, can you argue the season that Jaden Daniels had?
No, you can't. And I kind of agree with you. Jaden Daniels first, then you look at Jalen Hurts, then Tommy DeVito, then Dak Prescott. It all makes sense. It all makes sense. You all right now there, man?
I'm not about to fight with none of y'all. I'm just going to sit up and listen and just do my show and clock out in 21 minutes. I'm not fighting with nobody over Dak Prescott.
Oh, man. But James, before you go, one last question here. Anything else that you're hearing or anything that you want to give us a watch out for this type information out here?
I don't know. I think Holland might happen sooner than later. From my understanding, we'll see how that goes. But we were talking about him earlier, so I wanted to bring that back up. I think that might be one to kind of keep an eye on. And then the quarterback carousel, which is the word we use for it all the time. I think we're going to get some more answers. Sam Darnold was kind of one of those parts that we were just kind of waiting. And now it's probably Aaron is what we're waiting on, and we'll have some clarity. But man, can you imagine a Mike Tomlin and a Aaron Rodgers season in 2025 together? Let's go.
I like it. I
do too. I like it too. And I wanted to put my 2 cents in on it. Like, if you're going to keep George Pickens, which 2024 was a very difficult year for everybody involved on both sides, and if you're going to keep him and DK, you need somebody who can get them both the ball. But I look at the other part of, like, who can talk to both those guys when they're not getting targets, right? And they're frustrated.
Yeah.
I think Aaron actually has a better ability to do that than probably Justin Fields. I think he has a better ability to do that than ultra positive Russell Wilson. I think he probably checks that box for them as well, actually.
Well, we do have some real quick breaking news before you get out of here. The Raiders have agreed to terms with safety Jeremy Chin on a 2-year deal over $16 million with 75% of it fully guaranteed. So, listen, the safeties
lost a piece.
They just continue to go off the board.
Yeah, because they just lost Trayvon Moore, right? And so Merrick, so they go and they get Jeremy Chin, and you spent on the quarterback spot a little bit. They still need to spend on, if they can, finding an X receiver. I know that they're still keeping an eye on this. I know that they're still looking to see if anybody's interested in Michael Meyer, their tight end, or if anybody's interested in, I believe it was Jacoby Myers, their receiver. Is that right? No.
Yeah,
This is their other receiver. What's that?
It sounds right.
That's one. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Jacoby Myers
Sorry.
receiver. Yeah, you're good.
Too many
Michael Mayer,
names.
tight end.
Yeah, too many names. They're looking if anybody's interested there, but they still need a number one for sure. I mean, obviously, maybe the number one's Brock Bowers, but they need an X. So they definitely have some other things they're trying to fulfill. But it's almost like you kind of swapped safety spots, a versatile player that can play in the middle of the field, and you probably had to do it for a little bit less.
Interesting. Well, James, thank you so much for coming through during our segment here on Bleacher Report. It's always a pleasure. I actually enjoy hanging out with you too. But thank you so much for coming through. I guess we'll catch you a little later. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning in. Make sure you hit that fire button. We have a few more things to go over before our hour is up here on Bleacher Report. We want to do something that we call tiers.
Thank you.
Yes. We want to do something that we call tiers. We want to go through some of the free agents and maybe talk about, what their status is. Are they still considered elites? Are they difference makers, quality starters? Those type of guys. Are there any elite guys available still on the board right now? Anybody that you could think of, gentlemen? Let's go ahead and talk about it. Me personally, elite is interesting. There are some players that are elite, but I don't know about it because of the injuries. And that's where we are in free agency right now. I want to start out with Dion though here. Anybody that still available that you would consider elite?
Yeah, I mean, one thing I just want to throw to that, I keep it on Houston because I wonder about Cam Robinson a little bit. Like Houston could actually, they have a really good defense and they've kind of quietly invested in it as we're sitting here live. If they could flip that, he doesn't fit into the elite category, by the way, but he could fit into quality starter. They could find a quality starter at tackle. The rest of them are drafted. So that's just someone that I'm kind of keeping my eye on as we go through here with the tackles when it's kind of getting thin. I'm going to go back to, I don't know if there's anybody I put in elite, but I'll go back to Malcolm Kuntz. I think he's a difference maker. He's coming off missing the full season last year, but he had 50 pressures and 500 snaps the year before. So this is a player that with Las Vegas, with Tyree Wilson and having re-signed Max Crosby, it's an opportunity for him to go elsewhere, but he's going to truly sign on what feels like a prove-it deal. He's a young player, though, and I think he's got a real strong case that he's the best pass rusher that's still on the board. So if I'm just placing a player, I'd throw a guy like Malcolm Kuntz into a different maker.
Difference maker for Malcolm Kuntz. What about Stephon Diggs? Where would you place him, Richie?
Yeah, Stephon Diggs is coming off a torn ACL, I believe. So that's the big issue with Stephon. I mean, I still think if he was coming from Buffalo fully healthy, I put him in the elite category because I think he's a bona fide, proven elite wide receiver. But right now, he's a difference maker. I'm still going to put him out in the difference maker. I think Stephon Diggs, his market's not going to be explosive because of that injury, but I think Stephon Diggs is still a difference maker in this league. You put him out there on a team. He was balling out there with Houston before he got injured. It's not like he doesn't have anything left in the tank, but the question is, with his knee injury at that age, is he going to be able to heal? So I would maybe think about quality starter because of the injury, but when he's fully healthy, he's a difference maker in this league, man.
Staying on wide receivers, Vach, what about Amari Cooper? Where would you place him as a free agent?
Cooper's probably just a quality dude right now. You know what I'm saying? He's probably somebody that's better than, your young guys that you got on your team already. If you have a bona fide dude, and then Cooper probably won't be better than those guys, but he'll be better than some rookie or some 1-2 year players. And this is me saying as Cowboy guy, right? Like he won't be a CeeDee Lamb for you, but he'll be better than the Jalen Tobers that you have on your team. So Cooper's a quality guy.
What about Keenan? Go ahead.
I just want to get your thoughts. So talking elite, it wouldn't be an elite price point, but as a Lions fan, Kevin Zeitler is still available. And I just know that it's all in his court. But if we're talking one of the best guards in football, I think he's got a very strong case that he's consistently been one of those. So just trying to think of who could actually fit into an elite category, maybe someone along those lines comes to mind. But go ahead, TD, my bad.
Kevin Zeitler. Nice. No. I was just going down the list here, getting you guys' thoughts. I want to go back to Keenan Allen for you, Dion. Where would you place him?
I think Keenan Allen's fantastic, but I would put him in quality starter right now. That's probably where I put him. I mean, there's going to be some teams that there's certain things that they don't like the aspect of his game, but I still think he's a quality starter. When he's on the field, it's just about getting him on the field. He's still a very good route runner. I think he's reliable with his hands to this point still. So I think he'd fall right into the quality starter mix.
That's disrespectful.
Nice. And what, Richie? What about Von Miller, Richie?
Wow, man. See, like, Keenan Allen, Von Miller, Stephon Diggs, you're talking about these older guys. You just don't know how much juice they got left in the tank. I mean, Von Miller coming from the Buffalo Bills. He is another guy that came off a devastating injury. He tried to come back. He's 35 years of age, bro. He's got to be a quality starter at this point, right? I mean, he's a difference maker when healthy, but do I put him in that difference maker category? I know that he got released because of a cap casualty. He's coming off that tough injury still. I mean, in 2023, he went out there and had 6 sacks in 2024. Is it disrespectful to put him as a quality starter? I feel like Von Miller, because he's such I'll put him a difference maker then. I'm not going to disrespect one of the greats. I feel like if Von Miller is fully healthy at 35 years old, he could be a difference maker in this league. So you know what, Von Miller, I respect your game, man. And wherever you end up, you're going to be a difference maker.
What about Brandon Cooks, Vach?
First of all, let me just say, I don't think anybody's going to be elite. You know what I'm saying? Like, that would be, I am demanding the top of the market money. You know what I'm saying? Like, Laramie Tunsil was elite. Like he's a trade guy. Like DK technically would be elite, but that's a trade guy. Free agents, they're, if they haven't been tagged yet, we're probably going to be looking at some old dudes that are going to come in and try to make a difference for your team or whatever, right? So who you said, Brandon Cooks?
Mm-hmm.
Brandon Cooks, an old man now. I mean, I don't want to disrespect Brandon Cooks. He might be a mad guy, you know what I'm saying? But he ain't on my team no more. But yeah, he's you know what? Brandon Cooks is a quality starter. I'll tell you why. Because Mike McCarthy was just horrible. You know what I'm saying? Mike McCarthy was just terrible. We didn't have problems with none of these guys, none of these Cowboy guys when, we were transitioning away from Kellen Moore's offense. But when Mike McCarthy really took over and guys were just running the field and turning around, that's when everybody got bad. So you would probably look at Brandon Cooks and be like, well, Brandon Cooks is a mad guy. But the year before that, he had like eight touchdowns or something. That's not very mad. That's quality starter. You just need your play caller to not be terrible. So I'll put Brandon Cooks still at a quality guy, a quality old dude.
All right. Well, Dion, what about Cam Robinson?
Yeah, I think, man, see, now it's going to sound crazy because of what I just said. I would throw him right into quality starter. He's not coming off his best season. But do we feel the drop-off when he stepped in for one of the best left tackles in football? No. They made that trade, and it worked out, right? The rest of the offensive line was a little bit shaky, but he was absolutely good for them, okay? He was above average for them, so that would put him in a quality starter, but he's probably going to get paid more like a difference maker because of the price point here. But for a team like Houston, right, I mean, if a team like Houston wanted to bring someone in because they don't have a tackle now, a quality starter works out pretty well.
Wow. Richie, what about Deontay Johnson?
Deontay Johnson? Deontay Johnson. That's like the first meh. I mean,
Cool.
Deontay. I mean, he went out there and what did he do? He didn't even play, bro. He didn't get on the field.
Ran some routes. Yeah.
Ran some routes. So I'm sorry. I got to be the guy. I got to put him in the meh. I mean, I don't know if it's the organization or it's him, but like he's not even a quality starter. He went to a team that had its playoff aspirations. He didn't even play. So he's mad, bro. I mean, let's be honest with ourselves here.
Dang.
I feel like it's disrespect to say that, but I mean, who am I to say it? But hey,
all right, Botch, what about...
I had to be the one to put the mess somewhere, man. I mean, come on, man. The guy couldn't even...
Whoa, there's breaking news that the Tennessee Titans are eyeing Russell Wilson.
Yes.
Something's not adding up here. Something's not adding up. If they were to get Russell Wilson, Are they drafting Cam Ward at 1?
They should.
Yeah, I think if they get Russell Wilson, that is not take him out of the Cam Ward sweepstakes. You want to get a veteran for Cam this.
Yeah, but is Russell Wilson going to be okay as a backup?
He better be.
He's going to start for however many games till he gets sick of him, whether it be 1 year till it be, whether it be 10 games or whatever it is. And then when it's time for Cam to take over, it's time to Cam. I actually love that because I think a lot of teams rush quarterbacks too much. All of the best guys, we've seen them like sit down for a little bit and learn from somebody. It's this new age quarterback, and where we get rookies coming in and playing for conference championship games and all this kind of stuff. That's not the norm. It's really normal for your rookie to sit down a little bit. I don't like rushing rookies through stuff. Or we see,
but a number one overall pick.
So I would love to see a rookie just sit down and not be rushed into some offense that's tailored to them and not really the full offense. And then that, second year guy look crazy next year because the league's, got on to the simple stuff that they're doing with their offense. I would love for a rookie to sit down and learn something. But maybe that's just me and my old school thinking.
It's just interesting. I just think that's the Tennessee Titans, I feel like they have everyone guessing about this draft with all the decisions and the moves they're making. But a few more, we could go back to the tier list, a few more, because I want to go with Vach here on Tyler Lockett.
Man, I don't know if he fell off or what. You know what I'm saying? I just know Tyler was around and Tyler wasn't the guy that he once was. But I imagine somebody could use Tyler Lockett. I imagine he'll be a quality dude, but he was probably running routes last year just like Johnson was. Deontay Johnson. But yeah, Tyler Lockett, he's a free agent, so somebody will go get him, and it probably won't cost a lot of money. He's a quality starter, I would say. If your team doesn't have wide receiver, sure.
Dion, what about
probably
Matt
man? He probably man real life. Sorry, Rich. He probably man real life, but who am I? Richie, you said it first, Richie. Who am I?
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, listen, we don't have any more quality starter spots. So you gotta make
Ryan, put him in mad. Drag him to mad. I was being a coward. Mad.
Oh man. All right, Dion, talk to me. Matt Judon.
We're gonna add a third one to that mad list.
Put him in mad.
Let's be real. It is what it is. Diddy's setting us up now, though. You see what name? There's a lot of names.
You know what, Ryan? Take Brandon Cooks and put him in mad. We are changing the standard for mad. Put Brandon Cooks in mad. Put them all in mad. If they free agents, get a job. Amari Cooper ain't do nothing in Buffalo. Put him in mad. He keep getting hurt.
That's true.
Keenan Allen ain't do nothing last year. Ryan, put Cooper, Brandon Cooks, and Keenan Allen in mad. Please. Stephon can go in there too. He ain't did nothing. Put him in mad.
I felt so bad disrespecting Von Miller, so they did it for me. So good thing they fixed
put him
it
in mad. Put them all in mad.
All right, Richie, what about Evan Ingram?
Ooh, Evan Ingram. I actually like Evan Ingram. I really do. I think that he's still got upside. Now, the question is difference maker or quality starter. He's definitely not meh. I think that he has a lot of upside in this league as a pass catcher, but I don't know if I could put him in that tier of difference maker yet. I'm going to put him in quality starter. But with the upside of a difference maker, I think he can be a difference maker in this league in the right situation, but I'll put him in quality starter.
All right, I got a big one for you, Dion. Javon Holland.
Man, absolutely, man. Hopefully the dog. No, I'm playing. No, don't put it.
Oh, there you go, Vach. All your men.
Put them all in there. Thank you, Ryan. Please, thank you.
Didi, you should have handled Javon Holland. Didi, you
a little room for the quality.
Yeah, well, Didi, you haven't done one of these. You do Javon Holland.
Yeah, I'm gonna put Javon Holland. I am gonna put him in elite, but let me qualify it. It's the best available free agent. So if you're talking about the top of the available ones, he is the top. So you want to grade everything else fairly, you got to put him above because it's not just a difference maker. This is a guy, he's had a few little bang up injuries, but nothing crazy significant. He's going to be a big fish for a team. And James Palmer mentioned it. All of these safeties going for $15 million. think about it. The problem here is a lot of teams are trying to avoid the 17 to 20 million that Holland might actually get. I'm going to put him in the elite category based off of all the available free agents. He's the cream of the crop that's left, so he has to go in that elite.
That don't make you elite though. TD just being the best guy left over, that don't make you elite.
Well, it's tiering the best available free agents. He's higher than these guys that are difference makers.
What about Rico Dowdle? Where do you rank him? What do you rank Rico Dowdle? Because he's the best running back available. Where do you rank him?
Difference maker. Because here's how I'm
running back available.
Yeah.
He's the best back available. TD, you just said 1,000-yard rush. What you mean?
But here's how I'm going to qualify that though, Vach. The team need. How many running backs have been signed in free agency that we mentioned today?
Eli Mitchell just made $3.5 million.
Yeah, but nobody's checking for running backs like that right now. You see all these safeties going off the board?
You changing your rule. You don't know what these people looking for, man. You changing the rules.
The value, the positional value right now is way greater at the safety position, and today is showing that. We've talked about 8 different free agents with significant money going off the board at the safety position. Nobody checking for a running back. I don't know a running back who's gotten over $4 million today. I don't even know if a running back got it.
Can I throw in a free agent running back? I'm curious to get your thoughts of him. Najee Harris. He's
Najee might be the best available running back. So just all right. Hold on, he's just okay because he's the best. So Javon Holland, by your definition, TD, he's a difference maker, right? He ain't elite. Is he gonna demand top of the market money?
Yeah, he's gonna be the highest paid safety when it's all said and done. He's going to be the highest paid safety this year in this free agency. Everybody's gone for $15 million. He's about to be, I think he might get close to 19, 20 million.
19, 20 million. All right, TD.
He was, so. I mean, he was a top 5 free agent prospect on everybody's list. He is one of the premier free agents this year.
You're not just saying that because he's an ex-Dolphin now, are you, TD?
Of course he is.
No, because I actually I didn't appreciate Javon Holland in Miami because of how he, felt about Vic Fangio. I'm not the Javon Holland guy, but I'm not going to sit here and diminish the value that he's going to bring to free agency this year. He was the number 1 safety in free agency this offseason.
All right, Miss Button.
And that's not me being a homer. But hey, listen, I'm gonna say elite, and you're gonna see when the deal comes through, depending on where it is, it's gonna be more than the 15 that everybody's getting right now. It's gonna be more. But yes, all right, just a few more. Vach.
Yeah.
TD, think of the time.
Oh man, the time flies. Listen, ladies and gentlemen.
It's time to clock out, man. It's time to clock out. What you mean?
It looks like we're coming up to an end right here on our segment. First and foremost, thank you all for hanging out with us the last 3 hours with James Palmer, NFL Insider, right here on Bleacher Report. You're joined by myself, Richie Melora, Dose of Dion, and Vach Lombardi. Listen, stay tuned right here to Bleacher Report. There's still more to come in NFL free agency frenzy. Any quick last words, Vach?
Shouts out to Authentic, man. He up next. Shouts out to Louis T. He up next, man. YouTube boys in the building,
Richie, talk to me.
Salute to everybody in the chat. We appreciate all your love and support to Bleacher Report, and salute to everybody behind the scenes at Bleacher Report for making this possible. Guys, don't go anywhere. The show goes on.
Dion, talk to us.
Nick Chubb to the Raiders. I'm waiting for that to happen. I think it's going to happen.
You've been sitting on that all day.
Right.
I've been sitting on this on my notepad.
You say that now, bro?
Oh, man.
Salute
Well, thank y'all so much for tuning in. The free agent frenzy continues right now on Bleacher Report. Peace. We're out.
Yo, big shout out to the crew that was just rocking just now, man. That was a very interesting debate. We're going to continue on doing the free agency mega stream over here on Bleacher Report. Going to be a really interesting 2 hours here. I'll be your host, Authentic, for the next 2 hours here.
Thank you.
A lot of moves are being made here. Twitter was down this morning and made things extremely difficult for all of us to try to get these updates. But today, teams can officially have conversations with players, and some of these deals should be, officially in the books by March 12th at 4 p.m. Like I said, I go by the name of Authentic. We're going to be representing the NFC East today. We're going to be having Louis T from the Washington Commanders, who will be joining us shortly here. But let me kick it over to my co-host here, my brother Hunter. Go ahead and introduce yourself, and then we'll keep the conversation pushing.
Yeah, man, what's going on? I'm Hunter Brody. I go by Broad. You can call me Broad. It's all good.
Dope.
I'm in a weird spot right now. Coming off of the Super Bowl, we're losing a lot of the guys. Are getting paid heavy money. Fans in Philly are freaking out, thinking Howie Roseman's losing all this talent. And I'm like, relax. This guy's a magician. We'll be good. So it's a lot of conflicting emotions. That's all.
Yeah, I'm definitely a little bit envious of you guys as a fellow NFC East content creator. You guys pulled a little bit from my team, took some of our better playmakers. I do think that Saquon Barkley was a big part of that Super Bowl run. But here in free agency, with free agency opening up, I mean, it's been a very exciting couple of hours. We landed a couple of quarterbacks here in the first couple hours here with Sam Darnold going to the Seattle Seahawks. A lot of people kind of projected that one to happen. One of my guys that I really wanted to bring in, and I'm curious to see how you feel about this. I was a big fan of Justin Fields, and I wanted the Giants to trade for Justin Fields before they signed Daniel Jones to his contract. Let me go over some of his numbers real quickly over the last 17 games. 19 touchdowns, 7 interceptions, 3,241 yards. He's got a completion percentage of 63.6. The rushing touchdowns at 8, the rushing yards at 854. He just got signed to the New York Jets on a 2-year deal. How you feeling about that contract for the Jets, who did have Tyrod Taylor over there and are kind of moving on from the Aaron Rodgers segment there? And I'm sitting here waiting patiently because Aaron Rodgers looking like he's running out of options. The Giants might be the only one.
Yeah, for sure. I am actually looking forward to seeing Aaron Rodgers in the blue, but we'll get to that. When it comes to what the Jets did, I get it. I'm not out on Justin Fields. It's one of those situations where I watch him in Pittsburgh and I see him winning games with Mike Tomlin, but I also trust Mike Tomlin's knowledge so much to wonder, well, if he was winning those games early, why did he make the change? And maybe he's in a win now mode. So with Russell Wilson, he thought the win now makes more sense than Justin Fields, who probably has to iron out some kinks within his game a little bit. The question just becomes, do the Jets have the right staff now? And I'm rooting for their head coach. I love what he did with Detroit. Defensive-minded guy, though. So do they have the right personnel around Justin Fields to maximize his skill set is the real question. But I'm not one of those people that are ruling Justin Fields out just based off of what happened in that time of Chicago, who I don't know if anybody would have succeeded with what was happening there. And so it's more about, do they have the surrounding pieces? An organization that's known to be losers, can they actually make Justin Fields work offensively? But it's intriguing. There's no doubt about it.
Absolutely. I'm right there with you. Like, I like Justin Fields' skill set, especially from a dynamic runner type of situation, but obviously he struggles reading the field and going through progressions and passing the ball over the middle of the field. But he's still a young guy. He's just 26 years old. And, you got some guys that are just really turning the curve right around that age. I mean, you being a Philadelphia Eagles fan, I believe it is, Jalen Hurts is just about to turn 27. And I look at the parallels a little bit similar, except Jalen Hurts had the stability around him, an organization that truly believed in him. When you guys whiffed on the first-round pick with Jalen Reagor, I believe that was in 2020, the same draft with Jalen Hurts, you guys didn't allow that to really derail what happened with your franchise quarterback, continued to build around him, drafted Devonta Smith, brought in A.J. Brown via trade, and have continued to build that roster around your quarterback. And I think Justin Fields just really hasn't been the beneficiary of that. He gets to go to the Jets and get to play, ball with his old college teammate over there. It should be an interesting combination, but you'd hope that he's turned the curve and been able to, try to improve on some of those things that, the deficiencies in his game, and try to get the passing things under his belt a little bit better. But I do like his skill set. For you, as far as, Philadelphia Eagles, I do want to talk about some of the moves that you guys made, and I am waiting for Louis T to get here because I think that's going to be a very interesting conversation to talk about the Washington Commanders. But the Eagles, I thought one of the better signings here to open up, was bringing back Zach Bond on a 3-year deal, $51 million. And that is a guy that really increased his stock. He was on a 1-year deal, $3.5 million. First year playing over 305 snaps. He has 1,204 snaps this past season on the Super Bowl run. 20 total pressures, 4 sacks, 141 tackles. Love that move. You guys lose Josh Sweat to the Cardinals, Milton Williams to the Patriots. How are you feeling? Do you feel like, coming off that Super Bowl, are you guys maybe looking at a little bit of a funk here, losing a couple of depth pieces? Or are you feeling confident in some of the moves being made?
Well, I think it was already kind of in my mind that Josh Sweat and Milton Williams was going to chase the bag. Milton Williams on locker cleanout day wore a Clutch sports hoodie in front of his locker. So when you're rocking a Clutch sports hoodie one day after you win a Super Bowl, I think you know exactly what type of statement you're getting here. And our GM made it very clear. This offseason is going to be unique. It's going to be different, but he actually used the word unconventional, which you sign Saquon Barkley to more money and you give a linebacker all that money. That's not what we are accustomed to seeing in this town. So he said something and then he acted on it with his actions within seconds. So if he's going through this offseason with that type of mentality and being open and honest with us, there's going to be decisions made that you may wonder, what is going on here? For example, we signed Bryce Huff last year on a day and everyone went, oh, that's great. Stinks. The dude dressed for the Super Bowl. So we have examples of same with Devin White. Hey, a linebacker. He's a veteran. It didn't work with Todd Bowles, but it'll work here. His ass was canned in the middle of the year. So it didn't even make it that long. So my point is we have all these reactions early on during this time. And last year, those guys weren't even a part of this. So I'm in a good headspace with being patient. I projected to lose some of these guys. The one that had some questions was, could you bring Darius Slay back for one more run? It seems like he's potentially going to Pittsburgh. And the other is still available, which is Mekhi Becton. But in regards to Sweat and Milton Williams, those two, I think, were already sort of out of our minds of coming back. So Bond getting signed here, Becton still up in the air, and Slay seemed like leaving. That's where I think more of the internal battle here in Philly is what should we do? But I'm in good headspace. I think we'll be all right. He wins in the draft a lot, so he's able to do that. And you mentioned Zach Bond. Zach Bond was a 1-year prove it type of guy. He finds value all over the place. Josh Sweat. Is that us or is that behind the scenes? Because I'm getting a little all over the place here.
Yeah, no, you're good. We're about to bring in Louis T, but you can go ahead and finish that out.
Cool. No, I was just going to say real quick, the 4th-round pick, 3rd-round picks, that's Milton Williams and Josh Sweat. So Howie Roseman has a track record. We're talking about losing these guys, but they're mid-round picks that he drafted over the years, and you kind of just replenish throughout those mid-round picks in a way.
Absolutely. And I'm sure you have faith in Howie Roseman. I mean, he's a magician with the cap, and he's just been one of the better general managers in the entire league. But let's bring in Louis T, Washington Commanders representative one time, man. I'm excited to have this conversation with Louis T. These guys are making a bunch of moves here. Traded for Deebo Samuel to open things up. They just brought in a defensive tackle, Javon Kinlaw. He's headed back to Washington. You guys lose Diami Brown, who got a decent payday there from the Jaguars, 1 year, $10 million. But the biggest news here is the blockbuster trade that's about to happen here with a 5-time Pro Bowler left tackle Lermy Tunsil, who is reported to go to the Commanders here. Ian Rappaport just reported that. I don't know the compensation just yet, but Louis T, introduce yourself and let me know how you're feeling about these moves. I mean, you got to be ecstatic right now. I'm pretty hyped about it.
Yeah, man, I am definitely excited about this move. I think if you're a Commanders fan, which I am, you were really concerned about the offensive line last year. It was probably the biggest thing that you looked at and said, we have to improve. When you play in a division with the likes of the Philadelphia Eagles, we saw what they did to the Kansas City Chiefs in the Super Bowl and how they were able to do that. And one of the things the Eagles really excel at is getting pressure without having to blitz. And that allows you to drop 7 into coverage, play that 4 high shell, that they like to play, that cover 4, kind of keep everything in front of you. They don't give up a lot of big plays because they're able to just rush 4. So with that said, there were games, 2 out of the 3 games against the Eagles, we couldn't protect Jaden Daniels against their rush, and they didn't blitz very often. And it allowed them to really be able to kind of control and neutralize a lot of the things that we wanted to do. And so we felt like Brandon Coleman, who they drafted last year out of TCU in the 3rd round, was a really good selection, but we felt like he'd be better placed as a guard. And one of the big question marks we had this offseason for the Commanders was, were we going to actually upgrade the offensive line or just run it back the way that it was? Because Coleman, to me, was the key to all of that. If you felt like he was a left tackle, you were going to leave him there, then you were going to kind of run into a situation where you really couldn't make many adjustments to the offensive line, right? But if Coleman is kicked inside, you go out, you get you a left tackle, and you kick him inside the left guard, now you feel like you have a chance to really upgrade this offensive line in multiple spots without having to do much. And that's what they've effectively done with this Laramie Tunsil deal is they've upgraded the left tackle position, as you mentioned, 30 years old, still has 2 years remaining on his deal from the Texans. I think the compensation is, if I'm not mistaken, Commanders are giving up third rounder this year, a seventh rounder next year. Let me look it up just so I can be. So it's a third rounder this year. I had it right. Third rounder this year, a seventh rounder this year as well. Next year's second and next year's fourth. And in exchange, they're getting Laramie Tunsil and a fourth round pick this season. So this draft. So the Commanders don't have a lot of draft capital this year. They've been aggressive in going out and trying to get guys to help maximize this rookie window. So they only have like a first, a second, a fourth, a sixth, and a seventh. So 5 picks. But this is a massive deal for the Commanders. You get a guy that allows you to upgrade 2 positions on your offensive line with 1 move. So you got to feel ecstatic if you're a Commanders fan.
Absolutely. I'm a big fan of the move. And although I'm a New York Giants fan, I'm here in Washington, D.C., and I cover you guys' team a good bit and the Eagles a good bit in the NFC East. And this is a move that had to be made for the Washington Commanders, if you ask me. And your offensive line, I thought, overachieved last year with, considering the personnel that you had up front. And I know, former offensive line coach for the New York Giants, Bobby Johnson, went over there, and a lot of Giants fans were kind of like trying to clown you guys a little bit, right? Yeah, I was telling Giants fans, man, I normally don't call for people's jobs, but you can't just look at what Bobby Johnson did in New York and think that that's just the kind of caliber of coach that he is. He went there, and I always say this on my channel, a decisive quarterback is an offensive lineman's best friend. So when you get a guy like Jaden Daniels out there, especially after the first couple of weeks when he started to get settled in, he really improved the way that offensive line played and the expectations for that offensive line. Now, I kind of want to shift this a little bit to my New York Giants here, who are, we're in the back seat. We're in the trunk of the car right now when it comes to the NFC East. And, I am a little bit envious of you two guys, I must admit, having to see everybody here in D.C. celebrate while the Washington Commanders made it to the championship to play the Eagles and, ended up eventually getting dog walked, but nonetheless overachieved this past year. And the Eagles did their thing, won the Super Bowl. Now, the Giants, they open up free agency and they make a move that I thought was absolutely necessary. In January, I had talked about this player, the first guy that we had signed in free agency, Paulson Adebo, the cornerback coming over from the Saints, who turns 26 years old in July. He played in just 7 games this past year, had 3 interceptions, 10 PBUs. The previous year before that, he had 4 interceptions, 60 solo tackles. He ended up breaking his femur in the middle of the season. And, I thought it was a really a good, signing for the New York Giants. But then they also went out there and they signed veteran defensive tackle Roy Robertson-Harris, who's a guy that was really off my radar. We got guys like Darius Slayton that hit free agency, Azeez Ojulari that's also going to hit free agency. But how do you guys see the New York Giants situation right now, considering that you got a GM on the hot seat, you have a head coach that's on the hot seat, and really just 1 year to kind of try to get things in order here? Did you think that they should have made some splash moves in free agency, or should they have maybe just tried to play it conservative and just try to kind of buffer and get by the season?
So we just got word that the Packers have signed Nate Hobbs. So they're looking to upgrade that cornerback position. And what that kind of says to me is this the end of Jair Alexander in Green Bay, right? Because when you think about some of the conversations surrounding that team, Brian Gutekunst at the Combine spoke, and he was non-committal on Jair Alexander. And now here you are seeing them go out, sign Nate Hobbs to a 4-year, $48 million deal. This kind of smells like the beginning of the end of Jair Alexander. in Green Bay, if you ask me. So that's a pretty significant signing for the Green Bay Packers. And I really like Nate Hobbs as a football player. The Raiders, I thought they had some talent on the defensive side of the football. You saw one of their linebackers, who I was a massive fan of, sign with the Patriots earlier on in free agency. So I think they've got some talent. Trayvon Merrick already got a deal with Carolina. I thought they had talent on the defensive side of football. And so this is another big signing for the Green Bay Packers, who already have made some moves in free agency early in this free agency period.
Absolutely. Yeah. Cornerbacks are getting big money right now, man. They're definitely getting some big money. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's just the way my brain works because of Howie Roseman. When I see the guaranteed money of 16, because I saw the 48 and I'm going, all right, but how many years of this 4 years does it seem more like a 2-year deal for him instead of obviously when you see the money without the guarantees, how much of that contract isn't guaranteed? But it's interesting. And I also look at it through the lens of, these teams, because I'm just thinking of the path that we took, right? We look at the Commanders and they keep making moves and it's going to be fun thinking about this battle in the NFC East. But we also had to take down the Packers for the first game in the wild card round. So I just start naturally thinking about, does this, with the loss of maybe some other moves on their defense, when you weigh that out and look at the pros and cons, how much better are the Packers now compared to where they were when free agency started? And, I'm just looking at this whole thing from the money, the guaranteed, them improving and all that good stuff. It's an interesting one, though. I do like the move.
Yeah, I like the move. A lot of cornerbacks being signed here. We saw a J.C. Horn get the bag, Carlton Davis, DJ Reed, the Giants with Paulson Adebo. And now we actually just got some two breaking news signings that just happened here. Defensive tackle Kyrus Tonga on a 1-year deal, $2.7 million. He's going to be going to the Patriots. And the Patriots, I think they're doing a good job right now in free agency. They're making some moves. We talked about Carlton Davis. We talked about Milton Williams. We talked about Harold Landry. A lot of guys being signed over there. And I think now that they know that they have their quarterback, they can go out there and make the necessary moves. And I expect the Patriots to be a much improved team coming here into 2025. How about you guys?
Yep. And I talked about Robert Spillane a little bit earlier and him coming over from the Raiders. That's a guy I really like at the linebacker position. You already see the formula of what they're trying to do in New England. They're trying to get this defense to be formidable. And if that offense is kind of lagging behind a bit with that second-year quarterback and having to put some pieces around him, so be it. But the defense is going to give us a chance to be in ball games and compete. And you see that's exactly the direction that they're heading in with all of the moves. If you look at the vast majority of moves that have been made by the Patriots in this window that we've seen just about a little bit over 3.5 hours, it's mostly defensive players, right? So you see what the direction that Vrabel is going in there. We're going to go in here. We're going to play defense. We're going to give ourselves a chance. And if this offense can come around, we'll be in some ball games with a chance to win.
But the ironic part is they were very loud and vocal about wanting to go get a wide receiver to help out Drake May, and the silly rumors of it being A.J. Brown, which I don't see that happening. Right. But, you see all these names, and it's defense, which makes sense with Mike Vrabel, and they need it bad because they were not good. But I'm curious who that wide receiver is, because I think it's inevitable that at some point we're going to get hit with one of these bigger names going to help out Drake May on the outside.
Yeah, all too often you hear about a team getting their franchise quarterback and, all the fans want to bring in the shiny weapon. But at the end of the day, I think it's just much more important to address the trenches, protect that quarterback, and build the defense. Building up a defense is going to make your quarterback's job that much easier.
That's right. And that's exactly what they're looking to do. So, a job well done so far. I actually like what they're doing. I thought they overspent on Milton Williams, but that's a different discussion for a different day. But when you're in the position that they're in, you got to spend big if you want players to come play for you. So,
and that tends to happen a lot in free agency. Players getting overpaid.
Big time, because you're competing against everybody else. Yeah, no doubt. But the Milton Williams thing, I love Milton Williams. I think it's a phenomenal story. But I think a lot of the success from the defensive line was because you have Jalen Carter, and he's that added wave. Now he's getting paid to be Jalen Carter, and you're paying him a lot of money to do it. So this is the kind of the risk that you take is you're trying to ask someone to play more snaps and be a different role and be a force compared to where you were in a different organization. And sometimes that's where you get burned big time. I mean, I keep going back to Bryce Huff, but he gets double-digit sacks with the Jets, and we're thinking, hey, you give him more snaps, he could do more here on the out. But it never works that way. So that's the calculated risk with Milton Williams for this type of dough. 24 mil a year, 26, whatever. It's insane.
Yeah, the Eagles can, go ahead, Louis, you're good.
No, you go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I was saying, like, the Eagles, they can afford to allow some of those depth pieces on the defensive front to, go away in free agency. Howie Roseman has done a good job of that, and I think it's very opposite of how my New York Giants have operated. It seems like Joe Schoen, who, in my opinion, is one of the worst general managers in the NFL right now, he seems to only check boxes when it comes to the starters, right? Like, he thinks, I got Brian Burns, I got Kayvon Thibodeau on the outside. We're all good. We don't need to bring in a different 3-tech next to Dexter Lawrence, and we don't need much depth behind those guys. The Philadelphia Eagles have approached it in a very opposite way. They've drafted 15 defensive linemen over the last 3 drafts, and when you do those kind of things and you have players hit like that, I mean, a first-round defensive tackle, back-to-back drafts, those kind of things allow you to be able to part ways with players like Milton Williams and really not be able to have to miss a beat. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm sure the Philadelphia Eagles fans out there are pretty happy about the way things have turned out up front. You've lost guys over the years from Hassan, Reddick, Fletcher Cox in retirement, and still this Philadelphia Eagles front has not even missed a beat, and we saw that in the Super Bowl. It paid dividends. But I think what Louis T was saying also is really important is, some people will see the Super Bowl game with the Philadelphia Eagles and the Kansas City Chiefs and think, hey, I need to beef up my defensive line right away. But at the same time, and with the same token, you have to look at it as, how do you combat that? And bringing in a guy like Laremy Tunsil is going to help that. And teams need to be thinking about, hey, how do I bring in, more players up front on this offensive line to protect my quarterback and protect my investment so that when we do get in these big games, we're not completely being dominated up front in the trenches.
Absolutely. Well
yeah,
said.
That's right. I got a question for you on the Giants, since we kind of got sidetracked with the signing there. Here's my outside view of the Joe Schoen thing and all. They're kind of heading into this, and you alluded to this, that this year needs to be big for them to keep their jobs and security, right? And everybody kind of knows that. Even Brian Dable, who I don't think stinks, I just think the environment is wacky. I'm not in the trenches there, so you may have a different opinion on the day-to-day stuff. I know it's a lot different than when you're really sinking your teeth into every decision and press conference. But it's like they don't have the talent. And then it's kind of funny. I would never do this, but it's almost like to make them feel comfortable to do their job, you almost have to bite in and extend them. Where it's like, hey, Joe Schoen, you have time to do your work. Hey, Brian Dable, you have time to make this work. Whereas if you're letting them work on this final year and say, this better have some juice or else you're canned, I just don't know how that's a recipe for success from an organizational view. Now, the problem is I would never want to extend them. I don't think they're worth that. But that's sort of like the mentality of the organization. If you're really going to build something and have it be sustainable, the last way to attack a season like this, when you don't have anybody but Tommy DeVito and you don't have that much surrounding them, you're just almost admitting that this thing's going to be blown up and you're restarting next year if Joe Schoen and Brian Dable don't make this work this year to at least a competent level. Is that fair or unfair, reading from the outside?
No, that's fair reading from the outside. And John Mara came out at the end of the season, the owner for the New York Giants, and said, look, if things are looking like this a year from now, I'm going to feel, some kind of way. So I need to feel better about this team moving forward. So he pretty much, put his coach and general manager on the hot seat. Joe Schoen is going to be going into the final year of his contract. They were both hired for a 5-year contract. So it's interesting. And I'll tell you what, with the Paulson Adebo signing, what is really interesting about that signing in particular, although I was on the cutting edge of that whole signing, I wanted Paulson Adebo. Not at that price, though. The reports are that it's going to be $18 million, and that's per year AAV. And they allowed Xavier McKinney, up-and-coming homegrown player that we drafted in the second round, to walk away in free agency and go get paid by the Green Bay Packers for $17 million AAV. So I just don't understand how these moves are adding up when you bring in a guy like Paulson Adebo, who's dealt with injuries and really has not played to the same level of a guy like an Xavier McKinney, who was second in the NFL in interceptions with the Green Bay Packers this past year.
And I'll take it a step further just to add on to that. I think the biggest issue with the situation that's set up is that as a team with a hot seat general manager and head coach, you've put them in a position where they have to win now, right? And being as such, you can't draft a young quarterback. It's almost counterproductive to do so. That has never worked. I haven't seen that situation work out positive for a young quarterback where the previous regime takes him. It's the same thing that happened to Justin Fields, right? That last group, Matt Nagy and company, took him, knew they had to win that year. They didn't win. They got fired. New group comes in. It all went downhill for Justin Fields. And we can go through countless guys that have been put in a situation like that. Dwayne Haskins here in Washington, God rest his soul, was drafted in a similar situation. Jay Gruden wanted no parts of Dwayne Haskins. He was forced upon him by the ownership group. Mm-hmm. He got fired. The next group comes in. They don't want Dwayne Haskins. And that went downhill. So you see that happen all too often where you draft a young quarterback in there and it's just helter-skelter, and it's not an environment conducive to success. So it's tough. You look at the Bears. They're in a similar spot, right? Their general manager, Ryan Poles, is essentially has to win this year, right? And you see how aggressive he's been this year?
Yeah.
Like
since he got there, I believe he got hired the same year as Joe Shane did in 2022.
Yeah, and he's been super aggressive this offseason in protecting his investment in the first round last year as the number 1 overall pick, because obviously if they don't win, if they don't see the type of production they need to from this team this year, they're probably going to move on at the general manager position, because they're not moving on from Ben Johnson, obviously. They just brought him in there and they think he's going to be the guy to turn things around. But maybe the guy picking the groceries isn't the right guy. So yeah. You kind of force them to have to be aggressive. I'm actually surprised the Giants haven't been a little bit more aggressive, especially in trying to pursue a quarterback, because if you draft a quarterback at number 3 overall, because it feels like one will be available come April, late April, how is that going to play into the urgency of the general manager and the head coach?
Could it
That's
buy
a really
him time?
good point.
Could it buy them time where Joe Shane goes, yo, dude, I just got, Shedeur Sanders. You gave me 1 year. You know what I mean? Maybe even if it's one of those things where you win 4 games, but you saw some things out of Sanders that is exciting and you know that there's a big window here to grow or whatever. And he goes, I brought this guy in. There's jerseys. There's people here in MetLife. Give me another year. So it's possible that the GM uses the tactic of the quarterback more for job security than anything else, which is a dangerous game. Now, I think the kid could play. I'm excited to see these quarterbacks anyway. But I hate to always go back to the birds. It's just where my mind is. But I do feel part of the reason why we can draft 15 defensive linemen over the years and, go O-line in the second round when we drafted Jason Kelsey's replacement when Jason Kelsey had 3 years left. You lose a Hall of Fame center. Yeah, right, Cam Jurgens. So it could have been 2 years left. But regardless, is when you have time to operate as a GM, you can make better moves for the team. Now, if Joe Shane's not it, you can't give him time because he's not it. But if you know you're not going to get canned next year and you can make long-term decisions, Howie Roseman's not going anywhere and he can work the way he wants to work. It just sets yourself up culture-wise so much more. And that's where I think the Giants are lacking a ton, where the Commanders now, I hate the owner because he's our Sixers owner and he's a pain in the rear end. But compared to where you were at, Joshua Harris is an A+, and he sets up people to succeed,
Yep, most definitely. It's a good point about the quarterback too, buying time or maybe also not buying time, because it almost feels like history is repeating itself with the New York Giants. If you guys remember, we had Pat Shurmur and he was on the hot seat in 2019. They drafted Daniel Jones. They reached on a quarterback over Dwayne Haskins at the time. And then they started Daniel Jones after week 2 when Eli kind of, was playing very average football at the time. But they had paid Eli Manning $20 million to come back that season, and it didn't work out. And by the end of the season, Pat Shurmur was fired. So, I think it can go one way or the other. Brian Daboll and Joe Shane had the 2022 season where they overachieved as well. And since then, they've had a worse record every season that they have been here. So they're in a very tight position here that I really don't think there's going to be a win for them. And the free agent market really doesn't dictate the kind of talent out there that could come in and really help this team really start to win ball games right now and turn it around in the season. So I don't really see it happening. But let's kind of push this conversation. Oh, go ahead.
Do you believe in Daboll?
Yeah, I believe in Daboll, but I think there's been a personnel mismatch, and then you just don't know what's going on in that front office as far as the quarterback situation. There have been reports that John Mara kind of forced the Daniel Jones contract on these guys, and most logical fans at the time after the 2022 season, we were willing to part ways with Daniel Jones, especially if the contract price was not at the right price. as soon as I heard $40 million a year, I was like, no way, go let this guy test the market. And just, it just seems like, that there was a chance there, especially according to Albert Breer and the reports that came out right before the deadline, that John Mara pretty much forced a contract on these guys. And honestly, I hope that was the case, because if it's not, I mean, Joe Shane was pretty much bidding against himself. And then all the other, the trickling effect of what happened on Hard Knocks with Xavier McKinney and Saquon and everything that has happened since. I mean, this looks like a really incompetent front office for the New York Giants right now.
So we got some breaking news.
Go ahead, Louis.
From Rap Sheet. Buck center, or former Buck center, Robert Hainsey agreed to a deal with the Jacksonville Jaguars, 3 years, $21 million. That's the second offensive lineman the Jaguars have signed in free agency. They signed Patrick Mcari from the Ravens earlier in free agency. So you see what they're doing up front in front of Trevor Lawrence. It was a nightmare for him last year. He could not stay healthy. So Liam Cohen comes in as the new head coach over there. And they got themselves a new general manager, and they're putting an emphasis on protecting their investment in Trevor Lawrence. And so I think it's a smart thing to do. And that's a big move for Jacksonville as they continue to fortify that offensive line in front of Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah,
and Liam Cohen came from Tampa Bay, obviously, so he knows what kind of work Robert Hainsey can provide. So that's
Nate, they brought in Chuma Edoga as well too. So that's going to be the third offensive lineman that they brought in. Very, very smart for them to try to protect Trevor Lawrence. And I think Trevor's a really good quarterback too. But let's talk about a couple of potential landing spots for some of these veterans out here. And let's start it off with a guy that has been really talked about with the New York Giants here a little bit, with Aaron Rodgers, who I think could be a decent fit for the Giants right now if they are trying to win right now, which is what it looks like, because both these, the coach and the general manager, are on the hot seat. Aaron Rodgers had a really tough start to last season with the Jets. The first year, the Achilles injury, but he did end the year pretty strong. 28 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. He's a bit of an OG, maybe even a triple OG, Louis T, at 42 years old. You know what I mean? But I think he's still got a little bit of gas left in the tank. Being the second year off the Achilles injury, him and Kirk Cousins are going to be in the same kind of situation with that. I think a decent fit would be the New York Giants right now. There are a couple other teams that could be in the mix as well. I've been hearing a little bit about the Indianapolis Colts, who have struggled with Anthony Richardson at the quarterback position as well. But Aaron Rodgers can still sling it. And Garrett Wilson was in practice raving about how this guy could throw it better than all the quarterbacks, in the NFL and whatnot. But he was used to dealing with Zach Wilson, which is a very stark difference of what we have from Aaron Rodgers. How do you guys feel about Aaron Rodgers and some potential landing destinations for him right now as a quarterback?
Man, I think if you're Aaron Rodgers, you want to go somewhere where you got a chance to win a chip. And right now, the only place that's left is Pittsburgh. So for me, if I'm Aaron Rodgers, I'm doing everything I can to try to get to the Steelers, because as we saw, they traded for DK Metcalf, gave him a big extension. Now you got George Pickens. They got Roman Wilson, who didn't play last year as a second-round pick, coming back. You got a wealth of targets to get the football to. They're going to draft a first-round running back, I believe, because they're not going to bring back Najee Harris. And so I think you're going to have just this wealth of guys. Now, they got to protect him up front, and I'm not sure about that Steelers offensive line. That's something I do worry about with Aaron Rodgers, as we saw last year. If you can't protect him, he can't move as well. But to your point, and it's a good one, he's further removed from that surgery. And you see guys start to get back to themselves a little bit more as they get further removed from the surgery. Kirk Cousins couldn't move last year early in the season. That really affected him. And I think Kirk Cousins still has something to give, but, he's going to have to get that opportunity, obviously, elsewhere. But for Aaron Rodgers, I saw him move better at the end of the season. I saw him starting to look like the guy that could be mobile, that could extend plays. It can get out of the pocket and make things happen. He can still fire the football with the best of them. So I think he can still help a team win. The Giants obviously need a guy, and he would give them, credibility immediately if he were to go there. But I don't think you can win big in New York with the Giants. You can still win big with the Steelers. And that's why I think that's got to be the best fit for him right now if you're looking to win. Or else, what are we doing? Is this for the love of football? Is it for the love of the game?
That's kind of what it seems like at this point, and maybe getting a little bit of an extra bag. I mean, he is has been paid out all his money from the Jets. I think they owe him something like $1.5 million. So the team that he goes to is going to have to come up with a new contract. And I think it has to be a bit of a bargain contract. I mean, we just saw Sam Darnold go out there and get a lesser contract than what Daniel Jones got out of 2022 after putting up 35 touchdowns. That's more than double what Daniel Jones put out there. I don't understand how Sam Darnold got that little bit of money. But what are your thoughts, on the Aaron Rodgers situation, Hunter?
Yeah, so I'm going to take a different approach, even though I agree with you that the Pittsburgh Steelers would give him a better chance to win. I'm trying to get into the head of Aaron Rodgers, which is a very difficult thing to do. Yeah. If I'm in his shoes, yeah, I know. If I'm in his shoes, does he think I could win anywhere? Because if I had to bet, I'd imagine he thinks wherever I am, I'm an MVP. I can go to the Giants, stick it to the Jets, and be the guy for the Giants in the same building that the New York Jets play in. So just knowing his mentality, I wonder if he takes that approach. You got Malik Neighbor, so here's your weapon that you could have fun with. Although, again, you mentioned Pittsburgh, and I do think it's a way better place to be set up to win now with one more run if that's what's left in his body. But I'm trying to think outside the box, knowing that he is wired in a weird way. But here, to kind of debate my own self here, I'm just curious from the Giants' perspective, like, is he going to, as great as it would be to walk in thinking I could win, I'm still the guy and all this, where he's at in his career now, I think it would be best to go in with less intensity, less obnoxiousness, and more good guy for the room, good guy for the culture. I just don't know if that's really in him. Like if you draft, I don't know. I guess if you're drafting top 3, you're not going to have this guy sit. But is there a world where you draft a quarterback and you sign Aaron Rodgers and you let the young kid watch Aaron Rodgers? And if that's the case, is Aaron Rodgers a good teammate for the New York Giants at that point? But I don't know. These are the type of scenarios that I play out, but I don't hate that. What if you drafted Cam Ward, who I don't think you're going to get? I'm just using that as an example, and or Shedeur Sanders, and you watch Aaron Rodgers for one season. Do you think that's even a thought in your mind? Do you hate that idea? How does that play out for you?
I like the idea of pairing a guy like Cam Ward with Aaron Rodgers, but just getting Cam Ward is going to be the difficult part. We do got some breaking news here. The Panthers have signed free agent defensive tackle Bobby Brown III to their defensive line, and we're not talking about Whitney here, but definitely another move for the Panthers, upgrading that defensive line. They had Derek Brown over there who dealt with some injuries last year, so pairing him up with another guy, Bobby Brown, this should be a pretty interesting signing. He's a player that's been relatively off my radar. How you guys feeling about this signing with Bobby Brown going to the Panthers here?
Yeah, I mean, listen, they need to bolster up big time on that defense, right? There's no doubt about it. And I think at the end of the year, what Bryce Young was able to do after handling that adversity pretty well, I didn't see that coming. So, you get some life there on the defense and you see if you could build off of what you were doing with the young quarterback and you go from there. But, I mean, they needed help. They needed help big time with They need help everywhere, for being honest. So it's hard to not think that this is a 2 thumbs up.
So this feels like a plan B type of situation. Remember, they were right there with Milton Williams getting the deal done, and his agent gets hit up by the New England Patriots for significantly more money, right? I'm thinking that deal he probably was trying to sign with New England was somewhere in that 20 to 22 per year AAV neighborhood, and then the Panthers blow it out of the water with 26 per, and they're like, okay, no, we got to take that deal. So plan A was obviously Milton Williams. That fell through. And so now you go to plan B, and that's Bobby Brown III, who was really solid for the Los Angeles Rams. He comes over, you pair him with another Brown. So now it's Brown and Brown. What can Brown do for you? We'll find out. They've got 2 of them in the middle of that defense. And I'm telling you right now, Carolina quietly is putting together some solid moves. Trayvon Merrick, now this move here. They inked up a deal to sign their corner long-term, J.C. Horn. So that's been one of the issues in Carolina. They've been letting guys leave, talented guys. As you know, then again, in New York, they traded one to you. We took one off their plate in Frankie Louvu, right? So they were letting a lot of their good guys leave. So I like this move for them. They're trying to build from within. They started that last year, trying to put some guys in front of Bryce Young. They've spent a lot of money on that offensive line last year. Now they're spending some money on that defensive line. I think that's a good move as well.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good move. It's an interesting one with a 2025 draft class that's full of a bunch of defensive tackles. I'm looking to bring in somebody next to Dexter Lawrence. I'm looking at Aeneas Peebles out of Virginia Tech, Derek Harmon out of Oregon. There's just so many dogs. I mean, who's the kid out of Michigan that played next to Mason Graham too? Kenneth Grant. That dude is an absolute monster. You know, and I do think that there are going to be a lot of defensive tackles here late in the first round, early in the second round, even as deep as the third round, that you could bring in some guys that could, you know, at least aid the depth department on a team like the Panthers. But nonetheless, they went out there and they spent a little bit of money bringing in Bobby Brown III over there to help out that defensive line. Let's get back to talking about some of these veterans here. We talked about Aaron Rodgers, and Louis T said a good fit would be the Pittsburgh Steelers. And I do agree, especially with the DK Metcalf signing or trade over there, and also having George Pickens, who a lot of people are kind of speculating that George Pickens might be traded, which would be absolutely ridiculous. But nonetheless, good weapons over there, good foundation. Pat Freiermuth at tight end, going to have to do some things at the running back position. But let's talk about their former quarterback in Russell Wilson, who, you know, he built some chemistry with George Pickens this past year. George Pickens missed a couple of games. I think he was right around 900-something yards this year. But this is a guy that, you know, still has a little bit of gas left in the tank. I think will also be like another option maybe for my New York Giants, possibly. I thought Pittsburgh was a great place for him to play, you know, being that DK Metcalf just got over there and Russell Wilson played 3 seasons with him with the Seattle Seahawks. I think that's a great fit for them. He knows the Steelers system already. Where do you guys see a potential landing spot for a guy like Russell Wilson? If it's not Pittsburgh, maybe some other landing spots.
You want to take
That's
this
a
one?
tough one. Yeah, that's a tough one, because in my mind, I'm like, it's Pittsburgh or bust for Russell Wilson. I mean, initially, you know, right, like, wait a minute, where's he gonna go? Because the low-hanging fruit obviously was Vegas, right? Pete Carroll's back, but that wasn't a harmonious split, right? That wasn't an amicable breakup and divorce. So I'm like, I don't think that was necessarily where he was going to go back to. And then obviously they made the trade for Geno Smith, so that's out of the question anyway. I mean, if it's not the Steelers, I'm like, is he really going to go to Tennessee? Is he really going to go to the Giants? I mean,
they did say that Tennessee had some speculations about trying to bring him in. I saw Pelissaro just reported that just a little while ago. Yeah, so maybe Tennessee.
It doesn't feel like if you're the Titans, it's a needle mover, right? You got to do something if you're the Titans. So if you're not going to take a quarterback at the top of the draft, you got to do something. So I would assume it'd be somewhere like Tennessee, but if I'm Russ, is that what it's come to? Is that where I am now?
I'll say this, Louis. Like, I like Tennessee in one regard. I don't like that they fired Rand Carlton. I thought that he was doing a pretty decent job of trying to bring in talent to prove that either that quarterback, Will Levis, that is there right now is the guy or isn't the guy. Bringing in DeAndre Hopkins, Tyler Boyd. They brought in Tony Pollard in the backfield. They had some weapons over there to at least be able to go out there and put out a serviceable offense. Now, he's not there no more. But this is the kind of question I want to ask you guys right now. What are your thoughts about Will Levis? Would you roll into this year giving Will Levis, I believe it's his 3rd season now with the Tennessee Titans, would you be willing to allow him to be the starter, or are you going to prioritize bringing in possibly somebody like a Russell Wilson, or with the number 1 selection in the NFL draft, drafting a guy like Cam Ward, possibly Shedeur Sanders, but I do have Cam Ward as quarterback 1 right now. What are your thoughts?
I think you got to draft Cam Ward. I think I've seen enough out of Will Levis. And I do think that we live in this era now where we don't give players enough time to really find out who they are. But and this is going to sound hypocritical, but I do think with the Will Levis thing, if you have a chance to get a Cam Ward with that pick in the draft, I think you have to take the risk, because even if Will Levis does end up maximizing his full potential and years down the road, you say, hey, maybe the kid could play. You got Cam Ward. You know what I mean? I don't think you're going to regret taking Cam Ward, even if Will Levis eventually becomes something serviceable. I don't know if you can miss this opportunity at this particular time at the draft. So that's how I would look at it. And, it's just one of those things. Unfortunately, Will Levis, he did have some opportunities to make some noise. I just don't think he made enough noise to go, hey, Cam Ward, no thank you. You know what I mean? Unless do you trade down, gather a bunch of compensation, and then build around Will, and then go that route where you really try and get stability around him? But I don't know if that outweighs what you can get in Cam Ward. So I'd have to look in that direction.
Truth, Louis, what you thinking?
Did you guys see Brian Callahan last year? He is so over Will Levis, and it's not funny. Like, he tried to bench him 50 million times last year and had to keep going back to him because the quarterback position was so bad out there with Mason Rudolph. He's over Will Levis, okay? Like the turnovers were so boneheaded. You would watch games and you go, I cannot believe he just did that, right?
Game
So,
killers, literally.
I mean, absolutely momentum shifters, right? Like they had no business losing to the Bears in week 1. They should have beaten the Jets in week 2. Like he threw games away with his play. There's no way. And remember, Brian Callahan, he's on thin ice himself, right? Like he can't afford another season like last year. There was conversations about him potentially being fired this year and being a one and doneer. So he needs to find some stability at the quarterback position. There is no way he's going back to Will Levis. There's no way he can go back to Will Levis. They're going to have to do something, and whether that's a veteran that he feels like will be able to run his system a little bit better, or it's a rookie that you say, hey, we've got a guy, we're going to invest in him, and we're going to put our time, energy, and efforts into making this guy better. Whatever that looks like, it can't be Will Levis, not the Mayo King.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you on that. You made some really good points. And Callahan did talk about Shedeur Sanders. He agreed with the take, I believe, from somebody that said he was like the baby Joe Burrow. So, I mean, maybe that is a possible situation of possibly trading back. If there is a team like my New York Giants that might want to come up and get Cam Ward, they could still leave the draft with, a guy like Shedeur Sanders, who is not my quarterback too, by the way, but I digress. I don't want to go there. Let's talk about another veteran here, which is Stefon Diggs, who's going to be coming off of a major injury here, the torn ACL this past year. They brought him into the Houston Texans to add some weaponry for CJ Stroud, and things just really didn't work out. But even not being the true wide receiver one over there with Nico Collins, Tank Dell was over there as well, he still had some pretty productive numbers this past season. For me, I'd like to see a guy like Stefon Diggs possibly go to the Broncos, who really have not had, any perennial wide receiver ones over there. They did part ways with Jerry Jeudy just a couple of years back here. You still got Cortland Sutton over there. Devon Vele's over there. My guy out of Oregon, Troy Franklin, who, gets to play with his quarterback and Bo Nix. Didn't have the greatest season this year, but he made some pretty big plays over there. I think they need some help at the wide receiver position. Are there any other teams you guys might see Stefon Diggs being a viable option as a target for in free agency?
Oh, for me, absolutely. There's a couple that come right off the top of my head. The Vegas Raiders, if you're going to go get Geno Smith, you're going to need to get him some targets to throw the football to. Obviously, they got some tight ends over there. One's really good. You might have heard of him, Brock Bowers. He's pretty awesome. But outside of that, I mean, they got the receiver from New England a couple of years ago, and he's been
Jacoby
really
Myers,
good.
I like him.
Jacoby Myers, he's really good, but you could definitely use more talent at the receiver position if you're in Vegas. So I look at a destination like that. I also look at Seattle, right? You moved on from Tyler Lockett. You traded DK Metcalf. Jackson Smith-Njigba is now your number one wide receiver, but you have nothing else out there right now. So I think they're going to draft someone, obviously, this year, maybe two, but you still need another veteran out there to go along with Sam Darnold, who you just went out and signed to a big free agent contract. So I could see a couple of destinations like that where he would fit in. Don't rule out Dallas with his brother. I don't know if he's staying in Dallas. We've heard rumors that they may look to move Trayvon Diggs, but that's another place I wouldn't rule out either, is him going somewhere like that.
Let me ask you something before we move on real quick. Had you guys have not brought in Deebo Samuel, do you think Stefon Diggs would have been an option for you in Washington at the right price?
Maybe at the right price. I don't like getting into bed with someone coming off of a major injury like that at his age, right? Like with Paulson Adebo and the femur injury, he's 25, right? I saw the man running at over 20 miles an hour on a treadmill a month ago. So he's going to heal faster. He's younger. He's coming off of a major injury. You're at the age of 30 now, so you're on the wrong side of 30. I don't think that would have been a great fit. And I don't necessarily, and I can't say this, I don't know this, can't confirm nor deny this, but I don't know if he's the greatest locker room guy. There's certain qualities they're looking for in Washington. I don't know if he checks off all of those boxes.
No, that's fair. That's why I wondered if with Diggs, as I was thinking this through, right now with Mike Vrabel trying to build this new culture over there, would that be a fit? The only reason why I say that is he does have star potential. And if they are looking for a number one wide receiver, if you can get Diggs to a reasonable health standpoint, if you put him, with a Drake May, is that a nice, comfortable option for the kid? But to your point, is that something that Mike Vrabel would want to deal with? There's probably worse personalities to deal with than Stefon Diggs. Diggs, but just a thought. But yeah, I do think that in New England, if they are looking for something to pair together with a young quarterback, that is a nice, comfortable, like a security blanket, if you will, with someone with so many miles on the tires.
Yeah, I could see Diggs going to a team that, really just needs another wide receiver to put them over the hump. And I know the Rams already just made a move in the wide receiver department, but this reminds me a lot of when Odell Beckham went over to the Rams in 2021 in the back half of the season, and he was able to aid a wide receiver room that already was headed in the right direction. I think, you bring him in with a quarterback that's young, a la like a Drake May or something like that. There's not really that many pieces around him. And I just think for Stephon Diggs, it might be, at this point in his career, I think it might be better suited that he go to a team that is more of a contender, or, somebody that can at least make a viable push. Maybe like the Green Bay Packers come to mind, or, someone who has a decent core but just needs another guy. I kind of wanted to say the Philadelphia Eagles, but Stephon Diggs doesn't really do too much from the slot, and you guys kind of got the outsides kind of pretty much handled. I mean, maybe you could move Smitty to take some more snaps in the slot, but I do see Diggs going to a team that would be more, needy of a wide receiver and get him there on the right deal, considering that he could possibly get a championship. And Diggs is, let me see, he was in Minnesota and he was in Buffalo. So Diggs is still in search for a Super Bowl ring. Let's talk about another veteran here in DeAndre Hopkins, and where you guys might see a guy like DeAndre Hopkins. I'm a big fan of DeAndre Hopkins, and when the Giants had brought in Darren Waller at the tight end position, I was like, okay, we paid Daniel Jones. I really didn't want to pay Daniel Jones, but if you're going to pay a quarterback like that, you should at least try to put as many weapons around him and maximize his opportunities to try to go out there and at least win some games. I thought that DeAndre Hopkins would have been a good fit in 2023 when he was released by the Cardinals. Instead, he ended up going to the Titans, and then he moved around a bit halfway through this past season. He ended up with the Kansas City Chiefs. He did a little bit of damage over there, but where do you guys foresee a guy like DeAndre Hopkins going? I'm thinking it could possibly be a team like the Baltimore Ravens that really don't have that much firepower in their wide receiver room. Rashard Bateman really turned the corner this year, though, and had some good games. Zay Flowers doing what he does, but, you got Nelson Aguilar. I'm sure you know all about that from the Philadelphia Eagles days. And you got Tez Walker over there who's coming on strong as a young player as well. But where do you guys maybe see a good fit for a guy like that, like DeAndre Hopkins?
Yeah, no, Baltimore's a good one. Yeah, go ahead. You can
go ahead.
Okay. No, I'm just thinking, they tried Deontay Johnson, and that was a riot. Didn't they release him and then they brought him back, or some chaos was going on there? So they are desperate. And while he had an ugly one in the Super Bowl and had an ugly drop, which was a phenomenal watch, they can use as much.
The weirdest drop ever.
It was amazing.
Something went wrong.
It was amazing. And no, I don't think so. I think it was just supposed to happen that way. It was amazing. It was a fun watch. But no, seriously, they're desperate. I think in the passing game, they have good options. Trey Flowers is fun and all that stuff, but I feel right now they're trying to plug and play every single year with wide receivers. And if you can get somebody like that, I feel like it's a good risk to take without it, especially with the way Derrick Henry, Lamar Jackson in the run game. If you can find some more options to help out in passing in any way, shape, or form, then that's the move you got to go. I think it would be a good fit.
Rethinking it, it's, they gave Odell Beckham $18 million 2 years ago, and it's like, what a waste of money, because Lamar really couldn't get him the ball, and Odell just kind of seemed like, he may have lost a step and whatnot. But Louis T, what you thinking about this one? You think the Ravens are a good fit or somebody else?
All right, so we'll put a pin in that. I wanted to go back, clean up the Bobby Brown, the third deal. So it's 3 years, $21 million, get up to $27 million. And then we got Malcolm Kuntz, who, before he tore his ACL, had a chance to really be good for the Raiders. He goes back to the Raiders on a 1-year, $12 million deal, according to Rap Sheet. So that's a good move for the Raiders, for a guy that can get to the quarterback, undersized, a lot like Bryce Huff last year, right? He was trending in that direction and then got injured. And so the Raiders want to run it back, kind of see where he is, because he's a really good player when healthy. So those two signings, or that we updated the Bobby Brown, the third one, and Malcolm Kuntz just signed as well. If you're talking DeAndre Hopkins, it's really interesting because his game was never predicated on speed. So he's one of those guys that you think can age well, sort of like a Keenan Allen, where you just find him a good home. He should be able to still be serviceable. And, watching him last year in Kansas City, there were moments where I'm like, yep, that's still D-Hop. But then there were other times where you're like, man, he lost a step that he never had to give in the first place.
Yeah.
And so I think wherever he goes, it needs to be a contender. It needs to be a team.
Louis, hang tight. We got some breaking news here, and I think you're going to like this one too. Cody Barton is actually signing a new deal here with the Tennessee Titans. It's a 3-year, $21 million deal. And the reason why I say you're going to like this one is because he is a former Washington Commander. He played with you guys in 2023. He had 121 combined tackles, 1 interception, didn't get to the quarterback that year. Last year, played with the Denver Broncos, had 106 tackles, and he had 1.5 sacks, 2 interceptions. So definitely a player that can contribute. What are you guys' thoughts on this breaking news and this signing here with Cody Barton going to the Titans?
Man, I can speak from experience. There were a lot of salty Commanders fans last year watching Cody Barton ball in Denver. I'm going to be honest with you. Every time we watched him, he was flying around. There was the game on Thursday night against the Saints. He had a pick in that game. Might have even gone to the crib. He had a game against the Browns that was on a Monday night. That was a fun one when Jameis Winston was throwing all those touchdowns and interceptions. And he was flying around that night. And every time you watched him, he looked way more comfortable in Denver than he ever did in Washington. So I think they saw the guy last year that got them excited and made them want to make this type of deal here in Tennessee. And when he's locked in and he's right, and you put him in the right positions to be successful, Cody Barton is a solid inside linebacker in the National Football League.
Yeah, I'm glad we got you on the panel for that one from experience. That's good. That's good.
Yeah. I wanted to ask a question about the Bobby Brown thing, only because you called it the plan B, and it definitely was. They were in on Milton Williams. Milton Williams gets $25 million a year, and now you get 3 years for Bobby Brown at $21 million total, which can go up to 27 or whatever. So and I almost said this during the time of us breaking it down in real time. Sometimes you accidentally walk into a better opportunity when you go to your plan B because someone overpays and your plan A walks out the door. And maybe there's a world where you actually make out better in the long run, because if you sign Bobby Brown, now you have the opportunity to do maybe 2 other moves instead of just going after Milton Williams, who I like for sure. But again, he's paid to be Jalen Carter, and I don't know if he's going to be Jalen Carter. You may work out better with the Bobby Brown in the long run if you can make moves around them.
Right. You like Milton Williams. You don't love him at that number, right? You know what I'm saying? That's where you got to draw the line somewhere. And you see this every year with teams that win the Super Bowl, right? That have pending free agents. Teams are going to overpay for those guys coming off. And it just so happened to line up with those guys having tremendous games. So everyone's watching. And I think it might have inflated their market a little bit. And also it helps that this isn't the strongest free agent market either for those positions in particular. I actually thought the Josh Sweat deal wasn't egregious, right? He's getting $19 million a year. I thought that was good money. I didn't think that was too bad. I thought he was going to be
I was
in the
shocked.
20s
I was shocked it was that low, kind of.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be in the 20s.
Let's keep it pushing, y'all, and going to another veteran here. Keenan Allen, guy, played with the Chicago Bears this past year. And when Caleb Williams was about to get drafted, the talk around social media was like, wow, we have never seen a quarterback get into such an illustrious situation coming into the league. And it looked really good with DJ Moore there, bringing in DeAndre Swift, and things looked like it was going to work out really well for Keenan Allen. He did have 70 receptions on the year for 744 yards. This is a guy that is very similar to DeAndre Hopkins that really doesn't kill teams or kill defensive backs with the speed. But for me, the ideal fit for a guy like Keenan Allen, if he doesn't go back to the Chicago Bears, would be to go back to the Chargers. I think it would make sense. Quentin Johnston, that plan has been very iffy and has not worked out for a first-round selection, but they did get Ladd McConkey in this past draft. Joshua Palmer just hit free agency and just got himself a deal. Jalen Reagor and DJ Chark, I think they really need some help over there. They really committed to the run this past year with Harbaugh as the head coach. What are y'all thoughts on Keenan Allen, and what would be an ideal landing spot for a veteran wide receiver like that?
He needs to go somewhere where he can win, where his impact can be felt. He said he wanted to return to Chicago. That's his number one thing. He wants to go back to Chicago. And I think he's looking for familiarity. So either Chicago or back to LA with the Chargers. So, it feels like one of those types of situations, maybe a place like Detroit, right? Something like that would make a ton of sense for him.
I like the Detroit one. I like that.
Yeah, well, the Ben Johnson thing, I'm sure that's got to be intriguing. Now, if you see what he's able to do with the personnel in Detroit, and you go, well, I know what my skill set is. Things would be fun over here. I'm sure that would be awesome as well. But yeah, the Chargers, I don't know how to read the Justin Herbert thing. I'm sure players look at Justin Herbert and think, I would love to play with him. He's got a cannon arm, but it never has really played out to that level yet in the playoffs. I'm seeing a bunch of interceptions, and again, it's all about mentality. I'm sure Keenan Allen thinks differently about playing with Justin Herbert than I do as an outsider looking in. But I don't know. The Chargers are weird for me. I don't understand how to truly describe who they are. And on paper, Justin Herbert seems great, but I'm just not fully bought in because I haven't seen it yet. But I do think the intrigue of returning to Chicago with someone as flashy as Ben Johnson, I'd imagine that's got to make him lean that way.
Yeah, that's got to be very intriguing. I'm a big fan of Justin Herbert. I think he has all the tools to get it done. You just got to put the right pieces around him. I can't remember the defensive coordinator that came from the Rams, Brandon Staley, actually, who went over there and tried to revamp the Chargers defense.
Okay, we got big news. We got big news.
Go ahead.
Big news.
We got big news. We got big news. The Eagles are trading quarterback Kenny Pickett to the Cleveland Browns for a 2025 fifth-round pick in quarterback Dorian Thompson-Robinson.
And when you said quarterback, I was thinking, oh my God, what are they doing here? But Kenny Pickett, first round pick, man, came from the Pittsburgh Steelers, really struggled over there. You know, I went to the Philadelphia Eagles as a backup. I thought that was a bit of a downgrade, and I thought Washington really stole the better backup when they brought in Marcus Mariota from the Eagles. But going to the Browns, I mean, does that insinuate anything draft wise here?
I'm thinking so, right? Like, this mean they're preparing
I'm
themselves?
here like,
yeah. I think this is playing right into your hands. I think this is their way of saying, we're not going to draft a quarterback. We're going to roll with Kenny Pickett. And again, we could be reading the tea leaves all wrong, but this smells like a move to either put yourself in a better, because they don't even have a good backup there right now, right? So at least Kenny can
Jameis Winston headed to free agency. I think Kenny Pickett's probably going to be a backup there.
Imagine being Myles Garrett. This dude says, I want to win. Now, he was a liar, obviously. But my man says, I want to win. He sits down in a meeting with the owner didn't even want to sit down with him. And then a day, he gets the fat paycheck. Here's Kenny Pickett. Let's go try and win a championship. I'd punch people in the face. You kidding me?
Yeah, that one is interesting. I don't foresee Kenny Pickett being a viable option to be a starter. And, they did have the veteran there a couple years with Joe Flacco and whatnot, and then they went to Jameis Winston as the backup. I do like that they sent Dorian Thompson-Robinson over to the Eagles, who really fits that scheme a little bit better than what's happening with Kevin Stefanski with the Browns. But I'm not going to look into this too much. I think that the Browns are still going to be on the market for another quarterback. I think maybe they're keeping their eyes on what's happening with the Atlanta Falcons and Kirk Cousins possibly, because you cannot go into this season with Kenny Pickett.
That's the one that I thought they would want to go and be aggressive for, because he fits Kevin Stefanski's scheme to a T. That outside zone, zone run blocking scheme, all of that good stuff, heavy play action fake. That's Kirk Cousins to a T. And so that's the guy. Now, can you get Atlanta to eat, a large portion of that salary? Because they can't afford any more quarterback money, right? They're not in a position to take on any more quarterback salary. So that's the one that I'd keep an eye on. But I don't know, guys. This one might be a sign of things to come for what they're thinking about doing in the drafts. Like, this doesn't stop you from drafting a quarterback. Let's just be clear.
Right.
Kenny Pickett does not preclude you from drafting a quarterback, but it does make it more plausible if you decide I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, I always thought Kenny Pickett was a bit of a reach from the Pittsburgh Steelers, and I thought that would be a reason why the Pittsburgh Steelers this year won't go reaching on a quarterback, late in the first round, maybe a Jackson Dart or even a Jalen Milroe. I thought that they've learned their lesson from the Kenny Pickett vibe. So, nonetheless, Kenny Pickett headed to the Cleveland Browns, which is really interesting. And, I'm surprised that a guy like Aaron Rodgers has not been talked about surrounding the Cleveland Browns, because they're a team that last year coming out, they spent the most money in as far as salary cap goes. They had the highest cap of any team. And I just don't understand that, like, what kind of attempt here are you trying to make at getting to the playoffs? And ever since they let go of Baker Mayfield, it seems like the Cleveland Browns have been going downhill since. And Baker Mayfield's over here with the Tampa Bay. I like to call them the Tampa Baker Buccaneers over there thriving. And the Cleveland Browns here are still, trying to figure out what to do with the quarterback position after trading a haul to bring in a guy like Deshaun Watson. And it just hasn't worked out. And it seems that Deshaun Watson is a bit of a mismatch with what Kevin Stefanski does anyway. You're seeing guys like Winston and Flacco come in and have success, and they can't even get any success surrounded around their starter that they ended up paying, I think, $250 million guaranteed to. Looking like one of the worst contracts in the history of the NFL right now. And I was a supporter of Deshaun Watson leaving the Texans. I mean, he was a good quarterback back then, but has not been able to get back to that. So this one is a bit of a buffer move, I think. I think we got to kind of just keep our eyes on what the Cleveland Browns do here moving forward. But they're going to need a better option at the quarterback position. And quite frankly, outside, with the weapons on the outside, they need some more help out there as well, too.
They need everything now.
Let's go into general, one more veteran real quick, y'all, and then we'll keep it pushing from this whole veteran section. But what do y'all think about Tyron Smith and what his best fit might be? For me, I think it's either going to be the Patriots or maybe the couch. I mean, he's 34 years old. He's entering his 15th season, 13 years with the Dallas Cowboys, spent last year with the Jets, dealt with a couple of injuries, started for 10 games, did not play the last 7 games. He was placed on IR in week 10 with a neck injury. I don't see a lot of great landing destinations, but he is an offensive lineman. This isn't like, a shiny toy or a weapon or anything like that. As long as he can go out there and be serviceable for a quarterback, I think it could work out. But I'm looking at the Patriots a little bit. What teams are you guys looking at for Tyron Smith here?
I'll give you 2 quick. Teron Armstead has threatened the Dolphins with retirement, and so that's kind of looming over their head. If he retires, slide him in at left tackle, keep it pushing in Miami. Then there's also the matter of the Steelers, who love to collect guys that are one step away from the old folks' home. I think they just signed Darius Slay, if I'm not mistaken, right? Like, they love old, crusty players. This would fit. They just lost Dan Moore in free agency to the Tennessee Titans in a massive overpay, if you ask me. But to me, I think the Steelers make sense. So do the Dolphins if Teron Armstead retires.
Yeah, I like that Dolphins thing that you laid out there. I think that does make sense. I'm with you, though, with the New England Patriots. They need offensive line help badly, and we've been discussing this since we first hopped on the stream. When it comes to offensive line and defensive line, you build within the trenches, and if they're going to be so all in on, trying to help out a lot with Drake May here, whether they eventually get that wide receiver or not, that means up front too. And last year they didn't have time to do anything. So I don't know how much he's got left in the tank, but it's so important. I feel somebody like this is worth the gamble to some extent.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, let's talk about a couple of teams that, when I think about my team, I think about possibly being behind the 8 ball, and I definitely have them in this ranking. But just some teams out there that need to make some moves. I mean, Louis T, I'm very envious. I'm envious of both of you guys, like I said at the beginning of the stream, because we trying to play catch up here while you guys are lapping my New York Giants. But let's start with your Commanders. They've made a bunch of moves here. The Lermy Tunsil trade, the Debo Samuel trade. You guys are making some moves in free agency. A guy like Dante Fowler was definitely on my radar. But how you feeling about the Commanders, Louis T, and what do you think about the free agent moves they've made? And do you think that they need to address any other positions of need right now?
Oh, yeah, we got a lot of work to do still. But the splash moves that they've made are ones that are definitely needle movers for sure. We talked about the Laramie Tunsil trade earlier and the impact that has on the entire offensive line, because now you're able to strengthen 2 positions at once by making this move. So what they've effectively done, and I don't want to say that they're completely punting on this draft, but they clearly don't believe that this draft is one that it holds tremendous value. And obviously the Jaden Daniels situation kind of speeds up, your process after seeing what he did in his rookie season. But the offensive line now is going to get a makeover, so to speak. So that's a good thing. They are going to bring back the entire tight end room. Already re-signed Zach Ertz, already re-signed John Bates. So that's going to kind of stay status quo. They're going to do something at running back. I think they're going to add in a running back with some speed, change of pace guy. Receiver.
You think that'll happen through the draft as far as running back?
Yes, absolutely. No, without
anybody you got your eyes on in the draft?
Man, this draft is loaded with guys that can help you, and it just really depends on what's available at our selections. 29, there could be a guy or 2 left, but there's so many teams that are looking at running back early in the draft. I think the Chargers are going to draft it back. The Steelers are going to draft it back. So you could see 2 or 3 backs go off the board. Cowboys could go with a running back. So it's hard for me to say when they'll pull the trigger, but there's a bunch of guys that I'm definitely
I'll give you 2 names real quick, Louis, that I got my eyes on these guys for the New York Giants, and I've been looking at a lot of running backs, all 22. I'm a huge fan of RJ Harvey. I think he could possibly be one of the best backs. And also, I'm looking at Brashard Smith out of SMU. I don't know if you've seen his tape. Take a peek. He's a former wide receiver. I know you dealt with that with Antonio Gibson and whatnot, but those are the two backs. And we did get some breaking news just now while we were just talking about that. The astronaut, Joshua Dobbs, just signed a 2-year deal. Let me see who that one was with. It's with the New England Patriots, which is really interesting because they got Drake May. They have Joe Milton over there, who they drafted in the 6th round, I believe. You know, so they already have 2 young quarterbacks on the roster. Maybe bringing in Joshua Dobbs to bring in that veteran kind of presence there and kind of maybe fill the shoes of what a Jacoby Brissett did last year. What do you guys think about Joshua Dobbs? You think he's got any gas left in the tank?
You know, I think it's actually good for the room. I think it's one of those room moves. You know what I mean? Just to be around someone with that type of story, that type of just what he's done in this league kind of thing. I think it would be good just to have around to see how to operate as a pro. I kind of see it like that, more towards what he does for the everyday outside of on the field production, and you get to study that with a Drake May. That's kind of how I see this move, and I love it, to be honest with you. I really do.
One of two things. So that where he's more for, you know, veteran leadership, because it's blind leading the blind. If it's Joe Milton and Drake May, those guys were both drafted last year. So how are they teaching anybody anything, right? How are they teaching each other anything? So you want to break that up, obviously, by having a veteran in there that can show you the ropes. But also, what if they're thinking about trading Joe Milton? I think there may be some value there. He played really well at the end of last season, played really well in the preseason. There's some value in Joe Milton, and I wouldn't be shocked if they look to move him. So it wouldn't surprise me if that was something else too to take into consideration.
I love that take right there, bro. Like, because there has been a lot of rumors surrounding Joe Milton and possibly trying to trade him for a 3rd or a 4th. That would be really interesting. There's some more breaking news here too. Former 49ers cornerback Javonte Ward reached an agreement on a 3-year deal worth up to $60 million, including $35 million guaranteed and a $20 million signing bonus with the Indianapolis Colts. So they're bolstering up that secondary a little bit. I'm a huge fan of Kenny Moore as well, playing the nickel over there. So that's a good move for them. And Javonte Ward was one of the top targets for the New York Giants. A lot of our fan base really wanted to bring him in, but bringing in Paulson Adebo really changes things over there. But Javonte Ward, very capable corner, definitely did his thing over there with the San Francisco 49ers. I'm a huge fan of this signing. What are you guys thinking?
Wow. We were just talking about the Commanders. This was one of the targets, right? Like, we need someone opposite of Marshawn Lattimore. And that was the guy that because, you know, everyone wanted to connect the dots with our general manager, Adam Peters, and his history with Javonte Ward. So it just felt like a natural fit. I'm a big Mike Jackson guy out of Carolina. That's the guy that I've pegged as the guy that we need to go sign. But Javonte Ward seemed to be the easy, low-hanging fruit signee, and now he's gone. And that market it was already not a robust market to begin with. DJ Reed is gone. What's my guy that was with the Lions last year? He went to the Patriots.
Carlton Davis.
Carlton Davis. He's gone. Now Javonte Ward is gone. So that market is drying up rather quickly, and that's a great move for Indianapolis. It really is. I'm actually not happy with the Colts right now because I really wanted them to go after Justin Fields. That was the guy in Indianapolis.
And then what do you do with Anthony Richardson in that case?
I think they know that he isn't the guy. It's almost like with the Jets and the situation they had when they brought in Aaron Rodgers and they were hitting the reset button with Zach Wilson. Like, they kind of already knew Zach Wilson wasn't the guy, but hey, in this last-ditch effort to try to save and salvage what is left of a guy we spent a top 5 pick on, let's bring in Aaron Rodgers and see if this doesn't, you know, help the kid learn. Obviously, it backfired because Rodgers got hurt. He had to play, and it all blew up. But they know in Indianapolis that this kid isn't ready. And Justin Fields would have been the exact prototype because we've seen Shane Steichen take Jalen Hurts and do what he did with Hurts in Philadelphia. That's why they went and got Anthony Richardson, because they thought he was a souped-up Jalen Hurts. Well, here's a guy that was ready to go out and perform for you, and I thought they blew the opportunity to go get Justin Fields.
good take.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. I mean, the signing's good, right? I don't think anybody can sit here and say they don't see what this can do for the Colts. The Colts are just weird. I have no idea how to absorb that. Through all the quarterbacks, all these years, and, the Frank Reich, and now the Shane Steichen, and I like both of those guys, and I think that they bring tremendous value to an organization, but I have no clue who the hell they are. I don't even understand their brand of football. I don't know what they try to do. It probably stems from, and we touched on this with the Giants general manager and all, the culture's weird, right? From Chris Ballard. It is a strange dynamic. Their owner will say things publicly. We see it with the Cowboys and how ridiculous they are. So I think it starts with the top with them. This is a good signing, but they are a weird franchise.
Yeah, that's a good point as well. And you know what's interesting about the Colts? They're always in the mix at the end of the season. Like, win this game, week 17, and you will be in the playoffs or whatever it may be. And then this year it happened to be against my New York Giants when we truly needed to lose that game after a 10-game losing streak. And what do you know? We end up beating the Colts, a team that all they had to do was beat the Giants to get into the playoffs. And that's been the case dating back to even Carson Wentz when he was over there. He had put up 27 touchdowns, 7 interceptions, had a really good year. It came down to the last game of the year versus the Jaguars, and he couldn't put up, the proper numbers to win the game for them. So nonetheless, Javarius Ward, I think it's a good deal. It's a player that's going to a team that is definitely in some turmoil right now. And I like the points that you brought up about the quarterback position, which has been really tough. It's like, do you go veteran? They went from Carson Wentz to Matt Ryan, trying all these things with Flacco playing this year. And to Anthony Richardson's credit, he hasn't played that many games. I think he only played 4 or 5 games the rookie year, came back this year and dealt with injuries. And that's the biggest difference between a guy like him and a guy like Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts is able to run that read option, run those design quarterback runs, and still maintain his health, whereas Anthony Richardson just cannot stay healthy. But definitely a good move for the Colts here, bringing in Javarius Ward to come in there and play cornerback. I like that secondary with Kenny Moore and Javarius Ward. That's definitely going in the right direction for sure.
Yeah, they got some talent on the defensive side of football.
I'm just curious because you guys brought up Jalen, and it's even here in town, there is still a debate to this day on how great Jalen really is, because it's an interesting one based off of everything, right? But I just go back to some way, shape, or form, this dude just wins. All right, I understand he doesn't have Aaron Rodgers' arms. He's not Josh Allen. He's not throwing 400 yards, but you don't accidentally go to 2 Super Bowls in 3 years, right? And even following a Super Bowl loss, they started out 10-1. Everyone says once you lose a Super Bowl, you know it's so hard to get back, and it is. Don't get me wrong, and he was part of the collapse, but I just think it's impressive to win 10 out of 11 games right off the rip after you lose a Super Bowl. There's something to that in a minor scale. How do you guys feel about Jalen? I mean, I love him for sure, but even in town, I fight with people every day about how good he is. So I'm just curious from your perspective.
Oh, I'm a huge Jalen Hurts supporter, and I think that he's the kind of guy that when he came into the league immediately showed you his value. And once they put the talent around him, he's definitely excelled. The numbers aren't there, but it doesn't need to look pretty. Just go out there and get the W's. And he's a big reason why Nick Sirianni is the winningest coach as far as the Philadelphia Eagles go from a percentage standpoint. But let's keep it pushing here with these teams that need to, make some moves here in free agency. And we're going to go to the Cowboys next, another team within the NFC East who I definitely think the Cowboys need to make some moves here. You just paid your quarterback, Dak Prescott, some big money, $60 million AAV. You really don't have that many weapons over there. And for me, when I think about teams that need to be extremely active in free agency, it's teams that are either like on the cusp, they just need a few moves to get over that top, kind of like Louis' Washington Commanders, not necessarily your Philadelphia Eagles because y'all just won the Super Bowl. But I think the Cowboys are kind of in that realm. 3 seasons of 12-5 before this last year where Dak Prescott gets injured and they have to go to the backup quarterback and things kind of go a little bit left. I thought that they did a good job of not giving up and really tanking into the season. But in my opinion, the Cowboys need to go out there and make some moves. They absolutely need to bring in some more weapons. Now you have an opening at the running back position. They were one of the worst teams as far as rushing the ball last year. So you're going to have to find a way to upgrade that, whether it be free agency or through the draft. And I think it's very vital that they bring in another weapon on the outside to pair with CeeDee Lamb. Brandon Cooks headed towards free agency. So there's just a lot of moving parts here with the Dallas Cowboys. And this is not that same team that, consistently put out a good offensive line in front of Dak Prescott, made things a lot more difficult for him over the last couple of years. How you guys feeling about the Dallas Cowboys?
Man, Hey, they signed a long snapper today. Hey, how about that for the Dallas Cowboys? Got on the board, long snapper.
They did create some
3-year
money
deal.
though with the salary cap. Though I know they freed up about a good $40 or $50 million here to open up free agency. So good for them. At least they got a little bit of money to operate this year, unlike last year.
Yeah, they're a mess. Jerry keeps them in purgatory because he waits to the last second to get deals done. I don't know if he understands how this works, but deals don't get cheaper; they get more expensive the longer you wait. And so they've got some cap space. We'll see how they decide to spend it. I wasn't the biggest fan of them spending the type of money they spent on Osa Odigizua, but guess what? They've done a really good job. If you want to say, you can say a lot of things about the Dallas Cowboys, but they do a good job of taking care of their own, right? Takes them a long time. They literally take it up to the last second that they can, but they usually take care of the guys that they draft, homegrown product. And they did it again with Osa Odigizua. We'll see what they do in terms of going outside of their organization to bring in guys, but they went all in last year and did absolutely nothing. And we'll see what they do this year. They definitely have to upgrade the skill positions around CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott. It's just not enough. And with them losing Zach Martin to retirement, one thinks that they're probably going to invest, because that's one thing they've always done as well, is invest along the offensive line. And so something tells me that they're going to be drafting an offensive lineman, and maybe very early in this year's draft. I know a lot of Cowboys fans want them to take a position player, want them to take some kind of skill position player, but free agency isn't necessarily a great place for that this year. If you want a veteran, we talked about guys like DeAndre Hopkins that are, Stephon Diggs, guys like that may be able to help them. But they really need to find ways to fortify things around Dak. And then defensively, they're a good unit defensively if they can stay healthy. But they're getting older on that side of the ball. Like DeMarcus
Injuries
Lawrence
killed them this past year, especially on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah. They just lost their nickel corner to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yep.
So they're going to have to – the secondary is something that I look at and say they've got to make some moves on that back end as well.
Yeah, and maybe that money that they freed up, you mentioned it, that's a big one. Now they actually have to go out and explore that and make it happen, but I find it hard to believe that they did that without the idea of bringing in some names, unless they really are waiting for the last minute to sign some of their in-house guys, but that's what gets them in trouble. That's why you have to pay. So in theory, you restructure Dak Prescott so then you save some money. But if you use that money to pay somebody else who you waited to the last minute, you're not really saving any money. You're just doing it again with a new player on your roster. So that's the problem, is they constantly wait and they franchise tag and they do this, they do that, and then you got to get out. You got to sign guys. Saquon Barkley was signed this past offseason for 2027, 2 years from now, because the running back market is going to be whatever then, and we got it done now. We put Landon Dickerson and Jordan Mailata's money out in front of them 3 years ago because you can't wait until the last second. That's how you get yourself in trouble. So for the Dallas Cowboys perspective, it's almost as if they created this money, restructuring their deals, and you think, hey, that's great, but then they're just going to apply it probably to somebody else who they waited too long with, and then they're stuck in this weird spot again. Until proven otherwise, that's probably what's going to happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't doubt it. Micah Parsons is due to get paid here. I think that they do need to try to address some weapons here in the draft as well. And who knows, maybe if a guy like Tedero McMillan is still there when they pick, or maybe an Ashton Genty, that could possibly be a move that the Dallas Cowboys do. But I do think, upgrading the offensive line would help. I like Armin Membu out of Missouri. He's another guy that could possibly be there as well. But let's go on to my New York Giants here. It's been tough, y'all. It's been a tough, it's been a tough 7 years podcasting here about my team. It's been pretty bad. Begun my journey during the whole Daniel Jones draft. And when I look at free agency for the New York Giants, I mean, I do think that they need to bring in more players. Our roster, Joe Shane did say the cupboard is not bare, but, it's some old crackers in there, maybe some dried up peanut butter, and that's about it. There's not much in the cupboard. And I don't want to spend a lot of money in this free agency period. I talked about Paulson Adebo being a guy I wanted to target. I also was looking at Dennis Gardick from the Arizona Cardinals coming off a big injury. That's been the theme for me, is get the guys off the injury maybe for a little bit cheaper. But Giants have a lot of holes here. Up front on the offensive line, they still got holes after, committing a lot of money to that unit. in 2024 with Daniel Jones. Last hurrah there. We brought in John Runyon Jr. for 3 years, $30 million. We brought in Jermaine Illuminor for 2 years, $14 million. Signed guys like Greg Van Roten, Aaron Stinney to kind of be depth pieces. And the 2024 season really fell short, but Giants have a lot of holes here, y'all. Like, offensive line in the trenches as far as depth goes. We're losing, what's the edge rusher out of Georgia? Azeez Ojulari. We're losing him to free agency. Yeah. And then on the weapons, a lot of Giants fans did walk into the 2024 season and thought that our unit, from a wide receiver standpoint was going to be sufficient. But I've always had my questions about guys like Wan'Dale Robinson and can he take that next leap? And, they just need to upgrade the weapons, I feel like, and put some more pieces around whoever's going to be the quarterback. We went into, the opening of free agency period here with no quarterbacks on the roster. We had Tommy DeVito as a restricted free agent that we ended up signing, and that's it. But for me, I'm willing to look at the 2025 season as a bit of a way as a buffer in a way. I don't think the Giants need to go out there and spend a ton of money. I like the Paulson Adebo move. Like I said, the contract's a little bit too high for my liking. But at the end of the day, I don't want to spend unnecessary money and the head coach and the general manager be fired. How you guys viewing my New York Giants here as far as, you guys being NFC East, I'll say rivals?
Man, I tell you what, the first thing you got to figure out is quarterback. And like you just said, you didn't have any on the roster. It was brought up earlier about Aaron Rodgers and, him potentially wanting to stick it to, I thought it was a great point made earlier, wanting to stick it to the team across the street, if you will, and the New York Jets and showing them that he can still play ball. It's this weird thing with the Giants. Like a couple of years ago, you made the playoffs, you won a playoff game on the road against Minnesota. And this roster isn't that much worse off than that roster was. It's not that big of a difference. You could even argue in certain spaces that this roster that you have currently is more talented than that one was. And
I would love to have that debate, Louis. I would love it because the 2022 roster, you still had some talent there. You had Xavier McKinney, Saquon Barkley still on the team, Leonard Williams.
I would just say, I would say Saquon Barkley was the one guy that changed things there because honestly speaking,
what a human being. Go ahead, continue.
He's a great guy.
It's
hard not to like him.
Thanks, guys. Thanks.
But it's crazy to me because I look at the Giants and so a lot of this is self-inflicted, and whether it was, someone else, like we could go back and have the Saquon discussion. Well, they offered Saquon and he didn't want to accept it, yada, yada, yada. But it happened, right? Xavier McKinney, that happened, right? Like the guys that they're choosing to pay, they're not choosing the right guys to pay, right? Or they're letting guys go and it's the wrong decision. So, I look at what they've done and what they are trying to continue to do. And all of that is fine and dandy, but it starts at the quarterback position. If you want to give yourself a chance, you got to get somebody in there because you could have a tremendous draft, a tremendous free agency period. But if you still have Tommy DeVito or someone of that ilk at quarterback, it's all for naught. So for me, a guy like Aaron Rodgers in New York would make a ton of sense. And if that's the direction that Aaron is willing to go, I wouldn't be shocked. We've seen stranger things happen. Who thought the Commanders were going to go from, a 3-win team the year before, 4-win team the year before to, 12-5 in the NFC Championship game? Stranger things have happened. If you make the right moves and you get the right guy in there, you could turn it around really quickly.
I do think that you all benefited from the fourth place schedule. You got to about week 13 and you guys had only played one team that had a record of 500, and I believe it was the Chicago Bears at the time. I was actually at that game, the Hail Mary game.
That was the Hail Mary one. Yeah.
But I think for the Giants that during this Joe Shane tenure, you're right about, paying it's really the wrong guy. It's really paying Daniel Jones because they paid Dexter Lawrence, they paid Andrew Thomas, and that really worked out for us. Those are two cornerstone pieces, but not paying the right guys as well. Allowing Xavier McKinney to walk, I think that really hurt that secondary. That was the captain on the defensive side of the ball. And then you lose Saquon Barkley, who was the captain on the offensive side of the ball. It's like, where's the leadership in this team? Where are the veterans? Who does the locker room turn to? And I think that's where the New York Giants are kind of puzzled right now, especially even when Daniel Jones was on the roster, because he really didn't have those leadership characteristics. That was a guy that the team's not looking at. I always look at the quarterback position like Joe Kane from the program, right? It's like, you put the women and children to bed and go hunting for dinner. That was the theme. And Daniel Jones has never been that guy. is Aaron Rodgers really a viable option coming in, or would it look a lot like what it looked like with the Jets? You know, just one perennial wide receiver one that can really make some plays, Garrett Wilson being the Malik Neighbors for the New York Giants, and really that's it. I think Tyrone Tracy's a decent player offensively, but the Giants just lack weapons. And although they drafted well in 2024, I think that there's a bit of smoke and mirrors there because they thrusted these guys into the lineup as rookies. And coming from the Philadelphia Eagles perspective, that's not how you tend to do things. You want to allow the rookie to come into the league, be developed, see the NFL programs and see how it works. And then maybe by year 2, year 3, a la a guy like Cam Jurgens, he then comes into the lineup and he doesn't miss a beat. Instead, the Giants have been relying on their draft picks to make that leap, and they're throwing them to the Wolves right off the bat. And I think it's really hurting their chances of winning games.
Yeah, no, real quick to your point about the Aaron Rodgers, can he be that guy at this stage of his career? Daniel Jones wasn't. What if you start out 3-0? See, the thing is, I don't think Aaron Rodgers is that, but I do think it's possible that if you do start out maybe 2-0 or something like that, maybe it's a small chance, but I do think there is a chance if you guys win a couple games early and there's a tone set within the first month of September when everyone's still trying to figure out preseason. Maybe you play a team that's just not right yet and you take advantage of that. You win a game on the road. You don't think you would because they got 0 preseason snaps or something and they're playing the long game and the Giants have urgency and, you know, it's still in there. It is still Aaron Rodgers. So, and I keep going back to Brian Dable because Brian Dable, didn't he say something similar to see what happens when you get quarterback play in one of his press conferences? So he's obsessed with it. And if you do get Aaron Rodgers in here, they don't feel they're off. And he does have the leadership and the MVPs. If they win a few games, maybe there's something. I'm looking for optimism for you. I'm a man of the people.
I like
you
it.
Need
I'm normally glass half empty type of guy, but I like to have full vibes too. We got about 5 more teams to kind of run through here. Let's kind of move through these kind of fast. And I'm excited to talk about this next team, the Cincinnati Bengals with Joe Burrow. And I saw Warren Sharp posted a statistic about this. He talked about the Philadelphia Eagles and the Cincinnati Bengals, who both paid their quarterbacks in 2023, and the type of contracts that have been put around Jalen Hurts at the quarterback position and the type of contracts that have been put around Joe Burrow at the quarterback position. The Bengals entering free agency before today, they only had one contract over $40 million of all the players that are on that roster since signing Joe Burrow to the big deal. The Philadelphia Eagles have 8 players that they have paid over $40 million since signing Jalen Hurts, and now they have a Super Bowl trophy to sit up in the case right now that reflects that. The Bengals are a team that a lot of fans will look at them and say, oh, these guys got a bunch of weapons over there and things look really great, but they've still struggled up front on that offensive line. I do like that they brought back B.J. Hill, former New York Giant, who was a contributor for that team this past year. But I do think that they need to upgrade that roster in some major ways, the secondary being one of them. The defense in total needs to be upgraded over there. They definitely struggled this past season. And, you know, these are the prime years of their quarterback, Joe Burrow, and they did get to one, but now it's time to try to figure out the way to get back. Still got to pay Jamar Chase, T. Higgins on the franchise tag. Things are looking a little bit like they could possibly fall apart over there with the Bengals, if you ask me. But how you guys feeling about the Cincinnati Bengals?
So they have the same problem the Cowboys do with Mike Brown, right? Is they wait too late to get these deals done. They don't get out in front of these, ahead of these deals and put themselves in a more advantageous position to spend. The 1 year that they spent lavishly and finally decided to be aggressive, they went to the Super Bowl, right? It's not a coincidence that happened in that offseason before the 2021 season. But here we are talking about Trey Hendrickson needing to be paid, now wants to be traded. Here we are talking about the second straight year of a franchise tag for T. Higgins. Here we are talking about them waiting yet another year for Jamar Chase when he thought he was getting a deal before last year. You know how much cheaper that deal would have been if they would have done it last year instead of waiting to try and do it now? So you see, and they don't have to do it this year, and they may wait till next year to get it done. They continue to push things out. They get more expensive. It restricts what you can do. They did bring back Mike Gesicki. I thought that was a great move. I thought he was really good for them last year. I do like that they did that. But this is a team that has struggled to keep guys under contract consistently and add talent to their roster because they wait too late to get these deals done.
I'll co-sign. I know we have a lot to run through, but I couldn't agree more with everything you said.
Absolutely. Yeah, that was a really good take. So let's take it to the Detroit Lions here. And I think that this is a good segue here with Trey Hendrickson being a guy that, the Cincinnati Bengals said that he could go out there and seek a trade. We know that the Detroit Lions were at least a team that could possibly maybe be in the sweepstakes for Myles Garrett. Do we think that maybe Trey Hendrickson could possibly be a guy that could be traded over there to the Detroit Lions to pair with Aiden Hutchinson? And what other holes do you think the Detroit Lions might need to fill going into 2025?
That would be a scary sight, thinking about that pass rush. I don't want to think about it. Here's my thing, though. Who are they without their coordinators? I'm a Dan Campbell guy. I think that's the new lifestyle with Nick Sirianni, CEO, personality. But we're figuring that out right now, too. You got a new offensive coordinator. You looked within. You lose Kellen Moore, a guy who's called plays for the Cowboys, the Eagles, some big organizations with a lot of pressure. I don't know who the Lions are going to be, because I feel if you ask anyone around football what was their personality, I think a lot of them would say Ben Johnson created the personality of their defense, but then they got so injured that you were throwing just random pieces out there that got destroyed. But as cool as it would be to think about from a football fan perspective, adding a 17.5 sack guy to what they have in Hutchinson when he gets healthy, I am so confused on who this year's Detroit Lions team is going to be, losing both coordinators, but specifically Ben Johnson. So I'm just confused. They gotta reprove, I think, to the NFL world that they can duplicate that level of success with a whole new brand. Unless I'm reading it wrong, but.
No, I agree. It's the same thing we asked ourselves when Philadelphia went to the Super Bowl, lost both of their coordinators.
What I was thinking about.
Are they going to be the same team? Right? And it's the same question. It's a very valid question. I think a lot of us are kind of taking a wait and see approach with the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, definitely agree with you on that. And I love the comparison to the Eagles, because I do think that personnel and talent trumps everything. And if you have good talent out there, you should be able to go out there and win games. You just, you're kind of worried about maybe the regression, kind of like how the Green Bay Packers did this past year. I think that, could be something similar to that. But great running game over there with the Detroit Lions. And I'm a big fan of RTDB. That's my whole vibe. I love teams that can run the rock, because when your quarterback is struggling, then you have that to rely on, a little bit of an insurance policy. Let's talk about Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills. They've been making some moves. Josh Allen just got a major bag here, $350 million. I think 250 of it is guaranteed. They also extended Gregory Rousseau. They've been making a couple of moves here. I like the Bills. I like their chances. And I always say this to people when people try to count out the Bills, that if they have Josh Allen at quarterback, they are absolutely going to be a contender year in and year out. He is one of the big four. In my opinion, Josh Allen is probably somewhere between quarterback 2, quarterback 3 in the NFL. So you got to find a way to put some pieces around him. I like how they relied on the running game this year with James Cook, but still a couple of holes. Defensively, they should get a little bit more healthy this year. What are your thoughts about some moves that the Buffalo Bills might want to make entering the year here?
Well, I love the Joshua Palmer signing. I absolutely loved it, especially for the money they got him for. I thought it was a great deal on that 3-year deal. They still don't truly, to me, have a number one wide receiver. But when you have Josh Allen, he closes that gap for you. He showed last year that I don't need a number one to get us to the AFC Championship game. And he's literally probably Chris Jones' head being in the way of the camera angle of them probably getting to the Super Bowl last year. So I love the Josh Palmer signing, and they took care of their guys this offseason. They signed Khalil Shakir to an extension. They signed one of their linebackers to an extension. They signed Gregory Rousseau, as you mentioned, to an extension. They gave Josh a new contract. And so they're doing a lot of good things out there, are the Bills. And the big question now is James Cook. He wants $15 million a year. I don't know if he's going to get it. But after Saquon got his money,
right?
Yeah, you saw it, right, on social media. So I don't know. That one could get a little dicey out there. I don't know if they feel like they want to pay him that kind of money, but it should be really interesting. They also have Ty Johnson as a free agent, who Josh Allen loves as a third down back. So we'll see what kind of moves they make at the running back position in particular.
I'm trying to think about my guy from Kentucky that came over there this past year. They had a pretty good year too. The rookie, I can't remember his name right now though, but go ahead.
No, the running game, though, that's the big one, because I think now in the league, you're seeing Josh Jacobs, Saquon, and what happened in Buffalo. There is this new life, and I always wonder, it was so pass-happy for so long that they started to use these hybrid linebacker safety types, and now I wonder if the whole league started to go with the whole, we don't want to get beat over the top, it's so pass-happy, then you start running the rock and being aggressive. Are we starting to see a circle in the league where, like, you take advantage of those safety hybrid linebackers, and now you go more with the run and pound game, and that's how you expose some stuff? I just feel running game is definitely something you got to buy into. And if you let James Cook go, what type of personality do the Bills lose? But you're right. You get
and Josh Allen has shown he can do it without a running game. He can turn into a running back himself, but it obviously helps him out when he has James Cook over there. James Cook makes things a little bit easier, and having, presenting different things to defenses so that the plan of attack is, hey, you guys got to stop this before you even think about what I can do down the field as a quarterback. I think that really helps out Josh Allen in the long run. And listen, he's not getting any younger, and he's fell short a lot of times in the playoffs, not necessarily because of his fault, but they got to find a way to just bring in more talent and make things a little bit more easier for him at the quarterback position. I feel the same way about this next team, too, the Los Angeles Chargers with Justin Herbert. We briefly touched on that situation over there and about Keenan Allen possibly being a guy that could go over there and go back to the Chargers and help them out. I think they got a lot to do on the offensive side of the ball as far as weapons go. Definitely got to bolster up that defense a little bit. They're going to be losing Bosa this year. They did re-sign Khalil Mack to a one-year deal. I think he's getting $18 million, 18 of it guaranteed. So that's good news for them. How you guys feeling about the Chargers? You guys think they can make a couple of moves in free agency and possibly get back into the mix of the playoffs here in 2025?
They have to. You run a Greg Roman offense, your tight end better be a stud. We're looking at Will Dissly on the screen right now as TE1 for the Chargers. That's not okay in a Greg Roman offense. So right away, you have to fix the tight end position and upgrade that. Quentin Johnston can't be one of your top two targets at wide receiver. He struggled with catching the ball since he was drafted out of TCU. So they have to upgrade that as well. They just, as I said, lost Josh Palmer in free agency to the Buffalo Bills. So they got a lot of work to do on the offensive side. And J.K. Dobbins is a free agent. They're not going to re-sign him, at least I don't think. Gus Edwards, they let him go. So they're going to revamp that running back position. I think they're going to draft a first-round running back. So lots of things need to take place. Two of their corners from last year, Asante Samuel Jr. and the cornerback from the Titans, I forget his name, both are free agents at the cornerback position. So they got a ton of stuff. And as you mentioned, Joey Bosa also no longer a member of that team. So they got a lot of stuff that they have to figure out. But you got to surround Justin Herbert with some weapons. And if you're going to run a great Roman offense, you better be able to run it. You better be able to throw the ball to the tight ends.
Yeah, those are all good points. Honestly, I haven't dug deep into the Los Angeles Chargers where they are. And as you lay this out, I'm going, whoa, it is way worse than I even thought it was. So, yeah, I didn't realize.
They relied on the run heavy this
really
past year, which is, surprising with the caliber quarterback that they have. I mean, I'd look at Justin Herbert, and maybe this is a little bit biased. I'll never forget 2 or 3 years ago, right before the half against my New York Giants. I mean, he threw a football that I've never seen a quarterback do, rolled to his right and then threw it back to his left, maybe like 65 yards, 65 air yards, a button to end the half. So I just want to see them put the right pieces around him. And then they got to, like Louis said, you got to find a way to get that running game back up, because at the beginning of the year, J.K. Dobbins was one of the best running backs in the league for like the first 5 weeks, kind of flattened out a little bit. I remember he was averaging like 9 yards per carry, and I was like just waiting for that number to come back down to life, and that's exactly what ended up happening. Now, the last team we're going to talk about here, as far as teams that need to make moves, the Carolina Panthers, struggled last year at the quarterback position. Bryce Young in and out the lineup. They ended up benching him for about 4 games. Andy Dalton came in, won his first game as a starter, and everybody was like, whoa, does Dalton have something left in the tank? And then, a couple weeks later, he kind of came back down to earth himself, and we got the real deal Andy Dalton that we're used to. But the Panthers making some moves here in free agency, brought some, some personnel to put next to Derek Brown, bringing in Bobby Brown and whatnot. Wide receiver, I think, is going to be very interesting for them. They drafted one of my favorite wide receivers of last year's draft, in Xavier Legette, from a productivity standpoint on the field, but also his personality, that Southern vibe that he brings to the table. Adam Thielen's still over there, I believe. The defense, I think, is a pretty good unit, and I think that defense keeps them in games, but offensively, definitely have to make some moves. How you guys feeling about the Carolina Panthers here?
Yeah, I think that's one of the things you have to continue to do, is continue to build around Bryce Young. When your best receiver is Adam Thielen 2 years in a row, you got issues, right? Like, and Adam Thielen is still a productive receiver in this league, but he's not your number one wide receiver. This isn't Adam Thielen from 6 years ago. So you have to upgrade that. Xavier Legette, I like him from a measurable standpoint, height, weight, speed specimen. I still haven't forgiven him for the drop against the Eagles last year when they had a chance to upset them. He's a guy that I think has an opportunity to continue to grow and develop and become what they want him to be. But in the meantime, they need to add more weapons. The running back, I like Chuba Hubbard, but can you do better than Chuba Hubbard?
And they just paid. They did just pay.
They just paid him. So
interesting.
Maybe add a compliment to him because I like what he's been doing for them, and he played really well. And they gave him a contract, and I think it was well deserved. Defensively, they tried the Jadeveon Clowney thing last year. Didn't necessarily work out the way that they had hoped. They need to get pressure on the quarterback. Obviously, trading away Brian Burns hurts you in that regard. So they need to upgrade that. You see they've been making some moves here in the secondary, along the defensive line. Still think you need to get to the quarterback. And so that's something that I think they need to address on the defensive side. But this is a team that I think is trending in the right direction. They're making a lot of solid moves. I like the things that we've seen them do in free agency thus far, and want to see what they continue to do in free agency and into the draft.
Absolutely.
They're in everything mode. Yeah, they're in everything mode. When you're at the bottom of the league for a little bit, you need a little bit of everything. Pass rush, help with your skill position players to help out the young quarterback. But you're right. They did make some pretty impressive moves so far, and there's probably still more to come. I'm rooting for the quarterback, though. When you have a story like that, when everybody counts you out, you get benched, this and that, and then you show some excitement towards the back end, it's hard to root against the storyline for sure.
Definitely. I like the conversation you brought up around Chuba Hubbard, too. You know, they do need to address running back, bring in somebody that they can pair with him. And I think this is the draft to do it. Like, I'm looking at my big board here. There are a ton of running backs in this draft. Amarion Hampton out of UNC could be a good candidate. Caleb Johnson out of Iowa. I saw him in person. I shoot content for the University of Maryland here in the DMV, and I saw him in person. He put up 160 yards on us, and I was just looking at him like, can't wait to see him get drafted. Ton of guys, both the running backs out of Ohio State. Quinshon Judkins, one of my favorites. So this might be the draft to actually do that. So Panthers definitely, I think they're headed in the right direction. Bryce Young, I do think, has a bit of a cap on his ceiling a little bit. He's a quarterback that's going to need a foundation of a running game, and I think they could improve that by addressing the trenches. And obviously in this draft, one of the most deepest classes of running backs, you could address the running back position as well.
They still got Miles Sanders, don't they, or do they not? Or is he?
I think they do.
I think he's still there.
He's been banged
Sanders
up,
struggled. I mean, Sanders was proof that the Philadelphia Eagles system, you know, with Jeff Stoutland up there with them big boys, he was definitely eating. And then he got that contract over there when he went with the Carolina Panthers and really has not lived up, not necessarily to the contract, but just the hype that he had leaving the Philadelphia Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so let's keep it pushing into this last segment here. And this one's going to be interesting because I'm not necessarily a hot take type of person, right? I'm very honest, truthful. People say hot takes, and I'm like, no, that's not happening, right? That's the kind of vibe I have. So it was a bit of a struggle to come up with some of these hot takes for me, and I do know that, like, fans will hold these. You know, in 2 years from now, Louis, you're going to see a clip of this right here, and they're going to be like, Louis said, you know, this right here. But my first hot take I want to present to y'all, and you guys can follow it up with 2 hot takes of your own as well. And I don't necessarily think this is the best option, but what do you guys think about Marcus Mariota being the week 1 starter for the New York Giants and potentially going into the draft and drafting a quarterback? And let me give Louis a little bit of reminder and reasoning as well. When he came in for Jaden Daniels in this past season in 2024, he played 2 games, put up 2 touchdowns through the air in both of those games, 1 touchdown on the ground. No turnovers from Marcus Mariota, which was the knock on him coming out of Atlanta, leaving the Tennessee Titans. I think that he has kind of grown from his career. He's a guy that we saw was a bit, you know, his confidence and his motivation when he was on the quarterback documentary on Netflix was completely shook, right? Now I think that he's kind of like really settled into his veteranship. I like what he did for Jaden Daniels, and as far as skipping some of the steps and dodging some of the hurdles that, you know, maybe Marcus Mariota had to go through when he was with a team like the Titans, and they failed to build around him in the first couple of years as well. I think it was Matthews was the number 1 wide receiver over there the year that they went to the playoffs. They did have Delaney Walker as well. But how you guys feeling about this hot take, Marcus Mariota being the week 1 starter for my New York Giants?
Hey, Hey, whatever you got to do, man. Like that's a tough one. That's a bitter pill for me to swallow. Like I love Marcus, and we would love to have him back in Washington. But he has said, I want an opportunity to start. He thinks he can start somewhere, and good luck to him. You know, we'll see what happens. But if you're the Giants, if I'm Joe Shane and Brian Daboll, I cannot hitch my wagon to Marcus Mariota week 1, and I'm trying to save my job. That's not the guy I'm turning over the keys to if I'm trying to save my job in New York. I'm sorry.
That was my first thought.
Before we move off Louis real quick, before we move off Louis, now, do you think that and both of y'all can answer this, do y'all think that if they drafted a rookie quarterback, should they start the rookie week 1?
Well, again, he would be the perfect mentor, the perfect bridge. But that's up for you guys to decide once you draft him. If you get into camp and you see that guy's not ready, he can't set protections, he's not seeing the field well, he's not able to command the huddle yet, then yeah, Marcus Mariota could be your week 1 starter. But like, if you completely punt on the quarterback position this year and say, yeah, we'll try again next year. If Marcus doesn't work out, we'll probably suck again, and we'll be in a position to draft a quarterback next year, which is supposed to be a much better draft class at quarterback. Then that's a tough one for me to go along with.
This is my big issue, and it goes back to something earlier. I would go Aaron Rodgers as the mentor, and you would draft someone. You'd sit him, and you say, watch Aaron Rodgers and learn from him every day. But then what does Daboll and Shane get at the end of do they get extra time if this thing is a 5-win season or a 6-win season, and then you have to extend whatever you end up doing with those two? And that's where the pickle comes in. But I don't hate the idea of drafting and letting them learn. Jaylon sat behind Carson for a little bit. Now, I don't know if that was in design or how the hell that worked out, because I'm still confused by it. But there's truth to sit. We're in this microwave society now. You throw them in and they got to deliver day 1. I like the idea of a starter while some of the young cats sit and absorb.
Yeah, as quarterbacks come off the board for, in free agency here, that the choices are being very limited. And I think probably Aaron Rodgers is at the top of that, along with Russell Wilson. And then it kind of gets a little dicey after that. And I've been saying this all offseason that the Giants got to be proactive here. I wanted them to get a quarterback as soon as free agency opened up, because if you wait too long, like we're doing right now, you're going to see a lot of these quarterbacks go off, to other teams. And then now you're banking on your guy being there in the draft. And there is a possibility that Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders could go 1 and 2. And then you're at 3 sitting there and you got to force the Travis Hunter pick, which I'd be okay with.
So I'm not a hot take guy either. So I'm just like you. But hear me out. Okay, hear me out. Perfect segue talking about the Giants. If I'm the Arizona Cardinals, how about trading Kyler Murray to the Giants? Or one of 3 teams in my mind, the Giants, the Colts, or the Steelers are 3 destinations that I think Kyler Murray could flourish in. I don't see Kyler Murray being the answer in Arizona. And if you're the Cardinals, you'd rather get in front of that now than to wait and then get into a position where you're kind of stuck. He's on a very team-friendly contract right now as the numbers continue to go up. So the value is definitely there for a team that's looking to add a guy at the quarterback position. I don't know if I felt the chemistry between he and Marvin Harrison Jr. last year. And there were some quotes from Kyler that are a little bit disturbing. And then you got late into that season and he started to really make some costly mistakes in some games that they needed to win. So I'm looking at a team like the Giants. You need to win now. Here's a guy that could come in as a veteran, kind of stabilize the position, give you an opportunity to win now if you're the Giants. I don't know if it would take your first round pick. Probably would take your first round pick, and I don't think they want to do that, obviously. But the Colts, I think they're in a perfect spot at 14 to say, pass on the first round, give me Kyler Murray, give me a chance to really maximize my head coach Shane Steichen, this offense that we have with Jonathan Taylor and all these weapons that they've amassed over the last 2-3 years. And then still the same thing. I mean, we talked about all the weapons that they have offensively. You put the right quarterback in there, like a Kyler Murray, I think you're cooking with gasoline out there in Pittsburgh. What do you guys say? Hear me out.
I like the take. I think it's a good one. Yeah, I think it's a really good one. The interesting part about it for me would be the third quarterback from the 2019 draft class that the New York Giants have had on the roster. Drew Lock, Daniel Jones, and now we get the guy we select number 1 overall in Kyler Murray.
Oh,
I'm listening,
no.
but I don't know. I might have to give you a
I
little
think you might be
pushback on
done
that
with
one.
that draft, huh?
Yeah, I think I'm done with 2019.
What the ironic part is, I don't think he's the guy in Arizona. But what do you think about taking him? If we feel he's not the guy in Arizona, do you think we feel he's going to be the guy in New York with probably less around him? But I actually really do like the concept you threw out there. All right, so I did go a little hot takey. All right, I went a little hot takey. Hear me out. Dallas trades Micah Parsons. But this is why. Because of their financial... Wait, hold on. It's all because of the money Myles Garrett got. It's $40 million, and they're not good at paying people properly at the right time. So forward, they're going to screw themselves. And knowing they're going to screw themselves with this financial amount of money they're going to pay him and the cap hit and all this... Would it be better to get this insane package and see what you can do with that? Now, is part of this because I know Micah Parsons deep down wants to be a Philadelphia Eagle? Maybe there's a part of that. But listen, they're going to screw themselves because Myles Garrett just got $40 million a year. This dude is going to get a bag, and they're not going to structure this the right way, and it's going to screw them. So I'm trying to help Dallas. Again, I'm a man of the people. I'm a man of the people.
I smell greed, bro. I smell greed. I think you just want another pass rusher on your Philadelphia Eagles, and you were like, let me come up with a hot take that'll benefit my franchise even more, even coming off that Super Bowl.
I tried.
Hey, look, man. He said he'll take less if they, are building, around this team. And like, you can't say we're going all in and do what they did last year. If that's the case, then just give me my money, right? But if I see you're actively trying to put together a team that we can win a Super Bowl with, then I'm willing to take a little bit less. But what's a little bit less, and how much more are you going to allow this market to increase before you finally do pay him? These are all questions that you have to ask yourself. You would get a haul for Micah Parsons, but as we find out in the NBA all the time, is there really like real compensation that you can get for a star player? Is there enough value that you can get in return for a star player? It's hard to really quantify that. Like, what's the right compensation? And then also, what do you do with those picks? It's just as important as what you ultimately get. You get 3 first-round picks, but if you don't do good things with those first-round picks, what difference does it make?
Yeah, they draft well.
Preaching to the choir for sure. We had 2 first-rounders in 2022.
Yeah.
Did not pan out that well.
No, exactly.
The interesting part about Micah Parsons is the New York Giants had a shot to draft him at 11. And your Philadelphia Eagles decided to trade that pick, and we ended up not getting Devonta Smith, backed out, and didn't take Micah Parsons, traded back with the Chicago Bears to then allow them to draft Justin Fields. And it just has not worked out for the Giants. And we had those 2 first-round picks with Kayvon Thibodeau and Evan Neal, and it's been a disaster. And even Joe Shane himself said, you can't screw up picks 5 and 7, and that's exactly what they did. We got some breaking news here. The Rams are planning to release wide receiver Cooper Kupp after the start of the new league year, unless a trade materializes. I think Cooper Kupp still has a little bit of gas left in the tank. Really good wide receiver, just won the Triple Crown just a couple of years ago during the 2021 season. Super Bowl winner. Where do you guys maybe see a guy like Cooper Kupp maybe, finishing out his career? I think Dallas, I know we just segued out of Dallas. Dallas might be a viable option for a guy like Cooper Kupp. What do y'all think?
You hit it right on the head. That's the destination I think that makes the most sense. Also, I think another place that makes a ton of sense for him is staying. If you want to stay in LA, just go right up the street to the Chargers, right? Playing the same building. They need receiver help. He fits what they do offensively. So I'm looking at a team like the Chargers. I'm looking at a team like Dallas that needs a veteran opposite of CeeDee Lamb. So those are some destinations that make a ton of sense to me. This is what we expected, Cooper Kupp to get released. I didn't think anybody would trade anything for him because they knew the Rams were in a position where they were going to have to cut him.
I like the Chargers move. That's a good one. He smells like a West Coast guy. You know what I mean? You could just look at people and say, yeah. He's a West Coaster. I could see that happening.
Yeah, Cooper Kupp, it's interesting that he's the odd man out in that situation. And bringing back Matthew Stafford, when the Giants were interested in trying to trade for Matthew Stafford, the whole rumor was that Cooper Kupp would maybe come along with him the same way Davante Adams would come along with Aaron Rodgers. And you're starting to see these themes that kind of circle around free agency. But that is his guy. I'm surprised that, the Rams aren't trying to find some kind of way to bring him back because I think they need a little bit of help at wide receiver as well. I mean, I know they just, made the big move at wide receiver, but depth has always been a thing in Sean McVay's, process with wide receivers, bringing in Odell when they had already had a couple of guys there. I always thought Van Jefferson was a guy that was going to work out there too, but ended up being sent off to Atlanta. But I'd be interested in Cooper Kupp as a New York Giants fan. We definitely need some help in the wide receiver department. I want to ask you all this too. With free agency kind of, the first day rounding out here, are you more confident in your own team in the NFC East, or are you more confident in another team? Especially speaking from the Philadelphia Eagles standpoint, are you sitting there looking at the Washington Commanders getting a little bit worried about it, or you think you guys are in position to kind of make things happen?
I think we are still above them, but they got closer. I think the gap from where we were prior to today is definitely shrinking a little bit, but it's hard to sit here with Howie Roseman knowing that there's still plenty of moves to be made to think anything other than that, but they're coming. There's no doubt about it. They're coming. That's how I see it, at least.
Yeah, they're the beast of the East. Everybody's chasing after Philadelphia, not just in the East, but in the conference as a whole. They've set the standard, and that's what everybody's aiming and striving to attain to. So that's what we're chasing after. Obviously, you see the moves that we've made, right? In order to beat Philadelphia, you need a guy that can get yards after the catch. They're not giving up big yards. So who do we go get? Deebo Samuel, right? Who has had success against Philadelphia. We saw what they did in the Super Bowl. We saw what they did to us in the NFC Championship game from a pressure standpoint. So what do? We traded for Laramie Tunsil, right? Like, you see what the wheels kind of in motion, and a lot of that has been set because you're trying to improve your roster, right? But at the end of the day, you're also trying to chase after the best, and the Eagles are the best right now.
Absolutely. Zach Wilson just went to the Miami Dolphins on a 1-year, $6 million deal. So that's an interesting move right there. Yeah, still that one throw at his pro day.
$6 million.
Yeah,
$6 million.
We're gonna definitely round this one out here. And it's been a pleasure talking ball with y'all today, man. My NFC East rivals and whatnot. But we're going to toss this one over to Kirk and Patrick, who are going to take over. We've been going at it here at Bleacher Report, man. Big salute to you guys, man. I appreciate you guys rocking out with me today. Peace, y'all.
Welcome to the Free Agency Frenzy Live. I am Patrick Chiotti. That's Kurt Banker. Kurt, welcome to Free Agency,
what up,
baby.
Man?
What a day.
Man. It has been a crazy day. I'm ready to get this thing rolling, man. We just had Zach Wilson come through, 1 year, $6 million. It just doesn't stop. Hasn't stopped since noon today. It's been crazy.
It's been absolute madness, especially with all the legal tampering. Bigger news: Cooper Kupp probably going to be cut, released if no trade comes through. Kurt, this is massive news. I know the Rams have been looking for a way to move Cooper. His price tag is pretty high, but a lot of teams are kind of staving off from taking on that contract. What do you think of this news, and where's your top landing spot for Cooper Kupp if he is to be released?
Yeah, this is tough for me. So I think they overpaid him when they did pay him, and two, I think his the level of success that he's been able to reach has been really dependent on Matt Stafford. Not to say he's not been great, but he's been really, really great. That's been inflated by Stafford and his ability to deal the ball to him. So I'm looking at Cooper Kupp, and I'm like, man, if there's two places that I'd have in mind right now, it'd be Dallas with Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb, or it would be Pittsburgh. And I don't know what type of deal he'd be able to pick up or who's in charge with what paying him wise, but I could see him going and being in Pittsburgh with DK Metcalf, we got George Pickens, and then potentially Aaron Rodgers as well. I think it could be a sneaky little receiver core over there, and he wouldn't have to be wide receiver one. He'd be able to fit in the slot, get his yards on third down in a critical situation. So, again, I don't know cap space what Pittsburgh's dealing with, but if the Rams are on the hook for a bulk of it, I would not be shocked to see Kupp end up in Pittsburgh along with Aaron Rodgers.
Going for vet men. We'll be right back with some Cooper Kupp news, but breaking news, Kurt. The Panthers just keep spending money left and right. Tershawn Wharton, 3 years, $54 million with the Panthers. The Panthers are loading up, it seems, today. This is just another massive move, but another Kansas City Chief off the market. They kept Bolton. They were able to keep Trey Smith on the franchise tag, but another free agent gone from the Chiefs. Kurt, how do we feel about this?
You look at the Panthers last year, and a lot of what they did well was on defense. They were pretty stout for most games. Some games, it got away from them late, but they really have been pretty solid on defense the past few years. And now you look at the end of the season, they ended pretty strong. They had Bryce Young, who came on pretty late. Their offense was starting to score some points. And they were the ones that I believe knocked the Falcons out of playoff contention when the Falcons had a chance. So it's like they're no slap team towards the end of the stretch. You get a guy that's going to be able to contribute immediately, and you're starting to bulk up this defense. They're not just going to let the Bucs run away with things right now in this free agency. So I like that they're kind of going back and forth with who they're signing and whatnot. But I mean, to have 8.5 sacks last year, including the playoffs, is a pretty big deal. Made it to a Super Bowl, and I think the more guys that you can get that have been there and done that and made it all the way to the Super Bowl and bring onto a team that hasn't done anything in a long time, it can help the locker room, help elevate the play of the guys around them. So I like these types of signings, especially for teams like the Panthers.
Yeah, I mean, 54 million, 30 million guaranteed. That's a big chunk of change. I mean, they've also brought in Bobby Brown, the third from Los Angeles. They signed J.C. Horn to the highest paid defensive back deal, and also brought in Trevon Moehrig from Vegas. They signed Patrick Jones as well, Austin Corbett on the offensive side, re-signed Tommy Tremble, and brought back Andy Dalton. So it appears the Panthers are really, really gearing up for taking over the NFC South. But Kurt, I want to go back to Cooper Kupp and talk about these landing spots. I know you mentioned Dallas. You mentioned Pittsburgh as well. Another team that I've heard some rumors going along with is indeed the Denver Broncos as a landing spot for Cooper Kupp. How would you feel about the Broncos potentially adding another vet in the room like Cooper Kupp?
Yeah, I think the way that their team is built, Cooper Kupp does elevate them in terms of like slot receiver and what he can do in critical downs. I also think that having a guy like Cortland Sutton not have to be everything for you. And again, they had some guys come on late, but it was really Cortland Sutton. He was the main guy. I think giving Bo Nix a trustworthy, reliable guy like Cooper Kupp can have that Zach Ertz effect like they had with the Commanders. He wasn't the most talented on the field anymore, but like right place, right time, knew how to win in situational football. I actually really do like that spot. It could be a really good fit. I also know that they have beefed up that O-line. They went up front first and then let the rest of the passing game develop. Sounds like Cooper Kupp could fit in pretty well there. I also just love Bo Nix as a quarterback. He's super accurate. He can extend plays with his feet. Like he played like a top 10 quarterback down the stretch. And again, some guys had some off years that are typically your top 10 guys guaranteed. So add some of that weight to it. But I think it's a good fit. And I think that anywhere that Cooper Kupp can go where he doesn't have to be wide receiver one is going to be a really good spot for him in the late end of his career, because you just want him to cook underneath. You don't want him to have the whole game plan ran through him and get the volume that he did for all those years in LA.
Yeah, I think Kupp is an interesting option for Denver if they decide to kick the tires on it, because Sutton is definitely in that X role for Sean Payton, but Cooper Kupp makes a ton of sense as the Z guy in that offense, right? Just a guy who can win underneath, can win against man coverage, can create space, knows how to sit in zones. Like, he is perfect to a T for what Sean Payton is looking for. It just depends. It's going to depend on the price. I love the Steelers fit, even with the trade of DK Metcalf, still bringing in another vet into that. Dallas is an interesting one as well because of this weird dynamic that they have going on with CD and potentially Brandon Cooks coming back. That would be an interesting one. I heard them on the last show say the Chargers would be another fun landing spot for Cooper Kupp. How do you feel about that? Adding Cooper Kupp into the mix with Justin Herbert.
I think that it's not a bad situation. I think that he plays more underneath, where Ladd McConkey has found a way to do a little bit of both underneath and take the top off, which I was kind of shocked to see last year. But I do think there are some teams like that he could fit in. I could totally see Herbert being a guy that's able to sling it around, has a bunch of receivers. I mean, he would be an elevation, in my opinion, from what else they had besides Ladd McConkey last year. The receiving core was not great. They did not make many good plays on the ball. Really, it felt like Ladd was the only guy getting true separation and creating easy throwing lanes. And I really, in my opinion, I wish that the Chargers would go after a guy that's more of an X, but there's not really many out there right now. And so that might be something they try to address in the draft once again. But the Chargers, I think out of the three, probably the least best fit, but I can totally see him going there and being productive. I just don't know if I'd love him for fantasy purposes, but real football, he'll help them win games.
Well, I mean, for all intents and purposes, Jim Harbaugh was probably ready to ship a second-round pick and maybe a little bit more to Seattle for DK Metcalf. But that brings us to the Seattle Seahawks, Kurt. They just shipped out DK. They kind of run into that same situation where they don't really need a guy like Cooper Kupp, but I mean, that could be an interesting option with Sam Darnold signing there today for a massive deal. Let's tie this in with the Sam Darnold signing, because they released Tyler Lockett, they trade Metcalf, Noah Fant is gone. So really it's just JSN kind of looking around the locker room like, where did everybody go?
Who's left? Yeah,
right.
I think and JSN can be that true X. So I do think that's a good scheme fit. I think the Seahawks would be a good scheme fit. I also don't think the Seahawks are ready to compete for a true deep playoff push anytime soon. And if I'm Kupp, I'm imagining that's what matters the most right now. Because at the end of the day, you've been there, you've done that, you've won a Super Bowl, you've gone the distance. Like, you're not really going to get paid anymore. Like, your contract's already higher than it will be. I think you care more about winning football games than you do about going somewhere that is like Seattle. And I'm not saying Seattle won't win football games. I'm saying they're going to have to do it differently this year. In my opinion, Seattle's going to have to go the Chargers approach and run the rock. They're going to have to lean into Kenneth Walker. They're going to have to do the deep play action game to Smith and Jigba. And I do think there's a place for Kupp, but knowing what I know about him and the competitor that he is, I think he'd find himself going to Pittsburgh with less money. And I don't know how the money will work because they're going to be picking up some of the tab with the Rams. But I think if he's just looking at where he can go as a free agent, I don't think he's going to go to Seattle. I think it's going to be Pittsburgh, Denver, LA, somewhere that either has like rich traditional football history with a chance to compete right now, or somewhere he wants to live. And that's kind of where I'm looking at it. So I don't love Seattle as a landing spot, but roster construction wise, they could use them for sure.
Definitely. Yeah. And we should add Dallas to this list as well. I mean, it's all about, like you said, it's also about where they want to live, right? A lot of players love living in Dallas. Obviously, Cowboys are a very history-rich franchise. Dak is coming back, so you've got CD already in the wings. They're probably going to revamp that run game through the draft, one would hope, if Ashton Jeanty is there for them to take. But Kurt, this is an interesting player who, if made available, I assume the market is going to be really hot. I know for a fact that Houston was one of the teams who was kind of interested in him, but then they trade for Christian Kirk. They've made some splash signings in free agency as well, so we can kind of take Houston off the table for Cooper Kupp. But these other teams, I think that there's some good fits. I think there's some okay fits, and like you said, he's probably going to want to play for a contender. What about Tampa Bay? That's another team that would be kind of interesting to me. They bring back Godwin, but who knows how long that timetable is going to be. He should be ready to go by the start of the season, I think. But this is also just another weapon for them to add for Baker Mayfield, who's been playing pretty decent football over the last couple of seasons. What do you think about that?
Yeah, when you look at the Bucs, and especially this specific situation with Cooper Kupp, because most of his contract's going to be taken on by a previous team, it's kind of like who wants him, who can fit him in, and who's willing to pay that extra gap. So it's not crazy to think that he could go anywhere where a team's already loaded and he feels like he can fit into a receiver room and then maybe even save his body throughout the season and then come on late down the stretch. Like, I think Tampa Bay plays in a weak division. I think Baker Mayfield slings the football around. And again, Godwin's coming off of injury. So you do have a need there. There's always a need for a number 3 receiver. And whether you be number 2, number 3, it changes game to game, but they have their X, they have Godwin who plays some F, some Z. You could have Cooper Kupp fit into that role and kind of go back and forth with Godwin. It would be pretty nasty. They do have some young receivers, though, that are good and talented. But look at the Steelers last year. People thought I was crazy when I said that they could potentially sign multiple quarterbacks. They signed both Justin Fields and Russell Wilson, I believe, paying them both $1 million each. And the other teams were handling those contracts. So what's the problem with stashing guys and building it up for the long haul? So I could see it happening. Also, living in Tampa, not half bad. I could totally see that happen.
Not terrible at all. We're going to switch gears. We've got some other free agents who are pretty high profile that just are still on the market, not being talked about a ton. Justin Reed, the safety from Kansas City, Jonathan Allen, who was just released from the Commanders. That one was kind of a surprise to me, but and Drake Greenlaw from the Niners. let's start with Reed. Justin Reed has had a very good last few years with the Kansas City Chiefs, multiple Super Bowl appearances. Little surprised that they haven't re-signed him back yet, but he seems like a guy who kind of would stick home. What do you think about Justin Reed? Give me like your top landing spot for Justin Reed right now.
You know, I would love to see him go somewhere like Buffalo, flip the ship, go to the enemy, and just reset. If you look at Buffalo, let's pull up their roster right now on my computer. Let's see. Buffalo is one of those teams on defense, in my opinion, that can always look to get better. And we're looking at it now. Yeah. Let's see. They had Rapp, they had Hamlin. Like, in my opinion, in the back end, they were not like crazy good. And you look at what they have now in the secondary. Again, they got Rapp, who I don't know what his contract looks like. Let's see. I don't know. I can't find his contract quickly, but I want to see him go somewhere like Buffalo that is just a place where he can not like miss a beat and add value immediately. And again, you're seeing teams nowadays, even like you don't necessarily know what the safety situation looks like as the season rolls on, but teams like Buffalo on defense play unique defensive fronts. They play unique personnel packages. They bring Hamlin down into the box and play a little bit of dime, sometimes a nickel. Like, I just think Buffalo is one of those teams that you just need good football players on the field, and he's going to want to go somewhere that he can go and compete right now. So I'd like to see him go somewhere like that. I also think that when you look across the NFL in general, there's a lot of safeties out there that are kind of floating right now. Some of them go to a new team and they have immediate impact, like Xavier McKinney last year with the Packers. Some of them, they don't really do anything. And it's a lot of safety play and how involved they are in like the box game and in the pass game depends on what's outside at DB. And so I think he could go somewhere like Buffalo where he would be able to bring an immediate impact.
Yeah, I think another team to definitely keep an eye on for Justin Reed is Miami. They've got some cash to spend. He's definitely a need. Javon Holland is a free agent. They were talking about bringing him back, but contract talks have kind of stalled out. Yeah, he's a really good player. So if Holland decides to walk, he gets a bigger offer from another team. I could definitely see Miami jumping all over that. I wouldn't be surprised if a team like New Orleans or a team like New York, the Jets, try and bring him in. Yeah, it would be tough for New Orleans with their cap situation, but I could definitely see the Jets being one of those teams that maybe tries to lure him in with a bigger deal. We've got all AFC East teams right now.
I know, right? It's rough. It is what it is. Like when you look at the Jets and you look at what they have, their safety situation is pretty bad. They obviously just lost DJ Reed, I believe. And it's, I don't know how much I can see him going to a non-contender. That's my only thing. So this is going to be who's going to pay him the most and what does he care about? He's already won a couple Super Bowls. So is he trying to get another ring or is he trying to get paid and just make some plays? Which we've seen a lot of ex-Chiefs just do that route of going to get paid, and it works and it's great for them. But we're going to find out a lot about these guys and what they care the most about, where if they do end up somewhere like the Jets where key fit, scheme fit, all of it would be great. But I don't know. Also, another sneaky one, you got the 49ers. The 49ers just lost Hufanga, and I'm like, are they still contenders? Are they not? I don't believe they're contenders anymore. I think their roster's getting really old. I think that the NFC West is the Rams to lose now, but I could see him going somewhere like that. That again, like he might think they have a chance to compete. Good place to live, Like so, I could see that as well.
Yeah, I think the Niners would be an interesting one. Again, like flipping sides, that Niners-Chiefs rivalry over the last few years. That would be an interesting one. I could definitely see him going into the NFC West. The Cardinals have Budda Baker under contract. Jalen Thompson is their other starting safety. Would Justin Reed be an upgrade over that? Nah, I don't know if they're really willing to spend the money in the secondary. They've been pretty good over the last couple of years with, keeping guys around. They signed Sean Murphy-Bunting recently. So I think Arizona might be a team to keep an eye on, but it goes down into the contender area, right? Like, are the Cardinals a contender right now? Probably not. So I think that list right there, Bills, Dolphins, Jets, Niners, I think that's a really solid one. And we could change that last one from Cardinals, just go back to the Kansas City Chiefs, because I think that there's a chance that they try to keep him. I know he's a big part of that defense, big part of that secondary. And with them signing Nick Bolton to the contract that they did, I think it kind of shows that they definitely want to keep those pieces around. But the McDuffie contract is going to be coming up here pretty soon. So that is something to keep an eye on. Kurt, let's switch to Jonathan Allen, who was released from the Commanders. Kind of a shocking release considering he's been one of their best defensive linemen over the last few years. Where do you see this guy landing? Because I've got some pretty interesting takes on where this dude could go.
You know, this one's really interesting to me because when he's healthy, he could be a force, and he's kind of like a great value Chris Jones in a way where he's just like his presence is felt, and you kind of know what the deal is. I could see him again. Who knows with the cap space and all that? But could you imagine him paired up with a guy like Chris Jones in Kansas City? You want to talk about a defensive front that you're trying to get pressure with, and you're trying to just be able to bring four. I just could see it happen. He's on the market. You know, the Chiefs might make a move. They've cleared some cap space. Cap-wise, I believe they actually could make it happen. And that also, like, I know that Spags is a coach that really, really likes to run weird looks on defense. And by weird looks, I mean lining up Chris Jones as a D tackle, solo at D end, with the 3-man rush on the other side. They like doing weird stuff. If you get a guy like Allen, you could do even more weird stuff and move these guys around. And it creates a really tough like navigation for the offensive line, and especially like playing quarterback. It's tough to identify who's blocking who when you have guys that can play different roles. So I think he could be a problem with the Chiefs, and I actually think financially they could pull it off. So that's my number one.
That's a scary one. That's a scary one, man. That would be terrifying. As an AFC West guy myself, that would be absolutely scary. I think the Seattle Seahawks would also be a team to keep an eye on. They just let a bunch of guys go from the defensive line, including Draymond Jones. So I think that this is an area where Mike Macdonald wants to kind of reshape his defensive identity for this team. This is his goal, is out with the old, in with the new. Jonathan Allen, I think, could be one of those guys. They've got an interesting front. I think with the Bears getting Grady Jarrett and Deo, I think that's off the table. That was one of the teams that I was thinking, coming into this. But I think Seattle is probably one of those teams that they've got some money to spend now. He obviously is a need for them. Wouldn't surprise me in the least if he ended up in the Pacific Northwest. What's another team that you think Jonathan Allen could land with?
You know, I'm looking at defenses that need help, and I'm looking at the Cincinnati Bengals. And I think it's going to be important for him. They just went to the conference championship game. I don't think he's going to want to take a step back for a team that doesn't feel like they can compete. Give me him to the Bengals. I think they've got to be willing to spend money because they clearly have a lot of holes. And they've got some stuff coming up with Jamar Chase. They need to spend it. But even though they've been historically cheap, I think they're a guy like Jonathan Allen away who they just signed. They just re-signed their D tackle, right? Who was it? BJ Hill, I believe it was. Yep. They just re-signed BJ Hill, and BJ Hill's deal was kind of on the friendlier side for the hometown discount. 3 years, $30 million or $33 million. I think if they had BJ Hill and Jonathan Allen anchoring down the middle, their defense feels a lot different immediately, and everybody else's job gets easier. So I wouldn't be shocked to see them pursue him.
Yeah, I think another team that would be interesting to see. I don't think this would happen considering they spent a ton of money last year, but the Raiders would be a hilarious signing because you could have Christian Wilkins and Jonathan Allen together side by side. That would just be absolutely bonkers. And with Pete Carroll there, they're going to want to hammer home that defensive mindset. I think the Raiders would be an interesting one. Not saying that it would happen, considering they just spent a bunch of money there last year. But the Raiders would be a team that would make would make some sense for a guy like Jonathan Allen. I also wouldn't put aside Houston trying to go and get as many cheaper defensive pieces. You made that point of earlier about these other teams paying the majority of these contracts, right? So if you can go get a guy like Jonathan Allen on a cheaper deal, I think Houston would absolutely do that. They'd have to move some stuff around up front, but they're not afraid to load up at any given position, right? They are not afraid to just go all for it. They did bring in Sheldon Rankins, but this is a team, again, like their window was closing. They just traded Laramie Tunsil too. Head scratcher for me. We'll talk about that in a minute. But it's just one of those teams that I just wouldn't put it past them to go and try and get a guy like that and bring him in.
Especially with a defensive-minded head coach. Like they're always going to look to bolster up, get guys on a discount, get guys that can come in and fit in immediately to a scheme that's pretty generic but player-based. So I like it. I think it's a good pick.
Yeah. Dre Greenlaw from the 49ers is also a free agent, Kurt. And I think that there's a few teams that are fighting for his services. Suffered that injury in the Super Bowl a couple years ago, struggled to come back, but now he's healthy. He's ready to play. And this is a guy who is, when he's healthy, he and Fred Warner were probably, let me know. Like they were one of the best linebacker duos when they were healthy.
They were extremely dynamic. And I don't know what type of contract he's going to look to get on the open market. I don't know what people are going to be willing to pay him, but we've seen a few 49ers end up in Washington with the Commanders. So I would not be shocked to see another one from the pipeline with Adam Peters end up there. I think that a guy like him, to be honest, could anchor down any defensive league. If Fred Warner wasn't there, he could have taken over everything. And I think you're going to get him one more year removed out of the injury. I just think he's going to be ready to hit the ground running, and I think he's going to be ready to have an immediate impact.
Yeah. I think one of the teams that I know is fighting for him right now is Atlanta. I think that Atlanta is one of those teams that is looking to bolster their defense. He'd be a veteran presence in that locker room.
Yeah.
I know Miami is also interested in his services as well. So those are two landing spots that would be really interesting fits, especially for Atlanta. But
Atlanta
I hate to bring up this
something.
team. They need something, right? I hate to bring this team up again, but the Denver Broncos are one of those teams that's also rumored for Dre Greenlaw. Cody Barton just signed today with the Tennessee Titans. He was serviceable enough for them last year. Justin Strnad is a free agent. They'll probably be bringing him back on a short-term deal. Alex Singleton is coming off an ACL injury. So will he be the same player? I just don't know. But I could see Denver also being one of those destinations. But Miami, Denver, Atlanta, all kind of bidding for Dre Greenlaw right now. And I think it's really driving up that price. And this linebacker free agency has been really, really weird. Prices are pretty high. But what do you think about those landing spots for Dre Greenlaw?
I like them. I think they both make sense. I think the Falcons need it more than the Broncos do. So I'd imagine they'd be willing to spend a little bit more money, especially with just losing Grady Jarrett. We look at the Miami Dolphins, another former coach from the 49ers who felt his presence in practice every day. You have Mike McDaniel, who was pass game assistant, I believe, with the 49ers back in the day. But there's one team, in my opinion, that I think Dre Greenlaw's how he shows up on the field actually would translate to this team's identity, and that's the Raiders. I think that with the Raiders losing Spillane to New England, I believe, I could see Dre Greenlaw going and honestly causing havoc behind Christian Wilkins, Max Crosby. Maybe they sign another D tackle or something like we just talked about. And then you got guys up front that are taking up a lot of the pressure, and he's able to split gaps, run full speed, and just kind of be like a rover on the field when you got these defensive linemen that are just bringing so much attention to themselves. So I think all of these, I could see the fit. I could see why it makes sense. And it's going to come down to who's willing to pay him the most, because he is a presence when he's on the field.
I completely agree. And if he can come back healthy, I think he's going to be a great player for whatever team signs him.
Totally.
Kurt, there's been a ton of news today. A lot of it is just so overwhelming. One of the bigger deals that kind of shocked me was the Jets signing Justin Fields to 2-year, $40 million deal, $30 million guaranteed. They move off of Aaron Rodgers, weren't really interested in any of the other vet options out there. How do you feel about Justin Fields going to the Jets? Do you think that this is a good fresh start for both Fields and the Jets, who hired a completely new coaching staff this offseason?
Yeah, I'm a big believer in mobile quarterbacks when you have a deficient roster. I think that they can cover up some of the holes. And I think it was very clear how deficient the Jets roster actually was. You had guys fumbling all the time. You guys tipped interceptions. Like, if you look at the tape, Aaron Rodgers didn't really play bad last year. He got them to 4 game-winning situations where they missed chip shot field goals that would have swung their record for sure. And then you had other situations where they started down 10-0, 14-0 early in games to where then he had to be a superhero, which he's not anymore. So when you're looking at that type of team, I think Justin Fields, matched with a Breece Hall, matched with a Garrett Wilson if he's still there, can go and do enough to get them over the hump in a sense and at least be a competitive football team. Also, their defense they have to play so much better than they did last year. They had too many good names on defense to play the way they did. And I don't know what the deal was. I don't know if it was scheme-based. The guys just gave up, whatever. But I do think that Justin Fields is the guy, when he steps on the field, he's going to give everything he has, and the team's going to rally around him. So I'm looking forward to see what he can do. I think this is like a breather in the cycle for them. Not a crazy commitment financially by any means. What's $15 million a year for your starting quarterback? That's like a Sam Darnold deal from last year. However, gives Fields a little bit more locked up, knows what he's going to get. And it's kind of like a prove-it deal. If he plays out of his mind and they win a bunch of games, he won't play on a $15 million contract next year. So I look at this as a one-year, $30 million deal more so than anything. But yeah, I don't know, man. I think if I was Fields, I would have wanted to go back to Pittsburgh, but I also think I would have been rubbed the wrong way by how Pittsburgh benched him when all along he should have been the starter over Russ. So maybe this is his FU prove-it moment to them.
I like it. I think that's the perfect way to say it. We do have some breaking news. Darius Slayton has re-signed with the New York Football Giants, 3 years, $36 million. He gets to stay with the Giants. This is returning to the Giants. Big move, Kurt. How do you feel about this?
Yeah, I mean, I wonder what his market looked like out there as he tested it. $12 million a year is pretty solid. I like that he got a few extra years out of it. He must liked it enough to stay there. I also want to know, what does this tell them about the quarterback situation that they're looking at? Are they going to get a guy like Aaron Rodgers to come in, or are they going to go in the draft? Are they hoping to get a guy like Cam Ward fall to them? Like, what's the deal here? Because there's a lot of what ifs. I like Slayton as a player. I think he's a good player. I think if he wasn't stuck in the quarterback situation that he had the last few years, he'd be getting like a 3-year, $50 million deal. But here we are. I think whenever he gets the ball in his hands, he's a really good player. I don't know. The Giants are a really unique team for me this free agency, because so much of what they're going to do depends on what other people does. And all of the dominoes have started to fall and nothing still happened for them. So I don't know. I don't know how much longer their head coach is going to be there if things keep going how they do. But Slayton's a good piece of the puzzle that any new coach would want. So that's kind of how I see it.
So you mentioned Aaron Rodgers, and I think that this is really interesting as we continue to get closer to the draft. We're hearing all of this smoke about how New York is going to get aggressive in trading up for the first overall pick, right? Tennessee holds that pick. The rumor is maybe it's Cam Ward. I've seen some things that say, maybe they sign Aaron Rodgers and still make that move. Do you think that if they sign Aaron Rodgers, they still make that move up to 1? Or do you think, it's better off that they just make that move up to 1 and take Cam Ward and just stick with that? Or do you think just sign Aaron Rodgers, use the 3rd overall pick for anything else, or potentially trade down?
Yeah, I got to think of it from, if I'm Aaron Rodgers, I want to go to Pittsburgh way more than I want to go to New York with the Giants. And so this for me is going to come down to what does Aaron want and what has he been offered. And I don't think that the Giants are going to be able to get Cam Ward, because I truly think that the Titans took their left tackle and paid him out of free agency from the Steelers a lot of money, like $80 million or whatever it was. I don't think you're paying $80 million to protect Will Levis. And I think that you're paying $80 million to take the number 1 pick in the draft as a quarterback. And that's how you're going to start your guy's fresh career in the NFL, is with at least having some answers up front. Because at the end of the day, the Titans weren't a bad football team last year. They played everybody pretty close. It was Will Levis having Will Levis moments that gave the other teams points, like in weird ways, like red zone turnovers, pick sixes, backwards fumbles. Like, it was weird stuff. I think they've seen enough on tape from Cam Ward. I've actually had one of their scouts reach out to me, ask me about my film breakdowns on him, what I'm seeing, this and that. I think more people in that organization than not are high on Cam Ward. I'd be shocked to not see him go number 1 overall. So that leaves you, Giants. Where are you? If I'm them, I'm actually probably going to try to trade out of that pick, or I'm going to take an Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter if he falls to me. One of those two guys, like, maybe, and see if I can just find a way to make this happen in free agency. But I don't think that this is the Giants' year for a quarterback. I would not be taking Shedeur Sanders top 3. Like, you might be able to make a case for Jackson Dart in the top 10, in my opinion. I think he has a higher upside athletically, but I don't see Shedeur Sanders going top 10. And if he does, I don't think the teams taking picks in the top 10 are going to be ready for protecting him and getting the right stuff around him. So that's my entire opinion on what they're dealing with right now. I don't think it's a pretty situation.
No, I don't think it is either. It's such a weird draft class, right? It's such an interesting one. Like, we don't have this super heavy quarterback class like we did last year. I mean, I kind of thought the Raiders would be the team to take Shedeur. If there was going to be that team in the top 10 that was going to take Shedeur, I thought it was going to be the Raiders. But they just trade for Geno Smith. Maybe they still do, and it's like the Geno Smith mentor era, but I just don't see them trading for him and then signing him to a massive deal and all that to take Shedeur. So I'm kind of with you. I don't know where Shedeur would land if he was to go in the top 10. But Kurt, let's switch gears. Let's go to the NFC North, where there's been some pretty decent movement. Speaking of quarterbacks, one of those teams that took a quarterback in the first round last year, the Minnesota Vikings, let Sam Darnold walk. He goes to Seattle. They re-sign Aaron Jones. They agreed to a 2-year, $18 million deal with Ryan Kelly, and then have signed safety Theo Jackson and Ryan Wright, their punter. But that's really been it. Do you think that this Minnesota team is ready to contend with J.J. McCarthy?
I'm going to be honest. I think they're probably more ready to contend with Daniel Jones. I would not be shocked to see Daniel Jones go back on an almost identical deal that Sam Darnold had and give J.J. McCarthy a year to develop, if not a couple weeks, to let Daniel Jones maybe mess it up and then take over. I don't think that it's going to be easy for J.J. McCarthy to come in and step in and be the number 1 quarterback when he didn't get any reps in practice last year. Getting injured as early as he did, he didn't get that development time. No matter how much you want to say he can learn from watching, he's got to do it. And I think a team like this that went 14-3 last year, like, they showed that they have the roster to do it. And I think that Daniel Jones, especially with Kevin O'Connell, can look better than he ever did with Dabble. I just think that it's a way more quarterback-friendly system. He has Justin Jefferson now. He has a run game. Like, everything just seems a little bit different. Not to say that Daniel Jones can be the guy long-term, but I think the Vikings would rather have another gap with a $10 million a year quarterback and give J.J. McCarthy another chance than get stuck in a $100 million deal with Sam Darnold. So I actually like that they let Sam Darnold walk. I loved him at $10 million a year. I don't love him at $100 million being your quarterback. I know that's like $33 million a year or whatever it is, but I think they know the flaws better in Sam Darnold than anybody else does. And I also know that they've seen enough out of Daniel Jones in practice to be able to compare apples to apples in the same system, same situation, in a prove-it situation. Maybe they've seen enough, and they feel like they can go win some weird games with Daniel Jones. So that's what I'm looking at. I know I was thinking maybe we get Aaron Rodgers of the Vikings, but I think that they're really looking for a gap for J.J. McCarthy to have a chance.
Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't shock me. Just complete the Packers quarterback circle of life, right? Like, we go to the Jets and then we go to the Vikings. Yep. It's fine. Your old team, Kurt, the Packers, signed Aaron Banks to a 4-year, $77 million deal. Also got Nate Hobbs from the Raiders for 4 years, 48 million, 16 million guaranteed. How do you feel about the Packers, where they stand right now? Because I think this team is one of my favorite teams to watch. I love the quarterback that Jordan Love has become. I love those wide receivers up there in Green Bay. They are some of my favorite wide receivers to watch. And Josh Jacobs was phenomenal for them last year. Do you like the direction that they're going so far in free agency? Is there anything else that you would like to see them do differently?
Yeah, I really, really wished that they were able to get a star receiver. That's one thing I was looking at. I don't think they're going to find that in the draft this year. I don't think that guy even exists anymore in free agency, not a guy that they don't already have. So that's what I was hoping. Yeah. But in a true Packers fashion, they don't really ever go that route. I really like the signings, though. I do think that I like Banks. I think he's a great offensive lineman. I like their DB signing. I think they need help at DB. Clearly, there's something going on with Jair Alexander. He's going to be somewhere. Who knows? And who knows in what capacity. But I doubt he's going to be with the Packers anymore. Yeah, I think that the Packers, in true to their form, don't ever make a splash, but they do the right thing for the most part. So I like the signings.
Now, there is another team in the NFC North that has been loading up, and I definitely want to get your thoughts on this. The Chicago Bears take away Ben Johnson from the Lions, and they have been making moves all offseason, trading for Joe Thuney, trading for Jonah Jackson. They just signed Drew Dahlman today, 3 years, $42 million, $28 million guaranteed. Grady Jarrett signed to a 3-year, $43.5 million deal. Dio signed for 3 years, $48 million with $32 million guaranteed. It seems like the Bears are loading up for something, Kurt. What do you think they're loading up for?
I think they're loading up to be a problem for once. I think that they've, for the first time, have a competent head coach that's not going to get in the way offensively. And they have competent offensive staff that's actually going to put them in good situations to be successful. And now Ryan Poles is literally free agent signing for his life right now. He's going to do everything he can, because if this doesn't work this year, he's out. He is going to be the one that's out, because Ben Johnson's going to be there, in my opinion. The Bears could have a bad season, and I think they keep Ben Johnson. If the Bears have a bad season and don't protect Caleb Williams, Poles is out. So he's got to pull out every stop, has to use some future money to do it, and this is his last chance, because there's no more blaming anybody for it. You could blame the offensive coordinator the first time, then you blamed the defensive head coach the second time, and now if you don't protect Caleb Williams, it's over. So they've got the right signal caller in Ben Johnson, who's going to be leading the way, and now you've got a bolstered up offensive line. I think this is the best chance the Bears have, especially when you look at the Vikings. If the Vikings don't figure out the quarterback situation, they're not going 14-3 this year. I don't care what anybody says. And they got lucky, in my opinion, to go 14-3 last year. They won some games that they shouldn't have won. And just like a few years ago where they won some games they shouldn't have won. But I imagine the Vikings are going to be like a 9-8 team, 10-7. So like Bears, can you leapfrog them? The Packers aren't going to suck. They're going to play ground and pound football and take some shots over the top and try to play sound defense. And then you have the Lions, who are going to be retooled, healthy, and ready to hit the ground running. So that's who you're trying to compete with, those two teams this year. And I think that as much as I slept on the Vikings last year, I'm going back to sleep on them, because I don't think that they're going to have a quarterback situation that gets them over the hump against some of the defenses they're going to see this year.
Kurt Banker hitting snooze on the Minnesota Vikings. I think this Bears team is definitely loaded up, right? Rome Odunze is a really, really fun receiver for Caleb Williams. I think with this bolstered offensive line, Ashton Jeanty in the first round. I could see that happening.
If Jeanty falls to them, I wouldn't be shocked. And also, like, when you look at Odunze fits way better in the slot than he did outside. And that's kind of what he's always been doing. But Keenan Allen couldn't play out wide. So when you look at it, now that Keenan's not in the mix, I think Odunze is going to have a better production year. I think he's going to get into the games a little bit sooner. And I think he's actually going to be schemed up to get open, not just have to rely on talent, because Ben Johnson's going to do that for him. So I think he's going to be able to really come into his own. And I'm expecting a really big year, too, out of Odunze.
I think him and Moore will be a really, really fun duo to watch as they go into year 2 together. You mentioned the Lions. They're getting healthy. They re-signed Marcus Davenport. They brought in Derek Barnes on a 3-year, $25.5 million extension. with $16 million guaranteed. And then they signed DJ Reed to a free agent deal. Do these moves keep the needle high for the Detroit Lions? Do you think they're still a team that is a legitimate Super Bowl contender, or are you kind of cooling off on the Detroit Lions?
You know, the only thing that's really cooling me off is Jared Goff, and I can't get behind it. I think no matter how well he plays, you know that he's a couple uncomfortable situations away from a turnover that can cost his team. And that is, in my opinion, I don't think they're going to be able to protect Jared Goff the same way this year without Ben Johnson calling the plays. Ben Johnson gave Jared Goff his best few years of his career, and he covered up a lot of deficiencies. And I talk about this often. I know that Jared Goff has played like a top 10 quarterback statistically, and when his good games are good, they're really good. But it's only good when he's playing 7-on-7 football and nobody's touching him. As soon as somebody gets in his grill and he's got to throw with somebody in his face or move around a little bit or whatever, it gets uncomfortable. And I just don't know how many of the freebies they're going to be able to get this year that were just like slam dunk home run hits that are taking the top off of a defense. Maybe they know something I don't about who's calling plays this year, but I'd imagine they'd take a step back. And that step back is even just a little bit with Jared Goff, I think they're going to start questioning his long-term deal that they signed him to. And this is a conversation I have on every single show that I have about the Lions. It's just like, if you take some of these quarterbacks in bad situations and put them behind Jared Goff's offensive line with those two running backs and with those two receivers and tight end, what could they look like? I'm looking at a guy like Kyler Murray. What would Kyler Murray look like behind that offense? I think it would be incredible. What would Jared Goff look like in Carolina with the Panthers? I think it would be not great. And that's kind of the game I like to play with them. So I'm just like, I think they have a really good team, but there's some weird stuff away from Jared Goff not being able to carry the load. And that's kind of been how they've burnt out every single season that they've been this close in the past two, especially. It's down the stretch, critical football, he can't deliver. And I think he's a great guy and all, but I don't see how he can hold them up as long as he needs to.
Now, the team that knocked out the Lions in the playoffs, the Washington Commanders, they are just pushing the chips in right now. I think that this is one of the most aggressive off seasons I've seen from a team in a long time. They traded for Deebo Samuel, so that's fun. They re-signed Zach Ertz, re-signed John Bates, signed Javon Kinlaw to a pretty big deal. That one was a little bit of a head scratcher to me, but I'll trust Dan Campbell. And then re-signed Bobby Wagner. But Dan Quinn.
You're good.
Today, Kurt, they traded for Laramie Tunsil. They traded a third and seventh round pick in 2025, a second and fourth round pick in 2026. Washington gets Tunsil and a 2025 fourth round pick in the trade. How do you feel about Washington's aggressive approach in the offseason so far?
Well, I love it. And I think this is what happens when you nail your draft pick at quarterback and you have a quarterback on a rookie deal, 5-year deal. And I think that when you look across the board, they have their key pieces that in critical situations have just played so well. Zach Ertz, third down, got to have it. The ball was going to him. It wasn't going to Scary Terry. So keep your guy at tight end that your quarterback trusts. That's one. And then two, can you give him more time? And do you think that you'll be able to draft the tackle that today is ready to go, or is that guy going to take 2 to 3 years to develop? They're not playing that game anymore. They have Jaden Daniels on a rookie deal. They're going to go trade future picks for Laramie Tunsil because they know what they got out of him. They know what he's going to be able to do. And I think on the same part with Kinlaw, I think when we're looking at D tackles, is $15 million a year a lot? I think before it was. I think now it's not as much, but I think also what they're doing with him, he's a big dude. He's a space eater, and he may not get a lot of sacks, may not create a lot of pressure, but he warrants a lot of attention from the offensive line. People like to put 4 hands on him because he takes up so much space. He won't be left one-on-one as often as you'd think, and I think that opens up some opportunities for guys on the edge to create pressure. So I think they look at him as a linchpin on defense more so than a guy that's going to create a lot of havoc. And I think in the style of defense they play with a guy like Bobby Wagner behind him, they're going to want Javon Kinlaw taking up 2 people so Bobby can slip through and get the tackle. Like, that's kind of how they're going to scheme it up. So knowing how they play defense, they want to stay in that cover 3 shell as often as possible, get to the 2 high occasionally, but I think this is a structural scheme fit play more so than anything.
Yeah, I think it's going to work. And I think this team, seeing how successful they were last year, it was awesome to watch.
Yeah.
And I think we all got the answer that Cliff Kingsbury was maybe not the problem as much as we thought he was in Arizona, because his offense was cooking. And with a guy like Jaden Daniels, where you can do so many things, you have a guy who's a great runner, you have a guy who can make just about every single throw. It allowed them to really become this complex offense, especially down the stretch. And it was a lot of fun to watch.
Look at what Austin Eckler did. Like the year that Austin Eckler had. What I love about what they did is, and this is football schematics 101. Deebo Samuel is a way better player right now than Austin Eckler. It just is what it is in this phase of their career. Austin Eckler was able to thrive because they kept putting him in space and let him play like a rugby player, where Deebo was stuck in an offense where they had condensed splits. Everything was tight. They ran crossing routes and like drift routes across the middle of the field with tight spacing. The Commanders are the exact opposite type of offense. They spread everything out, they chip release people, and they check it down in space. And I'm just going to tell you right now, Deebo Samuel is going to get the ball with less people around him per catch than ever before in his career because of how the Commanders run their offense. It's just schematics. So I love that they went out and got Deebo. And I guarantee you, Adam Peters was licking his chops, being like, dang, they kind of have him on the way out. We're going to be able to get him for a mid-round pick. And he's still got a lot of juice left in the tank. He's a perfect fit for our offense. And that's why they did what they did. And that's why they were excited to get him. So more so than anything, I'm jumping back into the Deebo Samuel fantasy bandwagon this year because I just truly trust him as a guy that is going to be able to get 4, 5, 6 receptions a game in space. And we've seen Deebo, when he can get the ball in space, what he can do with it. And in San Francisco, especially once Christian McCaffrey was out of the game, there was no space. They didn't have Brandon Ayuk taking double coverage. It was literally Deebo Samuel that was getting all the attention, and then Jawan Jennings got to eat a little bit. But he's not going to have to be that guy this year. He's going to be piece. He's young.
He's still a great yak guy too. Like, he's still really good after the catch. His numbers, while things didn't end well in San Francisco, like, he was still really good after the catch. He's still a tough runner with the ball in his hand.
And Jaden Daniels, and that's the other thing. When you're playing with a guy like Jaden Daniels, more people get into the box because they're paying attention to his run threat. So, like, just Deebo Samuel as a chess piece in this team in general, he has so much more value to the Commanders than he ever did for the Niners, and he had a lot of value at some times with the Niners. So he is like my number one shining star of, I think people are going to be sleeping on him. He's going to be people's waiver wire pickup of the week 2, 3, 4 in the fantasy football season, and then he'll be on a roster the whole year. So that's what I'm looking at with him.
Well, Kurt, we were talking about Cooper Kupp going to Dallas earlier, but now we have breaking news. A former Denver Bronco is finding a home in Dallas. Javonte Williams has signed a 1-year, $3 million deal, max $3.5 million with incentives. I think that this is a good signing for both parties. I think Javonte Williams, these last couple of years in Denver, just has not been the same, going from the offense that he was in to the Sean Payton offense. He was getting 200 plus touches a year, and it just didn't pan out after the injury. I think that this is a good fresh start for Javonte, and it gives the Cowboys a young runner if Rico Dowdle is indeed gone. Do you like this signing for the Cowboys, Kurt?
Yeah. This is a nice little discount deal here. This is a prove it. This is a one and done, potentially be the guy. We've seen him be able to be the workhorse. So he gets his chance to do it. And I think he's still got juice left in the tank. Obviously, he's still young. I mean, I kind of thought he was going to get a little more than that. So he must believe in the Dallas juice. Plus, state income tax in Texas might have something to do with it.
Well, one Broncos running back gone. There was another Broncos running back today, Kurt, that signed with a AFC North team. Samaje Perine signed a 2-year deal worth up to $3.8 million with the Bengals. He leaves the Chiefs and returns back to where he was before he was in Denver. Before he was in Denver. Kurt, the Bengals were a team that I thought wasn't going to spend a ton of money. And they have kind of been spending some money. Samaje, they franchise Higgins. They re-signed Gesicki on a 3-year deal with worth $25.5 million. Re-signed Tanner Hudson. They basically just brought back most of their guys. BJ Hill, we talked about that one briefly. 3 years, $33 million. Do you see this team? I know that we still have Jamar Chase's contract. Higgins is playing on the franchise tag. Sam Hubbard retires. They're going to let Trey Hendrickson go. Do you think that this team is going to be better than they were in 2024? Or do you think that we might see a little bit of a regression? They were 9-8 last year, so it's tough to see them getting too much worse.
Yeah. I think they'll be better because of their offense, but man, they can't lose those weird games early and be fighting back from a 0-3 start every single year. And I just think, like, when you look at their defense, if they can just get guys lined up in the right spot playing competitive football, you don't even need a bunch of dudes. Like, you're going to get worked some games, but they had so many busts and just plays that were wide open to be had. I mean, Russell Wilson had a career game against them last year, putting up 40-something points, like, through the air. It should never happen. They were that bad on defense. And so maybe it is time for them to let some of these older guys go and see what the young guys that have been on the bench can do, and maybe retool in free agency, make a trade here or there, and they got to go and get some out of the draft. But I think their defense could not have gotten much worse. So why keep paying these guys that aren't leading to a good defense? And so if I'm them, I'm trying to build it from the ground up, get D tackles that can do it. They got BJ Hill, obviously, get defensive ends that can navigate both the run and pass game and can do it at somewhat of a budget, because you can't afford to pay anybody on that defense with how bad the defense was in general. Like, it's, I don't know how much Hendrickson's going to get in the open market, but he didn't do anything for them anyways enough to win them games. It was a great piece to have, but they obviously had other glaring problems that teams would just run away from him and they would just chip him in the pass game. There's ways to neutralize those guys. So if you have that many holes, you can't pour more money into one player. So I think that's kind of where they're going with it.
They signed TJ Slayton to a 2-year, $15.1 million deal, and did sign Oren Burks away from Philly for a 2-year, $5 million deal. I was a little surprised when I saw the Hendrickson news, just because of, him being a sack leader and everything. But I was like, man, Sam Hubbard is retiring. You probably want to keep this guy at least for another season. If you're planning to have a deep playoff run, but still going to be interesting to see where he lands. Kurt, couple more things before we get out of here. The Cleveland Browns really haven't been too active in free agency. They did trade for Kenny Pickett today. They traded Dorian Thompson-Robinson and a 5th-round pick to Philadelphia for Kenny Pickett. So Kenny Pickett gets a fresh start. And the massive one, Myles Garrett, despite demanding a trade and contemplating missing games, signed a 4-year extension for $123 million guaranteed and an average per year salary of $40 million, including a no-trade clause. What are the Browns doing? What are they doing, Kurt?
This is my problem. Trade him away. Trade him away. You were 3-14 with him. Get the picks. Keep the money. Like, he did not do anything to change the games for you. Yes, he did have a good season for himself, but you need guys around. And clearly you have too many holes and didn't draft well enough and had all these gaps that I don't care how much money he's getting paid. He might do the same exact thing he did last year, but you're still going to lose all those games if you don't address the real problems at hand. And I understand, like, building the defensive line is important. I believe that, but you're not doing the rest of the bit. You're paying one guy and thinking the whole line's fixed. So unless they're going to make some moves and get some other guys on the defensive front to help, you will just see teams triple chipping, double teaming everything on him and just torturing the rest of the defense that has not played well this past year. So I'm shocked that they forked up as much money as they did, and it seems to be one of those things that bad teams do, because there should have been a team that was more prepped to win that would have been willing to pay him that and give you all the picks. So I don't know.
Right.
Maybe, I don't know. It's pretty wild to me, honestly. I would never build a team that way. And there's nothing against him as a player, but trade him to the Falcons, who would have given you an arm and a leg for him, and then he would have still gotten paid. And you would have been able to use that for like 2, 3, 4 players on rookie deals.
I saw the Eagles were one of those teams that had legitimate interest in Myles Garrett. And I was just sitting there saying, like, no, please don't do this. Yeah. That would be way too scary. Buffalo was another team that a lot of people threw out as hey, just go get Myles Garrett. Like, you want to beat the Chiefs, just go get Myles Garrett. But the Bills, in their own right, Kurt, have been fairly active in keeping some of their guys. They did agree to a 3-year, $36 million deal with Josh Palmer. I thought that was an awesome signing for them. They did sign Khalil Shakir to a 4-year extension worth up to $60.2 million, $32 million guaranteed for Shakir. They signed Greg Rousseau to an extension and Terrell Bernard to an extension as well. Do you think that this Bills team has what it takes after these moves to get to that Super Bowl, get over that hump, get to that Super Bowl, and potentially lift a Lombardi?
You know, they should have been there last year, as far as I'm concerned. If you take away the whole, was he short, was he not, and the weird stuff that happened in that game, they're changing rules for the Bills once again, getting electric lines to follow the football to know if it's a first down. Like, they've had to do this multiple times with these run-ins with the Chiefs that the Chiefs have been the beneficiaries of on the other side of it. I think it's smart to bring as many guys back because then we talked about this in the earlier show today. When you have a team that's that close, you may be slightly overpaying for these guys because of where you got, but that overpayment right now can really pay dividends in the early part of the year where you end up starting the season 6-2 because you don't have a bunch of new guys that are trying to figure out how to play with each other. You already have your unit. You're able to hit the ground running, and you're able to rack up and rattle off wins early in the season that if you had new guys in weird spots, maybe you're starting out 3-3 because like they're figuring it out or whatever. So I think for the Bills, this is let's start fast, let's build, add a few key pieces if we can in the right spots, but they want their core unit because they felt like they could have done it this past year, and rightfully so, they could have.
Yeah, I agree with you, Kurt. It's going to be interesting to watch the rest of free agency unfold. Thanks so much for joining Kurt and myself for this hour. We're going to toss it over to Mitch, Jake, and Cam for the next show. Make sure that you guys stay tuned. More free agency news, more rumors on the way. What are some of these teams doing? Where are the big pieces going to land? It's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Kurt, thanks again so much for joining me.
Absolutely. It was a good time. See you guys.
Shout out to Kurt and Patrick for an awesome show. But now it's our time, baby. I'm Mitch. Go. This is Cameron, Jake. It's NFL free agency. It's been a wild day. So much has broke. Even Twitter, even X, bro. Everything's broken. All right. The news. So we've got a lot to discuss. My favorite team, the Patriots, have gone to work, spending a ton of money, and I think that's where we're just going to get right into it. Let's just kick it off, man. So let's start it off with your favorite little signing from the New England Patriots so far. Let's start it off with Cameron. What do you think, man? What's your thoughts on the Pats so far?
I mean, the Pats have done a great job with the offensive line. At the end of the day, you get some offensive linemen in there, you get things going. Also, too, when it comes to the Patriots, Milton Williams, he got the bag recently, which is really cool to see. What is it, $104 million, $63 million guaranteed. We didn't think he was going to get all that money, but the way that he performed at the Super Bowl was super impressive. And talking about the offensive line, Morgan Moses from the Ravens, if you're blocking for a guy like Lamar Jackson, I mean, come on and bring him over to the Patriots, right? Drake May is not a Lamar Jackson, but getting an offensive lineman in there is really cool to see. And then my favorite overall is Robert Spillane. I know he's coming from the Raiders, but he's a baller at the linebacker position. I play linebacker myself, but I won't take too much of the airspace. Jake, what are your thoughts on some of your favorite signings from the Patriots?
Well, I think we all thought Milton Williams was going to Carolina because that was reported multiple times. Then all of a sudden he's a Patriot. Just kind of came out of nowhere. But look, I knew he was going to have a serious market. I think it was around $26 million a year. He's 26 years of age. I I remember, I don't know if you guys remember, but when he was drafted, they showed that, clip in the war room and everyone looked upset. Like it just looked like it's like they drafted the wrong guy. Well, I mean, he was the one that was laughing last there. Big deal for him. A lot of money. I agree with Cam, though. I think Spillane kind of represents, what you're looking for with a Vrabel type of team. I think he's kind of, one of those statements being made. Anytime you make a move, you're also making a statement for everybody else. So I actually really like the Robert Spillane pickup. I think he's been playing some really good football as of late. Of course, I don't have to tell Cam, playing in the NFL, it's all about the guaranteed money at the end of the day. All that noise, that's just noise. I mean, not everybody is going to get the money that you see. So is that Spillane deal, is that going to end up being a 3-year deal, or does he play 1 year and they, get rid of him after 1 year? I don't know, but I think he makes a lot of sense in trying to move the culture in a different direction. Harold Landry is the one that stands out the most to me, though. This is a guy that I think a lot of people forgot about, was playing some outstanding football, has had some issues with injuries, but I really like Harold Landry as kind of, a sleeper here. I know the money doesn't show that he's any bit of a sleeper. He is getting paid 3 years, $43.5 million. But I think when you look at his overall game, and especially when you watch the tape in Tennessee, when he's healthy, he puts a lot of pressure on the quarterback. So I like what the Patriots did. And then, of course, Morgan Moses, you get a guy who's 34 years of age. And I mean, we've seen these signings go very well. He's a plug-and-play starter. They've had issues on their offensive line. They've started all sorts of guys. So ultimately, I like what they did. Carlton Davis is another one they added. I wasn't as high on that one. I thought they could have gone out and gotten, a better corner for especially that money. I look at like a Paulson Adebo. I would have liked him a little bit more, who signed with the Giants for a lot less. But I like the Matt Collins pickup that just happened not that long ago. Kind of a glue guy, can help you in special teams. And Josh Dobbs gives them that flexibility to trade Joe Milton.
Yeah, I want to get to my Patriots, I promise you, but we have some breaking news. So big-time linebackers come off the market. Dre Greenlaw has signed with the Denver Broncos. I'm not exactly sure on the contract, but big move for the Denver Broncos. We knew the Broncos might be interested in a linebacker. Now they're going back-to-back 49ers. They're bringing the physicality, the speed to that second level for the defense. Dre Greenlaw had an Achilles injury. Everybody saw it. It was in the Super Bowl. It was one of the craziest things I've ever seen in the history of football. A guy running onto the field, tearing his Achilles in the biggest game of his life. But this man is an assassin in the middle of the field. I love how he plays with his energy. We saw him in the playoffs a couple years ago, intercepting Jordan Love not once, but twice. His ability to fly around the football field, cover sideline to sideline. For a very good Broncos defense, this maybe is the missing piece. And Hufanga also, it was a nice addition too. 2 players in San Francisco that have had a little bit of injuries lately, but at their best, they're all pro caliber players. So the Broncos could be adding maybe 2 all pro caliber players. What are your guys' thoughts first on Dre Greenlaw there?
I love it. I mean, Jake knows this is one of my guys, right? He's one of the he's a hated player in the Rams space, but you think about Sean Payton, it makes a lot of sense. I love how the first highlight was against the Saints. When it comes to Sean Payton, he knows great linebackers. It's DeMario Davis. I mean, you can list the linebackers and the defensive players that Sean Payton has coached, and it's really cool to see him level up with these 2 defensive players in Hufanga and Greenlaw. Greenlaw, he brings a certain type of energy, when he plays the game. He reminds me of a Quan Alexander who I played with in the Buccaneers. Like you said, he got hurt this year, so give him some grace. But as he does get back healthy, I think that Broncos team, and they made the playoffs last year, which was impressive under a rookie quarterback in Bo Nix, and so having some guys on the other side of the football to show Bo, hey, this is what real defense looks like, I think is really impressive. Jake, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I gotta say, guys, the first thing that stands out is look at the defense the Broncos are building. They have defensive player of the year, Pat Surtain, Riley Moss, I think is a really solid piece that I think people forget about. They got Brandon Jones. You talk about Nick Bonito really taking another step. Zach Allen, I'm sure Arizona wishes they didn't let him go. DJ Jones, they just signed. They got John Franklin Myers, one of the more underrated players on this team. I don't know why the Jets got rid of him. Just so many guys. Singleton. This is becoming a scary defense. It was already scary last year, but you had Dre Greenlaw, and to be honest with you, he's a top 10 linebacker when healthy. He's coming off a major injury, so they're going to get him on a discount, which allows them to go out and get guys like Hufanga, re-up DJ Jones. The Broncos, they are not okay with just going to the playoffs last year with Bo Nix. I think they're going to try and make a significant run this year. Would not be surprised if they're active during the trade deadline. They feel like they got their ducks in a row. It's going to be really interesting. I think the next thing for them, when you look at this team, the defense looks set. I mean, they'll probably add guys via the draft, maybe some depth, but you look at that running back position. We just saw Javonte Williams go off the board to the Cowboys. I think that's a really interesting spot here for Denver because for the most part, they got a lot going for them. You know, they drafted a wide receiver last year in Troy Franklin. I think they could add another one. They have Marvin Mims. They have Cortland Sutton. I really like the way that they're operating, especially keep an eye on Evan Ingram, who has taken a visit to Denver. I don't know, man. Sean Payton looks like he's turned that thing around quickly.
Well, Sean Payton's a great coach. I think you look at the defense, they were a top 10 defense, maybe being conservative last year. I feel like they, in many metrics, were in the top 5. And a lot of that was due to their interior defensive line. Like you guys brought up, Zach Allen was an absolute stud. John Franklin Myers was a great addition. DJ Jones against the run. And then Nick Bonito had an awesome season. But some of their deficiencies were linebacker, where you add Dre Greenlaw, and safety to complement to Brandon Jones, who had a breakout season that they signed last season. So now you kind of just fill in those two soft spots of their defense where teams were picking on. And now all of a sudden, I don't know where offenses are really going to go after. Like, where are they going to pick their poison? Are they going to try to run more than they throw more than they run? What's going to be the balance that offenses try to pick on Denver now? As long as those guys can stay healthy, I think they're going to be great signings. That's kind of the way they play, though. Inside that San Francisco defense, they play fearless. They play a little bit reckless with their bodies, which sometimes can lead to injuries. But when they're on, they're two of the best defenders at their positions, and they bring a different style of energy to that defense for sure. Dre Greenlaw, I'm hoping for the best. I'm hoping he returns to an all-pro caliber linebacker like he did a couple seasons ago for sure. Now, offensively, I just want to compliment your discussion there because I think it's interesting. I think they do need a slot receiver potentially, maybe even like a veteran, or like you said, Evan Ingram, potentially a Joker type player. Maybe they could target Cooper Kupp or Keenan Allen, maybe one of those type of players that can find the soft spots, especially in those RPOs with Bo Nix. And then, like you said, running backs, maybe a Najee Harris. I could see him being like Sean Payton's Mark Ingram. Yeah. You guys like that?
Yeah, I like that. Also, keep an eye on center as well. I could see they lost Lloyd Cushenberry last year to Tennessee. That's the way it works. You know, you draft good players, you develop them, they go on and they make a lot of money somewhere else. But I'd keep an eye on them in the draft with a center, maybe even sign one of these one of these guys maybe on day 2 of free agency, because, I mean, let's be honest here, there's going to be a lot of money being thrown out today. But the real value starts in day 2, day 3, a week from now, 2 weeks from now. So it just, based on what we see today, this is not it. And, I'm looking forward to seeing how this team kind of builds themselves up, because I think they look like a pretty well-built team already.
Yeah. Question, does Najee Harris leave, though, right? After DK going to the Steelers, right? Was it Justin Fields went to the Jets? So what does that look like if Aaron Rodgers goes to the Steelers? Like, does he say, "Hey, let me hang out here a little bit longer"? What does that look like? I know we talked about it before. Does Aaron stay in New Jersey, go to the Jets or the Giants? What does that look like? But if I'm Najee, Chargers are pursuing. Okay, that's breaking news there.
That's interesting. To see it. That's interesting. I thought they would just kind of bring back J.K. Dobbins, but we'll see.
Maybe Dobbins goes to the Steelers, like Cam actually predicted. I believe. Yeah.
And Najee, he's from California, so he might want to get back to the back home, whatever that looks like. But again, right, if Aaron signs with the Steelers with Justin Fields leaving, what does that look like? I know, you got to figure with Russell Wilson where things go there. But if I'm Najee, I'm trying to figure out, hey, do I stay or do I go? 1,000-yard rusher, you see the stats there. He's still pretty active. I know people say he doesn't really move as fast as you think he could, as you think he would. But if I was Najee, I would probably reconsider and maybe even give Aaron a call. Aaron, what are you thinking, my man? Because if you come to the Steelers, you're right, and Russell leaves, then I might stay here. So,
yeah, we'll see. Well, they tendered Jaylon Warren, or they look to have Jaylon Warren back, and Jaylon Warren's been maybe the more explosive, dangerous back in that backfield. But I feel like what coaches love about Najee is his every down ability, his power ability is in between the tackles running. He can pass catch, he can pass block. He's not going to be a guy that's going to run for 40, 50-yard touchdowns all the time, but he's somebody that can do a little bit of everything. Right. So that's something to look out for. I think Harbaugh would like that and maybe fit that scheme pretty well. Going back to the Patriots, who have loaded up today, especially defensively, man, I'm excited because the Patriots, as much as they had Tom Brady, they've been known for defense over the years too. And having a defense for Drake May is, in my opinion, just as important as having receivers and an offensive line. So last year they didn't have a defense. They couldn't stop the run. They couldn't set the edge. We brought up Harold Landry, one of the best run defenders in football at his position, multi-time 9+ sack guy on the edge for the Titans, has familiarity with Mike Vrabel's system, and also from Boston College. So he's got a little bit of a homecoming there. Robert Spillane, one of the highest graded linebackers against the run as well. So those are two impact signings for their run defense that was lacking last year. And then they bring in probably the best defensive tackle you possibly could in free agency, who graded first in pass rush grade last season. So you've got a complement of guys that can do a little bit of everything for that defense. And we brought up Carlton Davis. I feel like, is a great asset if the Patriots want to play more man coverage, because we saw him in Detroit play as their CB1, play a lot of press man coverage. That's something Christian Gonzalez does very well. And now that Carlton Davis is in New England, he doesn't really have to take on the best receivers all the time because he's got Christian Gonzalez. So the Patriots, cornerback duo might be one of the best in the NFL too. So I'm really excited for this defense.
Yeah. I want to put a pin in that one, Mitch, right? With Carlton Davis. Jake, I know you said you're not really high on Carlton. I played with Carlton in the Buccaneers, and one thing I do know, he'll bring some energy to that team, right? We talk about what does the chemistry look like? What does the character of the team look like? He's going to talk some trash. And so, Christian Gonzalez is a younger cornerback, and so he can get coached up by a guy like Carlton, who's been to the Super Bowl before, by the way. And so you bring some of that experience. You think about the Lions as well. His time there. I know he got hurt a little bit, in the middle of the season. So that is unfortunate, but he went and got paid, which is really cool. But I do think he'll bring some great character to that team. You see 43 receptions allowed, 6 passes defended, overall coverage grade of 72. So, sometimes you'll see him getting beat, Jake. I'm sure you'll probably bring up certain plays where you'll see him getting roasted a little bit, and that's okay because, at the quarterback position, you can't win them all. But I do like a guy like Carlton Davis bringing that veteran presence to the Patriots, installing some character to the team. And then, he's a Super Bowl champ, so play with Brady. And so I think that Patriots team needs that little flavor there.
Yeah, I don't think Jake will like this stat either. Carlton Davis, since 2019, leads the NFL in forced incompletions, 11 more than any corner in the league. So he will get his hands on the ball. He will force a lot of incompletions. His completion percentage is largely low. Sometimes he can get beat because of the style that he plays for some touchdowns. But a lot of forced incompletions, low completion percentage allowed, which I think is the style New England's looking for.
Yeah, I was actually... I was surprised they went with Carlton Davis. I definitely, I get what you guys are saying. I think there were better options, and to spend that much money, I was a little surprised with. But I mean, he was having a good year, before he went down with injury. One thing I wanted to bring up, Mitch, and good on you with the connections with Harold Landry. I mean, I know you're kind of, it's a little bit of cheating because you're the Patriots guy, but that's good connections. And it made me think, what was the first year Vrabel was the head coach of the Titans? 2018. Well, guess what? Yeah. They signed Robert Spillane in 2018. So there's another connection. So it's interesting because it's not a full on, we're just going to get all my guys from Vrabel, but I like the idea of going out and getting some familiarity. I'm sure he knew about Carlton Davis, with Tom Brady and all of that. I'm sure they've had communication, but I like this because I think altogether, it's a lot of money that you're spending day one, but they're all good football players. Like, you can't say anybody that they got is objectively an average to bad football player. Maybe, you could say average, but for the most part, they're all pretty good. And that is how you're going to turn this thing around. And you have a quarterback in Drake May. I'm very high on Drake May. I would draft him number 1 overall in this draft if he was available. I think they have a stud in him. And I'm really high on Mike Vrabel because I think this is somebody who should have been coaching last year. And I think he's one of the top coaches in the league. And I think he'll have this thing turned around. And you had, over $100 million in cap space. And I saw all the, the Photoshops of T. Higgins in a Patriots jersey and what have you. But you know what? Going this direction feels more Mike Vrabel to me, and it makes more sense. So I like what they're doing.
Wait, question for you. Are we not talking about Matt Collins enough, Mitch? I know he's
Matt Collins. Can I say something about that? Okay, he had a great game against the Chiefs, all that stuff. This is a Belichick signing, and I'll tell you why. Matt Collins, when he used to play with Miami, he used to burn the Patriots. And Belichick used to sign all the guys that would burn the Patriots. This guy, Matt Collins, used to beat Stephon Gilmore for no reason in his prime, in his Defensive Player of the Year season for touchdowns. Like, it's just one of those weird things, but he's a great special teamer, great energy guy. That's an interesting one. I just wanted to say with Robert Spillane, McDaniels, who's back as the Patriots offensive coordinator, also signed him in Las Vegas in the first season he was there. And that's where he broke out too. He had like 140 tackles this year, 130 last year. He's a tackling machine too.
Yeah, you want to go where you're familiar. Yeah. You want to go where you're familiar. You want to go where things feel like home. But yeah, Matt Collins here, I want to say the barefoot bandit, because he's not a bandit, but we see him walking around barefoot all the time. Will he do that at the Patriots? I'm sure he will. I'm sure Mike Vrabel, he'll welcome that. But 2-year, $8.4 million. I think that's really cool to see. And, you have a younger quarterback. And so getting a veteran guy who's played with someone like Josh Allen, I think you can't say enough of that, right? The Bills, I think, Mitch, you were saying it before, they should have, or the show before us, they were talking about how they should have made it to the chip. And Matt Collins was a part of a great team. And so bringing that energy over to the Patriots is a big deal. I want to go back to Carlton Davis again, because I think at the end of the day, you think about a guy like Matt Collins, he's 6'4". Carlton Davis is about 6'2", 6'3". So they're also getting some size on the perimeter. I think that's really important, the way that the game is being played now. You got some fast receivers who are a little bit taller, and so you got guys who can put hands on them and be aggressive at the line of scrimmage. So really cool to see. Carlton Davis is great at run defense too, Jake. You said, hey, why'd they pay him so much money? Because a guy like Carlton, who played at Auburn, isn't shy to go in and make some tackles, right? Put his nose in and get dirty. And so that's really exciting to see for me. Like I said, I played with Carlton, the Buccaneers, so I'm a little giddy inside because my man finally got paid, and hopefully he can help turn that Patriots team around.
I think before we transition our discussion, I think we have to just lightly touch on Milton Williams, because I feel like the gem of this class for them will make or break. It will be Milton Williams. He's 25 years old. He's turning 26. He was second in the NFL playoffs in pressures. He had multiple sacks. He was hugely impactful in the NFC Championship and the Super Bowl, arguably, the most destructive player on their front for Philadelphia. So I look at him, and that's the guy as a Patriots fan that gets me most excited, because there's not a lot of great pass rushers out there that you can really sign in their prime. And a lot of times these guys don't hit the market. So if he can fulfill his contract, fulfill his potential, fulfill his promise, the only reason he's there is because he's on the Eagles. He was on the Eagles. They were so stacked, they couldn't afford to bring him back. That's the only reason he's there. These type of players don't make it there. So Patriots had the most salary in the free agency this year, and they made some moves. That's for sure. Milton Williams is the big one.
$104 million. That's kind of crazy. But hey, if you're a Super Bowl champ, show me the money. Show me the money. And these guys were freaking dominating the Chiefs' offensive line. Joe Thuney, I know he went over to the Bears, but yeah, man, Milton Williams turning up there. That's really cool to see. Young man got paid.
For sure.
Yeah, I gotta say, I gotta say with Milton Williams, this guy is an absolute brute force as a rusher, and I was surprised how much he got paid. But I think it really goes to show you just how what the market was. I think everybody was after this guy, and I mean rightfully so. But in addition to that, I think the Eagles have this model with Howie Roseman. I have to give him credit for. They were in the Super Bowl with Nick Foles, and they had almost a completely new defensive front. So I think teams they go about things in different ways. They pay certain position groups, they don't pay other position groups. And while it feels weird because defensive line and building in the trenches is so important, it just feels like lately the Eagles don't put such a premium on that. And I think a lot of it has to do with knowing they're probably going to have to pay Jalen Carter now up to $40 million it is because of Myles Garrett's recent deal. So I think they're saving for
and
that.
Nolan Smith probably too.
Well, yeah. And then also, they pay Zach Bond, who was a big, pickup for them. But I also do think it's more so the lack of run defense. I think that they're willing to kind of, we'll go out and find another guy who can work in our system because he is not the best run defender, not the best tackler, but he definitely makes up for it with his pass rush ability. And he had, tons of pressures this year, for the interior, defense. But I think he's going to have more in New England. And I think his best football is actually in front of him. I don't think this is, he's not tapped out. And I think that's the thing. You go to a defensive-minded guy in Mike Vrabel, and I think you're going to see some really good things out of him on the Patriots defense.
Yeah, hopefully Christian Barmore can get healthy and help him out in the run defense department. Let's transition to another young quarterbacks team, the Chicago Bears. They made quite a few moves. The interior offensive line, Joe Thuney, Drew Dahlman, Jonah Jackson. Talk about rebuilding a unit. The offensive line of the Bears might be one of the best in football already. What do you guys think of that?
Love it. Love it. Got to build the offensive line up. Shout out to Ben Johnson for protecting his assets, right? You got a guy like Caleb Williams lined up there at quarterback. Well, hey, you figure out what do they say? Show me where show me your finances and I'll show you, or what is it? Show me your finances, I'll show you where your heart is, right? And at the end of the day, you see where the Bears' finances went, and that went to the offensive line. So it's really cool to see Joe Thuney, who was playing offensive guard for the Chiefs, and he was playing tackle at one point. I mean, hey, the guy can do it all. Really cool to see. And then they went and got a center as well to support up at the front, Drew Dahlman, which is super impressive. The Falcons' offensive line was impressive all year, especially in the run game. So he's, blocking for a guy like Kirk Cousins and Penix, and then now a young quarterback in Caleb Williams. And I think that's really going to help when it comes to play calling and when it comes to hey, if I have a linebacker blitzing on this side, let me help you out, young Caleb, and not get you tore up and back there in the pocket. I think when it came to the Bears' offensive line, the previous year, I think they were sacked the most in the entire NFL. And so Ben Johnson said, hey, no more of that stuff. No more of that stuff. We're going to make sure our guys protected, which is really impressive. Another thing, too, when we talk about the Rams' offensive line, who they got there, I think it's impressive that they went and got an offensive line from the Rams, and he's slipping my mind here. Jake, can you help me out with who the Bears?
Well, they traded for. Yeah, they traded for Jonah, and it's actually weird. It's almost a course correction because last year the Rams kind of went away from what they normally do. They went and signed Jonah Jackson, who was the backup option in case they lost Kevin Dotson in free agency. Fell in love with him so much they signed them both. So it doesn't end up working out for him. They can't move Steve Avila to center. They don't feel like that's a good fit. This year, however, they kind of felt like, you know what, Jonah doesn't really make a lot of sense with what we're trying to do. And we also want to bring back a guy we let go last year to pay Jonah Jackson, and that was Coleman Shelton, who signed with the Bears. So it's almost like in a weird way that was part of the trade. Coleman Shelton is going to be going back to the Rams from what it sounds like, and Jonah Jackson gets to reunite. So the Rams have familiarity with their former starter. And now Jonah Jackson gets to play with Ben Johnson, who he was with in Detroit. So I love the direction they're going in. I'm very curious to see if they fully believe in their left tackle, Braxton Jones, because I think he's very talented. They stole him in the 5th round in 2022. That's really where I'm at. Are they sold on him? Are they going to draft a tackle? Where are they going to go there? Because I think, they have Kieran Amagaji as well on that, that offensive line. I think they should stick with the in-house approach here because I think they have the right guys. Those two I mentioned, they have Darnell Wright at right tackle, but you fix the interior. You got your guys that make sense for your offense if you're Ben Johnson. Joe Thuney, I understand he was playing tackle at the end of his career with the Chiefs. He's not a tackle. Left guard. Then you get Drew Dahlman. I think Dahlman is kind of underrated. A lot of people forgot about him because he was just over in Atlanta, just grinding things out. And then, of course, as free agency came along, you had people start to talk about him. Dahlman is a great pickup. And then you go out and you trade for Jonah Jackson. And we know why they traded for Jonah Jackson and Joe Thuney, because not only do they fit their offense, Ben Johnson had already approved them and everything, but they knew these are guys that have either made a Pro Bowl before or at least have played big time games, big time snaps, and you can trust them, and you're paying them you're paying them good money, but you're not paying them premium stuff like guys that might not be as talented in this free agency class. And I think that's the important distinction here. A lot of, reporters, analysts, what have you, have been saying this is kind of an average to a little bit above average free agency class. It's not the best we've seen. And so that's why you get a guy like, Dan Moore, and he ends up getting $80 million over 4 years. I think the thing about the Bears here and the way they operate and why I give them a lot of credit is because they made sure if we're going to spend that money, if we're going to dive into this free agency pool and spend premium dollars, well, we're going to go out and get the guys we want. They spent, a premium tag on Drew Dahlman. That's the guy they wanted. They got their 2 guards. They feel good about that. This is a team that is building to compete right now, but they also have guys that they've drafted well on that they can compete down the road. And they got Caleb Williams, who keeps their window open for a long time. So I like the way they did this, guys. I really do. We don't know anything about, what the contract is on Durham Smythe, but I thought that was an interesting move. Grady Jarrett, he gets released. He signs with the Bears. Worst kept secret in the world is this legal tampering. He had to have known he was going to the Bears for a long time, but I don't really know Josh Blackwell, so I can't say anything on that. But Dayo Odengbo, I had been watching a lot of tape on him. I think he is a real gem coming from the Colts. I think they're going to miss him, and I think the Bears are going to absolutely love him.
Yeah, I felt like the most underrated area because Bears fans are like, we need to fix the offensive line. We need to fix the offensive line. We need to fix I'm like, okay, but what about your defensive line, right? And they've gone out and they've picked up 2 pieces because it really felt like watching the Bears the last couple of seasons. Sure, they were able to kind of overcome the fact that they don't have multiple studs on their defensive front, but it was really just Montez Sweat chasing around the quarterback every game. Nobody else was really getting after it. And now they've signed 2 guys that can get after it. Grady Jarrett is a vet, not quite in his prime anymore, but still a good player and can play on all 3 downs. And now you've got a young pass rusher on the other side that maybe can thrive off of a Montez Sweat and have a breakout season of his own like he did last year. But you guys are right about the interior. I mean, Drew Dahlman, 4th graded center last year, didn't play the whole season, only played 554 snaps. Does have a little injury concern there. But I look at it and I say, like, Joe Thuney, arguably the best guard of like his generation. I mean, he's that good. He can even play tackle. He's an all-pro. He didn't allow a single sack last year. He's like a 4-time Super Bowl champion or something like that at this point. Jonah Jackson, like you said, a scheme fit with Ben Johnson. So those 3 guys perfectly mold together. And I think when you look at Caleb Williams' game, not only does it unlock the run game, but Caleb Williams, his tendency and his weakness is he holds on the ball, right? He had over a 3-second time to throw, which was, I think, 6th longest in the NFL. And some of the guys above him are like Lamar, who, okay, he can get away with it. Jalen Hurts, who has the best O-line in the league. And then like Justin Fields, who also played in Chicago. There's like certain guys where it's like, okay. But yeah, Caleb's got a lot of talent if he feels confident behind that line of scrimmage now, and he's able to create and buy some extra time and use his real skill set, which is why he was drafted, that might allow him to really, really explode and break out this next season. So that is even, I think, a really interesting point to why they maybe made these moves even more so than them just struggling in recent years, because it's actually Caleb needs that maybe than he needs a big time receiver. Possibly.
Yeah. Drew, not going to lie, Drew Dalman might be my favorite pickup, to be honest, as the graphic just showed. I think he allowed one quarterback hit. Like, come on, fam. I know he didn't play the whole season, but that's what you want to see. If you're a Bears fan, you're like, yo, don't touch the number 1 overall pick in Caleb Williams. Draft some people that we know that can block things up and make sure that he's protected. And so go get a guy like that. And then also, too, we talk about the draft. What does that look like? Jake, I think you mentioned tackle, Will Campbell. Having a guy like Will Campbell come in from LSU, step in and protect Caleb as well. I know, his arm length was an issue. Are his arms long enough? What does that look like? But my man's a dog,
Missouri
right?
guy.
I think, yeah.
Don't rule him out. Membo or Membao?
What guy?
What is it, Armani Membao from Mizzou?
Yeah,
he blew up the combine.
Both of them did,
yeah. So there's going to be options for them. I think I really think they should chill and just stick with Braxton Jones. But they're and again, Kieran Amagagi. I mean, they have 2 guys that I'm a big fan of, and I like Darnell Wright. But they could go tackle. And I think if they go tackle, they should consider going after Ursary in the 2nd round. That's what I would do if I was going to go tackle.
Am I crazy? Should they pick Genty?
I think that's where I have them going. I actually have them going there. I think it's a no-brainer. You're talking about Ben Johnson, who just came from the Lions, and everyone was, going crazy when they drafted Jahmyr Gibbs at 12. I think they're going to pick him. I do, unless Dallas trades up to try to, get right in front of them. Because Dallas
Dallas has to make a move.
that feels like a Dallas move, but at the same time, I don't know.
Can Dallas afford it? Chicago, you really look at their team. I'm looking at their depth chart, and I'm like, maybe they could go D-tackle the kid out of Michigan. Maybe.
I mean, with coaching last year, Chicago wins 10 games. They just didn't have any coaching.
Their secondary is pretty stacked. Safety, I guess they could use a younger safety. Kevin Byard's getting a little bit up there, but Jonathan Owens played really well for them last season. You can always use more defensive linemen. It feels like that might be the biggest upgrade, especially considering it's in Ben Johnson's offense. Jahmyr Gibbs, the most explosive player in the league last year, arguably, other than Saquon. So
if it's not him, maybe they trade down. They take Hampton at the end of the 1st. Somebody like that.
Yeah, maybe.
I could.
All right, let's move on to the Dallas Cowboys, man. The Dallas Cowboys are always super interesting, and I've already seen the graphics. It says Dallas Cowboys have signed nobody, so that's exactly what's happened. But the Dallas
they got
Cowboys,
Javonte Williams.
Okay, they got Javonte Williams. All right,
they're on the board.
I will say, is that that's a downgrade? I'm sorry. Okay, there it is.
That's amazing.
I'm sorry though. Javonte Williams, I don't think he's as good as Rico Dowdle anymore. I mean, he was a couple years ago, tackle breaking machine. Last year, it felt like he couldn't do anything. Maybe I'm too critical because it's the Cowboys. Maybe he'll have another year removed from an injury and be more explosive. Maybe he's the power back they're looking for, but they can't be done at this position with just Javonte Williams. Sure.
No.
He's decent. He's not. I don't think he's a starting caliber back. I think he needs to have another guy beside him, in my opinion. And this team has a lot of holes. I mean, defensive end, we'll see what happens with DeMarcus Lawrence. Chauncey Golson is also a free agent. Linebacker is a huge need for them. Nickel corner, they lost their nickel corner, Lewis, to the Jags today. So they have a lot of needs. Wide receiver 2, Brandon Cooks is a free agent. Will they bring in the other Diggs? We'll see. But yeah, I feel like Dallas has a lot of needs, a lot more than I've felt in recent years. Do you guys think there's a specific position they should attack?
I mean, Zach Martin's retiring. You got to fill that hole. That's a big deal. You talked about running back Genty. I think Genty, he was streaming live. He was like, "Yo, Cowboys could be a good fit. Give the people what they want. Go ahead and get Genty." But my thing is why are the Cowboys so slow? Like, it's like that old car that you have at the crib. Like, it takes a long time to start up. Like, why aren't they making any moves? And I know you got to re-sign Michael Parsons. I know they reworked the contract for CD and everything like that, but why are things moving so slow? If you're America's team, you need to move a little bit faster than that and give people what they want. But we talk about some of the weapons that they have here: Dak, Rico, CD, Jake Ferguson, and Brandon Cook. Some of those guys are free agents, right? And so how are they going to lock those guys in? What does that look like? But man, the Cowboys they just like an old mobile, they just move too slow. They got to make some type of moves.
Yeah, I can't find the tweet. I really wanted to find it, but I saw something earlier today that it's like since 2008 or whatever, it's like the last time the Cowboys have signed an outside free agent over $6 million a year. There's no way that's right, right? I mean, that's crazy if that's true. I could not find it, but no, I think Dallas, I mean, let's be honest here. I feel for the fans because they just paid $60 million a year to Dak Prescott. They have guys like CeeDee Lamb that you feel really good about. They just signed Osa Odigizua, who's a really good player. Micah Parsons better get his extension soon. And then, of course, you have Trayvon Diggs and Deron Bland, who, back-to-back years had just incredible seasons at corner. But here's the issue. I mean, this is the same. There it is. It was BR.
2015.
It was 2015, not 2008. But it was BR that said it. That's hilarious.
Greg Hardy.
and of course, no comment on who that is. But anyway, but
the MMA fighter.
Yeah. My thing here, guys, and again, I with all due respect to Dallas, this is a team that played Trey Lance so they wouldn't have to pay out the incentive bonus to Cooper Rush, who's a longtime backup for them. So, mind you, other organizations, they'll be like, oh, you didn't hit that incentive bonus? Here it is. The Dallas Cowboys, they played Trey Lance so he couldn't get it in Week 18. That's what we're dealing with. That's the organization that we're dealing with right now. And to me, they're just in kind of this, I would say they're in purgatory. What do you even do right now if you're the Dallas Cowboys? I mean, I'm being honest here. They got decent amount of cap space. They could go out and do something. But what do you really do? If Dak Prescott is healthy, you can, make a run at the playoffs. But this is no longer a guaranteed NFC East. Washington just made a statement with that trade earlier, and then you have the Eagles, who now look like the potential dynasty of the NFC. And I mean, the Giants are just trying to win, right? Like,
Jake, they're not even guaranteed third in this division.
That's what I'm saying. So it's like no longer can you just be like, oh, Dak's healthy, we're going to win 10 games. That's not even a guarantee, and that's not even a guarantee would put you in the playoffs. So I'm going to be honest with you, like, they're in a weird spot because Dak Prescott, you just signed him. You can't just trade him away. But I would start moving some of these pieces. I might try and see if anybody's willing to take on Trayvon Diggs' deal. I might start shopping Deron Bland. I don't think the timeline with those guys makes any sense to where Dallas is right now. I just don't. But what I think they're going to try to do is they're going to just try to right the ship. They're going to try and maybe sign some guys, some value free agent signings within the next 2 weeks. And I think they're just going to try and coast their way to being a competitive team this year, maybe try and fight in 2026 and 2027. But to be honest with you, I would sell off some of these parts right now. Start, preparing for 2026, because that's going to be even a better draft. But I would be just getting draft picks right now for these guys personally. Now, of course, that's a whole year you have to wait. So I understand, new head coach, you kind of have to win to keep your job in Dallas. So, we'll see. But I mean, you're looking at the offensive weapons right now on screen. Rico Dowdle, I think, is gone. And, Dak, he's coming off an injury. CD is one of the best receivers when healthy. Brandon Cooks is gone. And Jake Ferguson is Jake Ferguson. Not a bad tight end, but they could upgrade. So it's just, they're in a weird spot right now. A very weird spot. I don't exactly know all the answers. They have some really good players, but my only concern here is that you are going to have to pay Micah Parsons. You're not going to be able to keep everyone. it might make sense right now, guys, with all these corners signing and off the board, to shop around Trayvon Diggs and Deron Bland. I'm not kidding you.
What about Mozzie Smith too? Mozzie Smith could be someone that they can move from. What does that look like? And you think about the draft. You said, hey, what does that look like? They have, I think, 4 fifth-round picks. So are they looking to score big in the draft? Who knows? But man, the Cowboys in purgatory, that's the perfect way to describe them.
I don't know if I want to make my living in the 5th round. I mean,
yeah,
I don't know.
I mean, you could do it if you're the Rams or the Eagles.
Part of their problem is the offensive line in the first round, though. Like Tyler Guyton last year was their first round pick. Was he good last year? Not really. Or do you know you have a future franchise left tackle there? I'm not sure. Mozzie Smith.
You do. I like Guyton a lot, actually. Yeah, Guyton, Smith. Honestly, man, the offensive line might be the only thing I like about this team right now.
Tyler Smith's a good pick, but Mozzie Smith kind of been up and down. His rookie season was rough. Last year was a bit better, right? So I feel like their drafts have been a bit weaker lately, and that's kind of where they've always been able to build their team, is like 2nd, 3rd round, especially 1st round. They've hammered those picks. Like every year, it feels like they've had a stud, and that's where they've just lost some of their sting. I will say, this team can be very competitive, if not a playoff team, if they can find a wide receiver 2, an edge opposite Micah, a decent linebacker, and a nickel corner. The rest of their team is solid. Like, I don't really care. The running back, I feel like, is interchangeable. Like, if they can get a good wide receiver to complement CD, however that comes, Stephon Diggs is heavily rumored there. That's a guy that maybe could come there. DeMarcus Lawrence is a free agent. We'll have to see what happens there, but he's always been that steady guy for the complement to Micah Parsons. Their linebacker position's been weak for seasons. I do feel like Matt Eberflus, the defensive coordinator now, I think that's a bit of a coaching upgrade from what they had last year. I'm intrigued by Schottenheimer. Have no idea how he'll be as a head coach. Has plenty of experience as an offensive play caller, offensive coach. But you look at the core starters, I think what they're really missing is a lot of depth and a lot of youth. But I think if you look at the starters, this isn't too far removed from the team that won 12 games 2 years ago. It's just about finding those number 2s in certain spots that can take them over the top.
Yeah. Can we talk about how good Overshown was last year really quick?
Yeah, he was awesome. I think he got hurt, though, didn't he?
He did. He did get hurt. Yeah. I mean, he was balling. I think he got hurt after he scored a scoop and score touchdown or something like that. But they have some flash, but like you said, they need a little bit more back there, a little bit more depth. Eric Kendricks played pretty decent. We're talking about linebackers here. So Eric Kendricks, ever since Minnesota, I've been following him, but they have some good players. They just need a little bit more depth. DeMarcus Lawrence, if he leaves there, he's been a staple of the Cowboys for a long while. And so finding, I think, some defensive players would really help them out a lot.
All right, let's transition inside the NFC East to the G-Men. The G-Men have made a couple moves for their defense, a really critical move for the back end of their defense, because they had arguably the worst cornerback group in football last year. I don't think I'm exaggerating. Paulson Adebo was maybe my favorite corner available, because with the combination of youth and talent and upside that he possessed. And that's kind of what you're looking for in free agency. Has played really well the last 2 seasons in New Orleans. And I do think he could be, a long-term solution at CB1 for them. Maybe not truly elite, but a good player. So that's, I think, a huge get for them. And it honestly wasn't too expensive, maybe because of the slight injury from last year. They also signed a good veteran interior defensive lineman in Roy Robertson-Harris. Maybe declined a little bit last year, got traded from Jacksonville to Seattle, couldn't quite find the fit, but he's always been a good underrated value player there. So a couple fits for them on the defensive side where they definitely need more help. I still feel like they could add to the secondary. I do think their front, though, on paper, like money-wise, they have the pieces. When you're talking about Dexter Lawrence, Brian Burns, Kayvon Thibodeau, those guys are all paid handsomely. So feels like they need to get more out of that from a coaching standpoint, maybe. And they did have a nice breakout from Drew Phillips, the rookie nickel corner as well. Tyler Nubin enters his second year at safety. But defense still needs some work. Offensive line has always been a little suspect with the Giants the last couple of years. And, of course, quarterback is the ultimate question. So I guess that's where we'll start with asking you guys the question about the Giants. Who's playing quarterback for this team?
Tommy DeVito. I mean,
please forget
really
it.
quick though.
Forget it.
Yeah, like I said, Tommy DeVito played at Syracuse for a little while. Like I know he has the swag, when it comes to playing the game of football. But come on, fam, like we got to do a little bit better than I know. You see Drew Lock here as a weapon, but we Giants, come on, dog. We got to figure something out. Like we saw what happened with Saquon. Like let's take a couple steps forward, not a couple steps backwards. Aaron Rodgers, does he go? What does that look like? Does he stay in New Jersey? Does he go to the Steelers? We're not sure, but an athlete like Malik Neighbors, we can't let that go to waste. I mean, Malik Neighbors was cooking last year as a rookie, and so let's get someone who can throw him the football. I think that's going to be really, really important. Darius Slayton, he's. Oh, do we have breaking news?
No. I'm just saying. I kind of like you're breaking it down, bro. Like I kind of like this offense. If they had a quarterback, I kind of like this. Especially they just re-signed Darius Slayton, who is Mr. 750 yards every single year of his career. Won't ever give it up. He led the Giants in receiving yards like 4 years in a row before Malik Neighbors got there. Nobody realized. It's actually incredible. Wan'Dale Robinson had a great year last year as their little slot shifty option, difficult cover one-on-one. And Malik Neighbors is a budding superstar. Tyrone Tracy I love him. He's explosive, great pass catcher, receiver in college, transferred to running back. Theo Johnson was a nice draft pick for them. I feel like they've got a lot to work with weaponry-wise. Andrew Thomas, a great left tackle. Jermaine Illuminor is steady at right tackle. The interior is kind of suspect, but I mean, if you add a quarterback there, Rodgers can do work with Malik Neighbors, Darius Slayton, Wan'Dale Robinson, and those guys. I feel like they could be competitive. Maybe not a playoff team, but competitive for sure. I don't know, Jake. What do you think?
Well, I don't think Rodgers is even close to washed, like a lot of people say. I think he's got plenty left in the tank, and by plenty, I mean 2 full years if he wants them. Watching the tape with him and Davante Adams, the rapport that they had with each other, that's something special, and that will hurt not having Adams. But at the same time, he is going to have an opportunity to either play with Malik Neighbors or play with DK Metcalf and George Pickens. And you know what? I think he's going to the Steelers. And I think that the Giants are telling us they tried to get Stafford every which way. They're interested in Rodgers, although that's kind of flared out a little bit. I think Rodgers is going to the Steelers because the Steelers have their mind on the Super Bowl, right? That is what they're trying to do. They're trying to win now. But when you look at the Giants and you hear about the things, oh yeah, Joe Shane, He wants to protect his job. Brian Dable wants to protect his job. That doesn't scream, I want to win a Super Bowl. That screams, I want to make the playoffs. You know who I think is going to be starting for the G-Men this year? I think it's going to be Russell Wilson. It's going to be Russell Wilson, absolutely. I think that they will likely add a quarterback in the draft. I'm not saying it will be a certain player like a Shadur Sanders or a Cam Ward. Like I could still see them taking that early 3rd overall pick and focusing on maybe adding another weapon or doing something with it or trading down. And also keep in mind, a lot of teams are looking at 2026 as the quarterback goldmine draft. So I could see the Giants trying to move that and then, pick up picks for 2026. But here's the deal. If you're trying to make the playoffs, you're not necessarily vying to win a Super Bowl. For the Giants, Russell Wilson makes a lot of sense. You might not love him. You might not even hate him. He might just be in the middle where you're like, eh. But this is a guy that he's played great football, right? It's just at the end of his career, mobile quarterback. You're starting to lose that more mobility as you get older. But Russell Wilson still has that mobility. The Giants' offensive line hasn't been the best. Russell
Wilson.
Can
he dance like Drew Lock though?
Well, I don't know if he's going to run for any 80-yard touchdowns or whatever the heck Drew Lock did earlier that year.
Drew Lock is one of the most entertaining quarterbacks in football. Come on, let's be fair.
He's wild. But look, I just think Russell Wilson is the type of guy right now at this point in his career where if you're trying to just make the playoffs and you got a good enough team around you, I think that can suffice. Now, do I think the Giants are going to the playoffs? Absolutely not. I don't. I think Washington and Philly are going to be problems. I just talked about how the Cowboys I'm not worried about. But the Giants are still going to try to win football games. And if you win 10 games and miss the playoffs, or you win 9 games and miss the playoffs, then maybe you have a little bit more of a standing if you're Joe Shane or Brian Dable to keep your job. That's the angle here. I don't even think I think this is very reckless, to be honest with you. But this is what happens when you're talking about guys that are on the hot seat. Sometimes you have to make moves. And the GM, he's in charge right now. So what it comes down to is this: the Paulson Adebo pickup. Love it. I thought it was a good deal, and they got him for a good value. Darius Slayton, I think he's underrated. I do. Yeah. He has never played with a great quarterback. If he plays with Russell Wilson, who's not great at this point in his career, about I'd say a little bit above average, you play with him, I think he'll have his best, season yet. I think the Giants offense can at least move on and can, actually move the chains and actually move the football. And then you have a defense that has a lot of pieces on it and guys that can, like, game breakers, like Brian Burns, for instance, and Kayvon Thibodeau, and of course Dexter Lawrence. They got enough pieces there where I'm like, okay, I kind of see the vision. It is reckless, but I kind of see going out and getting Russell Wilson. Maybe you get a quarterback like a Tyler Shuck or somebody like that, and you have him behind Russell. Or maybe it's always been Shedeur Sanders. They're going to go out and get Shedeur. He's not going to start right away, and it's going to be Russell Wilson regardless. But it's going to be Russell Wilson. I am very, very, very confident in that.
You keep throwing around this word reckless. It's unlimited. You got to understand, it's unlimited. When you're talking about
I should have known. Oh, Mitch.
Right? But bro, can I say something about Aaron Rodgers real quick? I've done the research on Aaron Rodgers. I feel like I'm the only person on earth defending Aaron Rodgers. Everybody hates Aaron Rodgers. Let me go through these stats real quick about Aaron Rodgers. If you're doubting Aaron Rodgers, this is Aaron Rodgers' last season, okay? 18th in PFF grade, so top 20 quarterback. 14th in pass grade. In big-time throws, he was tied for 10th with Matt Stafford. He had more than Mahomes, Bo Nix, Baker Mayfield, Jaden Daniels, Jared Goff, and Jordan Love. Turnover-worthy plays, he had 12. That is the 4th least in football, with Jaden Daniels, Tua, and Lamar Jackson, okay? He had 39 dropped passes, which led the NFL by 8 drops, okay? His pressure to sack was a little bit worse than usual, which is maybe where he dropped off a little bit. But we know that he typically gets rid of the ball quickly. He was top 10 in completions, 8th, top 10 in passing yards, 8th, 7th in touchdowns, a 28-11 touchdown to interception ratio. He looked better near the end of the season, and I felt like he was in an awful situation. The O-line got hurt again. He had no proper offensive coordinator. The head coach got fired, maybe partly into his own doing. But if you put him in a situation where he's got a good offensive coach in Brian Daboll, good weaponry around him, actual stability from the organization, I feel like Aaron Rodgers can still get it done. I'm not saying he's going to win the Super Bowl, but this is a quarterback he wasn't that bad last year. Like, people act like he's totally done. He was better than Russell Wilson objectively last season.
Absolutely.
Russell Wilson was just on a much better team, had a much better overall defense, and didn't have to deal with the drama. But yeah, Russell Wilson's interesting. I feel like Rodgers is a lot easier, I feel like, for offensive coaches to digest, because Russ kind of like does his own thing a lot of the time, and he just doesn't get away with it anymore, but he kind of plays that backyard style. That being said, Malik Neighbors and Darius Slayton flying down the field could be pretty fun with Russell Wilson too. So those are two pretty interesting options for them. But yeah, I just wanted to defend Aaron Rodgers real quick. Meanwhile, while you were talking, I was looking up the definition of mid, and the Dallas Cowboys popped up. So at least Giants fans will have fun with that. Kirk Cousins, another guy. Do we want to bring up Kirk Cousins?
Yeah.
He's a Brown. Yeah. Or he's staying.
Yeah. He's not a Brown. Kenny Pickett's a Brown.
I still think he could go to the Browns. I do.
Talk about the strangest trade of the day. Kenny Pickett getting traded for Dorian Thompson-Robinson. What a maneuver.
I like it. it doesn't plant the flag like he's our guy, so you can still keep that Cam Ward dream alive, Browns fans, if you have it. But I also think it kind of just lets you know, they've also moved a quarterback out. And in addition to that, like, they're keeping tabs, whether anybody says it or not, they are keeping tabs on the Falcons. I don't think anybody is buying that Kirk Cousins with that fully guaranteed money is going to be a backup quarterback. I just don't think anybody's guaranteeing that, or anybody believes that. So
no, I agree.
Kevin Stefanski, who has a great rapport with Kirk Cousins, had a lot of success with him, and a coach that is honestly one of the better coaches in the league. He took the Browns now 2 years ago with Joe Flacco to the playoffs, and they also look pretty good in the playoffs. I will say this. I would not be surprised if the Falcons close to the draft start saying, you know what, this Kirk Cousins thing, seeing the quarterback landscape, knowing this draft isn't that great, let's see if we can get draft picks in 2026 for him, right? And the Browns are thinking, he's second year off his Achilles tear, right? I mean, I think the beginning of the season, I thought you saw some good things from Kirk. I thought the second half, to be honest with you, he had some bad moments, but he was
wore down physically, it felt like.
He did, but I also think he was totally scapegoated as well. This Falcons team absolutely should have made the playoffs. No doubt about it. And it wasn't just Kirk. They were losing games in different ways, and Kirk was the easiest to blame. And you already spent the 8th overall pick on a quarterback. So you were like, oh, naturally, Michael Penix Jr. And so I just feel like they were kind of 1 foot in, 1 foot out with Kirk the whole time. And I think the Browns are a good fit. And I think that's the team to look out for. Also, definitely keep an eye on the Titans. I'm not really sure what they're going to do.
Yeah, I was just going to say.
They
don't have a quarterback either. So
they're not taking number one overall. They're grabbing one of these crazy, I don't want to call them generational because that feels so overdone, but Abdul Carter or Travis, I know you agree. Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter, I think either one is going to be a Titan.
Okay,
Travis.
but then that's like, okay, why weren't they in on Darnold? Or are they going to be on Rodgers? Are they going to be in on Russ?
I think Rodgers is so picky about where he wants to go, and he knows that there's a lot of like kind of mid organizations that need a quarterback that he's just taking his time. I bet you Rodgers is having the time of his life right now.
There's 3 teams that need a quarterback, correct?
Well, depending
maybe
on what you mean
4
by
if you include the Browns.
So you got the Browns, you got the Titans,
the Steelers, and
you got
the
the Steelers, the Giants. Anybody else?
And the Vikings.
Vikings, yes.
Well, JJ, no?
Well, I agree with you. I would start JJ because you already planted that flag. By the way. But they're trying to, I don't know. It just sounds like they again, 1 foot in, 1 foot out. These teams, man.
I like Aaron. I like Aaron going to the Vikings. He'll follow a Brett Favre type of maneuver. You know what I mean?
History repeats itself.
Yeah. Make it happen. One thing I will say though is does he go to the Giants to like wilt away? You know what I mean? Like, does Kirk Cousins go to the Browns to wilt away? I don't know if that's the move. Like, you as an older quarterback, you don't want to say, "Hey, yeah, I finished my career with the Browns or the Giants." Not
it's
to
better
throw
than
any
the bench,
shade.
Cam.
You can stay in Atlanta where I think Kirk's wife is in Atlanta, his family's there. He can just go ahead and count his money. You know what I mean? Go ahead and count your cash. Don't go somewhere just to wilt away. That doesn't feel great. So.
You know who's not trying to wilt away?
The Colts.
The Las Vegas Raiders, baby. Just win, baby. Geno Smith. Out of nowhere. The silver and black made a move at quarterback. I actually love it. I don't know if you guys agree. I like Geno. I think he's a good quarterback.
I do too.
He's a little bit older now. But for the contract that he has, it's a 1-year deal. He can kickstart this new culture with Pete Carroll, who's brought in there for the sole purpose of restarting and recalibrating the Raiders culture. Tom Brady, who's running the whole thing, it feels like. And, an interesting team because they have so many free agents entering this free agency period, so much cap space They haven't done much so far. They've only really added Geno, Alex Kappa previously to play guard potentially in there, and then Jeremy Chin, who feels like a classic Pete Carroll safety, but not much so far. I think they're looking at a wide receiver, maybe a running back, potentially some secondary playmakers at corner, but they haven't really gone for the big fish. So the Raiders, they made that big move for Geno to maybe be competitive and upgrade that spot. It hasn't felt like they've tried to surround him with very much talent. Cam, do you have any opinion on that?
Yeah, I mean, they got rid of Gardner Minshew. Andrew James is on the cutting block too. And so I think at the end of the day, right, show me where your wallet is, I can show you where your heart is. And so at the end of the day, they got a quarterback in Geno, which is great. You want to go a place where you're familiar, but like you mentioned, Mitch, you gotta surround him with great talent. And what does that look like, right? What does that look like for Geno? And also Amir Abdullah, he's a free agent right now too, right? He's a running back that's been there for a while, a special team guy at first, and then and now on the chopping block. And Robert Spillane, you talk about your defense. Robert Spillane just got up out of there. And so how do you kind of, there's a lot of things that you have to fix. But you mentioned Jeremy Chin. I like it, right? Does Pete Carroll want to get back to the Legion of Boom, having aggressive safeties to come in and play in the box and play good football. So the Raiders, they have a lot of work. They have a lot of work to do. I think all these teams that we mentioned, they have a lot of work to do. They're last in points per game, yards per game. They're last in a lot of things, but they have a lot of money. So let's go ahead and use that money. Don't let it go to waste. And so I don't know, Jake, what are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I like what's going on with the Raiders. I think they're taking a cautious approach. I think Tom Brady, I know a minority owner, but I think he's got a lot to do with what they're doing. I don't think people realize it. I think he's pretty much the GM at this point. Like, I'm not kidding you. I mean, Spy Tech probably does stuff. Like, I'm not saying like he just sits on his hands.
Can we just talk about that for a second?
But
how funny is it that Tom Brady's there and there's a guy named Spy Tech? I mean, come on.
First thing I thought of, I was like, what?
They were each other, the Buccaneers, though.
Yeah, with the Bucs. Yeah.
I like Geno. Big reason why, because one, I think he's underrated, and I typically will defend underrated players. He was playing in Seattle. They have talent on that offensive line by name, but it doesn't always show up on tape, and he really just didn't have much of a pocket to work with. Let's put it this way. His offensive coordinator's not even in the NFL anymore, right? So Grubb left the NFL outright. And also, let's give him the benefit of the doubt here. Pete Carroll chose him over Russell Wilson, who he won a Super Bowl with. So say what you will, but I mean, that's what happened. Russell Wilson was available. And I know like Tom Brady is clearly not interested in this draft because he had, been trying to get Stafford. And that was close, guys. they did almost get Stafford. But, I think when you look at
together.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know how true any of that is, but but yeah, I think really what it comes down to is this. The Raiders, they're trying to be competitive, but they're also trying to set the culture. I think the focus with the Giants, like I mentioned, was trying to make the playoffs. I think the Steelers are trying to win the Super Bowl. And I think a team like the Raiders, they're just trying to save face for now and start building a culture. Pete Carroll isn't going to coach forever. He is in there to right the ship here as far as a culture, a locker room builder, right? Yeah. And Geno, I have never met one player who's ever spoken about Geno in a negative way. Like, he is very well liked around the league. A lot of people root for him. And I just think what people don't understand, the stats might not be gaudy, but he's got some of the stats that aren't like the counting stats, like the stuff that you need like a membership for, like PFF, for instance. I mean, when you look at his big time throws, right? When you look at his ability to, perform at, I would say, an elite level, when you're talking about putting him in a dome. Well, look at where they play. I just think it's a great fit for him. Yeah, I just think it's a great fit for him. And I think a good representation of who he is. Go back to that 49er game. They had to win it. And he led him down the field. And I don't think a lot of 49er fans gave him a chance in hell of winning that game. And he did. And I just think you have the mobility. You have that, big, I don't want to say big arm, like he's got some crazy arm. but he's got a good arm. I mean, people forget this guy was drafted in the first round for a reason. Those traits and that skill set still exists. It took him a little bit to get on his feet, but I think the Raiders have a good one here. And I'm not saying they're going to win the Super Bowl or anything, but this is exactly the type of guy you bring in, just like Pete Carroll, if you want to start changing some things. You still have Brock Bowers. You got Jacoby Myers, who I'm very high on. And you have other guys like Colton Miller that are important on this offense. What do they do at running back? I don't know. The defense, they got some pieces. They're losing pieces as well. The Raiders have cap space. We'll see what they do. But my guess here is that they're going to take the right approach here. $96 million in cap. Yes, the 7-year-old Madden player is like, ooh, free money. But the Raiders are looking at this like 2 weeks from now, we might be able to find guys that are as good as the guys that are getting signed today for half the price.
Yeah, when just bringing up Geno Smith's stats to back you up, 4th in passing yards, 5th in completion percentage, 5th in big time throws. I think he had 5 game-winning drives last year. The terrible offensive line and a limited running game. The one thing I will say about the Raiders, defensively, they did address some of their homegrown talent. Malcolm Kuntz, very underrated player, signed a nice little contract, had a great season 2 years ago, got hurt before last season. They expected a breakout. Maybe he'll break out this year. He complements Max Crosby. Christian Wilkins was signed last offseason to a big deal, didn't really play last year. He's a really good player when he's healthy. And Adam Butler, former Patriot with Tom Brady there, also re-signed. He's like a designated pass rusher on the interior. So a couple signings taken care of on the offensive and defensive fronts for the Raiders. Now, let's transition to the Bay. The 49ers are always interesting when it comes to acquiring players. Some of their players have left so far, and they've been very quiet for their standards this offseason. Some of that has come down to their cap situation, thinking about Brock Purdy's future. They do have quite a few starters returning, but they do seemingly have more holes, especially on the defensive side of the football, than they've had in recent years. Their offense looks pretty solid overall, though. And of course, with Kyle Shanahan running it, it should be good. And Christian McCaffrey returns, all that sort of stuff. But it's interesting that the 49ers have not really made any marquee signings so far. So what do you guys think of that? They let Dre Greenlaw walk. They let Hufanga walk, despite maybe their connections to Robert Saleh, who's back as the defensive coordinator. That maybe have been their biggest signing of the offseason to help out their defense, because that spot's kind of been hurting them the last year or two. So any thoughts on the 49ers so far remaining quiet?
Joey Bosa, what does that look like? I mean, we just mentioned they lost a lot of their key pieces on the defensive side. So I know we have Leonard Floyd on the other side of that line of scrimmage for Nick, but I think you get a guy like Joey to step in and help things out. But Hufanga, I mean, 2 years ago, he was one of the top 5 safeties in the league, right? We were like, is this Troy Polamalu's like grandson at some point? But Joey Bosa here, I know he did get hurt. He's had some back issues, but still a premium player in the NFL. And Jake and I have been talking about it all last week. I think once he came out of free agency, he was the guy. And so are the 49ers working on something for him to join them? I'm not sure. What does that look like? But I would love to see a guy like Joey Bosa line up across from his brother. Bro, you got the Bash Bros again at that point. Like you're causing havoc every day in practice, at every game, which is really cool to see. You think about the offensive side with that Debo just left. You talk about the defensive side with Dre Greenlaw just left. So the identity is going to change, but with Christian McCaffrey coming back is going to be awesome. Brandon Ayuk, man, he got paid the bag last year, even though he got hurt. And then Brock Purdy, someone that they do have to pay. And I wonder what's taking them so long. Are they working on the contract? What does that look like? Juwan Jennings and George Kittle. And so they still have some weapons on offense, but the defense, I think, plenty, like some of the better players in the league on the offensive side. But I think the defensive part, that's where they have to, they got to re-up there for sure.
Yeah, I agree from the standpoint of the defense, because even late 2 years ago, the year they made the Super Bowl against Kansas City, late that season, they were declining down the stretch. Like they did not perform well against Green Bay in the playoffs. They didn't perform well against Detroit. Second half of that Chiefs game, they didn't perform that well. And I always felt like, I think honestly, Robert Saleh is going to do wonders for them, because I felt like Steve Wilkes wasn't really the right fit for their personnel. Last year, they had a first-year Sorensen, first-year coordinator on that front as well. So it felt like it put too much pressure on Shanahan to kind of figure everything out, and still, instead of like being the offensive mastermind that he is. But you look at the offense, it's like Juwan Jennings is coming off the best year of his career. He's super underrated. Ricky Pearsall, first-round pick late last year, was having a nice little breakout. So we'll see what he can do this year. Brandon Ayuk, when healthy, is a very good player. We'll see what happens with him if he remains on the team, because there's kind of interesting things going there. George Kittle's the best tight end arguably in the league. Christian McCaffrey is the best pass-catching running back in the league, and one of the best running backs still. Just 2 years ago was arguably an MVP. You know, you still got Nick Bosa. You got Fred Warner. I really like young players like Malik Mustafa and Renardo Green in the secondary. Those are guys they drafted. So they're going to have to count on that draft class from last year, something they haven't really done in recent years, like Malik Mustafa, Green, Dominic Pooney, who broke out last year as a rookie. Those players are going to become really important. Ricky Pearsall. They typically are relying on all these veterans. So we'll see if they try to rely on those younger guys. But I think they could use a corner to replace Ward on one of the perimeter spots, use some D tackles. Jonathan Allen's out there. They've been connected to him potentially. So I think it's mostly defensive stuff, maybe a center, but that could be coming in the draft. What do you think, Jake, about the 49ers?
Yeah. What shades you got for the 49ers, Jake?
I mean, I just think we're going to call it like it is. They're not trying to win the division this year. That's what we know. I mean, they're about to eat, what was it, $80 million as soon as they get rid of Javon Hargrave. I mean, $31 million dead money, Deebo Samuel this year, $15 million, Arik Armstead, who's been gone for 2 years, by the way. Charvarius Ward, $12 million. There's so much dead money here. They really abuse the hell out of, and I know this because other teams are having this issue as well. The Eagles might run into this issue. They abuse the hell out of the void years. And those are like, void years are nice when you're in the year that you make that deal, but it's kicking the can down the road. It kind of messes up your cap if you're not ready for it. And now you have to go and you have to pay Brock Purdy. And it puts you in a weird situation where it's like they can't really do anything until they get this Brock Purdy deal done. I mean, that's really what it is. So they go out and they get Luke Farrell, and I don't understand that move at all. I just don't really get it. And then they bring in Kevin Givens. They bring him back. Like, okay, that helps you out a little bit, but this team is not trying to win a Super Bowl this year. This team is trying to stay afloat and get into 2026, eat all the dead money right now, and be able to compete and move forward. Because I'll tell you right now, their cap guy is tired, absolutely exhausted of spending all this money.
I think the thing is, though, like, yeah, maybe they're not trying to win the division, but they still can with this roster. I mean, they're definitely in the conversation.
It's going to be tough because, I mean, as
it's
of
going to
late,
be tough.
The Seahawks caught up to them last year. We're beating them. The Rams have their number now, and the Cardinals. So that was the thing when the big bad 49ers were in. They had all these guys that they were paying and everything.
Goes the shade.
Like, no, I mean,
to
they
be fair,
were
I mean,
really
the Rams
just.
and the Seahawks won 10 games last year.
Yeah, but the Rams beat the 49ers twice, and Seattle beat the 49ers, and the Arizona Cardinals swept the 49ers. I feel
but
like
the 49ers were not the 49ers last year. They were injured.
Yeah, so were the Rams, though. So that's the thing, is like the Rams are dealing with injuries, and you know, I feel like this is a year, because I saw it, you know, in 2022. After that, you know, with the Rams, they get rid of Ramsey, they get rid of Floyd, they get rid of Wagner. You go all in, and sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. The 49ers missed their mark. Now they have to recalibrate, but they also have to pay Brock Purdy a crazy amount of money. And I don't know if I would do it, but the 49ers are probably going to do it. So it really puts them kind of cap strained here where, yeah, they have $34 million right now. They're taking advantage of the spike in cap space this year. They're taking advantage of the cap space they brought over from last year, and they're eating money now to help them get out of this hole quicker. And I think that is actually the right move. I just don't necessarily understand what that Luke Farrell deal was today. Good blocking tight end, Not going to help
What's
you
wrong
like in
with
the
Luke
receiving
Farrell?
game. I mean,
Shade.
did you see how much money he got paid?
Did he get paid a lot?
I mean, he got like 2 years, like 11 million guaranteed, and he has 4 catches for 26 yards in his career. I mean, I'm just saying, you know,
Shade. I told you.
This
He's shaded
49ers
a
team,
blocking tight end, a backup tight end, bro.
but I wouldn't pay him that much. I'm just saying
I will
the
say
49ers.
Playing the devil's advocate from the Rams fan here. They got 4 fourth-round comp picks today. They have a ton of draft picks.
As of now, if you sign anybody, they're gone.
Yeah, okay. So that's for the future. But even this year, they got a pick for Debo. They've got a ton of draft picks. So if they can have another draft like they had last year and maybe add a couple veterans like we've been talking about, Joey Bosa, whoever it may be, they can definitely put themselves in position if they can be a little healthier and have a little bit better defensive coaching where they can be right in the playoff conversation again. Because
how do you replace Debo? That's my question, Mitch. How do you replace
honestly,
Debo?
I don't think Debo is nearly as good as he used to be.
Yeah,
my personal opinion.
that's the easiest thing that they can do.
Honestly, because I think Ricky Pearsall or Jennings
has been better than him for 3 years now. You know, Brandon Ayuk is a much better receiver. And you mentioned Pearsall. Yeah, I think they already have.
Well, I think Washington though, like
Debo.
not to throw shade on Debo. I think he's a good fit for Washington because I think his best skill set is still his ability to create after the catch and the amount of screens and short passes they throw. They can get him touches. I think part of the problem with the Niners offense in recent years has been their ability to separate, especially against man. The last couple of seasons, you saw it in the Chiefs in the Super Bowl and even like the Rams late last season when they played in the rain, like games like that, their wide receivers struggled. Brandon Ayuk wasn't available in that game or whatever, but they couldn't get open for Purdy, and their offensive line isn't their strength, so they need those guys to separate. So I think with guys like Ayuk healthy, Pearsall, his thing is route running. Jawan Jennings, his thing is route running. Like those are guys they want on the field, I think now, instead of those Debo guys where in the past, in the Shanahan system in the past when he was at his peak, he was an absolute monster just creating plays with the ball in his hands. But I don't think that's where Kyle wants to go with the offense anymore. Maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's just kind of my take.
Debo's like a Swiss Army knife, though. My man played running back. He could return punts and kicks. He could do so much for that team. And I think you think about it too as a player, right? He's coming out of the locker room with his offensive tackle bumping the speaker, right? Like he's setting that tone. He's setting that character for the team.
Yeah, he's also
Who's going to take that
find somebody who's going to
spot?
Yeah, they're going to have to find somebody that is going to replace him for choking out the long snapper on the sideline.
I was just about to get to that. That is a little ratchet. He choked out the long snapper.
He lost me on that one. I was like, all right, I'm out.
Sometimes you got to be on the edge, Jake. Right? We think about Dre Greenlaw. That's another player on the defensive side who has an edge. And so I think when you get rid of guys who build up the character of your team, like, when's the next time we're going to see the 49ers at the Super Bowl? Like, you do have a guy, you have Fred Warner. You still have great pieces, George Kittle, Christian McCaffrey, shout out who's announced his pregnancy with him and his wife. But at the end of the day, like if these guys aren't healthy, like what is that going to look like on the field? Who is going to be that edge? What does that look like for that 49ers team? And I don't know. And getting rid of Debo, like I know you say good riddance, but there's some type of thing that Jake, you mentioned before, you can't really measure, right? It's not really on the stat sheet, that attitude. You sometimes you got to choke out the long snapper of the kicker, Jake, who's not making his kicks.
Wild, man.
I guess
what I would say about Debo, by the way,
that's helpful. Sorry, what?
What I would say about Debo is that he was falling off, but the thing when he started saying that he didn't want to do the wide back anymore, well, congratulations, you're a slot receiver that's a little thick. Like, I mean, that's what you are. And so, we laugh, but that's essentially what it is. Like,
no, I agree.
Could you imagine if Cordell Patterson during that run he had as running back, if he was like, I don't want to be a running back anymore, it'd be like, okay, good luck finding a job. Like that's what made him different, right? Or if Percy Harvin was like, I don't want to return kicks anymore. Like that's what makes you Percy Harvin.
That's a tough life though too.
My thing here is that, Debo Samuel is just Curtis Samuel with a bigger workload. I mean, that's what he is. Like he's completely He's completely lost when he was a superstar. I mean, teams know how to defend him now, and he doesn't want to be a wide back. So
He's
it's a
not the
lot
same player
easier
anymore.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to take him down than it used to be. And so I think the 49ers did the right thing. I can't believe they got compensation for him with that contract, because that's tough to move that. I mean, we're seeing, teams right now, they might have to cut certain players. The Rams with Cup, Jair Alexander with the Packers. It's not always easy to trade guys when you get this close. So, I look at the Niners, and I know the way it was coming off, Cam, is maybe I was throwing shade. I like what they're doing. I think it makes sense from an objective standpoint. Doesn't matter how I feel about the Rams or not. The 49ers have to get out of this. We talk about timelines all the time. Sometimes these guys just don't line up with what they're doing. Does Christian McCaffrey make sense for the 49ers anymore? I've actually been advocating for him to trade him away, because I don't think it makes a lot of sense.
I would never trade Christian McCaffrey.
But his injuries, though, are starting to become a problem. They have a really good back, in my opinion, in Jordan Mason. They have to figure out what they're doing with him.
When Christian McCaffrey didn't play last year, did they not miss him a lot?
Yeah. I mean, Jordan Mason was running over 5 yards a carry. So I don't
balling.
think that's why they were losing.
Catching, all the things he does. I mean, he's a mismatch everywhere on the field. He was the best player in the league 2 years ago.
Yeah. He scored. He threw touchdowns, caught touchdowns, ran touchdowns.
That happens all the time.
I don't know. What are you going to get for him, though? That's the question.
Well, that's fair. And
we're seeing these premier running backs go to teams and light it up. Look at what Saquon, the difference these guys are making.
Does Debo do the same thing, Mitch? That's my question. Does Debo go to the Commanders, and do they find a way to the Super Bowl, and Debo's like, hey, you thought I was washed, now what?
Maybe.
Well, he might. He might go and tear it up. Maybe he changes his workload. I don't know, but I think the thing here with the 49ers is they swung and they missed. And so what they're trying to do right now is, how do we get back to that? Because we're not there right now. They can absolutely compete. They could absolutely, if a team, say, the Cardinals, the Rams, the Seahawks, they have issues with injuries or whatever, the 49ers could just scoop in and take that number one spot. But here's the deal. This is no longer a Super Bowl team. And that's the thing that I think 49er fans are starting to realize. It doesn't matter who they add. Right now, with all the dead money they are eating, they are sending a message to the rest of the league. They're not a Super Bowl winning team. They're not. And so, I think that time is past. They can get back there. This is how you have to play it in the salary cap era. But I think when you look at it, you have the carryover from last year's cap. You have an increased spike in this year's cap. Use the money that you have in cap space, eat that money this year, so you're free to spend next year in a better free agency class. And then you can start, you have a good pick this year. And oh, by the way, they also have the worst. They're going to have the easiest, schedule in the division. So they have a chance to do damage just off that. So I think this is the right approach for the 49ers. I'm not knocking them for doing it. I think they probably should have done it last year, but this is the right approach. They got to stop spending money. They got to stop. I mean, their cap table is horrendous. They got actual cap liabilities going on until 2030. Okay, we're talking about the Los Angeles Lakers with their draft pick situation now in the NBA.
Jake, you're all up in the 49ers pockets like that, my guy.
So I'm just saying their cap table's kind of atrocious, and they're trying to figure this out. It's really that simple.
Yeah.
But despite that, I still think they can be pretty good. That's my only argument.
They could win 10 games with an easy schedule, but are they going to win a Super Bowl? That's the question.
Maybe not, but only one team gets to win the Super Bowl, baby. That's how it works.
True.
Is there any moves we haven't talked about that you guys think we should talk about, just in general across the NFL, that you guys one spotlight move that you really want to talk about?
Davante Adams to the Rams. I think that was sick, because where's Cooper Kupp going to go? The former Triple Crown winner. What's going to happen there? So I just wanted to open that can of worms really quickly, because
I like that as a fit. I think the Raiders, you talk about culture. Cooper Kupp is the guy you want in the locker room if you want a culture guy. Chargers, he gets to stay at SoFi. The Chiefs, I mean, there are definitely some options out there.
I don't want to root against Cooper Kupp, bro. Why you make me do this?
I'm just trying to be realistic here. I think the Steelers are an interesting option too. If they're trying to win a Super Bowl, you go and you get Cup for a year.
They already got DK though. You think they're going to get Coop too?
The problem is, Cam, and we talked about this, Cooper Kupp isn't the same receiver. Now, what I'm curious with is, does Cooper Kupp this offseason, can he get himself back to 90%? Because he still has plenty left in the tank, I have no doubt. But his role drastically changed with the Rams this past year. The reason they're moving on from him is because he's not winning on those horizontal routes. He was actually their vertical threat, whether people realize it or not. And so that is where, does he even make sense for Steelers that have two vertical threats in DK and George Pickens? Does he make sense for a lot of these teams? I think, to me, a lot of people are going to look at him as he's a slot receiver. If he can get to 90% or 80% of what he was supposed to be, he can be that slot receiver for you. But I don't know. And that's the thing that makes him kind of hard to fit. I obviously think that connection there in Jacksonville, like you brought up, Mitch, that connection there, with Liam Cohen, I think that's a natural fit. The Texans, if they didn't add a million receivers, could have been a natural fit. But, I think if he goes anywhere, I'm going to say it's probably the Chargers. That's kind of my gut feeling right now. They didn't get DK Metcalf.
Him and McConkey complement each other?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. If you, it depends what Cooper Kupp you get, because the thing about him is that he's not the fastest. But I'll tell you, no one's gonna outwork him. So I think McConkey would even be better because look at what Puka Nacua has done under the tutelage of Sean McVay and Cooper Kupp. But this guy's like a quarterback on the field. So you get a guy like that, understands leverage, all that thing, and I just think him with McConkey, if he comes back to where he was. They could be a force. They absolutely could. And then maybe you go out and get a stretch guy. But if he could get back to where he's able to run those horizontally breaking routes and actually create more separation, yeah, he could be as dangerous. But Mitch, you saw him vertically against the Patriots.
I was just gonna say, bring it up.
This is the vertical. Bro. This is what I'm talking about. Like, people hear Cooper Kupp and they say, "Oh, he's a slot guy. He's Wes Welker over the middle." Yeah, but the reality is, last year he's taking the top off defenses. He's going up and high pointing the football.
I'll make the pitch. Cooper Kupp, come to the Patriots.
It's a great.
We need a receiver. We got a young quarterback named Drake May. Your buddy Kendrick Bourne. You played in college with him. He plays on our team. And guess what, Coop? Patriots fans like a white receiver more than anything. So come on to the team, bro. Come on.
Oh, man. That's funny.
The Patriots have a whole lot of money, too. I had to throw that in there. They got a whole lot of money. So go ahead and just get paid?
Oh, man.
All right. Well, it's been a fun show, guys. I've had a lot of fun. We talked about a bunch of different teams, man. And I think everybody out there should feel pretty good about their teams. So thanks, guys, for watching. Appreciate everybody who tuned in. Hopefully you enjoyed the conversation. And good luck on day 2 of free agency. Thank you guys so much for watching. From Jake, Cam, and Mitch, it's Bleacher Report. Peace, guys.
Appreciate you guys.
Shout out to Mitch, Cam, and Jake talking about the San Francisco 49ers. I feel like right now their fan base is in turmoil. They don't know what's going on.
They are. I remember last year during the football season, it was like halfway through the year, Niners dealing with injuries, and I had said their title window had closed. And looking back on it, like towards the end of the season, I was like, I was probably being a bit too harsh. Still got Shanahan there. But after this first 24 hours of free agency, it feels like they're further away from winning a championship than they have in the last 3 or 4 years.
It feels like they've lost everybody. It feels like they're walking on the door of paying Brock Purdy his $45, and you have nobody on the defensive side. They've had a pretty terrible day, and there's a lot of teams that we're going to talk about that haven't had the brightest days, but a good first day of free agency for NFL. First of all, Twitter crashed out, which was I feel like that was a ploy. I don't know what was going on that, but Twitter crashed out. So we had to really dive in deep for that information. But a pretty exciting day for the first day of free agency.
I made a Blue Sky account today.
Did you?
Just to get the NFL news.
Just to get
this
the
is
NFL
commitment
news.
right here.
Just to get the NFL news.
I respect that.
Now, this was a crazy day of NFL free agency. Now, my name is Joel Moran. I'm here with River Brown and Joe Dells. We are the Pick Aside podcast, and we got to get into the teams that really didn't make much noise. These aren't necessarily per se losers of the day, because we got the winners and losers coming up later on in the show. This is going to be a 2-hour stream, but we're going to talk about teams that really didn't do that much. And I feel like the first team we got to talk about is the Los Angeles Chargers. They had $90 million in cap space. We thought they were going to go big fish hunting, but they didn't really go big fish hunting at all. They signed Dante Jackson. They brought back Khalil Mack, Tier Tart, but outside of that, they didn't make any splash moves.
Yeah, the direction it feels like to me with the Chargers is they have a lot of money to spend. They probably didn't find anybody too appealing to give a lot of money to. We saw Milton go for a ton of money. We saw a couple guys like Kinlaw get extremely paid. So I think for the Chargers, they're digging more into the draft because that's what made them successful last year in making the playoffs. They went well in the draft. They basically drafted their whole defense, and that was a young, prospering defense that played really well last year. Offensively, they got a guy in Ladd who was, pretty much a star last year for them. So I think they're going to go draft heavy. Like you mentioned, they brought back Khalil Mack, brought Dante Jackson in. So a cool little move, but I don't want to say that them not making a splash is a bad decision because you could have overpaid for a couple players. But why not wait? Why not sit here and work with the formula that you've been working with, which is drafting really well? You brought Khalil Mack back, so that's somebody who played really well last year. So I don't hate the fact that the Chargers didn't go big fish hunting.
Just to add on to the Niners real quick, they just released Kyle Juszczyk. Who's been, it's Kyle Juszczyk, but he is a 49ers legend. Man. They just tweeted 9-time All-Pro. I'm like, who's about to get released? Or 9-time Pro Bowl, and it's Kyle Juszczyk. So, yeah, the Chargers, free agency's tough because just because you don't spend doesn't mean you're a loser, like you mentioned, Joel, right? If you look back throughout NFL history, most of the times teams that spend big, you get a pretty big bump that first year. I remember there was a graphic going around that these last couple of seasons, the Eagles spent the most last year. Of course, they won the Super Bowl. The year before that, the Ravens spent the most, the Dolphins, and all of these teams take a year one leap in terms of wins in the regular season. Some go onto the playoffs, some win the Super Bowl. But there's other teams I think are more calculated with their money, and the Chargers under Jim Harbaugh, I just have so much confidence in that even though they missed out on really everybody so far, right? Milton Williams and Davante Adams were probably the two players I was looking at for them that if you land one of these or if you land both of these, we could talk about you, competing with the Chiefs. We could talk about you winning maybe 13 plus games next year, assuming all of your guys are able to stay healthy, because Ladd McConkey came on halfway through the year. The first 7 weeks of the season, they didn't have anybody at receiver, and J.K. Dobbins was really good to start, but then he dealt with an injury. So the offense was always very chaotic, to say the least. It was a defense that really carried them. But since they had so much cap space, I think everyone was expecting them to pay up. But just because they didn't this go around, I think they'll probably find a couple guys day 3, day 4 of free agency that slip through the cracks. But they're so good at evaluating talent that I'm not panicking on them just yet.
And I feel like I wish I could feel confident. And I do feel confident in the way that they're going to draft. I think they're going to have another A-plus draft like they did this past draft. They drafted Joe Alt, Ladd McConkey, Cam Hart, Tar Heaves still. That's that boy. And then Junior Colson. But this free agency, having so much money at your disposal, not making a splash move, I did like the Dante Jackson signing. I think that adds depth to the cornerback room. But defensive line, you need help. Poona Ford was so huge to their success this past season, and he goes to the Rams. You lose him, you bring back Tier Tart, but Poona Ford was the best interior defensive lineman on that team. Joey Bosa got cut. So you have Khalil Mack and Tuli Tuipulotu, but who's going to be that pass rushing presence on the interior? I feel like the Chargers, the biggest miss really is just with the receiving room too. Ladd McConkey, I think, is a star, and I think he's capable of being the best option on offense from a receiving standpoint. But who are the other options. That's what matters. And you lost Josh Palmer. Right now, we're looking at a wide receiver room of Quentin Johnson and Darius Days. We're having a tight end
one for sure.
Josh Palmer was a very underrated because this past year he got banged up, but the year prior he has been a really solid like wide receiver 3 for them. Of course, when Keenan and Mike Williams were there, so he went to Buffalo. We'll probably talk about Buffalo at some point, but I think that's an under the radar move.
And the Chargers, they just really haven't given Justin Herbert much help. But I think the biggest whiff of them all was the interior offensive line. They re-signed Bradley Bozeman. Trey Pipkins is going to be there. Zion Johnson's going to be there. That was one of the worst graded interior offensive lines in the NFL, and he didn't make any moves. So I still think that there are options out there. Like, you look at the guard market, not all the guards have been swept away. You have Will Fries, who I think is very talented. He's probably at the top of the guard market, but he's coming off an injury. Mekhi Becton, Tevin Jenkins, Kevin Zeitler. So there's potential for them to still make a move. And unless they make one of those moves, I'm not really feeling that confident in their free agency period.
Yeah, James Daniels also just went to the Dolphins. That was another guard potentially on the move there. They still have a ton of cap space. They could still make a trade as well, right? We saw the Jets move trade for Morgan Moses and John Simpson last year, who were both average to above average offensive linemen a bit later in free agency. So, like I said, I have confidence in that front office and the coaching staff to make something work.
Me too.
Now, Amari Cooper, he's still a free agent. And there's a team out there that also hasn't made many moves in the Dallas Cowboys. And I'm thinking, is there a potential reunion here? Because they signed Javonte Williams, who graded out as one of the worst, if not the worst running back in the league this past season. And the Cowboys opened up all this cap space. They had $52 million in cap space. But what are they doing with it? Are they going to extend Micah?
Well,
or are they going to pay somebody?
Jerry Jones said there's no pressure to make a move. He said it. And, Dallas is a funny team, and they really are. Because one thing about Dallas, I'll give them this one credit, and I'll never give them credit ever again. They draft well. They do draft well. For the most part, they can draft pretty good. And now we just saw Myles Garrett get paid. So now that ups Michael Parsons' market. He's looking at that like, okay, Myles Garrett got that. I want more. I'm younger. I may not be better, but I'm at that same level.
It's just as good.
Yeah, like I want that money and I want more. And now you've had a situation kind of like Bengals where you had an opportunity to pay him earlier. You did it. Same thing with CeeDee Lamb. You had an opportunity to pay him earlier. You did it. You waited to the last minute. Now you freed up all this cap space. Dallas, I don't think is far off from being a playoff team. I think they have a legit chance of, if they make a couple moves here and there in the wide receiving core, if they make a couple moves in their defensive line and their linebackers, get a little more help in the offensive line. They did lose Zach Martin. He retired. If they can just do a little bit in the margins, they can be a playoff team. But just sitting on that money, I think it's a little different as opposed to the Chargers, who they just made the playoffs. They have a foundation and going through the draft. Where Dallas, you're coming off probably one of your worst seasons in a good, not a good amount of time. You have to make these moves, and there's been a wide receiver problem for them for a while
ever
now.
since I got off of Murray.
It's been just CeeDee Lamb and others.
Yeah, I mean, Michael Gallup is coming out of retirement. He said maybe he wants a reunion too. But you're right, Riv. They haven't had a wide receiver 2 opposite of CeeDee Lamb really forever, right? They moved off Amari Cooper a couple years too early, and they only got a 5th round pick for him. That was what felt like the height of the wide receiver market, and he was only making like $20 million per year. So the salary he was getting and the level of contributor he was at that time, it felt like a terrible move. Now, Amari Cooper, a few years removed, he's not the same player he once was, but he would still be an upgrade over what they have right now. The Javonte Williams signing, I feel like, is really just like a microcosm of their issues. Rico Dowdle was great for them. The second half of last year, I know a lot of people weren't watching Cowboys games because it was Cooper Rush, and I completely understand.
He's better than Javon. He's better than Javonte.
Easily better than Javonte. If you had Rico Dowdle in fantasy football last year, you would know how great he was to close out that season. And it's not that Javonte is this big, well-known guy, because of course he's dealt with injuries. He was like a second-round pick, but he does still have more name value, I think, than Rico Dowdle, who really only has a second half of a season to really cement his name. And according to the Cowboys, or at least some of their reporters, was that this is a cheaper option than Rico. I don't know what Rico's market is. We'll probably see what it is. Javonte got 1 year, $3 million. If you're telling me I have to pay Rico Dowdle $5 to $6 million for the production I'm going to get, especially on a Cowboys team that Dak's coming back from injury.
Yep.
So offensive line has been taking a step back. You've lost guys over the last couple of years, either to injuries or retirements or free agency. You need a stable rushing attack. And we saw last year, who'd they want to bring in? They want to bring in Zeke, right? They want to bring in Dalvin Cook. They want to bring in guys that are way, way washed and beyond their prime just because they either have some sort of name value or ties to Dallas. The Javonte Williams signing it's a head scratcher because you mentioned Joel. There's really no numbers you could look at last year that back up Javonte being a good running back. It's also someone who's dealt with a major injury already in his career. So instead of just paying Rico, one of your own guys, by the way, right? Someone you kind of helped develop these last couple of years. It'll sit good in the locker room. Go out and give Javonte Williams kind of like a league minimum type contract.
It's not even like you can give Javonte the benefit of the doubt, like, oh, he played for a bad offensive line. The Broncos offensive line is one of the best in the NFL.
Yeah. He's just not good.
Yeah, if he was unable to succeed with that offensive line, he's not going to succeed anywhere. Maybe he returns back to form coming off that injury a year after that injury.
This graphic is kind of fire.
Oh, you like it?
Yeah, this
oh, yeah. Shout out to
cooking.
Jess. She is cooking. Now, we got to talk about the 49ers because they haven't made many moves. They signed a blocking tight end. That was their big time move in free agency so far. But you look at their departures. Aaron Banks went to the Packers. Charvarius Ward went to the Colts. Hufanga went to the Broncos. Greenlaw went to the Broncos. Jaylon Moore went to the Chiefs. Elijah Mitchell went to the Chiefs. Josh Dobbs went to the Patriots. And then as of recently, Kyle Juszczyk got released by the team. Now, the 49ers do have cap space.
Don't forget Deebo Samuel got traded.
Deebo Samuel did get traded. They have over $50 million in cap space, so they have money to make moves. They just really haven't made any.
Yeah, and Brandon Ayuk's on the trade block too. So what are we doing here, San Francisco? I think part of this is the Brock Purdy contract, right? You're anticipating giving him $40+ million. The report, the last report I saw about a week ago was the initial offer is $45 million. So that means it could, easily get up to $50 million. And yeah, a guy like Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant, was getting, especially in California, he's probably getting like $300,000 a year after all the taxes and whatnot, being a 7th round draft pick. So he deserves, every dollar he gets. But it's interesting because I think back to last year, and I thought the Buffalo Bills took a step back last year, right? Now, I don't know if they lost as many key contributors. Of course, Stephon Diggs was that one piece we were looking at saying, you're losing your wide receiver one. You're about to go into this offseason or into the regular season. It's like Khalil Shakir, and you're banking on Dalton Kincaid, and you move for Amari Cooper halfway through the year. But they were able to make more out of, less players and less impactful players, at least we were expecting.
You got Josh Allen.
Less. You do have Josh Allen. And San Francisco is a bit of a different situation because you have Brock Purdy, but you have Kyle Shanahan. And I think that's what you're really banking on here. The other part is, though, the defense, right? You did bring Robert Saleh back, which I feel like you have to feel really good about if you're a San Francisco 49ers fan. He's someone that a few years ago, before he went to the New York Jets, this was the #1 defense in football. When he was with the Jets after the first year, they went back-to-back years being arguably the best team in football. Best defense in football. Definitely not the best team. But they gave top-end quarterbacks hell week in and week out, whether it was Herbert, Mahomes, Jalen Hurts. He's a great defensive mind. And if you need to save some money, if you need to shed some money, I think you have confidence that Robert Saleh can really coach up this defense. But other than that, I don't know what moves they're going to be making because you're losing some of the top guys at positions. Greenlaw was one of, if not the highest linebacker on the market. Hufanga was probably the top 3 safety on the market. Juszczyk's been the best fullback in football, and it's Kyle Juszczyk, and, people kind of laugh at him when he goes out, but he makes plays, and he's an excellent blocker. So it does feel like a setback for San Francisco, but they're another one of those teams that have been well run for so long.
Oh, man. I just, with the Niners, it's just they're in a weird predicament. I don't know how badly I feel about these losses. They definitely sting a little bit, but I feel like Juszczyk a lot of the times, he was on the field in moments where he didn't need to be on the field. And they were often running him on routes. And, would you rather run him on a route or somebody that can actually receive better than him?
He goes on the wheel routes. I don't know.
There are moments. There are moments, but I really like Ayuk if healthy. He's on the trade block. I really like Jawan Jennings. I think Jawan Jennings
played really well last year.
He gave us glimpses of what he could be this past season.
On the team.
And Ricky Pearsall, first round pick, he also can play his role very well.
You have Kittle, of course. But yes. I love Jawan Jennings. I love him as a 3. I like him as a 2. As my 1, I don't feel great.
You're sleeping on him.
I love Jawan, man. He's a dog.
There was a point in time in the season where we was looking at him as the best receiver on the team.
That goes to the injuries and issues.
That was when Ayuk was playing.
I know Ayuk wasn't on shit to start the year.
That speaks on Ayuk more than Jawan, I'll be honest. Listen, the Niners are in a weird spot. Here's the thing. Here's how I look at their team dynamic. Defensively, I want to start there. You have Nick Bosa still. So you still have a high-end premier edge rusher. You have the best linebacker in football in Fred Warner. So you still have staples on the defensive side of football. You still have your linebacker who is the captain of the crew, who's the guy who he runs the ship. And then you still have the guy that can get to the quarterback. You did lose Hufanga. You lost Javarius Ward. So you lost your best cornerback, but you still have Lenore. So you're not all the way down bad. You did lose some talent. I don't disregard that. And defensively, I feel like they took a step back last year, even with all this talent. So now you have to find a new foundation. You have to bring in new guys that can complement the stars that you still have. You know,
So the Saints are re-signing Chase Young. This breaking news right now. 3 years, $51 million. I feel like this is fair. He played well for them this past season. Nobody really paid attention to the Saints, but he did play well with them this past season. He's a young edge rusher. So this is not a player. Yeah, this is not a player that's going out and going to a different team. He's re-signing with the Saints. Familiarity. I think it's a good signing.
This would have been somebody the Chargers could have grabbed up, but nonetheless, the Saints, kept him. And then on offense with the Niners. If Ayuk is healthy, this isn't a conversation. This is a good receiving core. You have Ayuk. You have Javon. You have Ricky Pearsall. You still have Jacob Cohen. They're still trying to see what they can get from him.
David Bell.
You have George Kittle, who's still, if not number one.
Ronnie Bell, not David Bell.
Ronnie Bell. Is it Ron? I don't know.
I think it's Ronnie Bell.
They still have Kittle, who's a top 3 tight end in football. So you still have things at your disposal. And you still have Kyle Shanahan. But it's about how can you get within the margins? How can you replace these guys that, I get it, these moves may not sting as much like you say, Joel, but there's still moves that could hurt you, because Travarius Ward was a number 1 corner. Like, he's a guy who can shut down your top wide receiver. He's a guy who was one of the best in the game. Hufanga was really good for them in the backfield. So, but you still have those staples. So as long as you still have those staples, I think if the Niners can work around those staples, they'll still be really good.
All right, breaking news again. Chargers made a move.
Who is it?
Najee Harris, 1 year, $9.5 million for Najee Harris.
I'm not moved. I saw this report an hour ago, and I tweeted out with the SpongeBob angry face that this is going to be the marquee signing, isn't it? And they did sign him. Yeah. Najee, J.K. Dobbins is better when healthy. That's the concern with J.K., that he is unhealthy most of the time. But
he's a free agent.
Man, Najee Harris going there, not a very good offensive line. I don't really like this fit all that much. You look at where they spent their money at corner. I feel like that's valid. Running back, I don't think that was a proper place to go. I think they needed to address the guard position first, and they didn't.
Yeah, Najee Harris is another guy that feels like name value. 1st round pick, Alabama, rookie season was phenomenal. But since then,
don't forget multiple 1,000 yard seasons.
Can't forget that.
I'll never let you forget.
You get like 60 rushing yards a game. That's all you need to get 1,000 for a 17 game season. But these last 2 years, Jaylen Warren's been the better running back, right? And it's been pretty clear when you watch him on the field. And Jaylen Warren has dealt with some injuries, was dealing with an injury last year, so it didn't always look like it. But when both of those dudes were healthy, it was obvious who the better running back was.
Are we just missing the mark on this? Like, is there something that Jim Harbaugh sees and
he's smarter than us? So potentially.
I mean, Greg Roman was playing against him, when he was in Baltimore, so he knows what Najee Harris gives you. Greg Roman always felt like he wants a bruising running back that you can give the ball 25 times to, regardless of efficiency. I feel like that was the reason why they brought in Gus Edwards. They had Mark Ingram there, of course, years back. J.K. Dobbins, before he got hurt, he always has wanted a running back that can take the workload. But man, Najee Harris is just like a league average running back to a little bit below average. But again, this is a deep running back class in the draft. You still have some guys in free agency. If they bring back J.K. Dobbins, you have Dobbins and Najee Harris, you could do worse.
Yeah, I like that a lot. It's a 1 year, $9 million deal, so it's not a long-term contract at all.
Steelers fans probably a little happy that Najee's gone too.
Yeah, maybe Jaylen Warren now gets more carries. Najee Harris, if he replaces Gus Edwards' role in this offense as the power back, the short yardage back,
upgrade.
I think it's a major upgrade over Gus Edwards. So I don't hate this if they're not planning to make him the feature back.
$9 million a year tells me that he will probably
get a lot of
the
touches
feature back, because I don't think JK is going to get that money.
Yeah, that's why I don't know. Like, when I look at Najee Harris, I think he definitely upgrades their power back position. But as an elusive runner, I don't know so much, and we can stay on the topic of the Chargers a little bit more, because what do they have to do for you to walk away from this scenario and think, you know what, they're doing a good job?
In free agency?
Yes.
I mean, free agency, there's not a ton of talent that they need that's still available, right? When you look at the wide receiver position, for example, it's like, if they brought in a Stephon Diggs or a Keenan Allen, does that move the needle enough? I do feel like it's mostly going to be in the draft, right? You have guys that, like, they've been able to show, as we mentioned, this last year, you brought in like 4 starters and like 4 borderline superstars with all McConkey. Like, you've had multiple guys come in and kind of reshape their position groups, whether it's been corner, tackle, wide receiver. So I have so much faith in them there. But for free agency, the big fish are gone, right? Milton Williams is gone. Davante Adams is gone. So I don't know if there's going to be a huge impactful move that they'll be able to make right now that makes up for all what they've missed out on so far.
I think depth is really important. I think if they can come in here and realize, all right, we may have missed on the big time players, but we can grab some guys on the offensive line in the interior. We can get some guys on the defensive line. Just guys that beef out, guys that are strong, physical, guys that can rough around in the paint. If they can do that, then I think I'll be fine. Because like I feel like where they're gonna get their most success from is the draft. I think that's what they're gonna do with. They're not gonna make these big time moves around Justin Herbert. They're gonna bring in young talents around Justin Herbert. Guys who are young, who don't cost too much. And I think in the draft is where you'll see the Chargers hit their mark.
Yeah, I'm looking at the 49ers because that's what we were talking about before the breaking news of Najee Harris signing with the Chargers.
Real nice.
Najee Marshall, great signing in the NBA for the Dallas Mavericks.
$9 million. I think same contract.
Yeah, it might have been similar. So going back to the Niners, I think they have a good, young, talented defense where they were comfortable in letting Hufanga walk. You have Jair Brown, Malik Mustafa.
Is he young too, though?
Yeah, they're all Hufanga. Yeah, he's been in the league for a couple years, but I mean, like a player that isn't due for contract, that's still having a rookie deal. They have Lenore still. He's young. He got paid. And Renardo Green, their second round corner, was really good on the boundary. So I think they have some pieces there. But let me ask you, and then we'll move on to this next team.
Stop crying. Hi, baby.
Who would you rather be? The Seattle Seahawks or the Niners right now? What situation?
The Niners. Only because you have Kyle Shanahan. I think that moves me a ton. I think with the Niners, so you look at the Niners, you look at the Seahawks. Sam Darnold's coming off a great season. Brock Purdy's probably coming off his worst season. Brock's probably going to get more money than him. But I'm looking at the Niners, and you have a superstar like Fred Warner. You have a superstar like Nick Bosa. You still have the best wide receiver out both teams if Ayuk is healthy comfortably. You still have George Kittle. Like, I look at the high end. Yeah, I'm saying Ayuk, if he's healthy, I would take Ayuk personally. I don't know how you feel. You're the Ayuk guy.
As of right now,
Jason makes the conversation.
No, I get. Listen, but how we've seen Ayuk his last go around, I get it. But let's not forget we were putting Ayuk in top 7, 8 talks. So let's not just.
It's torn ACL. That's
what I'm saying. Let's not leave off him yet. Let's give him that respect. But yeah, I just look at the high end talent of the Niners, and I think I'll go with them.
I feel like you have more trustworthy options, really, from the coaching staff. Because as much as I love Mike McDonald, as much as I am interested in what Clint Kubiak can bring as an offensive coordinator, they're both proven but still unproven compared to Kyle Shanahan and Robert Saleh.
100%. I would rather be the Seahawks. I'm being honest with you.
You've done a 180 on the Seahawks in the last 3 days.
I'd rather be the Seahawks because looking at it, this is just my belief in their draft. Mm-hmm. They have a first round pick that's theirs. They have 2 second round picks. They have 2 third round picks. Okay. Those are 5 picks within the top 93 picks of the draft. If they can hit on those draft picks, we are talking about a complete overhaul, specifically on the offensive side, because their defense is already stacked with talent. They're an elite defense, and they brought back Ernest Jones. They re-signed Jaron Reed. So if they can, get a guard, get another receiver in the draft, this team is really good.
I'll be honest with you. I don't trust Sam Darnold without O'Connell. I don't. That's just where I stand with. I don't trust Sam Darnold without Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, T.J. Hawkinson. Like I said, I don't trust Sam Darnold without Justin Jefferson.
It's the line.
I think the contract that Sam Darnold got was reasonable.
It's very reasonable. It's a very easy, comfortable contract.
I think he's a very good quarterback.
But he's not good. I really gotta. It's hard for me to say he can replicate what he did over there in Seattle.
What did he get? 55 guaranteed? Or was like 100 mil, 110 mil, 55 guaranteed?
It was about half the contract.
Yeah, guaranteed. I mean, right. I mean, depending what the contract looks like on the, like when you really go into it, but like that's someone that after 2 years, the guarantee might probably be up. After 1 year, if it's a disaster, you could probably eat like $20-30 million in dead cap. But Seattle, it's really just the offensive line for me. Yes. If they're not able to build that offensive line, I have no faith, because I do believe in JSN. I do believe in Kenneth Walker, and I do believe in Clint Kubiak. But if that offensive line is going to be what it's been for basically all of Geno's career, Geno's tenure in Seattle, Sam Darnold is going to have no chance.
I agree with you. But rebuilds in the NFL are so much different than in the NBA. Rebuilds in the NFL, 1 year you can flip
It's one
the
draft.
script.
It takes one draft.
That's it.
all it takes.
I really felt like this is just me. Honestly, I really felt like they shouldn't have paid Darnold. That's how I feel.
Who should they have gone with?
The quarterback?
They should have went. They should have went just bridge quarterback and really started the
He's a
rebuild.
bridge quarterback.
Who? But like Jameis,
I
Fields,
think Sam Darnold can still keep you in a position to make the playoffs. I think at some point.
So you'd rather get a quarterback that just is going to lose games?
I'd rather them get a
I
quarterback.
think their roster is too good for them to just bottom out, win like 3 games.
I don't think so. I think there's a chance we can see them not be in the playoffs again.
I think so. I agree. They can miss the playoffs, but I think their roster before Darnold would have been good enough to win you like 6 games if you just had a Jameis Winston or something.
I do think they're like a 7-win team with like average quarterback play, maybe like 6 to 7 wins. Darnold can give you really high level quarterback.
If Darnold does what he did last year, you can win the division.
I don't think he'll do what he did last year.
I mean, yeah, that's
it's hard to replicate. I'm just saying that ultimately, now I'm looking at the Seahawks, and outside of Cam Ward, there is no quarterback in this draft that I would say for the next 2 years I want that guy.
Yeah, that's fair. I wouldn't have even tried to attempt quarterback in this draft. Honestly, I'd have probably did it like next year or something.
Yeah,
this is really a bad year to try to do that. So
Yeah.
I'm with
Between Darnold and Fields and all the dudes out there, I think Sam Darnold, he's just the best guy, and we'll see in Seattle.
He is the best guy, but
he's the best guy
look at
for
the
the
options.
job.
Look at the options.
Yes, he is. Philadelphia Eagles, they have stood pat. They just won a Super Bowl though, and we kind of expected that they were going to lose all the players they lost. Right? Milton Williams left. Josh Sweat left. Darius Slay, a bit of a surprise.
A little bit.
He
Yeah.
left now, and I think you probably want to bring in a boundary corner.
He did lie to you.
But there is just a lot of players that have left. But I think that we all sit here kind of still feeling confident in how they're going to replace all those players.
Did we get Slay's contract details? I didn't see it.
They didn't.
No, but he told us when he was
apparently. Oh my God, I have the message. Hold on, you guys talk. I have it.
Apparently, he told us that he's not signing for anything less than 10 mil.
Yeah,
when he was on the podcast.
Yeah, he found it. So there's no deal yet. This is Pro Football Talk. There's no deal yet for quarterback Darius Slay in Pittsburgh. He remains under contract with the Eagles, but has permission to speak to other teams regarding the potential trade. And then Elliott Shore-Park said a pre-June 1st trade would cost the Eagles $9 million in salary cap space, unless there is a highway workaround, which there can be. Cutting Slay as a post-June 1st cut would save Eagles $4 million. So technically, he's still in the roster.
Okay.
So it would have to be either a trade or a cut. So they're still trying to work around, whatever it is. But it just came out. So he might have capped.
1 year, $15 million deal with the Steelers.
We weren't giving him 15.
Wow, 15 mil. That's a great deal for
That is a
Slay.
great deal.
We weren't giving him 15.
$15 million. Yeah, I mean that's DJ Reed got what?
And he stays in the same
16?
state.
He did stay in the same state. Yeah. I mean, Darius Slay, he's still a really solid corner, right? He's not like this number 1 lockdown top 5 corner, but he's someone that can be your boundary corner too, for sure. I feel like when we were going into this offseason, we felt very confident that the Eagles would get at least one back of Bond, Sweat, and Milton Williams. At least one's coming back. They signed Bond. And if they got 2 back, you would be ecstatic, whether it's Milton or Josh Sweat. But you also knew the contracts those guys were going to get.
Yep.
Right? You knew Milton Williams was going to be flirting with $100 million. You knew Josh Sweat was going to be flirting with $80 million. And for the people out there that think the cap is fake, and Howie Roseman can do a lot. Howie Roseman has proven to do just about as much as you can as a GM. You can't sign everybody back.
Yeah, I think, first of all, shout out to Milton, because we wasn't giving him $26 million a year. I just wasn't having. Shout out to him. Shout out to Josh Sweat. For the Slay thing, there's growing belief in the organization that they believe in Kelly Ringo. Like that's the next guy coming up, and we have a ton of draft picks. So you know where the Eagles are going to go with this. They're going to draft well. They may bring in some guys on the margins, but you have a solid foundation on the defensive line in Burks, Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith. Like you still have these really good players that are really young that you don't need to make groundbreaking moves. You don't even have the money for. You're getting prepared to pay all these guys. Like Jalen Carter, you're going to get prepared to pay him soon.
Yep.
So, paying Saquon, paying Zach Ball, and keeping those 2 guys, and then just draft really well and keep bringing in guys.
Yeah, but still a very talented defense, like you mentioned. And you have Quignon and Cooper DeJean. You just need one more boundary corner. You can find that in the draft, or somebody that fits a scheme like Rasul Douglas, who plays a lot of zone, like a veteran guy who might take less than what Slay got. 15 mil, a lot of money.
15.
So I understand that. But yeah, Oren Burks went to the Bengals. Yeah. Yeah, the Bengals making moves, baby, making moves.
They have made a couple moves.
Now, the last thing we're going to talk about, the Atlanta Falcons. Now, they have $9 million in cap space, and I feel like Michael Penix Jr. here is just looking at all these rookie quarterbacks. Look at the Patriots, you look at the Broncos, you look at the Bears. He's like, man, all my counterparts, their teams are signing players, and they're becoming a better team. The Vikings, they're making some good signings. The Falcons have $9 million in cap. They really have no ability to make any moves. Honestly.
Well, I feel like their defense is the number one thing they need to fix, right? They did re-sign Jake Matthews, has been one of their staples along the offensive line. And their weapons are already set. You have Drake London. You paid Darnell Mooney last season. Kyle Pitts is on the roster, but he's been in trade rumors. The running backs are set with Bijan and Tyler Algier. So for the offense, I really wasn't expecting many moves to be made. I feel like Michael Penix, the last few weeks of the season, you saw some things. You saw some things. He definitely has the arm strength to be able to hang, right? Like this is somebody who was making throws from the right hash to the left sideline and vice versa, making throws down the field. The arm pops when you watch him, and I have high hopes for him. But it's Atlanta's defense that I'm struggling with. Atlanta's defense was a problem last season. They released Grady Jarrett as well, who went on to the Chicago Bears. And there's really no replacing him, right? Like he's definitely fallen off from where he was in his prime. We're talking about, 5 or 6 years ago, but he was still one of their best defensive linemen. And that was part of the issue why their defense had been struggling, even bringing in Raheem Morris, who's a defensive minded guy. But you mentioned it. They have $9 million in cap space. Even releasing Grady Jarrett didn't free up a ton of money. So I wasn't expecting them to be big spenders. You weren't going to be in the Milton, Josh Sweat, those type of guys. It's going to be another team that's going to have to go bargain hunting. You're going to have to find a guy that you could sign for 1 year, $5 to $10 million, and have some incentives in there too, and then hit on some draft picks.
This team had a lot of expectations coming into last season. Made the splash move for Kirk Cousins, brought in Jesse Bates. This team was dope, and, they just completely flopped throughout the regular season. The beauty of it is, though, They had Michael Penix. He ended up playing. He played really well for them down the stretch. So now you have your foundation at quarterback. You had Drake London, who broke out last year. That was really dope. Like you mentioned, though, they didn't have much money to play with. And a team sitting in that division, I don't hate it too much because you don't need a super overwhelming team to win that division. But a team like Carolina made some really good moves, so that's a team you got to be prepared for. The Saints, they're still a team that's going to be hanging around. Tampa Bay, that's a team that's going to be hanging around. So for Atlanta, to not get better from last year and you kind of already was in the middle of the pack. The thing is, though, I think Michael Penix would have changed a lot of games for them last season. And I think that's kind of the difference of how they're going to go about this year. I know their defense isn't good, but I feel like Michael Penix has that talent where he really could have been a difference from them having 9 wins to maybe 10 or 11 and potentially winning that division.
I want to hear guys' hottest takes. After the first day of free agency, it's pretty much all but over. I have a couple for you guys, but I'm looking forward to hearing what you guys have in store. And Bleacher Report, they're going to rate our hot takes on the screen, and they're going to rate it as how hot the take is while we give our hot takes. You can go first, Dels.
My hot take, Rev, I think you're going to like this one. Justin Fields is going to be the best quarterback out of all the quarterbacks that got moved in free agency, right? So Geno Smith, Sam Darnold, it's kind of where the list ends. We'll see what happens with Russell Wilson and Aaron Rodgers. I'm sure they'll find a home in a starting spot somewhere. But I think Justin Fields is going to have the most success out of all of these guys. He's signing with the Jets 2 years, $40 million, $30 million guaranteed. And this is someone who's been disrespected. This is someone who was, first round draft picks, went to the Chicago Bears, didn't pan out there, went to Pittsburgh, thought he had the starting job locked, right? When you're Pittsburgh, you're 4-2. He was taking care of the ball. Don't look at the underneath stats, but only 1 interception, even though few turnover-worthy plays. They were winning games. And you had Russell Wilson coming off his 2 worst years of his career. Justin Fields is disrespected. And another team that's disrespected is the New York Jets. They've gone after quarterback after quarterback. They tried the young kid in Zach Wilson, number 2 overall pick, didn't work out. You tried Aaron Rodgers towards Achilles, 3rd play of the damn game, didn't work out. The next year, the numbers look good. He was not a good quarterback last year. This is a marriage of one guy, one team that's been disrespected for far too long. Justin Fields should have been the 2nd overall pick all those years ago when we took Zach Wilson. He's going to come in here. You got Breece Hall to run some RPO action with. You got Garrett Wilson, his college teammate who already have a great connection with. Chris Olave's tweeting about it too, and we know he was in some trade rumors. I was in a cute little 3rd, 4th round pick to get him as well. But I think what the Jets are really showing is they want to be an offense that can run the ball It's going to be based off play action, and we're going to take some deep shots to Garrett Wilson. We saw a couple years ago, DJ Moore put up a 1,400-yard season with Justin Fields as a quarterback. Justin Fields has shown that he can produce at this league. He just needs the opportunity to do so. Jets can give him that opportunity.
You know, I'm tired of this Justin Fields hype. I'm going to throw a wrench in your take right now. You want to know why? Is because I'm sick of it. I'm sick of all these platforms, and I'm talking about you, Bleacher Report. You posting Justin Fields and Garrett Wilson edits. Listen, it's a nice story coming from Ohio State, playing on the same NFL team, but I see all these comments and people excited, and this is why you don't let wide receivers run your team. Garrett Wilson, not a big fan of Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers leaves, and we replace him with Justin Fields. You think Justin Fields is better than Aaron Rodgers?
Tell me who had a bigger market, Justin Fields or Aaron Rodgers?
Aaron Rodgers, 100%.
No, he doesn't.
Aaron Rodgers.
No,
he's
doesn't.
Going to the Steelers. I'm pretty sure he's going to the Steelers.
I think that's locked.
He's going to the Steelers. And guess what? If he goes to the Steelers, there ain't no way
Who do you think
Justin Fields has a better
more
season.
money, Justin Fields or Aaron Rodgers?
Aaron Rodgers.
You think so? You think so?
On a year, like 1 year basis?
Guaranteed. Well, actually matters.
Guaranteed. I mean, I don't know how many years is Aaron Rodgers going to play. He might just. It just might be
got a 2-year deal.
It just might be a 1 year deal. For Aaron Rodgers.
30 mil, 20 mil.
He got 20. It was 40, 30 guaranteed. It was 40 mil total, 30 guaranteed.
Aaron Rodgers ain't touching that. Aaron Rodgers isn't touching 30.
He's gonna touch. He's gonna be paid higher on a yearly basis.
He's getting more than 20 annually, basically.
Yes, I'm pretty sure he's gonna get more than that.
I think
Aaron Rodgers was better than Justin Fields last year.
Yeah, he had some games at the end of the season that really helped him up. He destroyed Jacksonville and Miami.
First 6 games look the same.
And you know what's something that I've seen a lot? Oh man, the Jets are rewriting their history. This is the draft pick. If Justin Fields was drafted by the Jets, he wouldn't be on the Jets.
That doesn't move me.
We don't know that.
If we drafted Patrick Mahomes, he wouldn't be on the team.
Yes, he would.
I don't know.
He just said Patrick Mahomes. You're talking about the second greatest quarterback in the history of the NFL.
Yeah, he's second. You got him in first. Make up your mind.
If he had LaFleur as his offensive coordinator and Robert Saleh as his head coach,
he's definitely scratching his head.
God knows who was the wide receiver one Zach Wilson's rookie year.
Remember your boy?
Please stop it,
Dallas. The wide receiver one. Davis.
Mahomes with Paul with Corey Davis. What are you talking about?
Oh my God. What was that guy's name you liked a lot? With the Jets.
Brashard Perriman.
No.
Christian Hackenberg.
No,
he
got drafted. Wide receiver.
Denzel Mims.
Yes, Denzel. That would have been
Denzel Mims. He would have made Denzel Mims into a Pro Bowl.
Oh my God.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. No, but listen, it's a good story, and the Jets needed to take this risk.
It's the best option available. It's the best option available.
Listen, okay, I understand that. It's a low risk. It's a low risk. But objectively,
there's a medium to high reward.
We know what Fields is.
He's someone that could be an average quarterback that has traits that can make him above average.
So are you co-signing the same? You're telling me that you're telling me Justin Fields is going to have a better season than Aaron Rodgers with the Steelers potentially.
Not only was I thinking that,
Sam Darnold.
I had a nasty hot take. My hot take was even nastier than that. And you moved me with the Ohio State connection because I remember Justin Fields Ohio State.
It was magical.
It was really magical. He really should have went one, but that's neither here nor there. Justin Fields and Garrett Wilson.
Oh, you can't co-sign that now, can you?
Justin Fields and Garrett Wilson are gonna finish a top 10 quarterback wide receiver duo in the league.
Well, I like that.
Statistically, you've been waiting for that 1,500, 1,600 Garrett Wilson year. It's coming. You mentioned it. DJ Moore had his best year of his career with Justin Fields, and granted, it was 3 or 4 games of 250.
We'll take him.
Garrett Wilson is better. Why can't he give you 4 or 5 of those games? Why can't he get force-fed? Why can't he lock in and get
You think Garrett
yards?
Wilson's better than DJ Moore?
I do. I think Garrett Wilson is a stud, and I believe that. And I think Justin Fields is a stud. That's why I'm with Dells on this. And I think Justin Fields and Garrett Wilson are going to finish top 10 statistically as a quarterback and wide receiver. I really think they have that type of talent. My second hot take, though, this one's really going to get you. My second hot take is J.J. McCarthy is going to have a better year than what Sam Darnold had last year. And I'm locking that in. I'm stamping that in. That is one of my hot takes.
That's a big year.
That is one of my hot takes.
Right?
I think J.J. McCarthy, watching it, was...
released.
Do we have a signing?
We do.
That looks like...
Byron Murphy.
3 years, $66 million.
With Minnesota?
Staying with Minnesota.
That's a great deal.
He had a really good year
I think
last
they needed to re-sign him.
The Jets also signed Andre Cisco.
Okay.
Okay, that's
I
cool.
like that.
That's
I like
cool.
that.
That's cool.
I like that better than Justin Fields.
He's your quarterback. He is your quarterback now. I'm really locked in on JJ McCarthy. I think this year, even though granted he did get hurt, of course, but this year giving him the year off, whether it was by force of nature, gave him the year off, learning behind Sam Darnold, watching how he's played. You have McConnell, you have Justin Jefferson, you have Jordan Addison, you have TJ Hawkinson. Like, you can't fail. And I think JJ McCarthy has tools that really put him in the limelight. He has a really good arm. You can see the middle of the field. He's really accurate. He's smart with the football. He just gives you Sam Darnold vibes in the sense. Like, I think he's really good. And I think JJ McCarthy isn't going to miss a beat with Minnesota. And I think I trust in the coaching staff to not let him miss a beat. I trust in the offensive talent around him. If they could just up the offensive line a little bit more, because I don't think he'll have the same movements in the pocket like Sam Darnold has. Sam Darnold was making some throws. I don't want disrespect. Sam Darnold was making some throws in that pocket. But JJ McCarthy, I think statistically, he'll have just as good or probably better than what Sam Darnold had last year.
I love that your hot take is centered around the Minnesota Vikings because I felt like it was fate. It was destiny. We had Byron Murphy Jr., who re-signed with the Vikings after you made your statement about JJ McCarthy. Now I feel like I'm scorching on both sides. I feel like my left side is very scorched and it's on fire from what Dell's just said. I can't believe this man. But you.
What up? Talk to me.
I'm not that mad at what you're saying. And Byron Murphy Jr., I think him re-signing with the Minnesota Vikings. Not only did they re-sign him, but you're telling me that they also signed center Ryan Kelly. Yep. And that bolsters up the interior of the offensive line. It's going to boost up the run game. It's going to boost up the pass protection. I think it's very reasonable that J.J. McCarthy can have a fantastic
season. They brought back
season.
Aaron Jones, right?
They did bring back Aaron Jones. And Byron Murphy, I thought that he was, without a shadow of a doubt, a necessity for the Vikings to bring back. He played over 90% of snaps. He shadowed top receivers weekly. If you look at how many yards he gave up, he did give up a lot. That's because he was shadowing all the time. It wasn't because he was an inefficient corner. It was because he was always in coverage. And Brian Flores, he loves to dial up those blitzes and leave his corners on complete islands. Now, I don't think the Minnesota Vikings are done. I still think they got another card up their sleeve, and I think that is signing Javon Holland.
Oh, I mean, Javon Holland, that's the Flores guy. I wouldn't be mad at that. I thought he could be a potential commander with all the money that they have. But the Vikings, listen, we know how good the Vikings are. I want to hear your hot take.
Okay.
Yeah, let's get
you want to hear my hot take? It's going to be centered around the Vikings.
Let's do it.
My hot take is going to be, I think the Vikings are going to make the playoffs once again this year. I think they make the playoffs once again, and I think J.J. McCarthy is going to lead them there.
How many fire emojis? That's like a 3 out of 5 fire emoji.
You
give him 3? 2?
And he is going to win
the top division.
He is going to win comeback player of the year. Now, I will say
he didn't play.
Yeah, but he got hurt.
Yeah, but it's sad.
Well, you usually win comeback player of the year because you get hurt.
No,
correct?
Facts, but don't you have to play like at least a snap in the NFL in your career? That doesn't count.
What do you mean? But then he wasn't able to play. Who else? I mean, listen, I want to stay on Rivs real quick because I feel like he's disrespecting Sam Darnold. I feel like he disrespected Sam Darnold by letting you slide with your Justin Fields statement, which was disgusting, by the way.
It's true.
Sam Darnold had the most 100 passer rating games in a season. Tied with only Aaron Rodgers in NFL history.
He was elite last year.
Over 4,000 yards, over 30 passing touchdowns. He did turn the ball over. We know that.
JJ can get over 30.
Can we respect what Sam Darnold did with the Minnesota Vikings?
JJ gets over 30. He sets the record. Technically, he's a rookie, I guess, right? So
yeah, I mean, technically, yeah, he could do it.
What next have he had 31 this year?
Sam Darnold.
He had 29.
He had 29.
Had 29 passing touchdowns. Mahomes had 50 in his second year, though. Yeah. What do you mean? It didn't count as a rookie year for him.
He played week 18.
Okay, so still, JJ's not a rookie. Come on, let's be serious.
Is he eligible for rookie of the year next year?
No, I don't think he should be. In the NFL, we don't do no Blake Griffin award.
He got hurt. I got another hot take. Unless you have anything more to say.
Keep going, Dubs.
Okay, my hot take, Riv. Unfortunately, you're not gonna like this one. The Houston Texans are missing the playoffs.
Who's taking their spot? I'm curious.
One of them teams, I don't know yet.
You just say it and
I'm taking the field because they traded Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah. They really, I don't know what they're doing over there.
I don't know what caused them to do that because last year we saw how terrible the offensive line was last year, right? We saw how terrible it was, and the only saving grace they had was Laramie Tunsil. Let alone all the penalties. I get it. Laramie Tunsil is still one of the best left tackles in the sport. He is a top 5 at a minimum left tackle right now. And you traded for him a couple of years ago. You paid for him. And now CJ Stroud is coming off a sophomore slump. And there's been some nasty words, not by me, but there's some been nasty words about CJ Stroud's name.
Not by you.
And what you're going to do to make it even more difficult, because don't forget, you have a new offensive coordinator coming in as well, so he's going to have to learn a whole new system. You're not going to have your wide receiver 2 in Tank Dell. You probably won't have your wide receiver 3 this season in Stephon Diggs. They did bring in Christian Kirk, so give them credit
And they did bring in Justin Watson.
That'd be nice.
I think their defense is going to be elite.
Their defense will be great, but this offense, it's a bit scary. Offensive coordinator who's coming over from the Rams, I believe. He's been very highly talked of, but we don't know him, right? The offensive line, your one piece that you knew was a rock week in and week out you could count on, is gone now. Your wide receiver core is weaker than it was last season. And listen, I get it. The division's not great. But what if Anthony Richardson finally puts it together? What if Trevor Lawrence and Liam Cohen actually figured this thing out? It wasn't only a couple years ago where they were in the playoffs. It's not that far-fetched, Riv.
Listen,
it's not.
I don't know what they're doing over there.
Nobody's worried about the Texans. Be real.
I hope they give my brother some help in the offensive line. But the Texans have showed you, even on a bad year, they'll still win the division. So
that's because every other team was ass.
They ain't get better. They ain't get better. I mean, none of the teams got better.
I mean, the Jaguars. I mean, don't sleep on the Jaguars now.
I don't think they got
Cohen
better.
in town.
They've let some guys go.
Coaching, you hope.
Yeah, coaching. You just hope that the Titans. They're done.
You know what?
Did I mention the Titans?
You know what? I need to redeem myself. I have 2 hot takes. But one of my hot takes actually follows what you just said about the Texans. I think the Colts are winning the AFC South. I think after signing Sharp, I think Anthony Richardson is going to have a bounce back season. I think this is the year that he shows us those flashes that we all saw. We know Josh Allen until his 3rd year, he didn't break out fully into one of those top echelon quarterbacks. I think Anthony Richardson this year, he's going to play really well, but I also think they're going to be able to sign a quarterback on a backup deal to maybe compete with Richardson. And I think if it is Daniel Jones, he fits the offense to where I think he can have success in this offense.
The Daniel Jones sweepstakes.
Oh, man.
I'm waiting, man.
I love it. But look, the Colts, they signed Charvarius Ward. They signed Cam Bynum. I love their young secondary they do have currently in the building when Jaylon Jones, Samuel Womack, Nick Cross. So this is a very talented defense. And Lou Anarumo, come from the Bengals defense coordinator, he's now coaching up this unit. So I have a lot of confidence in the Colts. I think they are the most well-rounded roster. I feel like if the Colts had better quarterback play, that's the biggest question mark. If they had a quarterback, like let's say Trevor Lawrence was on the Colts, I don't even think we're thinking about who's winning the division. I think it would be them easily. Because Richardson is such a question mark, he lowers their floor and their ceiling. It's such an unknown. But if he can play well, they will win the division.
That's a big if.
Yeah. I mean, I saw it against the Jets.
Okay. That's a big if. I got two hot takes that kind of go in with one. You're gonna hate this. You're really gonna hate this one. The Cincinnati Bengals and the Green Bay Packers aren't making the playoffs next year. Yeah, I don't think either team are making the playoffs. I'll speak on Cincinnati's side. I don't think T. Higgins is coming back. I think Trey Hendrickson is getting traded. He obviously asked out for a trade. I don't trust in this team to draft. I really don't. I don't trust in this team to hit on the draft. So it will be another year of Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase doing what they need to do to unfortunately leave the field winning and then the team losing the games. Yeah, but you look at the AFC, you still got Buffalo, you still got Baltimore, you still got the Chiefs. Obviously, somebody out of that dog shit division has to win the division.
You got 3 teams potentially in the AFC East that could, AFC West and the AFC East.
The Chargers are hanging around. Denver's still there. You know, there's
Raiders just got Geno.
Pittsburgh, if they get Aaron Rodgers, I don't know. They're always a team, you know. And then on the NFC side, like you look at which we're going to talk about Chicago later, but I thought they had an A+ off season, you know, just on the moves they've made. You look at Minnesota, they've made some good moves. I trust in JJ McCarthy just to be a quality quarterback at minimum. You look at the Rams. I think the Rams are one of those teams where we could see Eagles-Ram NFC Championship game this year, just of how good the Rams look right now. Just for the Packers, they haven't really done too much. The team is, it was so injury-riddled last year, and I still don't know what I'm getting out of that wide receiver core. You know, and I still think they need a star on the defensive side. I think Rashawn Gary gives you star moments, but he's not a legit star. I think they need a game changer on both sides. You know, I think Jordan Love is a good quarterback, but you still need those game-changing type of players.
I mean, at bare minimum, the Packers, they signed Nate Hobbs, one of the better nickelbacks in the league. Jair, I don't think he's going anywhere. I think they keep one more
Hobbs
year.
At a value too.
Yeah, they did get Hobbs at a value. I think their secondary is talented. You have Jair, Nate Hobbs.
Is Jair staying?
Carrington Valentine. I think he will.
He's banged up all the time.
Yeah, that's the big question mark with him. Xavier McKinney, Evan Williams, Javon Bullard, they have talent all over the field. Their defensive line needed to improve it. And, I mean, even with the wide receivers not being number one wide receivers, they have still had a top-end offense. So I think they can still have a top-end offense even if they don't have that true number one alpha. But my hot take is don't be surprised if that's Dontavian Wicks.
Oh, this is still on that. This is year 3 of Wicks?
No, it's been number 2. It's been year number 2.
No.
You got to stay the course. You got to be patient.
Green Bay didn't beat a single top team last year.
They didn't beat the top of the top teams.
Who was their best win?
I would say they beat the Seahawks.
Houston.
They beat the Texans. They beat the Niners.
Houston.
Who was playing for the Niners?
It's Houston and Seattle. And then you know
they only lost to the Lions and the Vikings.
Yeah, they lost 5 games.
Yeah, those are 3 of the top teams in the NFC, though.
Those 3 are better still. And then you got the Rams. I think we can all admit the Rams are better than Green Bay.
Are they so much better, though? I mean, all of those.
They're better.
The Eagles I could give you, but the Rams close games against the Lions and the Vikings.
The Rams are closer to the Eagles than the Packers.
Facts.
I don't know if that's a hot take, but they're closer to the Eagles.
Who?
What?
The Packers beat the Rams.
He probably wasn't even healthy. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, who's playing that game?
Nah, man. No, don't give me that. Don't give me that. There's 22 players playing on the field.
They got Davante Adams now.
Ah, man. Okay, listen. I hear your disrespect, and
Chicago could be better than Green Bay.
I don't troll. Okay, I understand that. They made a lot of great moves. They're 3 straight times they've won the offseason.
No, that's
yeah, and it has not translated. It's not, but listen, I feel like this could be the year, but I will say this: I'm going to give you a hot take. And it's the hottest take that I'm going to give.
Is it another Eagles hot take? I'm excited for that
no,
one.
No, it has nothing to do with the Eagles at all. I have ultimate respect for the Eagles and what they've done.
This year. Yeah. It's about time, right? Is it about Dallas?
The Los Angeles Rams are making a Super Bowl.
So inadvertently,
they're making it out the NFC. Because what I saw a team in the Eagles. I saw an offense that got bailed out. Because they didn't block for Matthew Stafford. Jalen Carter ran through free. If Stafford had a half a second longer, he was throwing that bad boy, and the Rams were headed to the NFC Championship game, and they were going to beat the Commanders, and they were going to make the Super Bowl. And now, you know what they did? They got Davante Adams. That's a major upgrade over Cooper Kupp. Come on, be real. Who's guarding Davante? Davante and Puka Nacua, who's going to guard those two?
Top 5 duo in the league.
It was a snow. We couldn't really guard anybody.
I mean, Cooper DeJean, all due respect, Mitchell, they're going to guard Puka and Davante.
We played the Rams twice.
You did.
Why does everybody, when it comes to the Rams, only speak about the last 5 minutes of the fourth quarter?
Because they're about to beat you.
They also don't speak about Saquon rushing for 500 combined.
Why didn't they speak about?
And guess what? I love that you meant to that.
Of domination.
I like that you meant to that. Because guess what? They just signed a top 10 graded run defender in football on Poona Ford.
Yeah.
Poona Ford, Kobe Turner, Jeff Burst.
That's stopping you from going from 400 rushing yards combined to.
It definitely stops you from getting at least 20 more rushing yards.
Joe, that's adorable.
Poona Ford is one of the best interior defensive linemen at defending the run in the NFL.
I'll be honest.
And we know they're going to draft well again.
In that Rams game, I feel like we choked more than they actually were going to win it. You know what I'm saying?
They made it close at the Eagles were going away with it. Yeah, the Rams did come back and they made it interesting. They were in the red zone the last play of the game. It could have happened. I get it.
Yeah, but we still act like we weren't dominating. Well, let me not say dominate. Let me rephrase. Let's not act like we weren't winning that game for most of the game.
15 minutes of that game, I felt very comfortable the Eagles were
they're and listen, take a pull up. I don't care. You know why I don't care? Because we got Guantanamo Bay. So any side he want to line up for, he can get locked. I don't care. I don't care who you have.
Davante Adams is going to get locked up.
You
future Hall of Famer. No, I never said he was washed. Watch your tone. I never said he was washed.
I don't care who they get.
Watch your tone.
I don't care who they get.
Nakua, what about him? Who's going to guard him?
Who's going to guard A.J. Brown?
Zone defense.
Zone defense. That's a good answer. That's all you got.
Better defense than the Rams.
Hey, man, Sean was able to put together some schemes in the playoffs.
He was, but now the Rams defensive line got better, and I know they're going to make more moves.
I'm excited about the Rams.
Sean McVay, he understands this is the window with Matthew Stafford right now.
It's like a 1 year window.
Extended him. I don't know, 1 or 2 more years.
I don't want to disrespect the Rams because I feel like they on our level. They're definitely in that tier. So I don't want to disrespect the Rams. I don't want to do that.
Disrespecting them right now.
I just started with Green Bay disrespect.
I'm not disrespecting the Eagles. I'm just saying I think the Rams.
I think the Rams in the competition.
I just watched us put 30 on them and then damn near had a game where we were comfortably winning. I watched it.
Listen, it's hard to go back to back. It's not a hot take. It's hard to go back to. It's probably more unlikely that the Eagles go back to back Super Bowl champs than the Rams represent the NFC.
That's a fact. We went to the Super Bowl, what, twice in 3 years?
Yeah, but they go back to back.
Yeah, they got
You know
lucky,
what I mean?
man.
You
Listen,
just-
we got
couple
a little
things will
bit
go
more
your way.
infrastructure now. The
Lost
Rams are
Kellen
nice.
Moore.
The Rams are the second best team in the NFC.
Over Detroit.
I like them over Detroit.
You
I'm fine
can't
with
trust
that.
Detroit.
No, lost
You
the
can't trust
coordinators.
Jared Goff.
I like them over. That right there is the comment. That's not even a hot take. That's a fact. You can trust Stafford. You can trust Jalen Hurts in the playoffs. That's a fact.
Absolutely.
You cannot trust
playoff
Jared Goff.
riser.
Yeah, you
Playoff
cannot.
roller.
You can't trust Jared Goff. You can't. And unfortunately, Detroit just had some nasty injuries all last year. I don't even know if I trust them to be healthy come playoff time.
Yeah, I just don't know if I trust their coaching. They're just going to bring in a new OC. No,
I mean, I
DC.
trust-
That was
I trust
big
Campbell.
shoes to fill.
I trust Campbell.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
their
he's
offense
made-
is so high, it's so much talent on the offensive end. I don't see a big drop off. But like Slay said, it's all vanilla and they soft, man. It's no like it ain't. It's weak over there.
I got one more hot take.
What's your last
I got
one?
one more hot take. The Pittsburgh Steelers would be making a huge mistake if they sign Aaron Rodgers.
That's a hot take.
Look at this guy.
I would go, Riv, that's not hot enough. I would rather them sign Daniel Jones.
There's the hot one.
Oh,
That's
wow.
how scared I would be
What is wrong
for
with you?
a locker room with Aaron
And Mike Tomlin.
Rodgers,
That's lit.
DK Metcalf, and George Pickens. Let's not forget, Riv. It took Mike Williams one play. He made one wrong route, and he was off the team a week later.
That route
Now
was funny.
he's going to have to go in there with DK and George Pickens, both guys that are top level receivers, but they have an attitude of top
I
level.
would love a
receivers.
Hard Knocks.
They
Pittsburgh.
want their targets. They want their looks. And then you got to have Aaron Rodgers fit in this Arthur Smith system. I would be very, very curious to see how that works because I think it would be a disaster.
You know, I'm just disappointed in Dell's because for as much as Aaron Rodgers has given the Jets organization,
What did he give us other than just hype?
turned your back.
He gave us hype.
Exactly.
That's all he
matters.
gave us.
That
Throw
really
the flags.
that matters a lot. You want to know why that matters?
Justin Fields isn't hype?
No. He's not hype. You're forcing yourself to believe in that.
No.
You really believed in Aaron Rodgers. And that's the difference.
wouldn't?
I know Aaron Rodgers didn't win many games, but he definitely was not the problem. Our defense fell off. Let's not blame that on Aaron Rodgers.
How many times last year did Aaron Rodgers have the ball with less than 2 or 3 minutes to go with a chance to win? How many times?
Okay, and how
Vikings
many
game.
times were they not on the same page? We
Bills.
were
What's that?
we were 2 and 3 when Robert Saleh got fired. If Robert Saleh doesn't get fired, we might be in the hunt.
Okay.
You know most of the problems came from not having a real head coach.
I don't disagree, but
Who do the Steelers
Rodgers
have a real
still
head
had
coach?
chances. What?
Hey, Bleacher
They
Report
do,
locked
absolutely.
on Jets.
Do the Steelers have a real head coach?
Yes.
Yes. So you don't trust Aaron Rodgers coming into that
I trust Mike Tomlin. Always.
situation? He's humbled. Aaron Rodgers is humbled. He's coming into that situation like
Bro, he's
I
40. He's
I
no
want
way he's
to
humble.
end my career on a good note. And he's giving you so much to believe in as a Jets fan.
We heard this last year with the Jets.
Joel.
He's coming off an Achilles. He doesn't want to go out this way.
Joel.
He wants to
We
win.
gave him the keys to make every decision. That's our fault.
Joel, my father, great man, great man. He gave me some good advice one time. He said, when a man is past 35, and he's up there in his age, whoever he is at that moment, that's who he is for the rest of his life. Aaron Rodgers is not humbled. He's a Hall of Fame quarterback, probably top 5 ever. He's not sitting there humbled. He's walking in there like, nah, I'm still Aaron Rodgers. I demand this, and this.
And he still played at a high level. And you
High?
know what? He still wants to win.
High level.
He doesn't change. He
We're
wants
just
to
throwing
win.
high around.
He did play at a high level.
Joel.
Yes.
Joel.
I mean,
Joel.
both. Even both.
Well, like
Joel.
top what?
He played at a high level.
Like
What
top what?
define high level? Top
He
what
played
quarterback?
like a top 15, 16 quarterback in NFL.
pushing
Absolutely,
it.
he did.
That's pushing it.
No, absolutely, he did.
For the year?
Yes, absolutely.
His first
he
6
did.
games was
The
disgusting.
totality of the season, absolutely, he played at a high level.
If you take out those last like 3 weeks where he's playing the Jags and shit, and the games
Miami.
didn't matter,
he
bro.
still has something left in the tank.
He has something.
Are you
but
telling me
not
it's
a
on
lot.
E? Are you telling me it's empty?
But the light is blinking. Your car is dinging. Get gas. You only got 10 miles left.
He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. I mean, what are we talking about here?
Obviously.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll give you one bet. Actually, I got a hot take myself.
Should we go sign Zeke? Hall of Famer. Let's go sign Dalvin Cook.
Don't be
come on.
disrespectful. I got a hot take of my own.
There we
You
go.
know what? Steelers are winning the AFC North if they sign Aaron Rodgers.
That means Bengals really aren't making the playoffs.
Well, the
because
Steelers, have a better overall team than the Bengals.
They always do.
And then they have Aaron Rodgers now, who's a major upgrade over Justin Fields and Russell Wilson.
Justin Fields was 4-2.
Justin Fields.
Let's be honest. We know what the Steelers are going to do next year.
We do.
Doesn't matter who they sign. They're going to start off like 6-1. best team in football. They're going to win the AFC North, and they're going to lose like 7 out of their last 8. It's what they do every single year.
When the hard games get hard.
Not if they got a quarterback at Aaron Rodgers' caliber still playing at a high level like he did last year. And
What's the next topic, man?
Oh man, Lizzie, you disrespecting Aaron Rodgers. You disrespecting Aaron Rodgers. I don't like that.
That ain't that good, brother.
He like the 24th ranked quarterback.
But there was a massive gap last year between Russ and Rodgers.
Massive.
Don't forget that first game, Rodgers against the Jets. He looked pretty damn good.
Massive, yeah. Russell Wilson, and he dropped off.
The thing is, this is the thing. Russ started off hot and then cooled down.
This is what you're telling me.
Rodgers started off cold and got hot.
You're proving my point that the Jets, their struggles weren't on Aaron Rodgers. We made Russell Wilson look like a Hall of Famer still.
That was that one game.
Yeah, I know, and he played well against the Bengals too.
Not blaming Aaron Rodgers.
Bro, we had so many opportunities, and
if we had great defense, bro, we was in.
How close are we to lose that damn Titans game week 2?
I mean,
we won by one touchdown that came down to the last second play.
First couple of weeks, everybody gives their best. Everybody gives their best punch.
Get the draft. We almost lost it.
And listen, you're blaming everything on Aaron Rodgers. I don't like that, Dels. I really don't like that. We're gonna get into our top 10 moves of free agency. Starting at number 10, we have Ryan Kelly going to the Minnesota Vikings on a 2-year, $18 million deal. $9 million guaranteed. He's only allowed 10 quarterback hits over his 121 career starts for the Colts since 2016.
Yeah, Ryan Kelly, very underrated signing. There's a lot of guys that go out there and they get paid big bucks, right? There's a lot of guys that go out there and you see, $20 million annually, and you even saw the Packers sign a guard to some big money, and you just assume that the guys that are getting the huge contracts are the ones that are worth it, but that's not always the case. Ryan Kelly is someone that is getting under 10 million annually. He graded out as like a top 15-ish center last season. And it's always going to be a plus to get some offensive line help. So I like this move.
I do like this move too. I think for the Minnesota Vikings, bringing in more offensive line help, especially with JJ McCarthy coming off an injury, so you want to protect them as much as you can. And you also want to remain competitive. 2 years. 2 years. You said 18 mil, 9 mil guaranteed. Yep. I think he's a little bit older in a sense. So, but that's a good deal. That's somebody who can come in and still give you really good quality production. And you already have a couple guys on your offensive line that are really, really good, in Darisaw and O'Neal. So I think that's a good signing.
I think it was a great signing. You look at their interior offensive line this past season: Garrett Bradbury, Dalton Risner, and then the other guard. I'm even forgetting his name right now. Like, it wasn't a good group at all. And I think the Vikings, a big reason why they were unable to run the football is because they didn't have good guard play. They didn't have sufficient guard play whatsoever. I think Ryan Kelly now signing there, he is going to be the center. That makes things interesting as to where Garrett Bradbury is going to play. I think it automatically slots him in at one of the guard spots. He might be better at guard. I think the big issue with him is that he doesn't handle power that well, but a Vikings offensive line that is improved, I think it does wonders for JJ McCarthy. And we have to see JJ, in a real NFL game and a real NFL start. One of the Achilles heel of the Vikings offense this past season was Sam Darnold and his performance under pressure. He was one of the worst quarterbacks in the NFL under pressure. Now, even if this offensive line isn't the best, but JJ McCarthy is better under pressure, you can still get a better offensive result. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this move shapes out and how much they improve their offensive line with this move.
Yeah.
Number 9, Carlton Davis to the Patriots. 3 years, $60 million. $34.5 million guaranteed.
Left Detroit. This is a sneaky move because I feel like New England is building something over there defensively. You already got a guy in Christian Gonzalez who's like one of the best in football in terms of the cornerback position. I think defensively they're going to be a really good unit, and I think right now they're in a position where you have a guy in Drake May who you want to build as much foundation as possible around him. And I think they're starting to do that in on the defensive side. Offensively, I think they'll go through the draft. But defensively, bringing in Carlton Davis, who's somebody who's physical, can man up on you, can get real, like he's really strong for his cornerback size. I like Carlton Davis. He was good in Detroit. He was good. He was really good in Tampa Bay. I think this is a good move. I think this is somebody who can come in, bring that veteranship, be that second or third guy next to Christian Gonzalez.
Yeah, this was a good move. Carlton Davis last season was graded out about the 29th corner per PFF. He was 38th in terms of coverage. He allowed a passer rating under 90 when he was targeted. He was really good for the Lions, right? Lions dealt with a ton of injuries last year, but Carlton Davis was someone that they made a move for in the offseason, and we all loved. I feel like 2 years ago, he was more highly regarded than last year, even though if you look at the numbers, he had almost arguably, one of his best seasons of his career last year. And I was a bit surprised at the number, right? He got $20 million annually. I thought that was a little bit higher than expected, but he also went to New England. And if you're New England and you're a rebuilding team, you're going to have to pay up for some of these guys. And you're going to have to go over what the market expects or what the market was, because I'm sure Carlton Davis had some other offers, maybe even from Detroit, who, ended up signing DJ Reed to $16 million or so a year. So they got a bit cheaper there at corner. Maybe they weren't willing to go to that $20 million mark. But Carlton Davis is a really solid corner. Now you're pairing him with Christian Gonzalez. That's a really exciting cornerback duo that you got there. Unfortunately, my dream of Travis Hunter maybe going there to pair with Christian Gonzalez is probably out the door now, but it's a great move for New England. They got talent. They got way more than that. We're going to be talking about at least one of the person that they signed on this list, but good get for them.
Well, that's a big reason why I'm so excited about the signing. It's the pairing with Christian Gonzalez. Now, I think Carlton Davis, the numbers don't always look the best for him, even though he had a good season, because of the scheme that he plays in. He's a bump-to-bump man coverage corner. He's going to get in your face. It's going to be a lot of press coverage. And a lot of times, if you're not disciplined in those moments, we can give up big plays. But he is somebody that he takes receivers off their games. He's a trash talker. And now him being the second corner, not being the primary one with the primary assignments, which is what he was in Tampa Bay, which is what he was in Detroit, now being the second corner next to Christian Gonzalez, that's going to make opposing number 2 wide receivers' life a living hell with him covering them. So I think this was a fantastic signing. The Patriots have made a lot of great moves, and they're kind of bringing that physicality to their defense. This player is not going to be on the list, but Robert Spillane, he's one of those guys that brings physicality to your defense. Carlton Davis fits that exact identity. Next name up, number 8. Dre Greenlaw going to the Denver Broncos, 3 years, $35 million. Now, I was struggling with this because the Broncos made two really good signings. They signed Talanoa Hufanga and they signed Dre Greenlaw. Hufanga's an honorable mention on this list. I think Dre Greenlaw is a better player, and I also think he fits what they needed more, which is a true coverage linebacker.
Yeah, absolutely. Greenlaw this past year was basically a wash. He played in 2 weeks. He was coming off the injury that he suffered in the Super Bowl. Obviously just running onto the field was super unfortunate. But you look at the 2 years prior, his coverage grade, as you mentioned, Joel, in 2022 was an 82.6. 2023 was a 79.5, where both were amongst the highest out of all linebackers. And we've seen him. He's a proven veteran linebacker. Your only concern is he is coming off, even though, 2 years removed from a torn Achilles, right? And he's 27, about to be 28 years old. But I think for the value got him at $35 million. Do you have the guarantee, what the guarantee was?
Yes, $35 million guarantee. Well, I know that maybe half of it is guaranteed.
Okay, yeah. Assume, $20 million of it is guaranteed. It's a good deal. I think of what the Jets gave Jamin Sherwood, who has 1 year of production. Now, this is a guy that's more of a, rising star, if you think he could be that at 25 years old. He got 3 years, $45 million with 30 guaranteed. And Greenlaw, the 2 years prior, was better than Sherwood, just even arguably this past year. So you're banking on him returning to form, really for both of these guys, for Hufanga as well, right? He dealt with an injury-riddled season in 2024, but he had proven to be, when he's at his best, like a top 10-ish, 15 safety when everything's going right and he's in the right scheme. So this Broncos defense is loaded. This can be the best defense in football next year. I don't think that's a hot take. They were a top 5 unit, top 10 absolute worst last year. They just keep on adding talent. And their two probably biggest weakness last year was linebacker and was that safety. We know all the talent they have on the defensive line. We just interviewed Nick Benito. Shout out to him. Zach Allen. Of course, you got PS2 out there. Riley Moss. They have so much talent on this team that even if one of Greenlaw and Hufanga hit and they return to their versions from 2 or 3 years ago, it's going to be a massive win for them.
They showed the Jordan Love throw across the middle of the field in the playoffs. Yeah, they showed that just now.
Won't happen again.
Oh,
absolutely not.
Never say never.
Absolutely not. Also,
Dre Greenlaw brings that physical presence that you want to Denver. He fits right in terms of the play style that they want, just the energy that they want to bring. A guy who can cover, who can also tackle really well. Get running backs in the backfield. Like you mentioned, these are two guys that's kind of coming off injuries, season-ending injuries. Yeah. So the pressure is, because you can put Hufanga in the same situation, honestly, in terms of just top 10 guys that's been picked up. Just the hope is both of those guys come in and they play still at a really high level, because both of those guys was trending. Hufanga being younger, he was trending towards that stardom. Greenlaw was a star in a sense. But for Denver, man, bringing in these two defensive guys and you already have an elite defense, that's huge. Two guys that fit your scheme, fit your style, just packing it all into the talent that you already have.
I feel like the biggest win is the fact that these are two players that they aren't just good players and you're taking them from a situation. These are two players coming from a championship situation. Two players that know how to win a lot of games, that have been in a lot of high leverage marquee games. Yep. And I feel like for a Broncos team that is a very young team, they have a lot of young players across their defense and offense. You kind of need that veteran leadership. So I think they get the best of both worlds here with these value signings and players who can maybe return to the Pro Bowl, all-pro form, but also that they're not going to let you down in big-time moments, you know, because they have been in those situations before. So you mentioned it. I think the Broncos defense is absolutely loaded.
So
like
good.
PS2, Riley Moss, Jaquan McMillan, Brandon Jones, Hufanga. You now have Greenlaw at linebacker, Alex Singleton coming back from injury. Then on the defensive line, DJ Jones is one of the best run stoppers in the league. With John Franklin Myers, Zach Allen broke out last year, Nick Bonito, Cooper. Like, this team is absolutely loaded. And I think the next step for the Broncos is just finding that Robin that Sean Payne was talking about on the offensive side of the football. And that can happen through the draft now. You know, they filled up all of their holes on defense to where they don't really need to spend any of their three first round picks, like first round, second round, third round pick on
offense,
defense. They could spend it all on offense.
I would like them to get like one veteran wide receiver just because, you know, if for whatever reason Luther Burden and Ted are off the board and you're looking at the receiver, whether it's Golden or whoever else, that you're already relying on Mims and
Troy Franklin.
Thank you, Troy Franklin, to take one of them to take a step up next season to be a wide receiver, probably 3 at a minimum. So I would like them to get, even if it's somebody, you know, not out of this world good, even Amari Cooper, that at least you have some stability there, that you go into the draft, you're going to be taking a guy round 1 or round 2, but you don't feel the pressure to have to play them day 1.
Yeah, next move is DJ Reed going to the Lions, 3 years, $48 million. And you mentioned it. This is a discount of what Carlton Davis got. And the Lions, I think, kind of replaced everything that Carlton Davis brought to the team. DJ Reed is a great man-to-man coverage corner. He's a very physical corner as well. I think my biggest question mark with this move is the fact that I've always viewed DJ Reed more as a second corner, not as a primary number 1 corner who can shut down the side of the field. So do they still expect Terrion Arnold to take a step up? And it's Rakestraw coming back from injury. So there's some question marks there, but they didn't invest too much, and DJ Reed has been one of the most reliable and consistent corners over the last 3 seasons.
He's awesome. Go ahead, Rick.
Yeah, I think DJ Reed is good. I agree on the sentiment. I've seen him too much get torched up by number 1s, and that's no slouch to DJ Reed. That's just not, I don't think that's him. I think he's more of that secondary corner, a guy that can complement your top guy, and what he was doing with the Jets, complimenting Ahmad Gardner. I do think though this is a good get, because I still think the secondary for Detroit is a little naked outside of Branch and Joseph. You know, I think they do need cornerback help. I think Arnold is trending that way. Now you bring in a guy who's a little bit, he's still in the prime of his career, but he brings that veteranship. He's been on elite defenses before. He's been under Robert Saleh. He knows what it takes to kind of sturdy up and be a top guy. So I like the signing. You know, they lost Carlton Davis, but they brought in DJ Reed, who I feel like they're in the similar tiers, or, you know, definitely close in that regard. So this is a good move for Detroit, just trying to shore up that secondary help.
And talk about all the injuries they had. DJ Reed has only 1 year of his career. He played less than 14 games. He has been one of the most durable and consistent players on the Jets over these last 3 seasons. I felt like when Joe Douglas signed him way back then, it felt like a steal, and it still feels like a steal, right? Yeah. I don't remember the top of my head, maybe he's getting 13 annually, and to only get a $3 million pay raise when you were going week in and week out, when you had all of these jokes about Sauce being washed last year, he was playing a consistent high-level football, and he's been, like I said, one of the most consistent players on this Jets defense. We talk so much about Sauce and Quincy 2 years ago having an all-pro, and Quinnen Williams being an all-pro level player, that DJ Reed always felt like he was overlooked and undervalued, but he's going to be a big loss for the Jets, and he's going to be a big get for Detroit too. Carlton Davis and DJ Reed, I really don't see as much of a difference. I think both of them are, you know, CB2s, high-end CB2s, that if your CB1 goes down for a couple of games, I think you could get by, but it's not ideal if that's your, you know, your guy going into it. But with all the talent that Detroit has, and if you can assume that Aiden Hutchinson can get back to health, and you have the pass rush that Detroit has, that just makes it easier for this Lions secondary to really get going. And last year was such a lost year for the Jets that they couldn't stop the run, number one, right? So when it's so easy for a team to run the ball on you, those passing opportunities, play action becomes more open. You don't have as much help because you need to commit more people to the run because you have no really gap integrity. So just such a mess for DJ Reed last year that even still, through all of the injuries the Jets dealt with and coaching changes, he was always showing up. He was always playing like a top 20-ish corner. It's one of my favorite moves of the offseason.
But I thought Aaron Rodgers was the biggest culprit that we were talking about with the Jets. These sound like a lot of problems, right?
It does. One of them.
Next move, Josh Sweat going to the Cardinals. 4 years, $76.4 million deal, $41 million guaranteed. So this is really like a 2-year deal. He was the 20th graded edge rusher according to PFF overall. And I feel like this is something the Cardinals need. He reunites with Jonathan Gannon now. And you look at the Cardinals defense. Defensive line is very thin. This immediately becomes the best player on their defensive line.
Easily. Josh Sweat was awesome for you guys last year. My only concern with this is when you go from probably the best defensive line in football to probably the worst defensive line in football, you're going to be seeing more double teams. You're going to be seeing more chips, right? You're not going to have a Jalen Carter that every single week is taking up double teams. Milton Williams. You're going to have not Nolan Smith on the other side. You're going to have number one defensive edge coverage against you. So his production might not be what we've seen in years past. But if he's getting those looks, that means other guys are going to have opportunity to win one-on-one. Now, that becomes the other issue with the Cardinals, that they don't have really a ton of talent, the defensive line opposite of him. But for a Cardinals team that has really had very minimal to no talent defensive side, it's a bit surprising too when usually you bring in a defensive-minded coach, they make some sort of move within the first couple of years to be like, all right, this is going to be my guy, whether it's a top 5 draft pick or a huge free agent signing or a big trade. Jonathan Gannon really hasn't done that. This is really his move, his stamp of approval on this defense. Josh Sweat coming off a championship. He knows how to win. He's bringing a veteran leadership to this room too that has a lot of young guys on it. It's one of the best moves of the offseason as well.
Before you go, Riv, isn't it kind of like, I feel like the Cardinals kind of getting forgotten about. Like, people forget that this team won 8
games.
Yeah.
They could have made the playoffs last year. They could have won the division. I mean, they were in a lot of games. They blew 2 games to Seattle, games that, unfortunately, they're on Kyler Murray. They blew a game against Buffalo early in the year, but there was an opportunity where you look like, hey,
they
wait
were
a minute,
like 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, this could be a game. I think Arizona's offense fizzled out towards the end of the year, and their defense did get somewhat better towards the end of the year. You saw a complete flip. Josh Sweat is a really good player. I think, like that was mentioned, the only scare with him and Milton, who we're going to talk about later, is how do they look now being the dominant guys on their defensive line? We had so much talent on our defensive line that at any moment, Nolan Smith could break off, Sweat could break off. Like, Jalen Carter was really the only one seeing consistent doubles, and with all due respect, he deserves that. He's one of the 5 best defensive linemen in football. So now Sweat goes to Arizona, and it kind of reminds you of Montez Sweat to Chicago, where they need a guy, whether it be elite, great, good. You just need something to tilt the scales towards your favor. And I think Josh Sweat in his Philly stat has been really good. I think that's
been super consistent.
Yeah, he's somebody who can come in and can give you quality play time. He's somebody who can come in, he can get to the quarterback, he can finish plays. And I think that's what Arizona needs. Now, you got to just fill out around him. And I think Arizona's defense is really, really young, so you have to have grace with them. But Josh Sweat also isn't an old player. Yep. So that's the benefit. He's not somebody who's 30, 31. No, he's like 26, 27 years old.
He's a big game player, too. I'm looking from Next Gen Stats. Postseason pressures since 2022. He is 4th on this list behind Chris Jones, Karlaftis, and Nick Bosa.
He locks in. Yeah. It's a good move for Carolina.
You could have argued he should have won Super Bowl MVP. He was that great defensively. Okay. It was a team effort defensively, but, let's not forget.
Second half?
2 sacks.
2 sacks?
Yeah, he had 2 sacks.
He was great.
Yeah, he wrecked the game. Everybody did for the Eagles defense. That's how great and locked in they were.
was on that right side, brother. Woo!
Now we're getting into our top 5 moves. Drew Dahlman is at number 5.
Here we go.
3 years, $42 million. The Bears snagged the best center available on the market, not only from a production standpoint, but also from an age standpoint. This is a young center, and they have 3 offensive linemen now that are young in Braxton Jones, Darnell Wright, and Drew Dahlman. They brought in 2 veterans with Jonah Jackson and Joe Tooney. this alone is a top 5 move, but when you consider all the other moves that the Bears made around this move, the Bears are having a fantastic offseason.
Yeah, the Bears are winning another offseason. And that's one thing they can do. They can win off seasons. Listen, they saw the problem this year and they attacked it immediately. 3 offensive linemen in the span of 3 days. And guys that are really good, guys that have that mixture of youth and veteranship. I'm always, me being a Philly fan, I'm always in the belief of you can never have little to no offensive linemen. Always put a mixture of young guys with old guys with middle of the pack. Get the veterans, get the guys who are washed, the guys who are trying to find their way, and get the young guys. Kind of put them together so you can have this committee. And I think that's what Chicago is doing. They have guys they've drafted. Now they have a young player coming in Drew. Now they have a veteran that's coming in from the Chiefs that we're going to talk about. So they're kind of putting that collection together to where they're going to have a really good offensive line to where Caleb has no excuse. Like, this offensive line is going to be amazing. It's going to help in the run game too. And that's kind of what you needed. You needed somebody you needed an offensive line that can really alleviate some of that pressure.
Yeah, Drew Dahlman was awesome last year. This was a guy that ranked as a top 5 center per PFF. And talk about making a mark on your team. Talk about setting the culture for what you want to do. That's what Ben Johnson and Ryan Poles are doing right now. You make the move for Joe Thuney. You make the move for Jonah Jackson. And now Drew Dahlman. This is one of the best interior offensive lines, snap of a finger. You went to one of the biggest weaknesses to Thuney, and Dahlman is one of the best guard center combinations, and Jonah Jackson's not too bad too. But Riv's right. This was the number one issue with the Bears last year, right? Outside of offensive coordinator and play calling, I think that was pretty high up on the list too. But it was the offensive line. It was giving Caleb time. It was giving him easy reads as well. And they've invested a ton in this offensive line so far. They're going to continue to invest into this offensive line as well. I wouldn't be surprised if they bring in some depth pieces, draft guys on potentially day 2 and day 3 in case for injuries, anything like that. Chicago, eventually, these offseason wins got to come to regular season wins. You know what I mean? Like, at some point, you win 2-3 off seasons in a row. It's got to come to wins, but you got to feel great about Ben Johnson, what they're building right now.
I love moves that when they happen, nobody sees coming. And I think that's what Charvarius Ward was going to the Colts. We had him mocked to so many different places, but I think that the Colts would have been something that we never guessed in a million years, and they've needed cornerback help for a while. Last year, they were in rumors to getting a L'Jarius Sneed. That never materialized. But looking at Charvarius Ward, his contract, 3 years, $60 million, $35 million guaranteed. He is getting $20 million annually, which is less than Carlton Davis is getting.
I believe so.
And Charvarius Ward at his very best is one of the 10 best corners in football. This is an outstanding move for the Colts and a Luanarumo defense who, for the first time, he is now looking at all the talent that he has. He's like, wow, this is night and day from when I was on the Bengals. We have so much talent, so much at his disposal. The Colts can take a major leap defensively next season, especially when you take into account Laiatu Latu potentially breaking out in his second year too.
Yeah, when's the last time the Colts had a really good corner? Vontae Davis?
Gilmore,
yes, Gilmore. They don't really punch out corners too much, and I think Charvarius Ward, like you mentioned, didn't see this coming. Definitely was a wild card. Definitely needed for the Colts. And we talked about it earlier, the Texans don't have this stranglehold on the division. This isn't a team that just completely has this lock on the division. No, they barely got out of it last year, just because the division was so bad. Somebody had to win it, and it just happened to be the Texans. And you see the Texans not fixing their offensive line, but the Colts, they're bringing in guys. They want to bring in Charvarius Ward to kind of shore up their secondary. I still feel like they have talent on the defensive line with Buckner. Latu could potentially break out. And then offensively, I love the guys they have. I'm a big Downs fan. I love Downs. I still think Michael Pittman Jr. is a good wide receiver. I'm blanking on the third guy. A.D. Mitchell is a dog.
Alec
Pierce is cool. He made some big plays. I'm not
good deep ball receiver.
He made some really good plays. So you have 4 guys that can stretch the field, maybe outside of Pittman, but he's a big contested catch guy. You just need AR to be there. I think the defense is going to really be the backbone of this team next year. But if AR can, like you mentioned, if he can just be consistently good or even good for more than what he was last year, I think this is a team that can win a division.
Yeah, I mean, Charvarius Ward this past season, obviously dealt with some really serious personal stuff that, caused his season to not be as great as the year before. Because 2 years ago, we're talking about him being one of the best corners in football. He was one of the reasons why the 49ers went to the Super Bowl. This past year, when you just look at his numbers and the stuff he produced, you're like, oh, he fell off. But I mean, we know, like, God rest her soul, his daughter died. So that's just something personally he had to deal with, right? And that's something that he has to go to work every day dealing with. And he said months ago that I'm not coming back here. Like, I need a new spot. I need need new scenery. I need to live somewhere new because it just brings up bad memories. And that's part of the game we don't think about, right? When guys have off years, you never know what's going on with their personal lives. But Charvarius Ward, when he's on, is one of the best cornerbacks in football. And this is a Colts team that definitely needs some help in the DB department. $20 million annually does feel a bit high compared to some of the others, the cornerbacks going around. But if he's able to return to what he was 2 years ago, this is going to be a steal, right? If Charvarius Ward is playing at a top 5 level, if he's able to go out there week in and week out and shut down your opposing wide receiver one, we just saw J.C. Horn become the highest paid corner, get 25 annually, right? So it would not surprise me. Ward bounces back. He'd be better than Horn next year.
Yeah, you look at that, it reflects that in the guarantees, $35 million guaranteed. It's like a year and a half and 3-year deal only of guarantees. So this is very much like a prove-it year for him to see where he's at mentally, where he's going to be at on the field. So, I got high hopes for the Colts and Charvarius Ward. Number 3, Milton Williams to the Patriots. Now, this is funny because he at first was going to sign with the Panthers, and then the Patriots maybe threw him a little bit more money. 4 years, $104 million. This is another guy, like 1 year of great production, getting $100 million. And you look at $63 million guaranteed. So this is more so also like a 2-year deal, 2 year of guarantees. But Milton Williams, I think, is awesome, and I get all the concerns around him when you talk about, but Jalen Carter, the attention. But Milton Williams, there were games this year where he looked like the best defensive player for the Eagles on the field, and you can maybe count 3 to 4 games where it looked like that. Milton Williams had the second highest pass rush win rate percentage in the NFL. He was that great. And you look at the Patriots, it's not like they don't have anybody. Keon White, I think, is a young budding star. Christian Barmore, he had blood clots this past season, but if he gets back to his old form, which is he's just a year removed from, he is also a great defensive lineman. Then with Milton Williams, I'm not a big fan of the Harold Landry signing. One thing he does provide is he's a good run stopper, and so is Anthony Jennings, but they don't have a real threat pass rushing wise opposite of Keon White. But this is still very much a great move, and Milton Williams is going to make a defensive line really good.
Yeah, him and Derek Brown could have been special. It could have been special in Carolina. That would have been arguably the best interior defensive line combination in the NFL. But yeah, I do think New England at the 12th hour came in and been like, all right, they're offering 95. We'll give you 104. No, come here. Because, I mean, to only get, was it 60 guaranteed? 66 guaranteed. It's a bit of 63. It's a lot of money guaranteed, but for what his actual contract is, 100 million, 105, whatever it is, that's not bad for guarantees. Like, that's something that in a couple of years, if it doesn't go right for you, it's not going to completely destroy your cap situation. I thought he was going to get more guaranteed money, to be honest with you, but he got this money because he's 25 years old, and he got this money because he dominated on an Eagles team where, like you mentioned, Joel, there were games where you saw other all-pro level talents, and he was playing just as good, if not better than him. So the combination of the production that he put up, plus his age, it's very rare to have someone 25 years old entering free agency. Most of the time, you want to keep that talent, but Philly's just so damn loaded. They didn't really have the luxury of keeping him. Plus, they had Jalen Carter. They're like, we can't keep 2 of you. But it's an awesome signing for New England. This is probably the most talented player in this free agency class, especially when you think he could be just scratching the surface. And he gets to partner up with Mike Vrabel, who's been able to, year in and year out when he was with Tennessee, get the most out of his players. Absolute home run move for New England.
And he's hungry. Like, this is a dude fresh off the Super Bowl, played amazing. Now he has his own team. Now he feels like, I just shared a defensive line with Jalen Carter, who's getting all the love. He was a top 10 pick, understandable. Nolan Smith and them boys. Now I get to go here and create my own legacy. Now I get to go to New England, stop another quarterback in Josh Allen, in that same division. So Milton Williams was great for us. He was so him and Jalen Carter were really the 2 dudes that changed the whole dynamic of our defensive line. And, getting 26 mil a year, dope for him. And I think Milton Williams being 25, being able to only scratch the surface still with an insane amount of potential, they're getting a star. And I think for New England, bringing in young talent like that who can still reach some different level at their primes, at their peak, you got to overpay a little bit, especially with the way he performed in the Super Bowl.
Now, the next move, Davante Adams going to the Rams, 2 years, $46 million. Now, this wasn't part of the moves that happened today. It happened Sunday. But, this is a great move, and the reason why it's number 2 is because while Milton Williams, I think he's probably arguably the best player available in free agency, Davante Adams is going somewhere where he's going to help in help them get to a championship potentially.
It's an awesome
Him
signing.
and Sean McVay, man.
It's an awesome signing. That's why I was always super hesitant about Davante Adams pairing up with Rodgers again for round 3, because you heard the teams that Rodgers can be interested in. It was the Steelers and the Giants and, maybe Minnesota, but it was all mostly at least 2 of those 3 teams where it's like, you got no chance in hell to win a Super Bowl, right? And Davante Adams is getting up there in age, right? He's over 30 years old, but he's still playing at a top level. Aaron Rodgers, whether you like it or not, Joel, he's fallen off. Davante Adams fallen off some, but not nearly as much as Aaron Rodgers has. He is still someone that any week can go out there and give you 150 to 200 yards. That Jags game, he was so damn good. What did he have in the first half? Was it 100 plus in that first half against Jacksonville?
He had a quarterback that was feeding him.
He still had a band.
Yeah, bro. He was so good last year. And he's also shown to, with bad quarterback play, he's obviously going to have Stafford, but even with bad quarterback play, when he had some time in Las Vegas, whether it was Derek Carr falling off or the Minshew year, like whatever nonsense that was going on, he was always able to produce. We know how great Davante Adams is. He is stamped as one of the best wide receivers of our era, and going to Los Angeles for kind of this twilight of his career where he gets to get paired up with Stafford, McVay, Puka Nacua on the other side. You can't think of a better situation for him.
Yeah, this is amazing. Like, I'm just thinking about him and Sean McVay, like the pairing and the way Sean McVay is going to be able to use him and stretch him all over the floor. Wow, stretch him all over the field. I'm excited about it, man. This is going to be a great pairing. This is going to be probably top 3, top 4 pairing in the league.
Where does this wide receiver duo rank?
Oh, it has to be top 5.
Chase and T we're taking?
Chase and T, Tyreek and Waddle. I would take Puka and Davante Adams.
I would too.
Over them.
Tyreek and Waddle are not better than AJ and Smitty. I'm sorry.
Oh no, AJ and Smitty I would have up there
AJ
too.
AJ and Smitty.
Yeah, show some
Can you
respect.
argue Puka?
Yeah, that's a better
and
argument.
Davante?
Jefferson and Addison?
Jefferson holds a lot of weight in that.
Addison's good though.
But Puka Nacua this past year was first in yards per route run.
No, he dealt with the
so
injury.
I think he's really like at the top.
So are they
top
3?
receiver at
Were you
worst.
implying that Puka was better than Jettis?
No, I'm saying Puka Nacua is an elite wide receiver. I think
he is.
I thought the way you were just.
So are they number 3?
They could be. I think this is on the fly. This is on the fly. 100%.
3.
I think they probably are number 3. They could be as high number 2. I think Chase and Higgins are number 1 for me.
Okay,
stamped.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's stamped.
Yeah, I think the one that's arguable is Jettas and Addison.
Now, but it's hilarious because I think the Rams, after they won a Super Bowl, they signed Allen Robinson. Everybody's like, "Oh my God,
Love
that's such
that
a great, that's
I
such a great move."
so in every fantasy
Hey, listen,
league.
I understand it. I feel like this move is what everybody thought that move was going to be.
Yeah.
I think this is going to make a major difference. Now, number 1, Laramie Tunsil getting traded. Now, we're going to talk about the Texans in just a little bit. It made no sense why they traded Laramie Tunsil, but Laramie Tunsil got traded, and this is why it's number 1. The Commanders, coming off an NFC Championship appearance, they have traded for Deebo Samuel.
Yep.
They have traded for Laramie Tunsil. They are being very aggressive. And Laramie Tunsil, despite what you might say about him, over the last 3 seasons, he has the second best pressure rate allowed in the NFL, only behind Tristan Wirfs, who's arguably the best tackle in the NFL. So I look at that and I say, man, you're protecting Jaden Daniels' blind side when Sam Cosmi comes back. Those are 2 all-pro level caliber players on your offensive line.
The Commanders pay Debo, Lattimore, and somebody else more money than we pay AJ, Smitty, and I think Bond. So I think it was something like I saw that tweet and I was like, wow.
Probably from a cap hit perspective, absolutely.
Yeah, like I saw that, I was like, wow, that's kind of crazy. Laramie Tunsil leaves like a sour taste in my mouth just because I watched Texan games and it was always like, yo, big play, flag, coming back, holding Laramie Tunsil. But outside of that, he's still really good. Like outside of the penalties, he's still really, really good. And on the Texans offensive line, which nobody was really good on, he definitely was the one bright spot, even though he had a lot of penalties. That's the only worry. And I think for the Commanders, having a guy like Jaden, who's a lot more mobile than CJ Stroud, I'd say, and in the offensive system, which I think right now we can say is much easier than what the Texans showed us last year. I'm excited for this. I mean, Washington is making outside of one move, which was nuts. But they're making moves right now to complement what they have in their quarterback, and they're just coming off an NFC Championship game. You can't be complacent. You can't sit there and hide anything. You got to go all in and make the moves needed. And as you can see on that list, outside of Kinlaw, outside of
everything is great.
Nasty overpay, they've done really good. Like they've done really good.
We do our short form content. We do dream scenarios for all of these offseason teams, the Commanders are the only team, I think, and maybe Chicago, that are putting a dream offseason together. You get the Deebo Samuel trade, about a week ago at this point. 5th round pick, easy. You send that with your eyes closed. You need a wide receiver too, desperately. Diami Brown also left for Jacksonville, I believe. Yep. So you need to replace him in some of the big plays that he was able to do, especially in the postseason. But Laramie Tunsil, I didn't think was available, first of all, right? Especially because you're not paying CJ Stroud. You don't have to pay him for a couple of years. Will Anderson as well. There's not a lot of guys that are coming up within the next, at least, calendar year. So it didn't make sense. Stingley, because Sauce is also due for a contract extension. So Stingley's definitely due. But you mentioned Joel. I don't really give a damn about the penalties if you're going to be the second best tackle in terms of pressures allowed over the last 3 seasons. You have shown year in and year out to be one of the most reliable and one of the most elite tackles, let alone on your blind side, on the left side, where you got to protect your star quarterback in CJ Stroud. So the penalties are boring, the penalties are annoying, I'm sure, but I will easily take those penalties. He can have 20 penalties next season, 30 penalties. If he's going to give me the production that he's been giving these last 3 years, it's a no-brainer move.
And the penalties are all about, for the most part, communication. It might not even be his fault.
Starts too.
It might not even be all of his fault. It might just be the offensive line as a whole. They're not on the same page. So we'll see if that changes in Washington. Now, the top 10 list: Laramie Tunsil, number 1. Davante Adams to the Rams, number 2. Milton Williams to the Patriots, number 3. Charvarius Ward to the Colts, number 4. Drew Dahlman, number 5 to the Bears. Josh Sweat, number 6 to the Cardinals. DJ Reed to the Lions is number 7. Dre Greenlaw to the Broncos is number 8. Carlton Davis to the Patriots is number 9. And Ryan Kelly to the Vikings is number 10. Now we're going to go and talk about the winners and losers. The main event of this show, of this stream. Who won and who is losing day 1 of free agency? First name up, winners, the Los Angeles Rams.
Oh, comfortably. Listen, they brought in Poona Ford. They brought in Davante Adams.
They brought in Coleman Shelton.
They've essentially said, let's start from the beginning. They brought back Stafford. And I think that right there was the most important move. That was the game-changing move, because if you don't bring him back, you probably don't make all these moves. You probably think about going in a different direction. But you make that move and you decide, you know what? In our eyes, we felt like we could have beat the Eagles, and we felt like we would have walked Washington down. We felt like we would have been in the championship game fighting tooth and nail with the Rams. Let's do it again. Let's retool. And they've retooled. And I think we can expect them to have a really good draft based off what they've had last year, which was bringing in a ton of young talent. They brought in veteranship like Davante Adams. They brought in Poona Ford. They brought in quality players. The Rams are walking into tier 1, in my opinion. You have the Eagles. You have Detroit. I think the Rams are that third team in. You can sneak Minnesota in there, depending on how JJ plays, is the toss-up. But the Rams comfortably walk into that tier. Commanders are another team you definitely want to put in that tier. That's 4 teams already in tier 1. The Rams, I think, probably have the best chance out of the Detroit Rams and the Commanders because they have the best quarterback.
Yeah, I'm damn ready to put Detroit out, for being honest. But don't forget, too, hold on. You saw Jimmy Garoppolo get $11 million, and you said Justin Fields for 20. Oh, my God, that's crazy.
Jimmy Garoppolo might be better than Justin Fields.
You don't even believe that.
Bro, be so
You think
serious.
That's crazy? I don't think that's crazy. What is Justin Fields?
Justin Fields not terrible. He's not terrible. Stop. Enough. I'm tired of this.
Take him out of Kyle Shanahan's system. What's Jimmy Garoppolo doing?
I don't know. He went to the Raiders. It's hard to evaluate anybody.
Gardner Minshew was better than Jimmy Garoppolo with the Raiders.
He was also not that good.
That's my point.
Yeah.
They're both awful.
Yeah.
Justin Fields is better than both of them put together.
Justin Fields is comfortably better than Jimmy Garoppolo.
You think that Justin Fields is comfortably better than Gardner Minshew?
Justin Fields or Bo Nix, no troll.
Bo Nix.
By how much?
Comfortably.
Like we don't look at that situation and think Justin Fields can do what he did.
No, that's disrespectful. Actually.
I don't think so.
I'm taking Bo Nix.
I don't think it's far off.
Bo Nix, just his rookie year, has done more than Justin Fields ever has.
He's older.
He is. They're probably the same age. They probably are the same age. Anyhow, the Rams, great offseason so far. We talked about Davante Adams, talked about Poona Ford. Jimmy G, 1 year, $11 million. He's going to get his back to stay in LA and do whatever else he wants to do out there in LA. Yes, I mean, we talked about it already, but this is a great offseason for them so far. And it felt needed too, right? This was the last couple of seasons. They always felt like a dark horse when the Rams shouldn't be a dark horse. You have Sean McVay, you have Matt Stafford, and Schuler's really coming on as one of the better defensive minds in the NFL too. This should be a team year in, year out, as long as you have those guys, that's a championship contender. Couldn't afford Davante Adams gets in that direction.
The next winner, the Chicago Bears. Now, Drew Dalman signed 3 years, $42 million. They also signed Grady Jarrett to a 3-year, $43.5 million deal. And they signed Dayo Odeyingbo to a 3-year, $48 million deal, along with all the trades that they made. We know Joe Thuney, Jonah Jackson. I love their offseason. I think the offensive line overhaul was the biggest A+. I'm a big fan of Dayo Odeyingbo from the Colts. There are so many moments where I'm watching him on film and he pops off the screen. He can play inside. He can play out. He's a bigger defensive end. He has a lot of power and also speed. I don't think he's tapped into what he can fully be in the NFL just yet. And I know right now you look at his contract and you look at $16 million, feels like a lot of money.
Yeah.
I just feel like teams also realize that he has a lot of potential. And I think if he can reach just the surface of it with the Bears, it's going to age perfectly for them.
NBA, but the Nuggets just beat fire out the Thunder.
They did, and Jokic outplayed SGA. Yeah.
Hauser at 30 tonight.
Oh, he did? Oh, shout out to him. I like Hauser. Yo, I think we might break even in bets.
Oh, yeah? Why?
Mikal Bridges isn't going to average 18 points a game.
How much is he averaging?
I think he's going to average like 15, 16.
Okay, well, the Bears won the offseason.
Facts.
So
let me.
What do you think about the Bears winning?
Chicago, man. I think DJ Moore's back this year, Dels.
Okay.
Yeah, listen, I heard the slander. I heard the disrespect. I called brother. I called him the other day, and he was like, yo, Riff, me and Caleb, we just wasn't on the same page. I was being stubborn. He's locked in. They're locked in. And I think their offensive line is going to improve drastically. I think you still have quality weapons. I do think DJ Moore, Rome Odunze is a fine 1-2 punch. I don't think DJ Moore has fallen off a cliff. I just think it was a down year. I think Rome Odunze could still give you quality. I think that's a fine 1-2 you got. Still really young. You have Caleb Williams. I'm interested in that running back group because I think Ben Johnson, I don't think those running backs fit his style or his scheme. I think he's going to draft a running back. And but one thing about Ben Johnson is he can push out a really good run game, so that's something that you can see going. Defensively, you have guys like Jalen Johnson, who's all pro, Montez Sweat, Javon Dexter, Jaquan Brisker. Like, this team is really good on the defensive side. Like, they have their moments. So I think right now you're looking at this offensive line, you're building that up. I would love to see them attack more on the defensive side, maybe go for like 1 or 2 offensive players, because I think Cole Kmet is still a quality tight end. So really attack that defensive side in the draft. But Chicago, man, I like what they've done with their offensive line. That was their main need. That was the main thing people kept complaining about last year. And they were like, all right, boom, that's out the way. We fixed that.
It's the most boring part of building a team, but it's the most important. It's the trenches. If you just looked at what they did last year in the offseason, early in the offseason compared to this year. I mean, last year, what were their first couple of moves? You went out there and signed DeAndre Swift. You went out there and you traded for Keenan Allen. You got Rome Odunze. It's like, oh my God, look at these weapons. The receiver room is the best in the NFL. And we got enamored with that. But we see every single year the teams that are going to the championship games or division round, the playoffs. Number one, they have a top quarterback, which I think Caleb is, but the trenches are usually always elite. At least one side, offensive line or defensive line. And you go through all of the signs they made, right? You trade for offensive lineman Jonah Jackson, offensive lineman Joe Thuney. You sign Drew Dalman, offensive lineman. You bring in multiple guys on the defensive line, Grady Jarrett and Dio as well. It's all building through the trenches in the offensive line and defensive line. That's what Detroit did, right? That's how Detroit became this powerhouse, was getting guys on those sides of the ball. And once you have the trenches filled out, it's, I wouldn't say easy, but it makes life easier when you have Amon-Ra St. Brown. You're like, oh, we don't really have a wide receiver too. Jameson Williams is kind of coming on. Oh, Laporta has a good rookie year, but second year falls off a bit. But as long as that offensive line is stable, it just allows the quarterback so much time in the pocket, and you have a creative play caller in Ben Johnson to get his guys open. They've had the best offseason so far to me.
The Patriots are another winner. Milton Williams, Robert Spillane, Carlton Davis, Morgan Moses, Josh Dobbs is the backup quarterback, Harold Landry. They also signed Mac Hollins.
Oh, Mac Hollins was cool for Buffalo last year.
I thought Mike Hollins, Tutu Atwell got 10 mil a year. Mac Hollins got 5.
Mac Hollins is very good blocking wide receiver.
He got a couple moments the Chiefs game, right?
50-50 balls. Yes.
He played his role really well. He's somebody who comes in and plays his role really well. It was at times he was the best wide receiver.
I think we look at this Patriots offseason, the free agency period, and the Patriots defensively, I think they're solidified now.
Yep.
Offensively, still some question marks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Harold Landry signing, you mentioned it earlier, was definitely the biggest question mark because he didn't get paid like a top edge rusher, right? He didn't get obviously $40 million like Myles Garrett got, but he got paid to be more than just a run stopper. And he's coming off the worst year of his career, where he was dead last in pass rush win rate, where he had the lowest pressures of his career. But that's really the only sign I'm looking at kind of with a side eye. And even still, he's reuniting with Mike Vrabel, and I wouldn't be surprised if he gets back to being one of the better pass rushers in the NFL. But everyone else across the board, of course, you got the big fish in Milton Williams. Carlton Davis was amongst one of the highest paid guys this season. But Morgan Moses was one of my favorite signings too. He's 34, 35 years old. He's dealt with a ton of injuries, but year in and year out, he's one of the most, I shouldn't say durable, because he has injuries, but he always plays through the injuries, right? Yeah. And he's one of the toughest guys in the NFL. He also brings a veteran presence to that locker room who has a ton of young guys as well. Morgan Moses is one of the better value signs to me. Only $8 million per year for a guy that last year was an average tackle for a majority of the season. Great move for the Patriots so far.
They're trying to build the trenches, like Dell's mentioned, trying to shore up that defensive line, bringing in Milton Williams. They have guys on the outside and secondary with Carlton Davis and Christian Gonzalez. I think the Patriots defense, they had moments last year where they were really good. The year prior, if their offense was a little better, they could have pumped out a really good defense also. So statistically, if they've had better offense, they could have had better defenses statistically. I think this year we're going to see a little bit more of that. I think this year we're going to see a real rugged defensive grunted you, especially with Mike Vrabel out there, like a guy who is known for that. I'm excited for New England because this is a team where you have a new face in Drake May. You have a couple good young players on the defensive side that are fan favorites. I'm excited for it.
I'm interested to see what they do with Joe Milton.
Yeah, because they signed Josh Dobbs, so Milton might be on the move.
Because Milton, somewhere. That week 18, oh my God, he was looking like a superstar.
So the Indianapolis Colts next winner on the board, getting Cameron Bynum and Charvarius Ward. Cam Bynum 4 years, $60 million. Charvarius Ward 3 years, $60 million. We talked about Charvarius Ward at length in the top 10 list, so we could just breeze by this. Next team, Denver Broncos. Talanoa Hufanga, DJ Jones, Dre Greenlaw. Dre Greenlaw made our top 10 list. We talked about Hufanga a lot. These are just two veteran players added to the Denver Broncos defense that they have championship experience. Now it's just about fixing the offense, but they've been great in the free agency period. And last team that won, the Carolina Panthers, sneakily. Trayvon Merrick, 3 years, $51 million. Patrick Jones II, 2 years, $20 million. Tershawn Wharton, coming from the Chiefs, he got 3 years, $54 million. J.C. Horn got re-signed. Bobby Brown III, 3 years, $21 million. They are now building up this defensive line to help out Derek Brown.
It's about time.
What about your Panthers, man?
Listen, I'm excited for them. And y'all know how I feel about J.C. Horn, man. Y'all know I've been here in the trench work with my brother.
Mod's going to get more.
He's better. But J.C. Horn, the story is there, man. Been dealing with a ton of injuries throughout his career. Last year it was probably relatively one of his best healthy seasons. And he played really, really well, man. He played really, really well. I don't think he should have got all that money, but I'm excited for him because you don't know if he's going to be healthy next year. This is a guy who's been dealing with injuries damn near his whole career, and it's kind of stunted his potential because he was on pace to be a really one of the 10 best corners of football. But like you mentioned, Derek Brown, this Carolina's team is sneaky, and they scared the hell out of me when my Eagles played them last year. And you saw a trend with Bryce Young after he started to start, a trend in the right direction. You draft really well with that offense, and this is a team that could win that division. This division is kind of how I look at the Texans division. This division isn't hard.
Over the Bucks.
I think that's definitely a conversation. I don't think Tampa Bay is a bad team by no means, but I don't think they're these dominant. I don't think they're Minnesota. I don't even think they're Green Bay, and Green Bay is the third best team potentially in their division.
They got Hassan Reddick.
Yeah, he's dope. He's dope. He hasn't really played in like a year for real. But I like what Carolina's done. They're building right, and they figured out that they have something in Bryce. It may not be everything, but it's something.
Man, Loki re-signing Andy Dalton a week or two ago. He's someone that I think matters a lot to Bryce Young in the quarterback room, just having a veteran there. And Bryce was fantastic second half of the year. Once he came back from being benched, he was great. He was amongst the league leaders, if not number one in big time throws since he became the starter, about halfway through the season. But the only thing I really want to see from them is just get aggressive at wide receiver. I think running back Hubbard last season was phenomenal. He was one of the bright spots for that team. But I would like to see this team with more than just Adam Thielen and Coker and Mingo and Leggett. Like, this is a wide receiver core that is young guys. I think a couple of them are talented and you're excited for, but I don't know if any of them you're like, oh, that's definitely gonna be our wide receiver too. I think Coker, the end of the year, got some hype built, around his name. but they definitely need some more help on offense still.
Now, going on to the losers, the LA Chargers we spoke about, they didn't really make any moves to fix the interior of the offensive line. While we were on stream, they signed Najee Harris, and that was a little bit questionable, but yeah, like the Chargers definitely lost. We have to wait and see what they do in the entirety of the offseason because they could have a really good draft, but then again, they're rookies, so we never know. The Houston Texans.
Yeah.
I feel like this is something we have to talk about at least a little bit because you trade Laramie Tunsil. This was an offensive line that was bad last year, and you traded the best player on the offensive line. Like, no matter how annoying his penalties might have been, this was the best dude at protecting C.J. Stroud, and you traded him.
How do you feel about a year 3 bounce back now?
I'm still confident because I trust in my brother's ability. You know, me and Twin, we go way back, man. But you still have Nico Collins, who I think is a top 7 wide receiver at minimum.
Joe Burrow's able to do it.
Listen, yeah, and I agree, and I think CJ's better. You know, just kidding. I'm just kidding. You still have Nico Collins.
What means that?
You still have Nico Collins. You brought in Christian Kirk, who I think is still really good. I think Tank Dell eventually, when he comes back next year,
he's gonna be out all of next year.
Oh God, that really hurts.
Well, they have Christian Kirk, and then they signed Nico Collins.
Yeah, Nico's gonna get bracketed. He's gonna get double teamed. The running game is still gonna be what it's gonna be, inefficient. It's going to be tough. I don't know where the direction, like, I don't understand how you watch this Texan team go into the playoffs, beat the Chargers when they weren't supposed to. Give Kansas City a semi-good fight. Like, the game wasn't terrible. CJ played really well. The defense played really well. And then you decided you move off Slowick. I think that was the right decision. And then you just trade away Laramie Tunsil. You don't make any big moves. Not even big moves. You just don't break moves around the margins. Like, I think the defense is going to be great. It's going to be the backbone of this team because offensively, this is what held them back last season. And a lot of people put the stress on CJ and all that. And I get all that. He's the quarterback. But God damn, as you can see, they don't make it easier for him at all.
They don't. And this is a team that I feel like is going to get trapped into we're a defensive-minded team that's going to run the ball with Joe Mixon behind a bad offensive line. And Mixon's not even really an efficient running back. I know the numbers last year looked really good, but he's not somebody that's really making explosive plays. He's not ripping off 40 to 50-yard touchdowns. And if you don't have that as a running back, it's hard to be a really great offense if you don't have someone that can carry you that way. So I am a bit nervous in the direction they're going with, but the defense is so good when you have Daniel Hunter and Will Anderson, Stingley, and these dudes that you're going to be in every game. And as we've talked about at length, the division's so bad that they should still be favored to win the division, but you're not making it easy for your quarterback who's coming off a bad year, who is probably after next season going to be looking to get paid as well. So the receivers are great. You have to have some faith in the new offensive coordinator because Slowick was a disaster down the stretch, but I don't like the direction they're headed in right now.
Jaw 29-12, and they won.
The Miami Dolphins, the next team that lost. Now, I feel like they lost because they didn't make any offensive line moves. Then the stream happened, and they signed James Daniels. I think that's a start, and I think James Daniels, he's coming off an Achilles injury, but if he can get back to the level he was at before, he can be really good. So I like that signing.
The Dolphins got though.
Who?
They got that guy.
Zach Wilson.
Zach Wilson, 1 year, $6 million.
Hey, listen, if he got to come in and play, I think Zach Wilson in that offense will ball out.
Yeah, I'll be honest. Y'all know how I feel about the Dolphins. Blow it up. Y'all know how I feel about the Dolphins. They don't have much money, and they're about to lose Javon Holland, which is probably their premier secondary player, definitely their best safety. Jalen Ramsey's still great. I want to say that, but he is getting up there in age. Tyreek Hill is also another guy that's been flirting with retirement, flirting with potentially leaving. Waddle's coming off a bad injury-riddled year. Tua is Tua. Devon A-Chain was not as efficient as he was at the beginning of the year. Raheem Mostert, I don't even know if he's there or not, but he's up there in age.
Resigned.
Yeah, like this team is just, it's either old or they just don't have enough. And they don't have enough at a lot of positions, and the most important positions, which are quarterback, offensive line, and defensive line. We talk about the trenches a lot. Dels, I'm sure you're going to bring up how skinny and light their offensive line is, which you love to bring up. It's the God honest truth. They love the flashy weather. Miami, it's beautiful. It's the glim and the glamour. But when it's time to get cold, when it gets a little rugged, when it gets football weather, when they have to travel. We know this Miami team folds under pressure. And it starts with their coach, who Mike McDaniels has not been his best self. He's fallen off actually every year since he's been there. And Tua is not that guy.
Yeah, this is part of the paying your quarterback, right? Last year, you lose Robert Hunt, you lose Christian Wilkins. This year, you're probably going to be losing Javon Holland, and you're not really in the market for any noteworthy free agent, whether that's offense or defense. And unironically, Zach Wilson matters. Like, Zach Wilson could be very important for this team because Tua has, one season out of the last 3 or 4 that he's been able to stay healthy. There's a real chance Zach Wilson is playing meaningful games for this team. And on one hand, when Zach was at his best was when he only had to make 1, maybe 2 reads, got the ball out quick, and use his athleticism. On the other hand, and I think that works in Miami, right? That's what they do already. So I think that fits him. On the other hand, though, you're banking on Zach Wilson to play probably at any point 4 weeks next season that you're going to hope and pray that he go 500 in. And he hasn't really shown the ability to do that. But with some weapons there, maybe you have some faith. But he's going to be an important piece. Like, we're joking about it, but he's an important piece.
I mean, the year with Aaron Rodgers, didn't it just when Aaron Rodgers got hurt, didn't it just start out 7-5?
Yeah, I mean, even the year prior, or 2 years prior.
7-5.
Wait, the year he tore his Achilles?
Yes.
Were we 7-5?
7-5?
I mean, the year we
that was with Fitz.
What's it called? The year 2, Zach, when we were 5-2, like that. I remember that. I don't remember what.
I mean, Zach wasn't showing he could play winning football before in situations.
Justin Fields does it. It's
5-4 in 2022, 4-7 in 2023. He won just as many games as Aaron Rodgers, pretty much.
Yeah, wasn't saying Rodgers.
Next loser, Tennessee Titans, Dan Moore. This is why they lost. They signed Dan Moore to a 4-year, $82 million deal. And he ranked 44th out of 87 offensive tackles this past season, and he allowed 41 pressures. Now, this move does allow them to now move J.C. Latham back to right tackle. So this was kind of like 2 moves in one. You get a left tackle, you move your rookie back to right tackle where he's much more natural. So I think that makes sense there. But, the Titans really back-to-back off seasons that they're dishing out a lot of money. I know that, this is just one player, but this is a lot of money for a player who is a below average tackle.
This feels like, and it's not exactly apples to apples, but when the Rockets had to pay somebody a couple years ago and they gave Fred 40 a year, it's like, holy shit, Fred. But Fred's like a player that can contribute, and Moore's gonna play and start. But this felt like a move where a team was like, holy shit, we have all this cap money, like we got to give it to somebody, right? So listen, maybe he outplays what he did last year, but up until this point, he wasn't really worth $80 million, 50 guaranteed. Yeah. I mean, you're becoming one of the highest paid tackles off rip, and really don't have any seasons to back that up.
No, he's at the crib chilling. Like, yo, bro, I just stole 50 million from the Tennessee Titans.
I mean, look at Bill Callahan. He's like a legendary offensive line coach. So maybe he sees something in him. We don't know. Last loser, Green Bay Packers. This is why they lost. The Aaron Banks contract was terrible. They're paying him $19 million per year. Among all players with 100 snaps at guard, Joe Thuney and Quentin Miners were best with a 1.9 pressure rate allowed. Packers offensive lineman, new one, Aaron Banks, he ranked 53rd at 5.6%. He had his best season last year. Even then, he was like the 5th best 49ers offensive lineman. And he got the same contract as Josh Sweat. You think about what the Packers needed, pass rusher, premier position, and they decided to pay a guard when they just drafted a guard in the first round last year in the draft. Yeah. It just made no sense to me. And if you're going to give somebody 19 mil, I'd rather overpay Josh Sweat a little bit, give him 22 mil, come to Green Bay. They really needed an edge rusher opposite of Rashawn Gary desperately.
Yeah, I agree. And I think I think Green Bay, for me, they need a lot. They need game changers on both ends. I think they're stuck in a position where I think their team is good. I think they have a lot of young talent on the defensive side. Green Bay can draft well. And then their secondary is really, really good. But I don't love their trenches. I really don't on the defensive side. I really think Rashawn Gary is a good player, but he's either banged up or he just doesn't give you that consistent stardom that you want.
Yep.
And I think offensively they have a lot of needs at the wide receiver. Wicks can be a star, sure. Jaden Reed could be a star, sure. But when is it going to happen? When are we going to get that actual year-long production from any one of these guys? Christian Watson, people still believe in. So I think for Green Bay, not doing anything, troubles me because you're a team where you saw Detroit, you saw the Commanders, you saw Philly, you saw Minnesota. You need to get there. And you are kind of falling behind in that department. So now you're sitting in that conversation. Oh, and the Rams too, add them. You need to keep up with those teams because you fell behind last year.
Yeah.
Now you're sitting in a tier with potentially Chicago.
So now the 49ers and Dolphins have each made offers to free agent edge rusher Joey Bosa.
Here we go.
In the same relative price range. So Joey Bosa is going to get to pick between the Niners playing with his brother or playing in Miami with the Miami Dolphins.
That'd be fire.
So Joey Bosa next up potentially could be off the market now. To rattle off the winners and losers real quick. Winners, the Rams, Bears, Patriots, Colts, Broncos, Panthers, and losers, Chargers, Texans, Dolphins, Titans, and the Packers. And that is going to do it for our time on Bleacher Report. We want to thank you guys for watching. We want to thank the producers that are putting this all together, the graphics behind the scenes. They've done an amazing job. And free agency day one, I think it was a success.
Absolutely.
So many moves happened.
Absolutely. I'm excited about it. Listen, man, I hope we get a lot more spoilers. I hope we get a lot more dangerous moves. But first day was great.
Yep, and that's going to do it for us. We are Pick a Side, and we'll see you guys next time.